Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for clown, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers with words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these ain't the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? Black money in the black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go with lead and knock him off his check. Let's check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your said he reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. When you sold it, don't take coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto F-ing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. Should be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door, miss
caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, hey. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, all I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we taking, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. If the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block where it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and gold, you know they aim is. Living lavish and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Woo. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take them true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat, woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we taking, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies, watching slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play into the grizz, everybody hurt. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat, woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo.
And we are back in the house once again. All right, my bad. 1 second, get that going. And there we go. What it do, what it do? Hope everybody had a great weekend. Coming off a holiday weekend. Joe, what's up with it? Good looking out, man, this weekend. Appreciate it. Daniel Berry Sports, Rio, slowly creeping in. Don't worry about it. People back to the grind after a pretty good weekend for the most. Had an excellent event in Brooklyn with the Ziyex Science Fair going down both days. Although it probably didn't go as planned, we're still able to exhibit excellence when it comes to educating the youth, inspiring motivation, creativity, just an all-around great event. And looks like we got some newcomers coming in. There's been a few the students for me that I've noticed great progress from the first time I was getting involved, and it's just very exhilarating and inspirational to see them go step by step, get more and more motivated year by year, event after event, and being able to transition from the traditional education structure and getting to advanced education, either furthering their knowledge and confidence, being able to compete with the ever so changing evolution of society and dealing with all that. So didn't want to wait too late to get the stream going. Kind of been transitioning myself. Been moving boxes all day. Been trying to finish up the laptop project. Trying to get caught up on some administrative duties. Got all types of stuff going on, but gotta do what it do. So we'll probably have a topic change, a title change to the stream, depending on who comes through, actually wants to discuss uh, different strategy methods to strengthen Afrocentric values. When I say Afrocentric values, I'm talking about spreading Black power in the street versus flip flopping when you get online. That's what I was talking about. So I just wanted to be that clear. I didn't have enough space to actually present and say what I wanted to say, but I don't have no problem repeating it for the people in the back and for the people that's coming in late, trying to sneak in the door and get seats at the back and try to pretend like you don't know what I'm talking about. You Black power online, but when you get in the street, it's all lives matter. What's up with it? Now that should get them going. That's right. Spread the message. We've been keeping the crash outs to a minimum, but I don't know. We may not be able to control it with the upcoming week. It's getting towards the end of the month, and I'm pretty sure that in some form or fashion the crash outs will come. But you got to differentiate between a crash out, a rant, and just calling it like it is. One of my main mentors from my the school that I had been attending, he actually received an award from the National Civil Rights Foundation in Minnesota in 2011. Just to give you an example, who I'm, under mentorship. These are the type of people and individuals that I hang around. The school is administered, ran, funded, and managed by an all Black staff. They partner with different businesses. Yes, they partner with Black owned businesses, but they're not stupid. They're not out here trying to only get business from Black owned businesses, but that doesn't prevent you from keeping your Afrocentric values and making sure that your community comes first and your people comes first, unless you really not built like that. So we had a couple of ideology and social quizzes on the last stream the other night, and a few people thought that they were, somewhat of a different ideology, and it turns out that they were, based on their answers and how they view different social and political values, that they are not necessarily the opposite, but it doesn't really line up in terms of what they're trying to present or what actually is being said or typed or posted online. So you can be a conservative online and be a liberal in the street, or you can be a conservative Republican in the street and then be a Democrat moderate online, or vice versa, however you want to look at it. And the same thing is being observed when it comes to Black power. You can spread Black power, Pan-Africanism, Black nationalism online, but when you get in the street, it's kumbaya, all lives matter. Do for others before you do for self and the people that are around your immediate surroundings. Oh yeah, on the panel, we had a few people participated, also in the chat as well. And I think on that panel, based on their answers, they found out that they were more social liberals versus some of the other uh, political ideologies that they presented themselves as. Not a surprise to some, but others were a little bit caught off guard. You had a couple of people changing their answers to make sure they fit what they was preaching, but when it came down to the tough questions, uh, they weren't able to quote unquote maneuver their way out of that. Yeah, Joe, for sure. Yeah, and we can run it back. Um, I got different tests to see to find out if you're a socialist, uh, if you're a conservative, if you're a progressive, if you're a liberal. Are you a communist? Are you a Marxist? There's different levels depending on how you answer. Yes, Big J. So if I ask you a question, uh, do you agree with single payer health care for universal income? That means if you're an uh, an engineer, tech, doctor, uh, some corporate administrative employee, and then you have somebody else that's uh, a janitor for a hotel or a uh, drive-through technician at McDonald's. Both of y'all have the same health care coverage, and both of y'all pay the same amount out y'all check. Do you agree with that? I think another question was, does I can't remember right offhand, but it had something to do with your views about rich people paying taxes. Do you feel strongly about Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg paying more taxes in order for social programs to get funded? Do you stand on that? Or do you think that the social programs should be based on the contributions of the people that are actually using it? Do you believe that if a person is making $125,000 a year, should be mandated to receive more social benefits, such as his trash being picked up twice a week versus once a week, versus someone who is a quote unquote school teacher who is only making $65,000 a year, or someone that's a self-employed landscaper that's only reporting $50,000 a year to receive less social services. Maybe they don't have 100% vision or dental in their healthcare coverage, or maybe they are not allowed, maybe they pay, the people on the lower end pay higher uh, um, electricity bills because they're not as contributing as much. How do you feel about that? What's up with it, Afro? You don't agree with none of the above. Yeah. So different questions, different circumstances. We had a few religion questions. Do you believe religion should be a major component in politics? And do you believe in taking an oath when accepting public office, such as U.S. president, um, a law enforcement officer, mayor, governor, senator? Or can you just accept the office without swearing on the Bible? You believe that religion should play a part in politics? And so there you have it. Do you believe the United States should have some sort of accountability on foreign countries' domestic issues? Do you stand strong on U.S. military having permanent bases in 176 different foreign countries, having probably unlimited, I'm going to say unlimited access to their natural resources, such as uranium, uh, different types of minerals? Ibrahim Traore kind of made a stance a few years ago when it came to France. I realized that the French president Macron is floating around the internet based on his somewhat confrontation with his wife just before he stepped off the plane a couple of days ago. When they opened the door to the plane, you could see his wife literally mushing him in the face. Then they try to play it off. We was messing it up. Yeah, they was all over the place, man. The from each according to his ability and to each according to his needs is a socialist. Yeah, meaning everyone should work to their individual ability and get enough to pay to cover their needs. So if if a single person if a single person is trying to receive services, that single person should not receive as much as uh, a single parent with two kids, something like that. That's really not a good comparison. Let's see. I'm trying to differentiate economic class in a social setting is kind of difficult, just based on how it's set up, and that's really the only thing that separates these individuals and these classes. Uh, how much you make is depending on how much you pay. Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg have higher insurance payments versus Mr. and Mrs. Johnson down the street. Yeah. So let's say um, you have parents with a situation where they have uh, 5 children, all under the age of 18. You split them up 15, 12, 7, 9, and let's say a newborn or whatever. Should they be allowed to receive the same health coverage as a working couple, a teacher and an engineer with 2 children? Got this stuff in here. They're not for me. I need to be aware. Damn, I tried to. Hold on one second. My bad, y'all. I had to make sure it wasn't a situation where I had to move my car. What's up with it, Brenda? Yes, it was an implicit bias test. Let's see what the name of it was. You can actually check it out. I thought it was because I showed it the results on my cam. 1 second. The name of it was think it was one of them was political compass, but that wasn't the one we were taking. Let's see. I think it was. I think it was quiz. The number 8 and then values. VALUES quiz. It's going to redirect you to another site, and then you just go ahead. So, did y'all get that? Right. It was actually they were actually on the panel, and then when that what's up with it, bro Rob? When they actually answered the question, they answered the question, and then when I was going to the next question, hey, you sure? That's how you feel. Yeah, but yeah, it was very interesting to see how that played out. Single payer tax, single payer allows you not have to be handcuffed to your job for coverage and make small businesses more competitive. Yeah, that trying to classify small business. Um, I've seen small businesses generate as more gross revenue than I've seen small businesses with more employees than other general merchandise retailers, but they didn't generate as much gross revenue. So um, tax liabilities do come into play. Oh, okay, that's a test from Harvard. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll have uh, some interesting takes. One of those political quizzes had a let's see, can I pull that up? Yes. What is more? Who exemplifies more oppression to citizens? Is it corporations or governments? And if you listen to the replay, they definitely spent seemed like an hour, but it may not have been that long. But it was definitely uh, rattled a few triggers and really showed and displayed all the things that were being typed uh, came out a little bit different when that question was asked. When you're talking about constitutional rights, human rights, states' rights, and citizen rights, that may have been the origin of it. I was away, and there was a discussion. Federal U.S. citizens' rights. Another one was, is it necessary for the government to intervene in the economy to protect consumers? All right, here you go. This is the one that kind of held them up also. Is it better to maintain a balanced budget when it comes to the government, or is it better to ensure welfare for all citizens, every citizen? Yeah, there you go. I don't want to get too far away from the title of the stream because I'm going to make my way, at least attempt to make my way back to different strategies in maintaining Black Afrocentric values. Shops, your, your simple construction trades. Right. And let's see, what about publicly funded research, such as STEM, cancer, auto safety, mechanical engineering, structure requirements such as uh, uh, building and infrastructure, bridges, light poles? Is it better? Is it more beneficial to for public funded to the people than leaving it to the market? Is publicly funded research more beneficial to the people than leaving it to the market? Public funds, private market. More benefits. Who's getting more benefits? I mean, where are the people getting more benefits? From publicly funded research or private market research? That's a real head scratcher. I'm gonna I'm gonna have to keep one eye on this paramedics right here because that's the person right above me here. They have pets, so if nobody's going to be in that unit, then that's going to be a problem. And then the old tariff question came up. Tariffs on international trade. Is it more important? Are they important? Tariffs on international trade. Yeah, there you go. And then I think Joe had posted up this question. From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. And he just laid that out. That's the socialist question. Socialism versus capitalism. Where y'all at? Welfare. Welfare of the citizens, Joe. Well-being. Not necessarily talking about food stamps. Also, if you are or know someone who is receiving food stamps, there will be some schedule changes this summer. If you live in the state of Alabama, you will be getting an extra $120 bonus based on their summer program. If you live in the states of Florida and Texas, you should have gotten your allotted holiday stamps no later than yesterday. Forgot to mention that. I can come back and update that a little bit later. Would you be in favor of eliminating social programs in favor of private charity? Basic utilities like roads, electricity wires, sewage systems, landfills, should they be publicly owned or privately owned? When the government steps in, is that a threat to the economy? Tariffs only work if you subsidize the industry you are trying to protect. Yeah, that is one of them depend on. Okay, here's the healthcare ability question. Those with a greater ability should should receive better healthcare. If you agree to the public, that means you're a socialist. The means of production should belong to the workers who use them. I know we're gonna have a lot of animosity on that one. Some of these questions actually split up partnerships and even relationships sometimes. You ever seen a married couple where the husband is Republican and the wife is Democrat, or the wife is a liberal and husband is a conservative, but they get along just well. They don't fight. They don't have any conflicts. Everything's laid out. Will and Most High, what's good? Appreciate it, man. And what are your feelings regarding the United Nations? Should the United Nations be done away with? No more? Abolished? The UN. You seen a couple couples like that? Yeah. Do you believe the U.S. military is necessary to protect uh, our nation? Military. When I say military action, I mean invade. For example, to invade other countries or land in other countries and commence operations without provocation. That type of military action. Should military action by the U.S. government, is it often needed, necessary to protect it? Do you support regional unions such as the EU and the African Union, BRICS? What union does the U.S. belong to? Oh yeah, what's up, Domo? I didn't know if you had the keys or not. I know Q is trying to finish up his test, and I do have to switch devices. 1 second. Oh yeah, Domo actually started it the other night. He had to hop off, but we'll get into the meat of those. All right, get that going. Yeah, actually, no, it wasn't Domo fault though. Yeah, Domo. At least I don't think it was Domo fault. I'm not sure. I wasn't around. He's known to quietly trigger certain topics and get the discussion, light a fire under the discussion, which is needed every now and then. We need a spark every now and then. So shout out to Domo also for his presentation during the science fair, really laying out some of the fundamentals, and I'm pretty sure the kids and the staff will take that in their further endeavors. Let's see. Is it important to maintain our national sovereignty? Sovereignty. I'm talking about the U.S. government, like that. That sovereignty. Not your own personal Hebrew Israelite, I don't need no driver's license to drive sovereignty. Not that sovereignty. I'm talking about uh, government sovereignty, national sovereignty. Yeah.
What up with it, Dad?
Domo, what's up? Yeah, just rehashing what we went over the other night. I know you had to hop off because it was quite extensive in terms of finding out are you really who you say you are when it comes to your social and political values? And at the end of it, it was a couple of people. Their eyebrows went high as the sky, boy, when they found out they were social liberals.
Yeah, well, see, what it is, Dev, is people don't really research these titles and these labels. They just go based off of what people say. Like, right, like most people, like even people who claim to understand what socialism is, don't understand really what socialism is because
Mhm.
they understand it through propaganda.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? They understand it through social engineering. They don't understand the concepts uh like as they exist on their own merit. So yeah, it's no surprise that some people was like, oh man, I didn't know that. Yeah, you didn't know because you didn't really know what you was talking about. When
I
you was
think
talking
somebody,
crazy about
yeah, somebody
what's up?
said it earlier. Implicit bias. Most of their at least in the U.S., a lot of their information comes from sources that are implicitly biased, either one way or the other. Like even since the inception of the news, I've never seen the mainstream news, CBS, NBC, ABC, even PBS a little bit more, but they still have some sort of angle that they would like to present and report. It's not entirely 100% objective or unbiased
Yeah, I mean, I think that
to a degree.
the whether or not the bias isn't always the problem. Right? I'm gonna just say it. Bias isn't the problem. Right?
Yeah,
Like if you have like extreme poverty or you come from extreme poverty, right? And uh of course you're gonna be biased towards like the things that kind of create and shape poverty, right? Like I'm gonna be against I'm biased against the exploitation of labor, right? How workers are exploited. I'm biased against that. Like
yeah,
if I'm not gonna give you like if you ask me about labor in the United States, I'm not gonna just talk about it objectively. I'm gonna talk about it from the a criticism that's associated with labor and people being able to afford like having livable wages, right?
right.
Like is this like for example, is there an argument against is there an argument against like things like $20 minimum wage? Yeah, it's an
Okay.
argument against $20 minimum wage, but who does that benefit though? Like
Mm-hmm.
the argument against $20 minimum wage is like, oh well, people gonna have to pay more, and people gonna start laying people off and all of those types of things. But when we dig deeper to those questions, like, well, why are they laying people off? Why are they doing this? Why are they doing? It's only because they're trying to maintain profit, and they're ignoring the lived experiences of people who need this $20 minimum wage, so they can afford a small emergency. I mean, so they can afford to kind of, be able to put up a little bit of money in like to create some type of savings or to be able to invest and all of that type of shit. You know what I mean? Like it's like we the issue isn't bias. The issue is what we bias against. We typically bias
Yeah.
against poor
Mm-hmm.
people. We're biased against black people. We bias
Mm-hmm.
against women. We bias against black
Mm-hmm.
men. You know what I mean? Like it's those biases that create the problem. But being
Mm-hmm.
biased against discrimination, no, I don't. I have no problem saying that. You ask,
Yeah.
well, like we talking about oppression, and niggas say, well, be objective about what?
Mm-hmm. Oppression is oppression. Hell.
Yeah. And like me, like for example, like I like everything that I stand on is because I think about it in the context of what like everything doesn't equate to blackness, but I think about it in the context of what if it was black people? Oh, these
Mm-hmm.
people don't need to be doing this. What if they said that to black people? Oh, well, these people don't deserve this. These people shouldn't have. What if they said that to black people?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's like the basis. If you coming from a standpoint of understanding what black people go through, then when we look at these other things in the world, like saying that we okay with other people going through it, it's like
Mm-hmm.
then you can't stand on what you standing on when it comes to black folk here. Because you ain't got no room, you ain't got no grounds. Like you willing to say, well, like this can happen to these other people, but as long as it don't happen to black people, what you mean? As long as it don't, what's stopping it from happening to black people? If you saying it's okay for it to happen to them, what's stopping it from happening to you?
Hmm. Yeah. Right before you came up, I don't know how long you was listening, but I posed the swearing on the Bible as something that's needed in when it comes to public government. Do we as a society is that mandated? Like, are we able to function if that oath or Bible is taken out? How does that ensure whatever we're looking for in terms of fulfilling the objectives of said government?
Hey y'all.
Are you talking about? Hey, Dr. Mo.
Hey, Dr. Lamb.
Go ahead, Domo.
Yeah, go ahead on the Bible question because that was one of the questions.
I was gonna
Uh,
I was gonna
oh yeah,
respond
go
to
ahead, go ahead.
I was gonna say, um from a moral and an ethical standpoint, but or a values standpoint, it could be necessary. I always look at it as you have to have some type of values to hold people accountable to. And then I think the concern comes in on behavior. And so I always think of uh how the military is structured. Like it's not
Hmm.
structured from religious standpoint, but it is structured to that set of values. Leadership, loyalty, ability,
Although
respect. Go ahead.
although we did take that we took that oath swearing on the Bible
Right.
at MEPS.
Yeah. Took that you took the oath, but the governancy of it to me was more on the value system than it was on the oath. The oath to me was on, not turning against the cost, not violating, not uh turning on the country, like committing espionage, that kind of thing, right? And then
Yeah.
I always looked at the values that was is what held a group together. the leadership, the loyalty, the duty, the respect, person of courage, selfless service, that type of thing. And then the conduct is they held our feet to the fire based on your conduct. So if you behaved a certain way, you know,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. So, that's how I look at when you talk about swearing on it, if it holds
Yeah.
government together. I'm looking at the values, because if you think about how people move, they move together based on um uh their they don't move on their laws. They're more so they, they don't move so much to me on their laws, and I let Damo go. To me, that is more so on what you hold to be truth. Where's your integrity lie? Like, where's your loyalty lie?
Yeah,
You
that
know,
is important. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, no, you don't even actually have to swear on the Bible. You can swear on like anything you want to swear on. Like you swear on the Quran. You
Yeah.
can swear on a Spider-Man comic book if you wanted to.
Mhm.
They just
Mhm.
want you. They just want you to make a commitment to tell the truth, and whatever compels you to do that. Because if you don't, when you sworn in, if you provide false testimony, then that's a charge.
Yeah.
Because
That's
you
a
can
charge.
affirm, you can affirm, or you can swear, right?
Mhm.
Those are two choice words, right? You can
Yes.
affirm, or you can swear.
Right. Right.
Um,
It was funny because I seen one. I was watching this one sovereign citizen video where they asked him to swear. They tried to quote unquote swear him in, and he was like, "I'm sorry. According to my religion, I don't swear. According to my
mhm.
religion, I don't swear." And it was like, "All right, well, affirm that you're gonna tell the
Yeah,
truth. Like, just affirm that you
Hmm.
will tell the truth. Like, that's all you got to do.
right.
Like, you know how they try to make a big deal out of you know small stuff and stuff. Yeah, yeah. But the whole Bible, it was one. You got elected officials who believe that you have to swear on the Bible. Like it was
No matter
one.
what. Yeah.
Yeah, it was one. I forget. It was like some representative was on CNN and was going off about it. It was like when I got sworn in, I sworn in on the Bible. And if
Hmm.
you're not getting sworn in on the Bible, then you do not occupy the official office and da 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 da. Da. And then the anchor was like, "Well, you do know that the reason why you got sworn in on the Bible is because that's what you requested.
Hmm.
Like and there's no laws that says that you have to swear in on anything." And dude just kind of sat there stone face for like 30 seconds.
Right.
Mhm.
Because it's just like, yeah, bro, you so caught up in that indoctrination, you don't even fully understand the processes and how this shit works.
Right. Yeah, because they don't even, if you look at it, like, they get caught up because you got your swearing in, and then you have your oath to office.
Hmm.
That's like a creed or some type of, within the government, like within the, you have your little creed they go by, or whatever, that that's why I always say the values is more, weighs a little bit more. Now I think maybe back in the day, I don't know, it may have had some validity, but because people have gotten so far away from religion, um I don't think it's holding no weight, even though it's still there and it's supposed to be like keep you to have that integrity. It still's they will withdraw or withstand a vote or a conversation not to violate, and to say, well, I wasn't there, or they won't show up, I wasn't there to vote, or I would stand.
Yeah. Yeah,
Seems like
but I wish we was getting far away from the religious part because, like, they just, I forget where it was. I know Oklahoma just lost a Supreme Court case
oh,
about they were attempting to establish public religious schools,
mm.
like
K through
public
12.
Christian schools. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like we have a
Like,
cat in Louisiana, we still have like Catholic schools.
Mhm. Illinois does too.
yeah, they're not public schools though.
No, they're not. They're
Right.
private.
Yeah. Oklahoma was trying to create public
I
church
thought
school.
they,
Oh, I got
I
you.
thought they passed the Bible in public schools though.
No. Well,
Oklahoma.
somebody said that they brought it back
Well,
up.
no, what they did was in Oklahoma, the superintendent, the dude over education bought a bunch
Mhm.
of Trump Bibles.
Yeah.
He bought a ton of Trump Bibles for the school. Hold on, let me take this call.
What's a Trump Bible? What did he do?
No.
Put his name on the Bible?
Yeah, just like the shoes. Yeah.
You serious? So he didn't.
It's
So he
literally
didn't.
got Trump on the Bible,
So he didn't remake it. He just branded it and put his name on it.
just like King James.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I don't know why they would be trying to make it public. I mean, like a lot of our non-state sponsored schools, HBCUs are religious. They're funded by religion, Methodist, Episcopalian,
Mhm.
uh things of that nature.
Yeah. The AME goes
Yeah,
all the way back to the 18th century. Yeah, in
right.
America. Yeah.
Right. But they're private nonprofits though. They're
Yeah.
not they're not public nonprofits.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, at least I
So
think they're private.
so have we had a majority consensus about the spending of the military? Is it considered a waste?
I'm mad about that comment. I'm biased. I'm about to be biased.
I hear they're actually going in the junkyard and dragging out those old F-16s. The Air Force is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Um, you know, it used to be a point where they actually engaged in war activity like what every 10 years or so, every
You
10
talking about
years.
an actual war?
Yeah, or some type of peacekeeping mission. Every
Yeah.
10 years we were like going somewhere different, you know we came out of one conflict into another, then into another, and it only has been since this recent, we haven't we haven't had a mass volume of troops,
After
ship.
our 20-year stint in Afghanistan,
Yes. you know
break time.
yeah,
Uh,
well, we came out of that to the pandemic,
right.
right?
Directly into it. Um,
Directly into it with a lot of funding going towards that particular catastrophe.
yeah, for sure, for obvious
um
reasons. But yeah, that was one of the questions. What holds more weight, maintaining peace or showing your brutal military strength?
Showing your military strength. I'm biased, don't ask me.
Nah, I mean that's your core values. I mean,
I I I I mean, I think it could be both kind of way. Kind of, you should have a little bit of both. You have to have, your allies and have some sense of peace. But when people don't want to line up, they need to understand that we ain't about that life now. You can come over here, you don't want that smoke. We ain't gonna play with you too long. I mean, but that comes with loss of lives and things of that nature. But it comes with the territory. We have people that's built for that. They go in for that. I want to blow shit up. you know, I ain't trying
so
to stay at home.
yeah, so obviously someone on the other side is, will their perspective is going to be, hey, you're showing your aggression with your stealth bombers and your Iron Dome systems. That to them, it's incoming as not peaceful. You're showing strength, and then from there, they're looking down like, hey, why are you doing this? We don't have any troops. We're not maintaining aggression against U.S. citizens. Boom. I mean, so it's clear conflict.
It seems to me that has been to show the strength of your territory has been around day one. To me, Um, you know,
Yeah, imperialism,
right.
the British, the Roman monarch. Yeah,
Even
yeah,
on the continent,
yeah,
you
empires,
know.
the Mali Empire. Yeah, all that. Seventh
Yeah,
century. Where you at, Samuel? Yeah.
yeah. I you know, it seems like it's proper and fitting to have your moments. You want to approve the
So,
voluntary.
so are we saying that longevity? What do you call that? Uh, when you have a prolonged pattern of behavior, since because someone could easily apply that to slavery. Slavery was in practice for 400 years, so it's a custom. Uh, it's legal. You know what I mean? So I mean, I'm just saying they've been doing it a long time. You know, they've been invading countries a long time. I mean,
Well,
I mean, at what point? You know, that's all.
being barbaric and showing a strength, in my opinion, are not on the same playing field.
Mm,
Going and just being territorial and marking your place in other people's domain, to me is it's just being barbaric. Like you just doing it because you can. And I know that there's probably a place in history where say if you want something, you just take it, conquer, divide and conquer type of deal. But I don't see that showing strength. I see that as just being barbaric. Like if you have to go and kill people to take over their stuff and then claim territory and then uproot your own way of life, I'm not putting that on the same even playing field. I don't
okay.
know what you guys think. I um to me, but
Yeah, I can't separate it. I
you can't
can't
separate
say
it.
nah. I'm saying it's all
One
the
and the
same.
same.
Yeah, yeah.
One and the same.
Bec- uh, because if you have established your, you know, whatever you have established, your nation, your government, your
Mhm.
ideologies, unless someone else, a foreign entity, a foreign nation, or a foreign government invades, then really maintaining your own space should be priority and good enough. If someone is having issues in their region, they should be able to, you know, use the resources that they have to resolve, you know, whatever they're going through.
Oh, you saying they should be able to hold their own. Everybody should be able to hold their own. You shouldn't call me to come over there and join forces and increase your strength.
Yeah,
If you can't hold your own, then you on your own. You
yeah,
you stand up, you get laid down, that's on you.
yeah. To bring it back home, if the neighbor across the street is having, you know, domestic issues, can I intervene? Yes, but am I liable? Am I accountable? One or two times? Yes, but it's going to be a point where, yo, you know, I'm not going to be able to intervene. You're going to have to work that out.
Well, the domestic scenario may play a little different, but when we talking about
Or
defending the country,
let's say they're having
defending the territory.
some financial issues, and not able to afford food and water, basic needs, and they got kids. Hey, I can help you out, you know, on the first, but hey, I have needs too. I mean, I can help you out in May. I can help you out in June. By the time August and September, hey, you know what I mean?
With the,
It
I
just ain't
mean,
gonna last.
In my earlier years, I'd help you out once, and I had to come up with the plan after that because I can't just
Yeah.
keep giving you. I'm not gonna
How can
just
we
keep.
get you? How can we get you going? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're still intervening, but we're intervening to the point of okay, I'm intervening to show you how to,
Or
you know, maintain and get yourself back on. I'm not going to intervene and stand in that, like making sure you don't fall off, monitor you. If you do fall off again, it would have to be something that I have done or shown you. So
unless
once
I
I
have
show
a
you how to
benefit.
do it, yeah. If I show you how to do it and it does work, I mean, that accountability is going to, have to, on you.
Are you saying this in reference to like NATO and how we, go and help them out when they get into conflict or they come and fill in
Yeah,
with us?
yeah. If you have a natural disaster, earthquake, tsunami, or whatever, and your production, your warehouses are destroyed, we can employ financial relief, resource relief. We can drop supplies. We can give loans. But as far as us staying over there, I mean, I'm not making you sign a contract for 99 years. I don't need nothing in return either. You know what I mean? It's strictly going to be, hey, boom, this is what we can allow, and that's going to be it. From a simplistic standpoint.
So then, I mean, this, and so the same rule would have to apply to you. Like,
Mm-hmm.
if you can't stand your own, is get up
Mm-hmm.
or get put down.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reach out and touch. Call a friend.
Mm-hmm.
Call in the forces from another way.
Mm-hmm. At some
So
point,
no standby support.
I mean, at some point, things are going to happen on the other end. They may not necessarily be in a position to return the favor or whatever.
So
Uh,
maybe that's the sentiment of the government right now. Listen, we ain't here to help you no more. You're gonna have to get it how you live. Dumbo,
no,
Dumbo, what you
uh,
think? I don't know,
uh,
Dev.
no, agreements are signed when it comes to the U.S. They are expected to receive either services or commodities. So when it comes to uranium, all the stuff for semiconductors, it may be training, so it may not be, right then and there, but uh, they definitely make them sign a contract.
I was thinking in terms of its people and how they are change or they're attempting to change legislation or how they govern
Hmm.
and removing benefits packets and things of that nature or decreasing them over time. I'm saying, is that the position they may have? That's why I call it Domo name. You know what? It seems like I supported you long enough. Now you need to get it how you live.
To a
Nah,
certain,
so it's really it's really that's like the age old question of liberalism versus conservatism. It's like, is the government's job to be that support system for people, or is the government only supposed to just protect private property and personal interests and then leave everything else up to everybody else? So it's like we can argue that right now, conservatism has been pushing for years, like less government, or not for years, but since, well, I won't say since the inception, because we did see a party switch, but um, the modern conservative has been pushing limited government in order to maximize rights for generations. And so the whole argument behind getting rid of what they call entitlement programs is basically the position to say that the government, it's not the government's job to be taking care of people. Hell, you even when they was doing all these layoffs, you had Trump. administration officials that were just flat out saying, it's not the government's job to hire people. What? Like, it's not the government. What does that even mean in the context of providing government services? So it's like, there is a large contingent of both American voters and conservative politicians that are like, less government. We don't need the government taking care of poor people. If you're poor, that's on you. Figure it out. We don't need the government spending taxpayers' money to send poor kids to college. We don't need none of that. Like, that government's job is to maintain our safety through its military and ensure that private property is protected. So it's like that's been the struggle for progressives, especially the modern progressive, for like forever. It's just like, yeah, the idea that the government's not supposed to take care of people is like, then what is it? What's the purpose? Control? You know what I mean?
That's the results you've been observing.
So uh,
I don't know if y'all were around for the civil liberties questions. The sacrifice of some civil liberties is necessary to protect us from acts of terrorism, a la Patriot Act.
yeah, nah, that's propaganda. Nah,
Because
yeah, because if
I
we was to
never,
if
I
we was
never,
to
I never heard that scenario, even when during the Cold War, in terms of sacrificing civil liberties to protect
yeah, because
terrorism.
if we was to talk about, see, the problem is like, people ain't got no problem talking about sacrificing civil liberties when it comes to like demonizing people, but it's like, you got to think about it. The type of sacrifice and the civil liberties that people are willing to put up with when it comes to demonizing, for example, um, Middle Eastern people as terrorists, or people from
Hmm.
south of the border as
Hmm.
illegal aliens,
Hmm.
right? That sacrificing rights under that context, people don't care, like, don't mind. But
Hmm.
as soon as the same, like, most, like, Americans, specifically white Americans, as soon as their rights are limited to the benefit of somebody else, then they
Hmm.
jump out the window. For
Hmm.
example, the whole thing about the wearing masks, like,
Hmm.
the people who call everybody snowflakes, the people who call everybody crybabies, literally jumped out the window because they were told to wear a mask, and all you heard was rights, rights. What about rights? And it's
Hmm.
like, you ain't care about the, like right now, nobody cares about the fact. I ain't gonna say nobody, but there's people, the same people who complained about wearing masks have no problem saying, like, yo, even though the Constitution says even non-citizens get due process, nope, let's get rid of it.
Hmm.
Just kick them out. Right? That's that hypocrisy. It's like, the question of rights isn't absolute; it's convenient for
Hmm.
most.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean?
Uh,
So
just like government surveillance, street cams, biometric systems. Is that necessary to maintain a modern world? Like, can we survive without specific government surveillance?
yeah, but it's like,
Not
it's
other
it's, it's
governments
who's
having it
being
as well.
surveilled
Yes,
though. Like, it's
yes,
cool. Like,
that's.
if y'all watching them black folk, cool. If y'all watching them immigrants, cool. If y'all watching them, what I'm saying, them terrorists, cool. But don't let me find me, as a white person. Don't let me find out y'all listening to, or y'all watching. Yeah,
Hmm.
that's why it's like, it's hard to have these conversations, because the, I mean, yeah, the bias is there, but from the standpoint of, like, when we talking about how certain things interact, there is a certain level of objectivity that's necessary. You know what I mean, to understand, and it's like, and actually, not even, it ain't even a question of being objective. It's a question of, like, recognizing where the structural biases exist. if we can recognize in the structural biases, like yeah, biases are in certain places, but when our institutions operate and reflecting only the bias of a particular group, then we got a problem.
Yeah, for sure. It's, one group is being singled out no matter what.
Say that
'Cause
again.
yeah, and we see that time and time again. We see it now in Israel with the Gaza situation. We see it now in Ukraine. We see it now when it comes to China. Um,
Forget all them. We see it right here with us.
oh yeah, they ain't never left. They ain't never left.
We know international, they roll different with their people. You know, everything they do is different. We want their benefit of how they operate business wise.
Hmm.
But we know that type of labor ain't gonna work here in the US. You ain't putting nobody in those sweatshops over here. And if you are, it ain't gonna be those of us who been here for a minute.
Hmm.
That's for sure.
Yeah, the only people getting put in sweatshops is immigrants.
Yep.
Even impoverished Americans got a little bit of entitlement to them.
Right. I mean, you still had a few that would go out in the potato field, might go out there and pick a couple things. But shoot, even they want to get paid a certain wage. Yeah, you might find a few day laborers, but they ain't gonna stick around forever.
All right, here's a question where everybody jumped out the window. It is important that government follows the majority opinion, even if it's wrong and against your values.
Hell no. Hell no.
Yeah, I definitely don't agree with that. Their opinions don't always be right.
Yeah, hell no. Not at all. Not at all.
You know
Like
what's
matter of fact,
crazy? Oh, go ahead.
nah, you got it.
No, go ahead, Domo.
Well, no, I was saying that like what that's called is that's called populism, and like the Constitution was set up specifically to combat populism. Matter of fact, what we've seen in the electoral college has been a failure of the electoral college because it operates off populism. Because the initial idea was that with the electoral college was to make sure, well, just because you are the most popular, don't mean that you are the most qualified. So just because you get the most amount of votes doesn't necessarily mean, or like just because you can get more people to vote for you doesn't necessarily mean that you are the best option. And so, as much as people complain about the electoral college, is primarily because it don't function the way that it should. Right? The electoral college is just kind of like, oh, it's the complete opposite. It's complete reverse. Like, oh, if you get all you gotta do is win these states and you're gonna be good. And it's like, nah, that wasn't the purpose of it. The delegates were supposed to be able to recognize whether or not the candidates that are being selected were the type of quality that they should be willing to put in the presidency. But nowadays it's just like, well, your state goes this way, then you win the electoral college, which kind of defeats the purpose of it actually. Like what's the point of having um, an electoral college if it's just gonna it's gonna be based off of populism in the state. Okay, I'm more popular in this state, more popular in this state, more popular in that state. That's all I need. It's not supposed to work like that.
Right. So one analogy was that would be in alignment with the majority will agree to jump off the bridge at 10 o'clock on Friday morning, and then they mandate that everyone be shackled up and handcuffed. So even if you don't agree, you're gonna go no matter what.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's why we don't have a a true democracy, as it's called.
Right.
We have a representative democracy, but we don't have or a pure democracy. Yeah.
So why does it have to be so extreme though? Like, aren't there other ways where the majority rule is why things are the way they are?
No, it depends on who is benefiting. It don't have to be extreme. I was using an extreme example to
Yeah,
just to give you an analogy, but we can take abortion for example. Who does abortion benefit?
that's
Well,
pretty extreme.
I don't
Yeah.
want to do abortion. Can we do economic development?
Yes, economic development.
I I'm having a I'm having a hard time with economic development and public health, where economic development meets public health, where the cost of your health is on the line to develop your state or community or whatever city, where you bringing money in, bringing in companies or corporations. We're bringing money, but the money it brings in benefits the state, not the community. And then their presence cause hurt, harm, or danger to either your land or you as a person. I'm having a hard time with that one. So if we saying that, so in our cases, are we saying the only corporations that you can think that can bring in the amount of capital needed to sustain a community is those that are harmful to a community due
Pretty
to the
much.
That's just the way it's been panning out. When you're talking about DuPont and 3M being the largest two, at least American corporations that are putting out toxic substances in the environment.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like we've embraced the type of capitalism that we are okay with profit over everything else. So it's like, unfortunately, as long as we have quote unquote job creators, the creation of those jobs are more important than the impact that those industries have on the communities, the environment, etc. So it puts us in a precarious position because as much as we, as much as we're like, yeah, we need to bring resources that build the community to do this, to do that. What also comes with that, and it's in a lot of cases, is like environmental detriment, right? Like that's the well, actually that's the one the most that's the most pressing right now, especially with like what Elon
yes.
Musk and them is doing in all the AI conversations, like uh the job creation that the Memphis mayor was like bragging about is like, bro, people are getting asthma and cancer at higher rates. That's crazy.
Right.
Yeah,
And the
it's the same
data.
thing going on in I want to say Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Mhm.
This lady has lost a daughter and a son based on the toxicity of one chemical plant near her neighborhood, and it was linked directly to that. And she hasn't received compensation, legal representation, or anything. The company is still allowed to operate.
So with the AI, the data centers are super important, which also drives the energy, and energy is driven from the nuclear. And so this economic, the majority. So it's almost like a non-winning conversation, but I'm gonna keep y'all posted because we getting ready to have a roundtable conversation with corporate politicians in the community, trying to give the community a voice on social responsibility of the corporation, because you can't beat them out because of what economic development,
Hmm.
the state making money. But what's in it for the people is where I'm at with it. So the majority is winning for us on economic development, which you want, but then in the same sense, um, we're looking for top management positions. We're looking for social responsibility as it relates to career path for the youth or for the college graduates.
Use the spook at the door. Did you get my email, Dr. Mo?
Let me see. Let me go look.
This Wall Street.
Yeah, I don't remember you emailing me.
I
I'm gonna
sent you
look.
an email, sis.
I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look.
Timestamp it. Damn, she got a whole bunch of stuff
Peace to
going
the
on, yo.
family.
What's up?
Don't start with me, Dev. I ain't in the mood.
Can you timestamp what you sent her?
I'll find the email I sent. I'll put it in the back chat, Dr. Mo.
Because she's very efficient in acknowledging and
Yeah,
returning emails. She
yeah. I'll
don't
go
just
look.
read it and then not say nothing or do
Because to what
nothing.
she was talking about the corporate involvement, that's what I
Yeah.
hit her about. Like I want to be involved in that
Oh
aspect, and
yeah,
I could.
I remember you
You did
said
look in
that.
my right,
No, 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 no. I didn't look at the email, but I do remember the conversation. But it was during the time we was preparing for the festival that we just
right.
had. So I'm gonna go
Nah, I
back and
get it.
read it up because you said you can help me with that conversation. As a matter of fact, while I'm saying that, I do want to shout out NOL. They came and pulled security for us, and man, they did a phenomenal job. I'm talking phenomenal. So I
What's
want to appreciate
NOL?
that. NOI,
In a while. Okay.
yeah. We had I think five, 4 or 5 of them that came down that pulled security for our event. That was about 25,000 in attendance over a 4-day period, and they did a phenomenal job with our emergencies, with crowd control, with just everything. They just did a great job.
That's what's
Yeah.
up.
Cool.
This ain't had nothing to do with religion. This was business.
Yeah.
No, that's what they do. I mean, you
Yeah.
get them together and they pretend like they bosses in the black community and shit. So I mean,
Yeah.
that's part of the problem to me is them whole ass niggas always put in those positions. Like I do not know why the fruit of Islam or any of that fuck shit. That is the flip flopping ideologies that are in the title. Them niggas a problem. They're a
You
danger
said
to the community.
you
Like I
said
said,
that detriment?
yeah, but if you can use them, use them. I mean, shit ain't but nah, them niggas a
Yep.
problem.
Yeah, we use their security. They have a one of them have a security business, and we use them to help with the law enforcement because we only had gotten a certain amount of the festival is massive, so we needed extra boots on the ground, and they was recommended, and they came and they did their thing. They
No, I get it, but like for example, like a lot of the conversations we have, like if they Hebrew Israelites, there's a certain response to it, but that response isn't the same for like the let's say the NOI. But then if it's some Christian niggas, you know what I'm saying, that there's a different response to that. It's just you know what I mean, it becomes problematic because it is a religious group, and if we're gonna put them groups
right.
around black folks, you have to assume black folks will continue to join those groups, right? If the NOI is out
Right.
there looking tough, they're the security, it's the NOI, and blah blah blah. That's how niggas keep joining the NOI.
Oh, I see
But
what you're
then
saying.
Taz, you got to
Just
look
based
at the
on
fact
that.
that the NOI is structured. So certain things they offer outside of just the religion,
Like
like in
what?
terms of the role they play with the culture, like even in terms of the security, Dr. Mo is talking
Yeah, the
about.
security.
They've kind of earned something that the
No,
Hebrews
you
haven't
had
just
to
yet.
you had to pay. Did you have to pay for that, Dr. Lamb?
Yeah, we paid for that service,
That's
and
what
they
I'm
was
saying.
you wouldn't have known they was NOI unless we told you. They came in full blacks and security on their shirt. We'd have to
No,
tell you that's who they were.
right. So that's what I'm saying, Will. I mean, it's not like
Good morning,
they
Tracy.
coming into the community on some contribution. I mean, it's just like any other business. So
Yeah, they can't do it.
it just so happens that they are NOI and they do specialize in security for
Yeah,
public
what
events.
But nah, what I was
about
saying
is their
was to
business
what
capacity.
Taz said,
I
right?
can respect that. That's a business capacity specific.
Yeah,
Like you say, they out there with security on. They're
yeah.
um, operating as security. They operating as the NOI or the FOI or none of that. So yeah, I can
It's the
respect that. I
structure.
thought it was more so like,
It's the
you know what I'm
structure.
saying?
Oh, oh,
Yeah,
you
NOI,
thought they came with
like
they
Malcolm.
bow tie?
Yeah, I thought they was out there on some Malcolm shit. Like, man,
No.
what y'all niggas doing? Like,
No, well, you know what? It's funny you say that because when we brought it to the president of the organization, man, he did not want him. He was like, "Mo, they gonna come out here." First, he was like, how they gonna come dressed? Are they gonna come out with their suit?" But I thought they were, and I said, "Yeah, they gonna come out with their suits and their bow ties. Like, what's the problem?" And he was like, and then he was like, well, are they gonna beat people? What if there's a conflict? Are they gonna put their hands on people? I said, well, I don't know them to be non-violent, so I don't know about that.
They
But
got to.
anyways, if they came out different, they surprised us too. I thought they was gonna come out with their suits, but they didn't. They came out, just all black and security. And matter of fact, they were young brothers too. They
Yeah,
all probably was in their 30s, if
young,
not
healthy,
younger.
and fit. Yeah.
Yeah, and they were, very. And I thought that because I never really dealt with them on that level. So one of my friends had recommended them because we were looking for a security team, and they was like, well, I do concerts and things of that nature, and I got, I know Farrakhan's grandson, da 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 da. So I was like, okay, let's do it. And so we put the contract together, and when it got there, I was like, oh. Oh, this gonna be a breeze. And then watch how they handled their business. Just very professional, very down
Structure.
to earth. Yeah. But then somebody came to me and it was like, well, why? People who actually knew, in the circle, why why not a Christian group? And I said, well, give me a Christian security team and we'll go with the Christians next time.
Hmm.
But at the end of the day, this is who was presented, and
that's
and they
yeah,
wanted to build a long-term relationship. So that's what we did.
I got you.
Yeah. You talking about 25 people, 25,000 people coming through, bro. We
Hmm.
can't, hey, listen, we ain't have enough personnel to have eyes everywhere.
Yeah, that's a professional basketball or football stadium.
Yeah.
Easy.
Matter of fact, we got a complaint because there was so many people in between the vendors. We had about 6 people pass out. And it was like, you guys got to do something about that congested area. But the weather was so good and people was just out.
Hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I don't think they went around trying to sign folks up, Taz. I don't know.
Well,
But
nah, they wasn't out there because, like I say, my vision was more so like the NOI out there as the NOI to recruit. If it's more so just a security thing and that's what they're doing, now that's a lot different than what I thought I heard. So you know what I'm saying, again, I kind of pulled back on that immediately when you say, well, no, they out there in security shirts. Well, yeah, that's 100% different. Like, yeah, that's different.
yeah,
They showed up to Dr. Mo with black hoodies on. They wasn't recruiting. It was just a structured business thing.
yeah, they I mean, I had
Yeah.
spoken to their top guys, and they were very professional. They didn't throw. And my friend, she went back and had a conversation and whatever, whatever. But they did. They was like, well, matter of fact, they wanted more money, and we didn't have a problem with that. But we got them at the last minute, and our budget was tight, and so they was like, you know what, we'll do it if you consider us for future. And I was like, shit, consider it done. You do a good job. We don't have no problems. Consider it done. We need to build a team. We trying to build a
Now, was
coalition.
it local or did they travel?
They travel.
They
They
travel.
came from out of they came from different they actually came from different places. I think one came from Chicago, one
Hmm.
came from
New Jersey.
probably they came from different places. I knew that because they were coming from a concert. New York just had some type of concert. They was coming from another location. So yeah, we paid for
Yeah,
travel.
Beyonce is on tour. I think.
Okay.
They may not be doing
It was
all
a
of it,
guy.
but
It was
they're doing some
some
part
art.
of it.
It was an
Yeah.
art rap artist or somebody. Yeah, they came from different locations
Oh yeah, yeah,
because
yeah,
we
yeah,
really
yeah. They've
wanted
been
to
in the
promote
game for a hot
Louisiana.
second. Yeah, yeah.
Oh
They
yeah,
ain't
they
they ain't no
been.
rookies. Yeah.
I didn't know they did Beyonce security at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. They because I had to try to negotiate their their lodging, their flights, and compensating them or whatever. But I say, man, we got to get our money up because they wanted to send more people because of the how large it was, and we was just like, we also have police on the grounds as well that we have to pay, but we just needed a little bit more inside because police was doing more of a, going into areas where we had to collect money and on the perimeter, so we need that inner, yeah.
Circle. Yeah.
I'm with it. Someone has a business and we can use their talents, their business models, and they're professional, and we can build that long term relationship. We with it. You know. One thing about them though, I mean, they have their religious thing, but they hold them accountable. That for sure. I mean, we would hope that any business would be held accountable, but we know how they get down.
Blessed, all right, Dr. Mo?
Huh?
Blessed, your email?
Yes, yes, yes.
I'm going
Two.
to forward it again.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I need that. We about to have that conversation with our elected. Well, we about to train. Let me back that up. We about to train to have that conversation with corporate and elected officials because my hometown had a conversation. We have a water problem like Jackson and Flint, and the citizens was upset. They just got grant money, but not enough to complete the whole problem, and so man, the elected official basically, one of the elected officials basically told them, well, I don't know why y'all so much concerned about SNAP benefits and I forgot what the other one was. He said y'all need to get up and go get a job. I said, oh Lord, we in trouble. So, but I know Louisiana, we have a lot of people on government assistance. So that's why I said, mine is not abortion. It would be more on how do we look at it, economic development, and then what our communities need. Are we we bumping the SNAP, the EBT, the in-home health care, the affordable care, I mean the health care plans, marketplace health care, are we okay with deleting null and void those benefits and saying, hey, pull yourself up by your bootstrap, go get a job and make it do what it do.
Well, I think only just being real. I think niggas only care when white folks tell you to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I think niggas say it. They don't. Black people don't have a real problem with it. It's more so when white people say it.
Well, our city council guy was black. We have a majority black. I think we may have one or two white.
Nah, yeah, I would say it's context, not even necessarily who said it, but the
Yeah.
context in which it's being said. And like if like
I
if
was going to
if
say,
we're
Taz,
talk,
because a black person say it, he'll become a coon instantly.
How do
I don't
you
think so. People say it on here all the time. Don't nobody call them a coon.
yeah.
I do. I be calling all these coon ass niggas coons,
Right.
and they be saying it on shit on here.
So in this case, the context number was taxes. Them saying that, hey, we got to get this water problem fixed. We gonna have to raise taxes. We only have so much grant money to pull in. You guys got to pay taxes. We gonna have to increase taxes. And they say no. We gonna vote no. Well, guess what? Your water's gonna be contaminated.
Yeah, see that's. Oh, you talk now
That's
in the,
reality
in the
right now.
in the context of taxes though. Like that's just because uh capitalists have convinced people that paying taxes is a bad thing. They've convinced people that, you should try to, like, giving any of your money to government means you wasting your money because the government is so wasteful and they don't do nothing with it anyway, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like it's that type of propaganda that has people think, like, even if you're like, hey, we need to raise taxes to fix water. No. Oh, okay. We'll just have bad water then. It's just like, I don't know who do you think you're hurting when you say no, you don't want taxes raised for the water?
See, but again,
You
though,
don't even,
to your point of context, it's not a negative thing to say that taxes are bad when the overwhelming majority of your taxes aren't going into things that'll benefit your community. Like if
yeah,
it
but that's
comes
what I'm
down
saying.
to
But
something,
we don't talk enough about policy. Like when we talk about, that's another myth, right? This assumption that, most of our taxes go to it's like taxes
you
go
would
to running
disagree
the
with that.
government. No, I would say taxes go to running the government. Like, what are you calling wasteful? Like when you say it don't even go to whatever, what is it that you saying is whatever?
So when we're
Because
talking
it
about
got,
wasteful spending, and if you're looking at government spending, military is the primary spending. So we know most of our tax dollar is going to
but when we talking
supplementing
about
this
fixing,
military
right? But when
force.
we talking about fixing water, when we talking about fixing the
That's
water in the
different.
community. Yes, so that's what we talking about in that context. Like, are
Now
we
I
saying that
agree with that.
we right? But see, but the
I agree
problem
with
is we
that.
equate the two.
That's something that would directly affect the community. But to the point you made earlier about we put out a false narrative that paying these taxes doesn't benefit us. When you look at the overall tax dollar that the average person puts into the system, 80% of that shit they don't feel. It doesn't benefit their lives.
Right, but here's the thing though. That's true in a lot of cases. Like we pay taxes
It's not e-
that go into
it's
food
not
stamps,
hold
right?
on.
But
That, this gonna be my
I
last
don't
point.
benefit from food stamps because I don't have food stamps. But does that mean that I shouldn't contribute to food stamps? And again, what's happening is what the reason why I say that propaganda becomes dangerous is because at the end of the day, we would like what she was specifically talking about was local taxes. And then because the conversation of taxes has become so loaded due to this conversation about quote unquote
It
wasteful spending,
hurts the local
is it
conversation.
right, right? Because now you start talking about the military and like we just talking about raising taxes to fix this water. Somebody got to
But
pay
we
for
have
it.
to be honest, though, in the conversation about taxes, this opportunity to directly affect your community, it's rare. The
Not
opportunity to
when it
say,
comes to
all
local
right,
taxes, it's not. You may
I'm
have a
willing to
point with
vote
federal
on
taxes, but
raising
when it
my
comes to
local
local
tax.
taxes,
Listen what
yeah,
I'm saying.
those are different conversations.
What
Like
I'm
your local
saying is it's
taxes go to your
rare.
roads. Your local taxes go to your schools. Like property taxes literally fund schools. Like so, when we're talking about a local politician telling the community, "Hey, we need to raise taxes to fix this water issue," and then somebody pops up and be like, "Oh, government spending on military and all this other stuff," like that's all of that is non sequitur. That's beside the point. You can
So now I
have a
want to be
complaint
clear that
about
that's not what I was doing. What I'm saying is
that's literally what you did.
this opportunity to vote on your tax dollar benefiting your community through the water, that's rare. What I'm
Doesn't matter.
saying is, what I'm saying
Doesn't
is,
matter.
it's not
It-
unfair for the average citizen to view their tax dollar as being spent on a bunch of shit that don't benefit them.
okay. Well, while you talking about that, somebody need to fix the water.
Now, I agree with
Period.
that.
You know what I'm saying? So like at the end of the day, like this, what
I'm not
typically happens,
disagreeing with you there. Like, I'm
right?
for,
But that's why I'm saying the point that you making is what causes the distraction and causes people to be like no to something in terms of raising taxes to
I
something
agree
that'll
with that.
benefit them.
For someone
Yeah.
that's not well versed in the things that go on. I agree with that. But I was only responding to your point of people saying that the overwhelming majority of their tax dollar doesn't go to things that benefit them. That's not an invalid argument.
No, I mean
So when it comes to this water
it's invalid when you don't
situation,
spend enough time. Like think about this. When we're talking about putting somebody in office, we're not talking about what they're doing with our tax dollars. We're talking about whether or not they attach themselves to our cultural perspective. We
Nah,
wasn't
that's
talking
not
about
really
what
true.
Kamala was. We wasn't talking about what Kamala was doing with tax dollars. We was talking about whether or not she was black. We wasn't
When
talking
we're
about what
talking
Trump was
about
doing
those
with tax
candidates,
dollars.
but when we're talking about those candidates and all the bills they support, we're talking about tax dollars. And
No, you're
nine
not.
times out of
No,
10,
you're not. You giving yourself and other people way too much credit. You're not, because in most cases we're not even talking about the bills that they support.
I would agree
We're not
that
even
we are
talking about.
on, I would say we are on track in terms of where we disagree, that you think I'm giving us too much credit. I don't think you're giving the average voter and the system enough credit.
Bro, look at
Motherfuckers,
the past election. Look at the past
when they
election. Hold
beef
on, before
about
we just
shit
start
though,
making general claims, before we just start making general claims, let's look at the evidence. If you look at the past election was a great example of where the priorities of voters lie and what is actually important. And voters did not prioritize in this past election the things that matter now. So all that when we talk about what happened with the economy, we talk about people losing their farms, when we talk about terrorists, when we talk about the layoffs, people weren't prioritizing those things during the election. They were
I
prioritizing
don't know. I just
everything else. But it's funny
like
how
what
I
I would
sat here,
say
I
is
sat on
the
these
average
panels and argued
American
with
voter.
dudes for
I would argue that the average American voter isn't super educated to the
that's
reality of
why I'm
those
not giving
choices.
them that
Hold
credit.
on,
Right.
hear me out.
That's why I'm
Hear
not
me
giving
out.
them that credit. That's why I'm not selling them short. If you're willing to say that
I
they
get what you're
not really
saying.
that well educated on it, then it's like, yeah, that's my point.
That doesn't make them wrong. Because they
It
weren't
does.
super well educated, that doesn't mean that a ton of their money isn't going into the military industrial complex.
That's
That's
not. But
not.
listen, but when we're
Hold
voting,
on. Hear
but
my
when we
point
were
though.
talking about
Hear
voting,
my
we were
point
not
though.
talking about the
I
military
know
industrial
that.
complex.
I know that.
Will
That I
Okay.
understand.
the public the
So like,
will
bro,
the
talking
public
about.
never the public
Go
never
ahead, Jeff.
voted on to allocate government funds to the military.
That's my
That's
point.
not something that.
That's my point.
So I don't even
My
know why you're
point
using
is
that
my point is this,
example.
Dev. My point is an opportunity to vote on raising your taxes to literally benefit your water, that's rare. Like the direct connection to where we
That's
can
not
see it.
rare, bro.
Hold on, let me
In local
finish.
government,
That's not rare, bro.
I would
That's
argue,
local
Yeah, you're
government.
wrong, Will.
Period.
all right,
Yeah,
I'll be
you're
wrong.
wrong on that,
Look,
Will.
I
it's
still
rare
disagree
that
though.
people. It's rare
Look,
that it
look at
makes the
your
news to where
petition,
people talk about it.
Proposition B. Prop, yeah. How you think weed got started in Colorado since 2015? But 2015, it took California at least what
taxes,
3 to 4 more years get going.
taxes,
Weed
and
was legal in Colorado before
reparations in Illinois
2015.
is taxes
Exactly.
on that weed.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I
again,
mean, but that's what I'm
for
saying.
me
Like
though, that's a
people are always
situation that's
voting.
very similar to water. When you present the tax revenue from weed, when you present the bill you're voting on, and it's specific and people can see how it will affect their lives, yeah, it makes it easier to make an intelligent
Bro,
That
choice.
happens
I'm
all the
saying
time, though.
I'm
It's not
saying
rare.
in most of tax spending, if you looked at the overall
when
dollar,
you say
right? Hold
most
on,
of,
Dev.
bro, this
If
is
you looked at the
I'm saying
overall
you
dollar, Dev.
creating a general conversation. Like
Hold on. What
we're
I
specifically talking
listen, let me
about
make my
tax
point.
dollars and how they specifically
If you look at
impact.
the
You
total
made
amount of money, Domo, that they pull from your check, right? If
niggas
you're
just be
talking
wanting to
about
talk.
this water bill, if you're talking about marijuana, things we can see a direct effect on, that's literally the smallest
That's not
portion.
how taxes work, bro. You don't see it. You don't see on your check that it goes to the water. That's not how that works. They just
I
take out the
understand that.
taxes and then
I
and they allocate it to what they
I
allocate it
understand
to.
that. That wasn't the point I was trying to make. Let me
Then
say it
why did you
slow.
make that point?
Let me
Then
say
why
it.
did you
That
make that
wasn't the
point?
point I was making. That wasn't you didn't understand what I was saying. So
You
I'm gonna say
should
it
be able
slow.
to make your damn point
Listen to what
in
I'm
one
saying,
fucking
Domo,
sentence,
very
Will.
slow, right?
Goddamn.
If you look at the overwhelming, like if you look at all the taxes
you pay out in a year, right? You don't
To what?
know.
Federal or
I'm
federal or
saying
local?
both, both,
No, but see, that's
federal
the
and local.
problem. That's what I'm saying. We're talking in this specific instance. We are specifically talking about a demand made by
And
by a
my
local
answer to your
politician
point
on the
is
local
that's
community,
the
and so
smallest portion of the
that's the most
overwhelming amount.
significant, bro.
I'm
If you're
not
talking
saying it's
about
not.
taxes that you
Hold
can,
on.
bro, listen. If
Listen.
you're talking about
I'm not
taxes that you can
saying it's
see the
not
real impact,
significant. I'm
that's
not arguing
local.
that. I'm not
You
arguing
see,
that it I'm not arguing that it won't have an impact. What I'm
now watch this.
saying is
I'm gonna listen to
let's
you. I'm
not
gonna listen to
what
you,
I'm
and I'm gonna tell
saying
you.
is
Go ahead.
let's not pretend like dollar for dollar. This is where the majority of the American tax dollar goes. This is literally
Bro, we're
the
taught.
hold on before you
No,
cut me off.
no, 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 bro. You keep
You'll
making
never
this same
understand
point,
my
and I'm
point if you
explaining
cut
it
me
to
off.
you. No, you've made this point 3 times, and it's a bad point in the context of talking about
I
local
never made
taxes.
the point because I
You
never got it out.
you
What
Yes,
I'm
keep
saying.
no, you
you
said this,
yes you
bro. You
did. You
said,
keep repeating
No,
the
I didn't
wrong
make the
shit
point
over and
because you
over
cut me off.
again.
bro, y'all have to stop using "I didn't make my point" as an excuse to ramble. You made your point. It was
I
very
mean, I
clear.
can use
And
that
what
if you
and
didn't
what
cut
I'm
me
saying,
off, but it's
and what I'm
valid
saying
if you
is,
cut me off. I
when
didn't
we're
make my
talking
point.
about what we're talking about is we're talking about local policies and local
Right.
taxes.
I understand.
That means
I understand.
that the roads that you drive on, whether or not you have a
Right.
stop sign or a stoplight,
Right.
whether
I
or not
understand.
schools are properly funded, right? All of these things
Right.
that impact your immediate life, your
Right.
material reality, right, are a question of local taxes. So when you start
Absolutely.
talking about, hold on, so when you start talking about, oh, you don't know what your taxes go to and this other, that is a conversation that is used to be critical of federal taxes,
And so
not in the
here's my
context of
point.
the conversation
And
we're
so
talking
here's
about
my
right now.
point. And so here's my point, right? The fact that you explain that means you don't understand what I'm saying. I don't have a problem on the local
Make the
level
point, bro. Don't tell me
pushing.
what you have a
I'm
problem.
making the
We're
point. I'm
talking
making
about the
it.
local level,
Please
though.
don't cut me
We're
off.
talking about the
I'm
local level.
what I'm saying
We're
is
talking about the local level. If you're
what
about to
I'm
make a
saying
point
is
criticizing federal
I'm saying
taxes, that is
even on the local
completely
level.
non sequitur.
I'm saying even on the local level, right? To be able to have the decision to affect change in your community through your tax dollar, that is still a small portion, even on the local
No,
level
it's
of the
not.
I
No, it's
disagree.
not. You have
I
no idea
disagree.
what you're talking about. You
And
have
I
no idea
do.
what you're talking about. You have
No,
no
I
idea
do.
what you're talking about. This is another
It's
example
not
of
a
this
it's not a
inconsistent
small portion.
thinking.
You're wrong again, Will.
I
Do you
disagree.
understand that you're no, you disagree because you don't understand
No, I
what you're
understand
saying.
what you're saying. I understand
No,
what
I
you're
don't think
saying.
you do.
I
I don't
do.
think you do. No, no, no. Because even if you don't see it itemized on your deductions, at some point, a previous election cycle had it on a particular ballot,
So let me
whether
ask
it
this.
was
Let,
water, whether it
let me
was
ask this, Dr.
electrical,
Mo.
or whatever is in your local your.
Let me ask this, Dr. Mo, and I don't expect you to know it on the spot, right? But what is the dollar amount for this bill to correct the water? Is there like a amount that they're willing to invest in this when they're asking taxpayers to increase their taxes? They're saying we're going to put this amount into filtrating the water, right? What I'm saying is when we get those opportunities to vote on something specific, yes, it does make sense to go in that direction. But the
We always
overwhelming,
get those opportunities. We always get those opportunities.
all right, I hear you.
Have you ever looked at a ballot, bro? Have you ever looked at a
Down at
ballot?
the bottom where it says Proposition B or Proposition
And you want to
172.
disrespect me by asking me something like that? Have I ever looked at a ballot?
Nigga, you disrespecting this conversation with your input.
Okay, I'll fall back.
Thank you. Matter of fact, what's the name of the where is this happening at, Mo?
I do-
So, like we could just look this up, bro.
It would be South Carolina.
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
no. This one is Opelousas, Louisiana. I was looking it up.
Oh, over there. Yeah.
Louisiana.
Yeah,
Appaloosa.
so we have a water. You ain't gonna be talking about my town now,
Yeah,
Now
man.
I'm looking it
Down
up.
in the boot.
It's OPELOUSAS.
And is there like a name for this, bill to better the water? Because then I
So they
could look
haven't.
up how much they're planning on investing in it, and we can
Hold on,
compare that to the tax base of the community.
I think it's conversations. Hold on, let me find the meeting minutes of the
29 million.
Oh, you seen it?
I found it.
59
29 million.
million?
They asking for they
Yeah,
asking for 29
29.
million.
What's the
Yeah.
tax base in a
Well,
year for
it
Opelousas?
cost around it cost around 29 million.
So I'm asking, what's the tax
Let me
base in a
go
year for
see.
Opelousas?
That is 5.75, I think. You talking about for the city, the state?
Yeah, their tax base. How much do they take in through local taxes?
Oh shit, probably hardly nothing. Let me look.
And my argument would be 29 million would be a rather small portion of that overall tax revenue. So when people do say,
Bro, what you're not saying nothing, bro. They talk because they specifically talked about raising taxes. They're gonna raise taxes in order to pay for these things.
I
So what are you
understand that.
talking about? About like their current tax revenue is beside the point when the plan is to raise taxes to ensure that they can pay for it.
So now the question becomes, where's the tax revenue going that we have to raise taxes to scrape up a measly 29 million? 29
Bro, this
million ain't a
fake
lot of
that
money on
like
a state level.
this fake outrage is crazy, bro. Niggas
No,
be like,
it's not
"Where's our tax cut?"
outrage. It's
Bro,
not
that's what I'm saying.
outrage. Don't
It
pose
is. It's
it.
fake.
I just have questions,
It's fake
Domo.
outrage.
Don't pose it as
Bad questions.
outrage. I have no outrage.
Bad questions.
I'm not
Bro,
outraged.
when you pose the question, where are the tax dollars going if they think that they need to, like, come on, bro.
That doesn't make sense. If I'm saying to you, if the community is generating 500 million, right, annually, if we have to raise taxes to pay 29 million for something that would directly benefit the community, is it not fair that I'm asking where's the other 400 million going?
What did he say he
And
cut
why?
out?
Huh?
You said the other what?
The other 471 million. If we have to raise taxes for this $29 million initiative, right? And let's say we annually get from local taxes 500 million. And I'm pretty sure even a little town like Opelousas probably get more than that, right? Is it unfair to ask where the other
Yes, it's
471 is
unfair
going?
when you guessing, bro.
No,
Yes, it's
I'm
unfair
not
when you
guessing,
guessing.
I'm asking.
You are. You guessing. You guessing.
I'm
You
asking. I
guessing.
never made a guess. I never
No,
guessed.
people
I never
people that actually
pretended to know the number.
well, since that's such a close knit area, the majority of the people in that area are quite aware, and it's not that hard to find out where the remaining money is going. So to answer your question, it is important. That's why they know. It's mostly communities in large urban environments such as New York City, Chicago, Los Angeles, where in
Motherfuckers
terms of
don't
the
know where the money's
breakdown,
going.
they don't know. They may not know where the money is going, but unless it's an issue directly tied to their immediate interest or is being circulated by a particular group. So if you live in a city with 7 million people, then unless you're tied directly to a specific community group where you can track it each cycle, then depending on what you got on, you just may not be aware. But yeah,
Yeah,
in
so is
small
it
rural
so
areas, go ahead.
hey, Dr. Mo, let me know if this sounds right. So what they plan on doing in Appaloosa is raise it's like a 1% sales tax.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Uh, yeah, yeah,
And it's
and they ain't even saying it just for the water. They saying it like city
infrastructure.
infrastructure.
Yeah,
Period. Yeah.
period. Yeah,
Right,
it's bad. So
right.
the guy proposed, he said, and this is straight from the minutes, he said, if we decide to do my recommendation to charge 1.5 $1.50 per 1,000 gallons of water that is used, because everybody that uses water goes into the drainage. We have drainage districts. Uh-oh. Hold on. I'm messing up.
Nah, we could.
Now you go. We
Oh,
hear
okay.
you.
Yeah, you
It
good.
says we have drainage districts that have taxes. What I'm going to propose at the right time is to bring the people a proposition that would allow the water districts, if they are inside the municipality or not, that they charge $1.50 per 1,000 gallons of water. That would bring in approximately $3.6 million a year.
So now, Domo, you would agree all that money isn't going to the water, right? It's going to other
Bro. But
needs
yeah,
of the
but it's
municipality, right?
but hold
Not
on,
true.
but that's the, no. That's the point though. It's literally for infrastructure. So it's going to pay for roads. It's going to pay for the water. It's going to pay salaries. It's going to
It's
pay for
cool to believe
infrastructure.
that. I get it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and that's why I say
Believe
it's fake outrage. That's why I say it's fake
Yeah,
outrage.
believe,
Because it's like,
what you saying.
believe.
that's
What
why I
I'm
said it's
saying
fake
So
is,
where the
outrage.
money
we
going then?
started.
If it ain't going to infrastructure?
If I told you they'd come get me,
But no, go ahead. I ain't saying it. If you
if
told me, go ahead,
I told you they'd come get me,
dude.
Yeah,
We don't
and
have
I'm
time
nah,
for
I'm
not,
this
saying what
definitely
goddamn
Will is
not
comic book
doing.
shit,
saying,
man.
but I'm definitely not
But that's what I'm
saying that
saying. We don't even got to keep
on a
asking him
local
questions
level,
because like
it doesn't
he's
make
saying he's
sense to
giving
invest
he's
in these
giving the
things. I'm definitely
generic
not saying
response.
that. So I
He's
want
So
to
giving
you
the
be
just
generic.
hell
clear.
Oh,
bent
you don't know.
on every fucking government, no matter what town it is in the U.S. that the tax revenue is not being allocated to said projects.
No, what I'm saying is we talked about this being a bill to better the water. When we look more into it, Domo
Wow.
presents the fact that it's not just for the water.
I, I
It's
found the
for municipal
Louisiana
infrastructure.
I found the Louisiana bill that they're trying to back to support. It's called a storm, the storm drain waters. I'm about to copy and paste and put it in the back.
All right, that'll be good.
All right.
And when you talk about pork belly bills, yeah, I mean, when you talk about spending packed on a
Can you just
bill,
keep it on
right,
one
right.
small
For
town in
Yeah,
y'all,
Louisiana, though?
but what's
for
happening is
y'all
it's
to
like this
get
is what I
this,
mean. This is the
right, we're
generic
gonna
tax
also invest
conversation,
in
bro.
that.
This
Yeah,
is just a generic
You
tax conversation. Just the oh my god, no, your taxes don't
yeah,
go to no,
born and
you
raised
shouldn't.
in Harlem, New
No,
York.
Domo. Again, I'm not
That's what I'm
saying
saying, bro. It's
no. I'm
generic.
not saying don't invest in these things.
I
But
didn't
when
say
you
that you wasn't. I'm
present,
saying your conversation is pointless though, given the conversation. Like what you're contributing to the dialogue is generic anti-tax rhetoric. You're
to
I
not
mean,
you,
contributing
this
anything
is an
to
substantive.
actual
you,
case.
because you can't answer the questions. To
No,
You're
you,
not
that's
asking the
it's an
you
actual
hold on,
actual case.
look. He's saying I can't answer the questions while he turns around and says he's not disagreeing with me. That's what I'm saying. Like you're not saying nothing. You're
no.
not asking
What
any
I
questions.
said was,
All
I'm
you
not
did is
disagreeing
I
with
know
what
you don't
you're
need. Don't
saying.
repeat it. Don't repeat
I'm
it. Don't
still
repeat it. It's
saying
not worth
when
it. It's
I
not worth you
escalate the
repeating it.
conversation, you
You're
can't
not
answer
escalating
those
it. You're
questions.
deteriorating the conversation. You're not
You're
escalating
the
it. You're
one. Hold
deteriorating the
on. Let's
conversation.
Will,
be real.
will, will,
You
will,
entered into the whole
will,
conversation
Like
that in
what?
this water bill, it's gonna go to other shit.
will.
No, 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 no,
Bro,
no, no.
you. That's
Did
what I'm
you,
saying. He's
did,
just rambling, bro.
right,
He's just
right, right,
rambling.
right.
That's what you said.
As to
You
imply
said
that
it's
it was
not
not going
all
to water
going to the
also.
water. It's
Yeah,
going to
yeah, yeah.
other
Will, you making it,
municipal projects. Am I right?
Will. No, you're not
Hold
right.
on.
Because he said include. He said in addition to. He
That's
never
my
said
point,
not going.
Dev.
Oh, okay then. So what is the problem?
No,
If it's going to
nobody
include
said that it
water,
was only going to water, bro.
nobody said
Nobody
that.
said that it's only going to water. Nobody
Wait a
said
When we
minute.
that.
were first
Did
when we were
Did
first
you
having this
read what
conversation,
Dr. Lamb put in the back chat, Will? Did you read that?
Because they also saying if they don't pass this, then they're gonna have to lay off firefighters. If they don't pass this, then they're gonna have to lay off police officers. It's gonna be crucial. There are crucial things because the context behind it, because you clearly, again, you just up here rambling and you really ain't looked into it, is that they already have this sales tax that's set to expire at the end of this month.
So wait,
And so the
so
reason
wait,
why they
so
saying
wait, so wait, wait, wait. Now that I've read what's in the back chat, right?
you didn't
They're
read it,
going,
you
they
couldn't,
are
bro.
going. You said what?
You just got told that something was in the back chat. You could not
That's
have read
my
it.
point. And so again, what I just said was, now that I've read that, are we in disagreement? They're talking about it being a tax on water,
Bro, it is a
huh?
sales tax. It's a
This is
sales
basic.
tax.
On
It's
what?
basic civics, Will. This is basic
A
civics.
sales tax on what?
Where do you
Are
get
they
charged
talking
sales
about a
tax
sales
on?
tax on soda? No. Are they talking about a sales tax on gum? No. Are they talking about a sales tax on gas? No. They're talking about a sales tax on water. Am I wrong or am I right? Let's slow walk this.
Where do you see sales tax on water at?
Yeah, bro. It just says the city's 1% sales tax.
I've never heard a fucking a town bill in any city only taxing on one particular type of item, except for weed before weed came into effect.
Someone tell me
When
I'm
you say
wrong.
sale,
And what
when
I'm
so when
reading
you
in the
say
back
sales
chat
tax,
says
so
we
so
are
when you
going to put
yeah,
an
I'm gonna put it in the I'm
additional
gonna put it
$1.50
I'm gonna put it
on
in the regular
water.
chat.
Am I
Yeah.
bugging? Does it not
Yes, you're
say we're
bugging.
putting an additional $1.50 on water? So Dev, you're on record saying I'm bugging. I don't know what I just
Yeah.
read.
Yeah, you are
You're on
bugging.
record saying that. All right, we'll drop it
Hmm.
in the chat.
All
Let's see if
right.
the chat think I'm bugging.
Yeah, so I wasn't listening. I just walked back in, but it sounds like they're charging an additional 150 for water.
1,000 gallons of water. So they're
That was one of
charging
the
a tax.
proposals.
Right. No,
So
Dr.
one
Mo,
of the
don't get me twisted.
proposals.
Don't get me twisted, Dr. Mo. I'm for the proposal if it benefits the community and their water. My conversation is about saying that
No,
the
no.
tax,
See, that's what she's explaining to you, bro. Is that is one proposal. They
Yeah.
currently have a 1% sales tax.
Right.
Mm.
There's an
so
additional
that's
one
on
percent
everything.
sales tax that
That's on
already.
potato chips,
Yes,
that's
Wait,
on blunt
it's a
wraps,
wait,
that's
sales,
on everything.
bro. Sales tax. Yes, sales tax.
On everything. Okay.
And then
no,
What is this?
and there's
And
and
what is
that and
this?
that 1% sales
I
tax,
mean,
it
when niggas was
expires at the
asking
end.
me, did I read what was in the back? That's not in what I read in the back. What I read in the back was this particular
That came
proposal.
from their minutes. No, no, no. That came from their minutes of how what they were discussing.
Right.
Um, because they're trying to come up with a solution for the water infrastructure issue that they have. And I think GA, that's why you came up probably to speak to what happened in Jackson.
And it makes
yeah,
sense.
no, well, no, well, go ahead, finish, Willie, because I mean,
I
it's
mean,
getting blown. It's
so my
getting
argument, GA, is that it does make sense. But let's not pretend like this isn't what's known as a pork bill, where in order to fix this water, you also have to approve we're gonna put money over there, we're gonna put money over there, we're gonna put money over
Bro, but
there.
the
no,
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 So
no,
even
bro.
no,
in a
no, no, no.
bill
Wait,
Hold
like
wait,
on,
don't,
bro.
this,
don't
They
move,
have
so even in
other.
a bill like
Okay,
this, where
that's what I'm.
someone,
All right,
Out of
bro.
what's
Willie,
all right,
wait.
go ahead,
Wait, no. First of all, the
go ahead.
part where the $1.50, that's an assessment on services. A municipality has. I don't think I'm hearing a bill. I'm thinking I'm hearing a city proposition. We talking about some city business. So the assessment, that's a money maker for the city. Is the water utility. So the average household use about 1,000 gallons a month. You know, plus or minus 200 gallons. For every 1,000 gallons you use, you're going to pay an extra $1.50. So that's more like a consumption tax. The 1% sales tax is on everything, and this is how a lot of cities try to mitigate. their infrastructure issues through that. Because with that,
So
they already.
GA, I get that.
Wait,
I
you want
get that,
everybody to
right,
let you
GA?
finish?
And
You don't
Go
get
ahead.
it because
now
you
listen
Go
what
ahead.
I'm saying, GA. And I'm
because
not
you
even
asked the question
GA.
what does sales tax mean? So when you
I
say
didn't ask that
so when
stupid
any
shit. I
yes you
didn't ask
did you
that,
asked that
Dev.
stupid shit
You
when you're talking
fucking
about a
liar.
municipal
I didn't
when you
ask
ask
that.
when anybody's discussing
Dev, don't insult
municipalities.
my intelligence saying that
Well,
I
you sit up
asked
here
what the
talking
fuck
like
a
you don't know
sales
what the fuck
tax is.
signals. Well, why did
I
you
never
ask what
asked that,
sales
Dev.
tax on what is?
I never
You the
asked.
one said is it a sales tax on soda?
Oh,
Didn't you say
Jesus
that?
Christ. This nigga, no, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay,
What I
I'm bugging
asked
now.
was what I when goofy niggas like you told me read what's in the back. When I read what's in the back, it says nothing about sales tax. Right?
Right,
Now
but what he's
understand.
saying
I'm
specifically
not
is that
hold
he
on.
was the key word in
Understand.
that
I'm
in
not
what's in
even
the back is
pushing back.
my
I'm
recommendation.
not even pushing back against the
And he
bill.
literally
This is the
says,
point I
if
want
my
GA to
recommendation
understand.
is accepted.
GA, you listening?
I'm trying to listen to you, bro, but you keep saying the same thing and you
Now,
never
so
land your
I want to be
plane.
clear. GA,
It's not a
GA, let me
bill.
talk to you for a
Not a bill. It's
I'm
not a
not
bill.
pushing back
It's not a
against,
bill. Not a
well,
bill.
whatever it is. I'm just using the term bill. Stay with me, GA. Whether it's
No,
a
it's
proposal,
incorrect though. It's
whatever it
not
is,
the
GA, I'm saying
You
I'm
ain't, you
not
ain't gonna
pushing
get
back
Price to
against.
force your goddamn ideology, motherfucker. Shit, you don't even know what the fuck you talking about. You
And you
jumping
do.
from one to the other.
And you do.
Yeah, you saying it's a pork bill or something's going to some place and
Yeah.
it's really going to
right.
another. That's what you're
And that's
saying.
yeah, that's crazy to use that
And
term
if
when
I
you
was
talk
able
about a
to say what I
municipality.
was trying to say,
Well, go on, say
most
it,
other
Willie,
people would be
please.
able to understand it, Dev. You might not. I get that. I was
I
able
know.
to complete my thought. People would understand what I'm saying. All I'm
Go
saying
ahead,
is this,
bro.
whether it's a proposal, whether it's a bill, whatever it is, right? Even in that, if someone is voting to better their water, they're also voting for their tax dollar to go all kinds of other places that they don't know where that tax dollar is going. So when people,
No,
Do you
so
see how
when,
wrong you are sounding?
Please
Now
nah.
just
you
let him
are
say
wrong.
this
I'm
same
wrong.
thing for the
Nah,
milk.
nah,
Just
nah.
let
You're
him
gonna have to
finish
take a
it.
pint out. You're gonna take time out. Cause the fact that you saying that they don't know where
Now
all
you
the
right,
other
Dev.
stuff is
My fault.
going is incorrect.
Now you right. My fault.
My bad, Taz, that wasn't for you. That was for
I'm
Will.
like, damn. Okay.
Nah, my screen jumped. Nah.
No.
Because he's trying to make it seem like all voters are oblivious to how their tax dollars is allocated to, and that's fucking crazy.
Well, if you can see it anywhere, you're gonna see it. You can see it at your city council meeting. You have access to that.
Yeah,
Uh, on what the money is spent on.
if it's
Whether
not
it's
in this physical year, it is posted at the clerk's office, the county assessor's office, the public places where people that are involved in local government automatically know where to go, just in case they do have a question. So saying somebody don't know means they didn't look.
And so, well, because even the term pork barrel is what he was trying to use to refer to
Mm.
it's a
to
city
this
ordinance.
proposal. Pork barrel refers to federal politicians, like people in Congress, attempting to pretty much do like a quid pro quo for them to get specific things in terms of like federal allocation to their
So while I'm
localities.
a dumb nigga and I didn't use the word right, Domo, do you understand the similarities there that I'm talking about? This
Bro,
bill
yes,
isn't
I understand the
specifically to
similarities and
benefit
it's
the
out
water.
of context, bro. It's out of
Okay.
context. It's first of
Well,
all,
teach
it's
me.
not the bill. It's
Teach me.
first of all, you keep saying the bill, right? It's not a bill. It's not
Proposal,
a bill,
whatever. All
right?
right,
And
proposal.
the purpose of it was always the proposal to keep this 1% sales tax was always for total infrastructure.
Hmm?
We started the conversation because Dr. Mo specifically mentioned that they needed to fix the water, right? I think it's like they have a water sewage plant problem. And
Mm-hmm.
so it started there because because we started pointing out, like she pointed out, that they have a water issue, right? But as you look
And I'm
further
here for
into
it.
it,
I support it. As I
as
said
you look
several
further
times,
into it, they
I
have,
support it.
hold on, but as you look further into it, there are many other infrastructure issues that Oskaloosa is currently facing. So the proposal to keep that sales tax is to address all of these infrastructure issues. It was never just about the water. The
And I get
water
it.
was one of the talking points. No,
And I hear what you're
nigga,
saying.
you,
I get it.
Wait,
yeah.
hey, well, Domo,
I'm not disagreeing. I hear what you're
well,
saying.
hey, well,
I've
can I
learned.
piggyback? Hey,
Thank you for
well,
teaching.
wow, okay,
Go
this
ahead,
thing
GA.
it's turning condescending, but that's the whole reason I came up here because when Rose came into play, we people want to try to segue and say roads don't have anything not to do with the water. And in my hometown, I mean, for about shit, almost 2.5 decades, when you start having all these crazy winters and these deep freezes, water pipes started to burst because you had 100-year-old infrastructure. The the repairs was just band-aids, and eventually it eroded the road networks to the point where you start having bridges being washed out and everything.
Potholes.
So now it's causing your damn road budget, your road and bridge budget to go up because you're not making these
Nah,
repairs. So
I
you say
100% get
nah?
it.
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. I'm
No, I
just
said I
saying what happened.
100% get it.
Okay, so I'm just trying to tie it all together on how complex this issue is, but
Mm-hmm.
because everybody hates taxes, close quote, just I'm paraphrasing, but nobody wants to pay more, but they don't want to be riding on streets ridden with potholes, or you don't want to be riding across a damn bridge. Just
And here's the thing: we don't talk about appropriation accountability when we. Bro, I just
True.
got done arguing with niggas for a year. A year. I never heard nobody bring up tax allocation
Earmark
um
appropriations.
accountability. Never. You
I
niggas
brought
never
that up more
mentioned.
than once.
Nah, about what?
I
You a
brought that up
whole
more
ass
than
lie.
once.
You a
I
whole
brought
ass
that
lie.
up more than once. We were talking
You a
about
whole ass lie.
Pennsylvania specifically one time, how the schooling budget is broken down at a state level, and this is how Philly revenue goes to other counties. I brought that up more than once. I understand what you're
well,
saying.
how
Okay, so
many counties?
who should have been voted out of office because of that? Who should have been voted out of office because of that?
I mean,
Uh-oh.
that's a
Shut up.
conversation for you and the Democrats. I
Shut
don't
up.
know.
Shut up. You see? You see?
I'm just
Mm.
dealing with the
You see?
conversation. I'm
We
just
I knew
dealing
don't
with
you
the
was gonna go
No,
topic.
there. I knew you was gonna go
talk
there.
to Will.
I'm just saying I'm just saying when you throw a question at me like that
I'm
I'm
glad you
not
think that shit
even
is funny,
addressing,
Dad.
that's for you to figure out.
no,
No,
serious question though, Willie. How
hold
many
on. He
counties?
said, hold on. My fault, GA. I'm sorry.
I'm
He
dealing with
just
the
said
I'm dealing
that
with the
he brought up
problem.
an issue.
The
He brought
problem
up
is
an issue that was
exactly
happening
what he
specifically in
just
Philly,
stated.
right? And he talked about allocation issues when it
Yeah, I
comes to
did.
schools that money in Philly. Okay, so the point that I made was that yes, we can complain about about where tax dollars are going, but when it comes to who we hold accountable for misusing or quote unquote misusing tax dollars, who is that and who needs to be voted out? Because that's how you correct that. You don't just complain and just say, "Oh, taxes just don't go nowhere."
So
You
that
look and
opens up
see
your
who's
lane to
responsible for
lead.
those allocations.
So that opens up your lane to lead. Who do we blame?
Okay, so I'm saying, you then stop talking like you leading. If you can't lead that conversation,
No,
stop acting
I'm
like it.
not talking
Stop
like I'm
demanding
leading.
time to speak about something
See
you don't
that
know what you're
whole
talking
ass
about.
shit you on? What I exactly said was it
Oh
opened up the
man.
lane for you to lead. You tell us
But
who
this
to
is
vote
something
out.
you brought up. You said you brought this up. You
Right.
said you
But
should you said you know this. So
And
Ain't
you
why are
nobody
you
shut
gonna
it
telling me
pat
to
down.
you on the
lead
back.
something
And you
that you
shut it
brought up?
down
You
like it
ain't,
wasn't
you
an
ain't,
issue.
but you
I
ain't got
didn't
to
You
shut
pretend
it
shut it
like you
down.
know
down.
what the
Hold on.
fuck you
So
talking
now we
about,
get
Will.
to the
Hold on,
Shit.
point where
look,
we
hold
agree
on,
on
look. No,
the
you see,
issue.
this is the cop out. This is the cop out.
Now we get to the
Instead,
point where we agree on
literally, he
the
said I
issue,
shut him
but you've
down when
been
I
shutting
asked you.
down the issue.
No, the issue. Oh, that's what I'm saying.
You bring
The
up the
issue.
point I'm trying to make like you're retorting my
You're
point.
not bringing, bro. The fact that you
What
are.
point did
This
you
is
fucking
exactly
make,
what I
Will?
mean,
Can
bro.
you
My
name
This is
point
that
is that
one
exactly
you
what
point
I
you
agree
mean.
with
made?
the tax.
This is
My
Yeah,
point
exactly
so
what
was
I
very
mean.
simple.
No.
yeah, so
That
we're
the
your
average
Go ahead.
taxpayer
you
Hold on, hold
guys
on.
doesn't
No,
know
no, no.
where
Let
their
Yeah.
him make the
funds are
point. Let him
going.
make the point. I want y'all to.
you
I want y'all
got
to hear the only point that he wants to make. Let him make the only point that he wants
okay.
to make.
All
Go
right.
ahead. What's the point you was making?
My point very simply was the average taxpayer doesn't know where their tax dollar is going. So when you made the statement earlier that we got completely away from with all this goofiness, when I've been agreeing with you the whole time, the reality is you can't blame
You've
the
been agreeing.
taxpayer.
You've been agreeing with goofiness the whole time. I've been on goofy stuff the whole time, but you agree with me. What is happening? What is happening?
I'm back on mute.
That, good. Because at the end
Okay.
of the day, the reason why the average taxpayer don't know where their tax money is going is because they don't pay attention. That's why.
I
Because all
agree.
of this started because I said you give niggas too much credit. You act like people are actually invested
No,
in
I'm not giving
understanding where
niggas too
these
much
dollars are
credit.
going.
No, I'm not
Okay, he
giving
agreed, but
niggas too
now
much
he's
credit.
disagreeing. Shut up. Shut up. I
I
thought you was
am
going on
What?
mute.
saying
What?
your
Shut up.
Nah,
system.
nah. Miss
I am
Dr. Land was
saying
trying to
your
come in.
democratic system
My fault. Go
is
ahead,
why the
Dr. Mo.
voter doesn't
Yeah,
know.
Go ahead,
yeah.
Dr. Mo.
Okay, so this derived because Dev had brought up the conversation about majority rule, and I
Mm.
said my contention right now with our majority that's ruling is the need for economic development, and then the conversation comes up, does that come from bringing in more corporate, or does it comes from taxes? And so if in your community you have a need for infrastructure improvement, you either going to do one or two things. You're going to bring in corporations that's going to generate revenue that
Mm.
can be poured back into your community to improve that infrastructure, or the community is going to get taxed to raise the money to improve infrastructure. And I
Through
gave
a,
brought up
through
my
through the option of
hometown.
through the process of voting for it, though, right?
Do the process of voting, correct? You have to vote for it. And I brought up my hometown, which is facing this issue right now. And then here in Carolina, we have a water and sewer issue, but in my hometown, they have a total infrastructure because it's contaminating the water. So they have a boil water advisory going on. And then I put in the back chat where they've applied for a $25 million loan through the Louisiana Department of Health. And then they've also, the city has secured a $38 million in state funding earmarked for water and sewer improvements. And then the way they plan to pay back the loan is through utility revenue bond payments. And so now they're at the table saying, okay, now that we've picked up this debt, we got to figure out a way not only to continue to pay, but also we have, as Domo said, we have other infrastructure issues. So we gonna raise taxes, or you can bring in these corporate, which we already know Louisiana have a huge problem with. We call Cancer Alley, with corporations that are gonna come in and cause public health problems. So we have to pick our poison, and so that's where I was finding the contentions, and I wanted you guys to have that conversation
You
on
get it.
which way, where would you weigh it?
Pick your poison. That was real.
Well,
And I'm in a line with you in that way of thinking, right? You do have to pick your poison.
oh my God, bro.
Even when
This
you get
nigga's
a
What?
insane.
Did you
proposal,
let her
even when
finish,
you
or
get a
did you just blurt
proposal,
in when you
That's
heard
what I'm
something
saying.
that sounds triggering?
I was just trying to talk to
Niggas just
Dr. Mo.
talk, bro.
I
Niggas
apologize.
just
I'll go
talk.
back on
Oh
mute.
yeah, you gotta pick your poison because it's either this poison or that poison. So you gotta. So yeah, you 100% right, Doctor Mo, because it's poison here and it's poison there, and you gotta pick this one or you gotta pick that one. But it's poison still. But it's like shut up.
Now, yeah. So like
That
here in the Carolinas,
niggas,
our
Well,
issue
hey,
is
wait,
that.
wait, Mo. Can
Oh,
we go back
I'm
to
sorry.
Opalasa? No. No. I
Oh,
just not. I don't want to run that stop sign, sis, because I got a much more cynical approach to this.
oh,
Because I
okay.
think it's multi-tiered. So no one,
So
I don't think your city can approach it alone without some state assistance, especially if you're trying to draw corporate interest. And
right. So yeah, our corporate interests. Um. So one of the contentions on the ground with corporate is that they'd come into your area, which is probably predominantly rural, and they not gonna pay no taxes. So we talking economic development, but they're if they have the option or they given a privilege of being there and not paying taxes, then how could they help? And so the economic, so that scenario is like kind of hard. So one of the conversations that came out from the city council guy, and that's what I was talking about earlier, where he made the comment and say, okay, if you don't want us to raise taxes, then get off your couch and get a job and start paying taxes.
I don't get that.
In order to
That-
receive the services.
Well, he's saying that we have to generate the money somehow. In order to fix infrastructure, it has to come from somewhere. And it's
Yeah.
not going to all come from the state.
but see, that's not
That's
palatable
what
to
they,
me. And
yeah.
We got to get this tax money up,
and
right, Dr. Mo?
Well, well, now the comment
Taxes
in
are
and of
free,
itself
right?
was tongue. I think it was tongue in cheek though, right? Like
It
his,
it's
was.
exactly how
It
you gonna
was.
give
yeah.
a corporate, you gonna give a corporate entity a tax
Now
break, but you're
shit is
gonna
tongue in
impact.
cheek.
But that's what
But
we are,
but
y'all. If you look at the benefit of the corporation, and that's where I'm having a hard time, right? You say economic development, the corporation comes in, but if you look at the benefit of the corporation, if they come into certain demographics, guess what? If for every person they hire out of that area, that's $1,000 tax write-off for them. If they pass them through the workforce development, they get half their payroll back. Like they get all the benefit,
So
and
even
the
in
community
recognizing
still
that, you
suffer.
do reckon, even in recognizing that, Dr. Mo, you do recognize that their primary motivation is profit, right?
Yes, I understand that. But we still have a
Wait,
response.
wait,
Our community.
wait.
You talking about corporate? He talking about corporate.
I get that. So the whole concept of corporate citizen, close quote, the corporate citizens have no responsibilities to the community.
Well,
So
that's what we are trying to identify. What are their responsibilities to the community?
Niggas
well,
got responsibility to their home. That don't mean they don't beat their wife. That don't mean they don't do
okay,
all
is
No,
kind of
their
Well,
horse
home
that's
shit.
is
an
in the
wait,
example.
wait, wait,
community.
A
wait, wait, wait. Okay, no, 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 no,
responsibility
no,
is
no, 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 no,
one
no.
thing. A
Okay, if a
responsibility is one thing. Living
wait a
up to
minute,
that responsibility is something else.
wait. So if I'm a corporation coming to Opelousas, Louisiana, that's not my home.
It should be, but not always
No,
necessarily. There's
no.
powerful
If
I'm
you're a
gonna
corporations
be.
that may live
Wait a
corporation,
somewhere
minute,
else.
if you're a
huh?
corporation, your home is where your headquarters is, where you
Oh my
send out
goodness.
the stock investor prospectuses and shit like that.
Shareholders.
That's your home when we talking corporate.
Well, then why do I want to let you in my community
hey
if
That
that's your
portion.
mindset,
hey,
sir?
real quick,
Now you
and I'm
get
gonna,
it,
That's
and
what
I'm
he
I'm gonna
GA.
meant.
let y'all get back to
No,
the
Now you
I'm
convo. I
gonna
get
think
it,
leave too,
Wait a minute,
man.
hold
GA.
Cause
on.
it's a
Yeah, because
it's
he
a
all
new
over the
word I want
place.
to introduce. It's a new word I want to introduce. Y'all know the word devil or the term devil's advocate, right? When somebody
Yes.
takes the flip side of a position just to, take. I'm
Oh,
gonna
I have no.
introduce this term.
What does that
I'm gonna
mean?
introduce the term dummies advocate. Dummies
wow.
advocate. And it's when somebody chooses to take the dumbest, most asinine, irrelevant position just to be able to contribute to the conversation.
But
And
nobody even
I would
knows
argue
what the
that
position is. I can see if I okay, I
no,
understand what position Will is saying. He is just randomly rambling off shit that don't even have nothing to what the fuck we discussing.
yeah. I mean, well, no, what he's saying, Dev, is he's arguing like the generic anti-tax talking points. Like,
Yeah,
and
I
that's
don't
really
want to
it. It's
pay
just the
higher
generic
taxes because
anti-tax.
paying higher taxes is automatically wrong no matter what. Even if you are
Or
receiving more services.
or oh my God, I don't pay taxes because you don't know where your tax dollars are going. So why should we pay more taxes
Yeah,
if we
no
don't know where they're
nobody
going?
knows where the tax dollars is going. They
Yeah,
just paying
bro.
it.
It's the generic anti-tax conversation. That's all his contribution is.
Yeah,
And
Opelousas,
that's why
price.
Oh my bad.
when I asked,
He thinking Opalaka, man. Opalaka,
Nah,
Florida.
nah, 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 nah,
he
nah.
said, "Opa, yeah, Opelousas,
Yeah,
Opelousas,
Appaloosa.
yeah."
My bad, Mo. No disrespect, sis. My bad.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, again, I don't expect people to know Black history and the reasons why those towns would be important. I mean, continue to talk about this other dumb shit. You're not supposed to know your.
Well, shit, is black folk living in there right now suffering. I don't think it's dumb.
No, no doubt. I'm
No,
saying
he's
that
talking
like
about
we
what
got.
we're talking about.
Oh,
He's
my,
talking
my
about,
bad, bro. My bad.
Nah,
yeah.
We got
He ain't talking about the
amazing history.
water. I know he ain't talking about the water. Yeah. He ain't talking about the water
Yeah,
issue. Yeah.
I'm way away from water. I'm somewhere in the 1860s, fam. I think 1868.
Yeah. I'm just saying, man, people laughed at my hometown for years, man. They laughed at us for years. Y'all ain't got no water. Y'all roads bad. Y'all niggas is lame. And that shit gonna plague a whole lot of other cities along the way.
Yep. Oh, it's
Ain't
coming.
nobody
Yeah.
learn shit.
Yeah. And like corporations rob communities of tax revenue. Like, and I grew up in Kansas, bro, like where they got some of the most
Yes.
um
We still got brick
corporate
roads.
family. Yeah, it's corporate family tax laws. And like our roads have been trashed for 30 years. Our schools have been underfunded for 30. As
Mm-hmm.
long as I've been alive, right? We've lacked we've lacked the necessary tax revenue to have and maintain our infrastructure while corporations come to Kansas
Yep.
and get all of the tax benefits.
Yep. That's now you yes, this is our reality of where you can be. Now I've actually been, in it. So I really wanted to hear y'all's opinion because that's where, that's have been they're developing, but in the same sense, we're trying to we're trying to get the community to understand how to have the right conversation instead of just fussing and say, I don't want to pay taxes. Like we got to be able to have a better conversation to get favor in our community so that we can benefit. And right now, just saying I don't want to be taxed is not the answer. Cause you why
Hey,
you laugh,
so
Taz?
you hear that,
Miss
Will?
That's real. I mean, what I'm saying,
Yeah.
I don't even be in that deep into the conversation, but I mean, I know that as much. Like, if you want to live in a decent place, nigga, you can't complain about the taxes. You want your roads clean, right? You want
Right.
the snowplow to come through when it snows. Okay,
Nah, they want that fucking garbage picked up.
we can't complain about the things that we want done. You know what I'm saying?
Now,
So I get it. You
yeah.
want better, you got to pay a little more in tax.
so
That's
And here's
Miss
another
Mo,
thing to bring
wait,
in. Oh, go
wait,
ahead.
before you go though, before you go, sis, I got a question. So they always say we're gonna bring jobs to the community, and they give a number with it. But did they give a list on what them jobs gonna be? Is it gonna be the mail room? Is it gonna be middle management? Is it
Damn.
gonna be some supervisors? Is this gonna be you know what I'm saying? Is it
So
gonna be some
that
internships for the local damn community
And it's gonna be
college?
minimum wage.
there's the
It's
Minimum.
gonna
second.
be minimum
Okay, that's
wage.
the second tier. That's the second tier of the conversation. Workforce development. Are you going to create? So the corporation is saying it is not our job to create a career pathway for your community, and we're saying, oh yes, it is, and we don't
Yes,
want
it is.
the
Yeah.
lower level. We want you. We want to bridge the gap to our technical college or the university. Don't really matter so that those young adults can learn the robotics because they are oh, I just moved to Carolina, but Opelousas, they ain't got that far yet with corporate because they don't have any corporate yet. They only have one. They got venture the oil, the one it used to be Louisiana Oil, but now it's called Venture. That plant has been there forever that I know of. And then they have built there's an Amazon like right on the outskirt of Opelousas, not quite in the parish, not quite in Opelousas, but it's probably in the parish. And then they've also built the FedEx, I think, also over there. And so now we're saying, okay, yeah, that's fine and dandy, but now we're looking at the type of jobs, who's getting top level. That that was one of the issues we had with the Katrina, right? So when it was time to bring, because we're gearing up for hurricane season, right? And we're saying, okay, you bring in all of these different corporations from outside of the state who are benefiting at their headquarters, but in the state, they're only getting the entry level, which is picking up the debris or, pushing out the water, whatever, right? Cleaning type jobs. They're not the supervisors or top level management. And these are real conversations that are going on or that's being had in probably some of your surrounding communities, because some of you all lives in the cities, but I'm more in a smaller town. And so we're trying to frame those conversations like, what is the corporate responsibility and should they have a responsibility to the community? Because right now they get all the benefits and you get no infrastructure help. But here's what I wanted to bring in. So in the rural areas, there's a lot of land. You still have a lot of our people own a lot of land. Well, if economic development becomes corporate and they bring it in corporate, guess what? If you're not doing nothing with their land, they come in to get it.
What, eminent domain?
You know it. They offer you the funding. Remember the lady out there in Hilton Head? They built all around her till they kind of
Yeah.
forced her out, and Tyler Perry them came to try to help that situation. That's happening. That's happening. Where they getting ready to push folks out over here. They've already said it though. We getting ready to build this corridor, and whether you like it or not, either you gonna sell your property, or we gonna push you out. So we have a lot. So
Yeah,
my
same thing
question
in
really to black community is this: do we not have the fortitude or the knowledge around us to build on our own or to create our own to build, or we just gonna sit and allow just want, oh, this is history here, my grandparents and my great grandparents, I grew up on this land, I don't want to do anything with it, and then they come and they take it from us.
Well, to
Well,
Taz
well, here's
earlier.
the my fault. Go ahead, GA.
No, I was just gonna say to Taz's earlier point. I think we beyond event horizon on that one, Ms. Mo. Motherfuckers don't care. Excuse me, people don't care about that no more.
Nah, you right. Motherfuckers don't care about that shit no more.
the
No, I mean, but Dr. Mo, this is the point that I'm making, right? Is that we think that like that the correct discourse surrounding this type of conversation is just to call into question where taxes are going, right? When in what made that kind of distraction even more unnecessary is that of all the places, a small town like Appaloosa is a place where that's the easiest to figure out where the tax dollars is going because it ain't that much. It ain't like
Yep.
it
right.
ain't billions of dollars being spent. So if you want to really
Nah.
understand where the money in Appaloosa is going, you can there are government or like state or local government websites that you can go to see where that bread
Yeah.
is, where that bread because even the complaint was like the one vote against the one city council vote that was against
Mm-hmm.
uh the election, putting it up for an election. The reason why she said she was against it is because with the way that they've had it now, she doesn't feel like they've done enough with those funds. Like they have like repairs that haven't been completed and
Mm-hmm.
things like that. So it's like her argument is that look, it's things that we were using this money for, and it hasn't you know it hasn't been
Materialize.
fully realized, right? Materialized, right? And so before we like ask for more money or keep this kind of money train going, we should come up with a better plan because it ain't being executed properly. I mean that's a legitimate argument. That's a legitimate conversation to have. You feel me?
Yeah.
She's making that argument from a standpoint of knowing what's happening with the money and where it's coming up short.
Yeah. It
Yeah,
sounds
But
like some
generally, just
ineptitude.
Yeah.
don't talk about.
yeah,
Go ahead.
and then what? So what do you have when you got ineptitude?
Yeah.
You have
Fraud.
elections,
Waste and abuse.
and you get them people up out of there. That's how you do it. You don't just
What?
complain about the process of taxes. You remove the people who are being inept when it comes to finance.
We
So
don't talk about that
now
either,
that goes to
Domo.
I agree with
qualified.
that, though. I
Hey,
Yep.
agree with that.
Now that
I
goes to how do
I
you
agree with that.
uh, do
They're,
do
they're they're not being removed in a timely manner for one, and then for two, you're looking at places like,
Did I go out?
and let me just take you out of Oplus for a minute and take you to dope, right? So if the machine gets behind the conversation, then you really don't get anything done. You do have people that's getting indicted, going to jail with all these black communities, right? And a lot of that does end up coming back to the questions of corruption. I'm saying if you got your mayor going to jail every 5 to 6 years, how do you get shit done in the community?
That's
Yeah,
true.
you ain't got no consistency.
Damn.
Yeah.
You ain't got no
Yeah.
consistency. Yeah.
So now you got to,
And
but now you got to raise your. How do you say that? You got to raise your politician to learn to do
groom. What
right
I've
by
been saying, groom. I've been saying
groom.
groom.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you got to
Yeah.
groom him. Yeah,
you
but
got to
shit, I,
groom him.
I may have got he got indicted back in August,
Yeah,
Oh,
and you
they
know,
got him for real.
yeah, I
Mm.
seen that.
That
yeah,
black guy.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Hey, Mississippi is ground zero. Mississippi is America, and folks just they the frog in the pot right now. But the shit is playing out.
But see, for me, it's the issue becomes like again, like with Tiffany though. You know what I'm saying? Now, motherfuckers say what they want about Tiffany, but Tiffany ain't the one indicted. Tiffany ain't in jail. Tiffany just got voted out after a fucking media campaign. These niggas that's doing all this corruption and shit, these niggas get arrested in office.
Mhm.
They get goddamn office and raid that bitch while they in office. So we're not
Mhm.
having conversations about black politicians getting undermined. Because that woman ain't she has not been indicted on shit. I've seen these motherfuckers go and raid the mayor's office. So after 2-3 years of talking about she going to jail, she going to jail, she going to jail, the feds watching. Man, fuck that. If they ain't picked her
Mhm.
up yet, she ain't did shit, nigga. She innocent till proven guilty. Niggas ain't moving like that. So the person that didn't actually get any fed charges, she gets voted out. While some of these other communities of black folks, yeah, you got corruption in there, and the feds come and take the ass right out of there. They don't even
Yeah.
pay them
Why?
investigations
Why would the feds be watching her, Try?
because YouTubers said they are.
Mm.
Oh, no, so here would be my only question with Mayor Tiffany Taz. I think was it more the people that brought attention to her that she had some disgruntled constituents?
Nah,
Then
I walked through it, fam. I mean, because I mean, I went and did all the research so I would know. I mean, if she corrupt, fuck her, right? But in reality, she took over from a corrupt administration that was three M's in the red. What they don't like is that she spend the money kind of how she wants to, but the community did not have a problem with her. You can't find the community complaining about her before all this media shit, this social
Yeah.
media shit. You can't find don't
oh
about her. That
Yeah.
one
I'm up here in the area, Price, and what he's saying is pretty much spot on.
no,
No,
I
nobody
thought
indulging me. Yeah.
no, that was my only question. I thought it was the people that was pissed off, and
Nah.
then
now they are. I mean, because again, the people been hearing for 2 years. She corrupt. She corrupt. She
Yeah,
corrupt.
because they all over national and Instagram and TikTok and shit, and that's the only reason why. Had they been dealing with their own issues internally without the rest of the earth being involved in it, then maybe it could have went another way. But uh, she wasn't really breaking any laws, man.
And so, like, even what Tribe needs to understand is they brought in Lori Lightfoot to create the aura of impropriety. So yeah, you can say they investigated and turned it over to the feds. Nigga, the feds don't need no motherfucking help, nigga. The
Nope.
fuck are we talking about? The
yeah, they
feds,
just
nigga.
gave Lori Lightfoot a damn. She just got a nice check. I saw some of that presentation she did.
Right. They complain about her wasting money, but then they pay somebody outside of the feds to go and do an investigation. No, but it was bogus.
Yeah, but they use fund appropriation as like a straw man to just with really anything. Like if you put anybody under a microscope and be like, oh, what you spend this money for? Why you do this? Because like Tad said, if she did something illegal, she'd be in jail. Period. If she
For
did
Uh,
something that,
right,
like,
for
yeah,
example, she spent 30K on an
yeah.
Amazon in one day for a city credit card. I bet all that shit went to the city. Some old lavish, over the top, unnecessary bullshit that she put in the city. That's what people are talking about. And I agree, she was wasting money on the fucking city doing all this extravagant extra bullshit. And then, yeah, she probably did a little bit on the side like any other white motherfucker. Let's see if the feds get her though. Let's see if she crossed lines with that little bit on the side, because there ain't no mayor that doesn't do the shit. So let's see if she crossed any lines. Because again, to me, after 2 years, nigga, bro, they ain't got shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would have locked her up. Yeah, she'd have been gone. Because when our county counselor took that damn credit card to Italy, as
Yeah.
soon as she's touched ground, they locked
Yeah.
her butt up. It didn't even
Yeah,
take
she was
very
all in
long at all.
shit. Like, but
Yeah.
I think if you know what you're doing and you coloring in between the lines, you can get away with that shit. I'm not saying it ain't some impropriety there or whatever, but does it cross into illegal? It don't
Mm-hmm.
look like it. No.
That's true.
No.
Yep.
Nah,
So
I
and
guess
see,
that'd be
instead of
my.
impropriety, I would say like, was it inefficient? Could have been considered wasteful. You know what I'm saying? Was it necessary? Like all of those are separate
Yeah.
questions from whether or not what she
Yeah.
did was corrupt. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Illegal. Like you can be
Right.
inefficient as hell. Like yeah, like thirty
And what was the
thousand maybe she
threshold?
did.
Yeah, what was the
See,
the dollar threshold?
well, I don't know what the threshold was, but here's my question along along that lines. Just because I don't want to say just because everybody do black politicians have that margin of error
Hell no.
to be
black
that inefficient?
politicians.
You
No,
know the answer to
I
that,
need.
GA.
Well,
You know the
I
answer
just
to
get.
that.
I want to throw it out there, man, because see, you have a joker like me to be like, okay, man, we not gonna dog this, or we not gonna dog, bro, for a misstep or over doing this or doing that, because
Mm-hmm.
I don't get to say, Gabor, what's his name, Gaborovich or whatever. I don't get to say
Black
he does it.
Blagojevich. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Below
get.
Blagojevich, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
and
Yeah.
speaking of
you
corrupt
know what I'm talking
politicians,
about.
though, yeah,
Yeah,
because like that's who Jesse Jackson Jr. tried to
Right. The
buy the
seafronts.
Tennessee,
Yeah.
Obama
yeah.
Tennessee, yeah.
I'm just saying, if I find myself in that position, I can't be out here, blowing up the hood or whatever with the funds and not having some type of audit trail and checking. I can't do it like them. I got to be a lot more robust and dynamic in how I'm doing things. That'd be my
Will, that's what
only.
I was trying to tell you while you was on the panel, Will. Now you're gonna have to pay, nigga. But
Yeah, the ethics committee,
yeah,
the means, ways, and it was it means, ways, and
no, ways and means.
ways,
Yeah, Ways and Means Committee.
Ways and Means
Yeah,
Committee,
Ways
yeah.
and Means.
And we
Y'all
back
know
to
Yeah,
that
he just
basic
told us
civics,
to.
basic civics.
my
Yeah, Ways and
man.
Means, yeah.
Yeah, that and the ethics committee be on their head. Trust me, they come see. They came. I remember they came to me because one of the politicians I worked closely with, and man, I had to pull out all my documentation because they was like at any point, we come and see that paperwork, lamb. You mess around if you want to. You play around with these politicians if you want to. I'm gonna lock your hands up too. I had my stuff
So,
together.
so to swing it back to your initial situation there in Opelousas,
Yep,
I mean, are y'all at the point of leaving it up to voter uh, resolving
absolutely.
the issue or market, private corporations? And that
Well,
was a question on that little
right.
survey we did. Yeah.
Now
Well,
see,
you know,
in this, I'm my fault. Go ahead, Doctor Mo.
well, I was gonna say, what was gonna help was the EPA grants, but they revoked them all. So now you don't have no choice. It has to be taxes. They trying to ride. So what they one of the things they trying to ride off. I had put it in the backtrack. They want to ride on the storm management bill that the state have to try to come help rectify the problem. But if that doesn't come through, they're gonna have to make a decision. They got money got to come from somewhere. We don't have no corporation that's gonna get put up in a month. There's no corporate that can come over there and build and put things in place and start generating revenue in the parish that quick. So you're gonna have to come up with something.
But I mean, but that's why I say though. Again, it's you either got messy freedom or organized oppression. That's just how it is. And it's like if this community votes against it, they just gonna have to deal with the impact. They got that because that's you know what I'm saying. That's the democratic principles. You feel me? Like you can't just throw taxes on folks. You know what I mean? Without having some type, especially from a local standpoint. And so that's why the problem is an informed public would be able to address this issue of taxes from a more productive standpoint. But when the conversation of taxes and where tax funds are going and everything else is caught up in social media rhetoric and propaganda, then you're never going to have a legitimate conversation about taxes because you're too busy with regurgitating the shit that you hear on the internet. That's why I was telling Willie the whole conversation he was trying to have was beside the point of what it was that we were discussing. Like, of course, it's easy to get caught up on, where the tax funds going. Well, instead of just asking, find out. If you care that much, find out. It's there.
What
You
did
know
they
what's
GA? What did they do in Jackson? How did y'all get your water infrastructure fixed?
Well, it's still being under repair because it had evolved devolved so fast, but it's just to a third point that city council people, state legislators, they all got on one accord, and then our we had a representative for our district. Jackson falls in the district of Benny Thompson, and he's like a senior member in Congress, so he got behind there, and that kind of pushed it over the edge to get that FEMA funding. And then he also got it from up under the state's umbrella because there's a whole dynamic going on between the capital city and the state.
Yep.
But so he got it where you had a federal district kind of come in there and regulate how that money is going to be spent because it's all a little pettiness to go back and forth with the state tax, where then you have a majority state legislator coming in and want to sit there and try to regulate how you spend the 1% sales tax that you're imposing on the cities of that one
Yep.
municipality. So uh,
So
it's
you
it's
telling
it's
me y'all
crazy.
had to open up a federal office?
Yeah, that's that last
Uh-oh.
thing. That was like 500 or 600 million. I forgot what the number was, but he was able to advocate and said, "Nah, we're not going to let the state sit here and oversee this. It's going to be, it's a section of FEMA. So somehow with the whole emergency declaration, it became a water district under the mandate of FEMA.
Mm.
But you
Well,
got
that yeah,
multiple.
Appaloosa ain't gonna be able to take advantage of that. Not
Well,
right
We were
now.
talking
well,
about the
That ain't
Ways and
happening
Means
no time
Committee,
soon.
right?
No, we wasn't.
Jackson is
No, we
the
wasn't.
capital, ain't
no?
it? In Jackson, the
yeah,
capital? Yeah, we
yeah,
ain't the
Jack.
capital.
Yeah, Jackson. Well, but here's the thing, Ms. Mo. I still, because my next question was going to be how much, collaboration going on with state representatives and state senators. Are they coming to these meetings and are they advocating that in front of the state chamber and
I haven't seen
pushing that
Dustin Miller.
conversation? Yeah.
Dustin
Well,
Miller is
They're
ours. I
focused
haven't
on the
seen. I
federal
haven't
level.
heard.
now they focus on the state level because I guarantee you they probably voting
You
on
come
drawing
through
some
the door
lines.
saying random shit, Will. After I just let you up for free, nigga. Get your ass back in the basement, nigga.
Hey, don't do Will like that, there,
Man,
Damn,
fuck
nigga.
Will.
Come on,
You
man.
just got through saying, but you
It's your
just said
birthday, bro.
state senators and state representatives. Where did he get federal from?
No, they be doing some devious shit on the state
I
level.
think I think he I think he heard FEMA though. I think he heard him mention FEMA.
Mm,
Yeah,
well,
that's why I think
okay,
that's what it
yeah, that
was.
was the silver lining for
I'm
for
not
for.
giving him no goddamn grace. Nah, sit back there and type, nigga. Keep up with the conversation. But yeah, it is kind of ironic that Jackson is the state capital of that particular state, and uh, seem to happen to balance the funding for basic essentials. Now we're talking about not no corporation for commodities or retail good. We're talking about water. Like life itself can't do nothing without water. So they're basically politicizing, the issue. Uh, Man, I'm gonna say at least five, 6 years. Like this just didn't come about in the
The
past
people
few administrations. This has been an
I don't know
issue.
if it's me, but you going in and out
Yeah.
there.
and the people are saying no. The
Oh, okay, maybe
government's
me.
supposed to do it. The people are saying why we got to pay taxes. The government's supposed to do it. So now you're like, okay, do we understand the role of the government? The
In the roll of
government do it
taxes.
with your tax dollars.
Right, the roll up taxes. Right.
Yeah,
That's
do
why
we
the whole thing
understand?
is.
Go ahead,
Go
bro.
ahead, GA.
No, you go ahead, because you're gonna articulate it way better than I would.
Nah, I mean, just the concept of like taxation without representation. It's like the idea is that it's not just a question of the taxes, but who is responsible for allocating them. And if you don't like the job that they're doing, that should be a part of your voting calculus. Not as much. What they do with your tax dollars is more important than whether or not they're Democrat or Republican. Period. What they do with
Man,
your tax dollars is more important than you know whether or not they attend pride parades or whatever else. Like at the end of the day.
So Domo, how do you qualify the candidate? Since you saying, because we got candidates popping up, hey, I want to run because they ain't doing a good job. Are we asking them for, how would they break down a budget or how would they solve that water crisis? What would be their
hey,
solution?
well, yeah, exactly, Dr. Bo. What's your ideals? You can't just say, "Oh man, he messing up. Put me in." No, what you gonna do different, bro?
Yeah, how you plan on? But
Sis,
we gotta demand that though. As voters, we don't demand, fiscal conversations. Like literally, the most embarrassing part of the last year's election is that as much as everybody talked about the economy being important, nobody had any idea what was going on with the economy. Nobody had any idea what was going on with federal spending. Nobody had any idea, or did we demand for them to talk about these things outside of inflation, which was the easy thing? Prices, prices, prices. Like we don't demand this dialogue, right? We ask them questions about the cultural things that we care about. We ask them questions about the social things that we care about. But when it comes to having uh, a broad conversation about approaches to fiscal responsibility, right, and mirroring fiscal responsibility with social responsibility and what that's supposed to look like, we get lost in everything else, right? Because even when we talk, like I said, when we talk taxes, what's the first thing people start talking about? Well, I don't know where it's going. Well, I don't. Well, is the person that you advocating for? Do they know where it's going? Do you know what they're doing with it? You know what I mean? Like we don't make politicians are only going to do what we demand of them, because the politicians that start out giving us all this type of stuff, we don't care about. We could care less. Is Kamala Harris black? That's all
No.
I want to know. That's all I want to know.
So would this be a
And
point of the black agenda? Would this be something that we need to be having on the list?
that it's on the
yeah,
list. It's
hold
on
on,
the
hold
list
on.
already.
Yes, because yeah, that's what I'm like. The city infrastructure, city infrastructure. What do our roads look like? What do our schools look like? What is our water like?
All right, what list?
The
The
black agenda, Terrence, the education, the communities, the
Oh,
economics.
the imaginary list y'all referring to. Okay.
no, it's a real list. No, 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 no.
It's
It's a
real to
real list.
me. It's real to me,
It's a real
bro.
list. What
Where
what's imaginary is what people talk about. What black people actually need, what's necessary. That's real. Like the conversation about water in black communities is real. The conversation about air in black communities is real. The conversation about education in black communities is real. Roads, policing, infrastructure, these are real conversations. That shit ain't made up.
well, I'm not saying the conversation. Of course, the conversation is real, and I would even say the problem is real. But I'm saying, where's the agenda to fix said problem? That's not real.
Oh no, no, I'm agreeing. No, 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 I agree
Oh,
with you. Yeah,
okay.
I'm agreeing with
Well,
you. That's my point, Taz. That's what I'm saying. The list is whether or not Kamala's black. That's the list.
oh no, come on, Domo. See, y'all
That's
being
the list.
sarcastic right now, man.
Nah,
No,
We
you
being
know, I agree though. I agree with that though.
no, no. I'm not saying
I,
y'all wrong. I am not. Keep shaming these niggas, man. I mean, I'm not saying y'all wrong, but it's real to your
but that
boy.
was on the list, bro. For real. I ain't gonna lie to you. That was on the list.
nah,
They,
I get. Yeah,
they,
that's what I'm saying. I get what Taz is saying because I get what Taz is saying because it's like, bro, I'm not going. Nigga, I got the
Nah,
memory of an
that
elephant,
no,
bro.
no. Her
I
her
got the
her
memory of
locking
an elephant,
her
dog.
locking her locking up the black lady for keeping her out of school. That
The
was a
truancy,
real goddamn fucking argument.
the truancy shit.
Well, I'm saying
Yeah,
the
when
shit
she
be
was
funny.
general prosecutor for California.
I'm just saying these tragedies be funny till that shit happen in your neighborhood, man. Till it happen in your hometown. That's what I'm saying. It'd be funny till it happen to you.
Yeah, think about how
That's what
Tunica felt when they saw
Harris,
or were faced with their agriculture being destroyed forever. So we're going to build a casino, but where you used to generate revenue with truck drivers, workers, community needs, that's going to be gone
yep.
forever, and it ain't coming back on any type of level.
And then the
So,
steamboats left too. They
so
went
balance
north.
that out. Yeah,
I'm telling you. All last year, all last year, we had an entire year's worth. And then really with Trump, he started campaigning like 2 years in the Biden's presidency. So for 2 years straight, 2 years, with all the conversations that was happening, nobody ever. We talked about a crime bill in the '90s.
yeah.
We talked about
Nothing else
Biden's
about
age.
Biden. No, Biden, the crime bill and border wasn't prevalent. It kind of crept up towards the end, but
Yeah,
for the most part, they were just screaming about the crime bill.
yeah. So then that's why it's like when you express outrage towards something, like when we express outrage towards taxes, there's another part of that. The outrage is supposed to inspire niggas to develop a better understanding. But if you're like, where are tax dollars? And you ain't even looked into it, you don't even know where to look. You ain't started with a Google search or nothing. Where's this outrage coming from? Because you don't even know. You outraged because you ignorant? That's crazy. That's crazy. So yeah, we're not about to start acting like niggas care about all of this other shit when it comes to politics.
Yeah. Well, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Taxes, that's a sensitive subject with me, bro. I'm like,
Nah, it should be like one of the top issues for every goddamn voter. But this goes to show you how legitimate people's argument is when it does come to election season. Because, like I said, unless we bring these issues up, it's going to be crickets until late 2027.
Hmm.
no. Well, I'm just I used to think we could, just say we stand on the shoulders of our elders and our ancestors and heritage could, drive us to do the right thing. But I don't know now, man. I don't think that matters anymore.
No, they're going to
No,
blow midterms and everything.
no, I think they're gonna be the problem with the midterms. I think Democrats gonna be straight, but it's gonna set us back because the logic is still going to be whoever, like somebody that's not Trump or Trump adjacent.
That's
No, I
going to be the
think
top
this.
issue. Hate that motherfucker as
Hmm.
much as possible.
Well,
Hmm.
they plot. Hey, they plotting over here on Lil Clyburn, so he mad. He ain't liking it, but he
He
coming for his
earned
seat.
that.
He
He
need to be
earned that.
uncomfortable, Mo. He
He
got
They
too
come.
he
Yeah,
comfortable.
they coming.
contributed. He contributed to gerrymandering
I
He
know.
so
deserve.
he
He
could solidify
deserves.
power for himself.
They coming
Yep.
for, and they coming for that governor seat too. Matter of fact,
Oh
Price. I don't know
shit.
if you was on the line with my homeboy, Dr. Johnson. Well, Representative Johnson. He coming for that seat. He doing a comprehensive study now.
Oh, his resume lasts about last 3 to 5 years. Since you introduced me to him, yeah, bro, been kicking in doors, and yeah, he need to make some jokers wiggle.
Yeah, because Jen Clyburn, boy, you talking about definition of
Dixon.
a sellout.
It
Remember
won't be no.
Dixon?
Definition
Hey,
of a sellout.
it
Dixon
won't be
and
no fish
Jamie.
fry.
Jamie
Shit.
Harris and Dixon. Jamie came for Lindsay's seat, and Dixon, Marcel Dixon came for Clyburn's seat, and he came in
Marcel
late.
Dixon is a. I'm sorry, Marcel Dixon is a weirdo. He's a weirdo black conservative that pretends to not be a weirdo black conservative. Uh, like I've listened to him speak, and the majority of his shtick is regurgitating anti-democrat talking points, straight up. Like I had made a comment. I was on a panel with him, um, on Sinetta channel, and we was talking, and I brought up the voter disenfranchisement and voter suppression that was taking place in the Carolinas. And they niggas looked at me like, well, I ain't never had no problem voting. What?
Hmm.
Oh
He
man,
I'm
crazy,
talking about voter
man.
suppression, and these niggas talking about see that's one of them talking points that the Democrats like to
Hey,
rely on because of what?
come in there. Come in there and that address ain't right on that driver's license according to that voter registration card and see if you vote. Man, they were changing everybody precincts around. They were killing us.
Mm-mm.
You had
yeah,
to go
That's
to
what
the
the
main office.
you're in the
NAACP
wrong place.
the NAACP won a Supreme Court case against the state of North Carolina for voter suppression.
Yeah,
And
they
when
were.
niggas bring up voter suppression, niggas start talking about, oh, but the Democrats? Are you serious?
Don't tell her I know.
That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, but I didn't mean to cut you off. It's just that Marcel Dixon is a lame, like just straight up. He's a lame, and he did terrible in that election. I went and checked the numbers, deservedly so. Clyburn don't need to be there, but that dude don't need to be there because we
Hey,
can't
hey,
we can't
man,
sit up there and say, my fault. Go ahead, Jerry.
no, I think you're gonna have a splintering come out of this. I think the splintering has already started. Uh, well, I don't know. I don't see it getting mended. It's gonna be four parties the next major election. Four factions.
No, it ain't.
You don't think so?
Uh.
So are the progressives gonna fall in line because they got kicked to the curb this past election, and
Progressives are still working to liberals are still working to undermine the progressives when we ain't get a party. So you know the dude David Hogg, I think his name is. He was a victim of some
Parkland,
school shooting.
Parkland.
Parkland. Yep. He was a
oh
victim of,
yeah,
and so he's a part of the DNC now though. He's in leadership in the DNC. And
Man,
so he was challenging the DNC on their approach, right? To reconnecting with voters and being more progressive in their messaging and what it is that they attempt to solve for. Because of that, Democrats are literally trying to run a special election to get him removed because he's challenging them on how progressive they are.
Hmm.
So it's like, nah, they ain't. I mean, and then when you look at the up and coming faces, it's the Cory Bookers, it's the Hakeem Jeffries, it's the niggas that can talk the talk, but not really. They don't really. I mean, one perfect example. They're two of the biggest beneficiaries of APAC donations.
oh,
You know
Nina
what I
Turner
mean?
already
So
called them out on that. Yeah.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
what I'm getting at, see, I'm not hearing no messaging, man. I'm not seeing, I'm not able to attach any application for the citizen with any messaging coming out of the party that we just mad and we fighting. And
Because they don't have none.
okay,
That's so
They
true.
literally don't have none because they refuse. Mainstream Democrats refuse to embrace progressives. They refuse to. They're
that's
going.
my
They
point. So is progressives gonna hang in there and then just say, I still rocks with y'all? I mean, I don't see that. Just like I don't see a moderate Republican sitting here talking about, I'm gonna let MAGA have the rims after Trump because I don't think anybody else can do it like him.
well, no, we gonna see about Republicans when this that big beautiful bill get to the Senate. That's when we're gonna see what they really on.
Oh well, no, they already running. They already running from that. That's well, I don't know. I'm not gonna even say. I'm looking and
Yeah,
seeing.
because you never know.
Yeah,
But the thing is, it ain't like they got a wide majority. So they're gonna have to be completely on one accord. But Senate Republicans have not been. Yeah, a lot of Senate Republicans have not been super pro Trump.
What is it? Is
So that's
it
why
is it is it 51-49?
yeah.
I think it's is it that small? I think it's about 1 or 2 seats.
Maybe
Yeah, maybe
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 52
52.
48.
Maybe yeah,
Yeah.
maybe 52, or maybe it's 52 with the VP vote. But if they pass that shit, then I'm gonna declare politics has failed. That's another institution that is falling. It's gone.
No, I wouldn't put it on the institution though.
Politics,
Let me see.
shit, Dev, I would. That shit
Nah,
Let me
don't
see.
work.
no, you can't apply politics to what's happening in Washington D.C. Washington D.C.
Well,
can be
Nah, so
separated.
the
Yeah.
So the 119th Congress is 53-45 with two
Oh,
Oh, okay.
independents.
53.
Yeah,
Yeah, with two independents. Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah.
That's still slim
So
as
that
hell. Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
yeah,
Slim.
very slim. Very slim. And then you got what? Well, let me see. What seats is up? I know Georgia's up for election, but they think there's a good chance Ossoff holds on to that because the only person who could take that seat from Ossoff in the early polling is Kemp. He not running.
Oh, okay.
So let's see. Senate seats up for reelection.
Does Keisha have enough to make
No,
some
Mm-mm.
headway?
no, no,
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay.
Mm-mm.
no. They
Keisha.
love they love Brian Kemp in Georgia. They love him.
I know, right?
They love him. Yeah. That's
She
why they
doesn't
were
have
mad that he
enough.
didn't run
She
for.
doesn't have enough outside of Atlanta support. Like maybe in the city, she
Exactly.
cool, but yeah, Marietta, Auburn, up north in the mountain regions, yeah, Kemp is king.
Let me see. So we got so Bama's up for reelection. I guess that don't matter. Bama and Mississippi, who cares? South Carolina.
See, they're not gonna win. That's what I'm saying. They are not gonna win, man. That shit is what, like 60 something, 38. It's
Yeah, Roger Wicker could lose.
South
you think
Carolina
so?
enough. Tom
That's
Tillis.
that's a seat that potentially is up for grabs in Mississippi, from what I've been looking at.
Oh,
No.
y'all think they could take
Mm-mm.
Kentucky? Y'all think Democrats can take Kentucky?
Now that is
No,
Bashir.
yeah. Kentucky's the
no.
outlier for me, man. They got a blue governor. Yeah, I think so, man. Because oh boy came close when he last
A
time.
Democrat
Then
ain't
he
taking Mitch McConnell's seat.
Mitch
yeah,
McConnell is
Mitch
retiring.
he gone,
He
man. He
done.
gone,
That's
Willie.
my
Yeah, he
point.
done.
That's the point.
Who
And
gonna
we're talking
replace him?
about replacing him.
Who
Nah,
gonna replace
Democrat
him?
ain't getting that seat.
What Republican gonna replace him?
That's a good question.
You
Yeah,
just
I
said
don't
the
know. It don't
Democrats
look
not
too
gonna take
good.
it. So
It don't.
what you trying to say? What's
Yeah, it
up
don't
with it,
look too
Brandon? With
good.
the $10 super chat. Um, Representative Jerry Conley from Massachusetts.
Yeah, I heard
Yeah,
about
I
Connolly.
heard about that. Yeah,
Yeah, it don't look too good for Democrats because the states the seats that's up, what Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, South
They
Dakota,
all
Iowa.
Right.
they
Yeah.
all they maggot out early in the last round,
Mm,
didn't they? Yeah.
It's a
I mean,
handful.
maybe
It's a
South
handful of
Carolina.
Democrats could win, but Democrats also got to be worried about losing seats as well. That
where?
could.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Where? Yeah, where?
Yeah, because like the Democrat seats that's up is Oregon, Colorado, New Mexico, Minnesota, Illinois, Michigan, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island. Yeah, I don't
Maryland,
see
New
New
Jersey.
Jersey.
Right.
Yeah, Virginia.
So understand,
Yeah,
dealing with New Jersey, like that's a flip flop state. You can always lose
Cory Booker ain't
New
going
Jersey.
nowhere, bro. Cory Booker ain't going nowhere.
Man,
They're not losing
Jersey,
Cory Booker.
Jersey is a flip flop state. Come on,
Yeah,
Willie.
man. Yeah, man. Please believe it. If you talking about what's the governor that shut down the bridge and everybody hit Christie. And Christie was damn near running for president. Yeah. New Jersey is typically more Republican than it is Democrat.
But
And
Cory
and
Booker's moderate enough. Cory Booker's moderate enough to maintain his popularity, and especially with Republican unpopularity at the moment. I don't see Cory Booker
and
ain't gonna
he
have no problems.
no, and he was able to close the deal with a Christie governorship. I don't know.
If you look at local politics in New Jersey, right? And then look at how you could assume that local politics feels about him beating the filibuster record. Like, I know you know, Domo, what was the filibuster record, right?
But he did it.
Cory
He did
Booker got
25
it now.
hours or something like that.
Cory
Yeah, he
Booker
did.
has it now, right?
Yeah.
So that's not viewed positively in New Jersey. They're looking for a reason to bang on a Newark guy anyway. So
Okay, but
yeah, the Democrats.
who
I'm
gonna
just
take
saying
out
the
Cory
Democrats
Booker?
do have to be cautious about losing seats,
Okay,
even if we
who's on the
can't win.
ground in Jersey that's gonna take him out, Willie?
Politically, eh,
He don't know.
nah. I'm just saying, no. No one's declared that they're running yet. It's not that I don't know. No one. We're not even at that point yet. So before you
Oh,
say
then
some dumb
they
shit like we
Nah,
don't
it's
know,
Lonergan.
they already
Lonergan.
behind the curve.
Nah, they know. It's a Booker. Oh, actually, no, not this one. Not this
so who's going to be the
one. This one.
Republican challenge is the question,
That's at 2024. Where is
All
it?
the
and then
all the
that will
Democratic
determine can he win or not. That's the question we're asking.
all the
Can the
Democratic
Democratic
challenger.
challenger win or not? And I'm
So
telling you, in
the
New
potential
Jersey,
challenges are Ed Durr. You know who that is?
I know
I have no
Durr.
idea who that
I
is.
know
I
State
don't.
Durr.
State Senator Ed Durr, and
I know Durr.
then the only is the only Republican. Hold on. Former State Senator Ed Durr has expressed interest in potentially running, and then as of May 2025, Justin Michael Murphy is the
I
only
don't know that
Republican
man.
who's expressed interest in. Yeah, let's see who that is. Let's see who that is. Let's see.
But yeah, New Jersey
Oh,
is always a state that could flip.
yeah.
So,
Let's see.
okay,
Justin.
what New Jersey mad about, Willie?
It
You can
depends
see
on where you
Justin
go
Michael
in New
Murphy.
Jersey.
No, I'm just asking, man. I can tell you what people in Mississippi mad about. I'm just saying.
So,
Everybody in
so
Jersey
I
ain't
would
mad
say,
about the same thing.
so I would say again, it depends on where you go in New Jersey. If you're looking for the black constituency, right? The middle class, higher level is probably Teaneck Inglewood, right? Now, the real base is Newark. It's what's the other one right before you get to Philly? Um,
One of the blackest cities in Trenton, one of the blackest
Mm-mm.
cities in New Jersey.
Trenton too. Yeah,
Camden,
Newark,
Camden.
Trenton, and Camden, right? But you got to realize though, Jersey is much bigger than that. And
I,
Jersey
I,
is
I get it.
predominantly a bunch of crack ass Italians, right? So it can very easily flip. 9 times out of 10, if a Democrat is in that Senate seat in New Jersey, he appealed to the moderate crowd, right?
I'm just asking what they mad about,
Yeah,
bro.
bro.
Out of
Jersey straight. Jersey straight. I'm looking at so dude Justin Murphy ran in the Republican primary in 2024 and he finished third. He only got
Yeah, but Durr
11.3%
does
of the
have a
vote.
base though.
Dirk, let me look. Dirk, let me look him
Durr
up.
has a base in New Jersey. Like he's a known name.
So
When you're
Ed
talking
Durr.
like all that Jersey Shore, when you're talking that area where the is in New Jersey, yeah, he has a base there. So I wouldn't depend on Jersey.
what Jersey mad about, bro?
He was running for governor,
I'll be
but
honest,
he
right
he he
now,
lost that.
if I'm being honest, boots on the ground when I go there, because that's where my wife is from. When I go there, Christmas and holidays, boots on the ground, they probably have just been galvanized or misled. If you're talking about their biggest issue, it's probably immigrants. It's probably,
Oh,
a
okay.
lot of the Republican talking points.
They ain't complaining about no fucking immigrants.
Shit. You surprised.
I
They're
don't know what
around
has
them Arabs been coming over there setting up fucking shop. I fucking spent a whole weekend in a town that was damn near 70 to 80% Arab, yo. What you
We
talking
don't
about?
view Arabs as immigrants.
Hmm.
Like
huh?
Arabs, and the reason I'm saying that is because when people have an immigrant issue, it's about
Hmm.
them getting a free ride into the system.
Free?
Nobody really views the Arabs in their neighborhoods as getting a free ride. Like
Even
they
though they
can
don't speak
figure out,
English and they don't carry driver's license. Well, them the ones I'm talking about.
nah, that's not what I was saying. What I was
Oh,
saying was most people in towns like New York and New Jersey, when you're talking about an immigrant, it's specified to the Latino population. They're talking about Mexicans. They aren't really talking about Arabs or
Just say
Africans.
Latino then.
Man, oh, that's what I said.
Wait, so
No,
is
you
that
have to use the word immigrant because y'all know that people that are not illegal and are U.S. citizens depend and trust
okay?
those particular immigrants in New Jersey.
I was trying to put it in
Look,
perspective for you. Like the
wait, wait,
same way you
wait,
tell
wait.
me about Arkansas, and I can't argue with you about Arkansas, because that's where you
Mm-hmm,
from, and you know
mm-hmm,
Arkansas. I know
mm-hmm,
New Jersey. I know
mm-hmm,
Red Bank. I
mm-hmm,
know the Outer Banks. I know the Shore. All that.
mm-hmm.
What's
I
the
know
Woodbury.
grievance
Trenton.
then?
I know Newark.
What's the grievance in Jersey, Willie?
More than anything, for the average New Jersey citizen, is taxes. More than anything.
Oh,
New Jersey pays the highest property taxes in the United States.
So I ain't say the highest, but it's pretty damn
No,
high.
I think at least 2024 there was.
they up there.
So
And
then you understand the point I'm making, that when he asked me
well,
very quickly, when he asked me what's the typical New
I don't know if they
Jersey
was
voting
complaining
issue,
wait.
is
about it
taxes.
though. Yeah.
Okay, but wait.
Yeah, I
Okay,
don't know
so
if they was complaining about it.
think about
Y'all
what you're
niggas be
saying
acting
there,
like I'm
Willie.
crazy and then make my
Wait,
point. That's why
wait,
I be
wait.
angry.
No,
No,
we
no,
know
no,
you're
no, no, no,
crazy.
no, no,
Yeah.
no.
We just
I'm trying
dealing with
to.
it.
I'm trying to reason with you, bro, because of this big beautiful bill passes. What is the concession gonna be in there for states like New Jersey, New York, California, where you had
so
these? I don't know. I- The party
so
who
I would
faces gonna
say
be on that is
it
the
doesn't.
Republican Party.
So I would say when I look at this tax bill, it's not gonna affect swing states like it will
No, we
affect.
talking about New Jersey. How is this bill gonna benefit New Jersey? Because they're not making headways on the tax portion of that. They're not getting
I'm
the
not arguing that the
concessions.
bill will benefit them. I'm not arguing that. But I don't think elections are won by what the populace knows about a particular bill
And that's
or
the
proposal.
Oh
problem.
my God.
That is the
But Domo, I
problem.
never disagreed with you on that. I
But you
never
keep
disagreed
standing
with you
on
on
it.
that.
No, but you disagreed that when I said that they were wrong for that, you disagreed that I said with me
No,
saying
I
that they are
didn't.
wrong for that.
I'm saying if
Get
you
the
want to
fuck out of
win,
here.
if you want to win, you have
Focus
to
on dumb shit.
understand.
Hmm?
My point was, if you want to win, you have to
Focus on dumb
understand the
shit.
mindset of the populace, right? And a lot of
Right. So you
things you're
focus on dumb shit.
criticizing the populace for not knowing is not going to win an election. They're still
No,
not going to
my
know it in another 4 years. They're still not going to know it.
but see,
It's not going to
whether or
win you
not
an
they know
election.
it, whether or not they know it or not, what I'm saying is, even if what you're saying is true, that will ultimately continue to produce bad representatives.
I don't
If
disagree
that's
with you.
going to okay, so that's why. So when you stand over it don't matter if they what you're saying, I don't give a fuck about. I'm saying that is a reality
I
that we have to
know that's the
change.
only issue
We
we
have to
have.
fundamentally
I
no, we have to
understand what you're
fundamentally
saying.
change that.
Hold on, listen to
He
what I'm
said
saying.
there's only
I
one issue.
understand what you're saying. But as a Democrat, when we're talking about New Jersey, you're talking about a state you lose. You lose that state.
Wait a minute, how you
Democrats don't
lose
lose
it?
New Jersey.
Wait, how they
Democrats
lose
don't
it?
lose New Jersey. What are you
All
talking
right.
about? How much did Kamala Harris get?
You're a self-proclaimed Democrat, Will.
Yeah, he a Democrat.
No,
Man,
That's
listen, man.
crazy.
Listen,
no,
man.
Will, you
I'm
arguing
a
against your
black
own
man.
case. You
I'm a black
okay?
man. And when I think about the people who I care about, most Republican policies don't benefit mine. So if you want to classify me as a Democrat, I'm fine with that.
No, I was
I
just
don't
talking about your last. Go ahead, bro.
I don't really have an option on the other my
Well,
position.
Kamala Harris won. Kamala Harris won New Jersey
So I
by
don't
six
even deal
points.
with the classification, right? Because I don't really have an option on the other side, is my point.
Bro,
But
So
Kamala
when we talk
Harris,
about throwing away
Kamala
the
Harris
Democratic Party,
won.
that's always a
Kamala
goofy
Harris
argument
won
to
New
me
Jersey by
because we
20
don't
by
have
six
any other
points.
side. The Democrats is really all we got. No matter
Okay,
how
before
bad
but
they
we
are
here
for
here
us.
we go. Okay, let's not get into the rambling.
oh
Let's not
no,
get into
no,
the
let's not do
nonsensical
that.
rambling.
Yeah, please don't
Let's
do
not
that.
yeah,
Say
let's not
this
get
is
into
our
the
best
nonsensical rambling.
option.
So
The
time out,
claim was just
Domo.
made. The
Hold on,
claim was just made
Domo.
that
You think
Democrats
that's
could lose New Jersey.
nonsensical?
Hold on. The claim was just made that Democrats could lose New Jersey. Kamala Harris won New Jersey by 6
How
points.
many senators does New Jersey have? I don't know. I know Cory Booker's
Bro,
one of them. So
everybody
the
has
That's
two,
Democrats
a
are
bro.
already
civics
up
Everybody
20.
question.
has
Come on,
That's
Willie.
a
Why you
grade school
playing?
two,
civics
bro.
question, yo.
You say you don't know. They got three. They
You
got three,
said,
bro.
all right.
They
And
got
who's the
three.
other two? Are the other two
New Jersey got
Democrat?
3.
Nah, he just fucking with him.
Are the other two
Oh,
Democrat?
I thought he was. I was like, hold on. When that happened, GA? When niggas start getting
Yeah.
that?
No, I'm
Hold on. Let
kicking.
me
I'm feeding the animals. But
Yeah, yeah. Okay, all right, yeah, okay. But don't feed the trolls.
just so y'all won't throw Q under the bus. Hey, this will situation, we ain't got nothing to do with that.
All right. So, but to be clear, the two senators, New Jersey has 2 Democratic senators,
And
Cory
they're
Booker
both
and
Democrat. Yep.
Andy Kim.
Yeah.
and he replaced bro that went to Melendez. Bro that went to jail. Dude that went to jail,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, bro. So yeah, so New Jersey is not. They not about to lose. They ain't about to lose no seat in New Jersey.
We'll see. I would
Willie,
hope
you made
not.
your case. You
I
know, we're
would
gonna make
hope not.
no, we're
We'll
gonna leave it
see.
at we'll
He made
see.
a case.
He did well, I was trying to get
I
him to
didn't make
understand
any
his
case,
logic.
GA.
No,
Don't
you
throw me in
didn't.
the mix. Because I'm
You
not going to
didn't,
get to
bro.
make a point. So I didn't make any
No,
case.
no. You're right. You're right. I'm gonna leave it alone, bro.
All
Bro,
right.
Cory Booker is as a last year, Cory Booker had a 53% approval rate in New Jersey, and 89% among Democrats, 42 among independents. Yeah, he's straight.
But
He's
see,
straight.
all I'm gonna say is, if folks are really that upset about immigrants in they city,
Mhm.
shout out to my boy GQ. Why you still got the same mayor and the same city council, and why isn't there a active petition to stop being a sanctuary city? Even though as black people, I don't think we should.
Yeah, all those things are can be answered by me though. I'm here. So in terms
Okay,
of
good.
I
Get
knew
them.
that. Look, I
Go
knew that. I
ahead.
knew
Go
that was
ahead.
coming.
Go ahead,
I knew
Taz.
it was
Let's
coming.
bring it. Bring it. Bring it.
Go ahead and
I knew
cook,
it was
King.
coming.
Go ahead and cook.
look, you haven't had a chance to vote out Brandon yet, right? Just because of the issues that came about after the election is what people complaining about. So another election hasn't taken place to take action on that. Now, as far as the sanctuary city thing, they've been challenging that for over a decade. The city of Chicago, and specifically Lori Lightfoot, when she was mayor, have come out multiple times. When Rahm was mayor, they've completely said they're going to stand on Chicago being a sanctuary city forever. So it has been challenged, but yeah, it ain't nothing you can do about it when everybody steps up as mayor and says, this is what it is. We will remain a sanctuary city.
But
Mhm.
wait. But Taz, that's what I'm saying. Have the citizens really did the active petitions and all that to say, no, we're not gonna be, we don't want this sanctuary city shit. It ain't benefiting us. Or are you
So
just saying
I'm
that,
sure they have, to be honest. I'm
say, yeah,
sure they.
but when you say petitions, I don't know what type of number you're looking for in petitions. It was certainly aired out in multiple town halls over the past decade. They've aired
okay,
Yeah.
grievances with it. The
And
migrant
where a lot of the voters see their
community,
power is voting out
wait
the
a minute, let him talk,
Democrats.
Willie.
No
God
matter
damn,
Mhm.
how
bro.
well he's doing in certain other areas, right? My pushback for this immigrant issue is simply voting the Democrat out. I'm saying New
Hey,
Jersey
so
is
to
one of
answer,
those states. New Jersey is one of those states where their voters will try to do that. That is how we push.
Go ahead and finish
yeah,
Chicago argument,
nah.
Taz.
Yeah,
So,
can
so
Taz
what?
finish?
To back
No,
up
he
what Taz is
didn't.
saying though. To back up what Taz is saying though, that there is a effort by the Illinois House Republicans to repeal the Trust Act. Uh, the Trust Act. What it
Hello?
is? Let's see what
Is
the.
that the
Done?
immigrant? What's up with it, Joe?
Hey
Somebody
man,
who's actually
hey
in New
man,
Jersey
fuck this
right
nigga
now.
Willie,
Hold
bro.
on. Joe
Hey,
hit the Joe hit the league.
he got a
Joe
no
hit
fly
the
zone.
league. What up
Hey
with
yo,
it, Joe?
Taz, sit this
Yeah.
nigga down for 10 minutes. I'm sending the cash app now.
All right,
Every time this
man.
nigga says New
You
Jersey, I'm
can't
sitting him
represent.
down. He got a no fly zone.
You got
Nigga,
no
shut the
fly
fuck up.
zone.
You don't know what you talking about, bitch.
No, man.
And
I
I'm out.
tried to
I'm
save
busy. I
you.
got like 14%.
All right, though.
Okay, so the
Shout out to
Trust Act.
Joe.
The Trust Act in Chicago. It limits local law enforcement's involvement in federal immigration enforcement. So this ain't even just a question of being a sanctuary city. Chicago has legislation.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So Illinois authorities are divided on the Trust Act, a law forbidding local collaboration with federal immigration enforcement and deportation raids. So what Chicago did is they've codified their sanctuary city status with the Trust Act.
A lot of
And,
them did though. A lot of them did it. So I'm just saying it ain't like you can just say, oh, we got a petition. We don't want to be a sanctuary city no more. They don't
No.
like that, but
no, well, okay, but see, hear me out, Taz. So I hear y'all point. So the citizens are, to me, that sounds like there's a consensus that said, no, we want to preserve this status. And the only reason I ask is because now I'm down in deep red Texas, and Austin is the capital and it's a sanctuary city. And there have been moments where the governor of Texas and the sheriff of Travis County have gone back and forth over this whole sanctuary city conversation, and it's in the local news. But nobody ever comes up and say, "No, we don't want to be a sanctuary city no more."
Hmm.
Even though I don't know what all the ramifications behind. I know there is a little history that some point in time that meant a positive for Black people.
when
But
was that? I'm sorry, when was
uh,
that?
right when they was having all these sundown towns and stuff in Jim Crow era, and when the Black codes and
No, no.
okay,
There were
well,
never
pick.
sanctuary cities for Black people.
Sanctuary?
Nah. They
Protected. Yeah.
No. Fix me on that then. So I mean, so when did these things become a stronghold and they start advocating so strongly for the people that are leveraging this?
you would have missed it. This goes back to Vietnam and people coming from Vietnam and you know what I'm saying, trying to protect those people.
Okay, the Vietnam refugees. I remember them. Yes, yes,
Right.
yes.
So you move in from there. I'm just saying it's never been about us. You start adding
Okay,
different places, different like again, a place like Chicago is inviting them to come for the economy. They want to benefit from it. You know what I'm saying? So no matter what it is that they're helping them on the front end, they think that on the back end they're gonna benefit from it. So, again, the first ones are Cali, right? The first one's on the West Coast, but then it
Hmm.
spread.
yes.
And so now, we're looking at them all over the country.
Yeah, they got filled up real fast. So
But it
now you
did.
got
That you got communities in Minnesota with the Somalis. Then, if that's what I hear y'all describing.
Right, right,
uh, yeah.
right. But the sanctuary status is for illegals. You don't have to have legal status.
Wait. That's where I'm getting lost at because I'm thinking we was just talking about refugees when this whole concept started.
No, it's sanctuary for everyone. Any It's sanctuary. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like anybody from anywhere. This is why in a sanctuary city, again, you have judges trying to hide illegals and not give them over to ICE.
But so to answer GA's question though about public attitudes. Look, when is this from? This is from 2024, right? So studies by the University of Chicago. So Chicago residents are more likely than the national average to want to decrease immigration, right? So more Chicago residents call for a decrease in immigration than an increase.
Hmm.
Because it's 53% of Chicago residents want to decrease, while the US public is at 36% that want to decrease, right? But when you start looking at the more specific attitudes towards immigration, like the US public, 40% of Chicago residents think that immigrants should have access to publicly funded healthcare, regardless of their citizenship status. About one in five
Ah,
Chicagoans, about
Mhm.
1 in 5 Chicagoans in the U.S. public in general think immigrants take jobs away. However, Chicago residents are more likely than the general U.S. public to think immigrants increase
Deceptive.
crime rates.
But Damo, that's kind of deceptive. And the reason I'm gonna say that is Chicago is full of them. Mexican illegals, Polish illegals, Russian illegals. You know what I'm saying? And so
Yeah.
I want to know who they asking these questions to. Like these
Take your
sanctuary,
pick.
creates the imbalance in the conversation. Who the hell you
Yeah,
at?
I
yeah.
don't
Take
know.
your pick.
Hey,
I mean,
yeah.
they doing business with not only the government, but I mean, ask GQ when he get on here. How much transaction and commerce do black people in Chicago and have been with illegal immigrants from Mexico?
But see, I think that's GQ's argument. Is he said GQ always said they taking money, but when I listen to this study, and I don't want to, I'm not gonna say that to misalign it, but it's saying, yeah, GQ want them jokers gone, but he still want them to be treated humanely. I'm gonna say it like that.
No, I've heard him say that, but I'm saying in
Yeah,
his
I mean,
specific initial argument was in the immediate, low skill labor market, which they can be some, but to offset that though, uh, business owners and employers have been employing these particular illegal immigrants to further their overall agenda at a lower cost versus paying union fees and other workers' comp to the traditional route. But go
I
ahead.
got you. No, I got you. I got you. No, I'm trying to understand, man, because I'm like, okay, then why not? Instead of going all the way to the national level, if you that frustrated with this issue, why not engage your local and state?
well, because
Because
it's from
it's
looking
not
at the
it's
numbers, it
not
looks like it's
inconvenient.
divided,
Yeah, it
but
is
it's
like evenly because
yeah.
there is a larger portion, well, there is a significant portion that has always benefited from illegal immigrants. So you're gonna be mad today, but tomorrow when you go to try to find out and seek services, hey, the bottom line is gonna be, hey, these illegal immigrants can do the job for a cheaper price, quote
But,
unquote, in and out, no
Yeah.
liability.
but the issue
Yeah, because
was that
Go ahead.
they made it they made it available for them to do. Because even though they could do it, they weren't
Hmm.
legally able to do it without
Hmm.
IDs. This is why you started seeing them get little IDs and shit in Chicago around 2015 to
Yeah.
give them the ability to go and get these jobs. And again, I lived there at that time. So I'm
Yeah.
looking like, what the fuck, dog? Now I'm dependent on the company that just hired me to overlook my felony and give me a second shot. And you mean
Yeah.
to tell me these motherfuckers can come in illegally and just walk right in? They
Yeah.
don't
Through the door.
shot. They get
but but
You
but
came
but
in. You came in
but
after the
that's not
labor
but that's not
law
a question
changed
of the
too,
city
Tab.
though. Hold on,
Yeah.
but see that's what I always say though. That's not a question of the city. That's a question of employers, right?
Yeah.
Because
That
technically, like
that
if
sounded
you
like a
like
corporate policy.
if employers use e-verify, there's even if they have an ID, they should not be able to be hired. If employers use e-verify, even if they had an ID.
See,
Yeah. Once they fill out a W-9.
but see, Domo, now see, now you're going back and you about to go into my conspiracy brother thing because I see that all the time where they'll go in and raid a call center or whatever. And I've been bring 3 or 4 buses, and then they do the same thing every 90 days. Like once a quarter, ICE just come pick these folks up. But I'm like, how these folks keep coming back in and they keep filling the building back up.
Yeah, Taz
And
came in after they changed the labor laws, price, because they used to in the '90s and early 2000s, they used to have day labor temp services where they literally give you ones and fives after at the end of each shift,
but
straight
the
like that.
company never pays a penalty. If
Right.
these people are obtaining legal identities or IDs and they going into the workforce and they getting deported, the company never pays a penalty. They just get some more people.
Hmm. Cycle. They were
So
always
I'm like,
dependent on that because they knew they was gonna
I'm,
come in. Yeah.
and just to that, and I can't remember this. Was it Hyde Park? Is it? I want to say I saw the council meeting. It wasn't just black folks there. It was a whole bunch of people. And shit, the
Yo,
people that was mad. Well, go ahead,
so th-
bro. Go ahead.
this is what complicated GA. Wow. So I'm looking at another survey or another poll. And so while, for example, it says according to the poll, 70% of voters survey says focus on housing new migrants is negatively affecting current Chicago residents in need, right? But then you have, so safety was also concerned for 50% of respondents saying housing so safety was also concerned with 50% of respondents saying housing migrants makes Chicago less safe. And then the survey found that 39% of respondents believe Chicago should remain a sanctuary city. Um, Support of remaining sanctuary city is strong among white voters and on the north and northwest sides. So oddly enough, white people rock with sanctuary city shit.
No,
That's
Uh,
crazy. The North Side come and say,
no,
yeah.
nigga, no, don't
Mm.
get that shit confused. It's them. They are those people, those Ukrainians, those Russians, those white motherfuckers who here
That's the
illegally.
Northwest Side, Domo.
oh,
That's
okay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
crazy.
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
I saw
they
one of them
Uh,
city meetings.
because
Go
look,
ahead. Go
but
ahead.
I'm
no,
just
no,
saying,
hold on. So, all right.
and
So these are some.
just right quick, some of this shit is for fun,
Yeah,
right? But when we start talking
yes,
real, the actual face of the illegal in a place like Chicago ain't just some fucking Mexican. That's one of them
Right,
right.
Polish,
right. Yeah.
Italian.
It's always
I
been
see
like
what you're
that. Yeah,
saying. I see what you're saying. So
yeah,
like, so that's why I see what you was like. Who they surveying? Because like they got a large immigrant population. So of course they're gonna have different attitudes. Because like even here it says is a Hispanic woman said this is a Democratic Hispanic woman said the feds must step up at the border. This, along with numerous homeless encampments and the daily random violence without any consequences, is making stepping out of home scary. Another respondent said, I support Chicago being a migrant city, but the volume of people entering the city and the large cost are not sustainable. So it seems like the sanctuary city part isn't the problem. It's more so the volume that they having to deal with.
yeah.
Right.
Because the
It's the
Polish have
volume that they having to,
always
yeah.
the people from Poland, they have always had like the top priority in the downtown cleaning business, window cleaning in specifically, hotel
Yeah,
cleaning in specifically. Like they got that sold the fuck up.
yeah. No, this
That's
is interesting.
crazy that
Yeah,
y'all just said that. I watched somebody's. It was a meeting on the South Side wherever they was doing all those camps when the influx first started, and everybody was voicing their complaints or grievances. And then there was a dude from the North Side that I mean, to me, like a white dude. And my initial thought was he just, a white dude with some money. But from what y'all just said was because he said something, but he's I stand with you, but he didn't really say nothing. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Y'all don't remember the time I was in the Denny's parking lot on the south side, and the bus literally came from Mexico. It had Spanish writing on the bus. And when those motherfuckers got off the bus, they were getting in cars. They weren't getting in beat up cars. They were getting in Volvos, BMWs, luxury vehicles, Escalades, driven by white people.
Deb, I will go get my wife right now, bro. We saw a motherfucking Mexican bus dropping some motherfuckers off here in Vegas, fam, all the way
Yeah,
out on the other side, out
yeah,
real in the desert, but ducked off, right?
yeah.
I tell you, it's nice cars. It's a bunch of people. This ain't no Greyhound stop, nigga. But these
Oh
motherfuckers
yeah,
bags off the bus and shit. I'm like, babe, those are illegals. And they're
yeah, yeah.
illegal. Ain't no
No,
fuck.
no. That's that. They actually what you saw was it happening in real time. You saw it, face to face.
Okay. So y'all saying they even very organized and,
Oh
and,
yeah,
and we not.
Yes, organized. Absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah, it's interesting because the question that I have is, has there been any more influxes of migrants into Chicago since those initial bus trips from
I don't
Texas?
think so. I haven't even heard about any more flights or trips from Texas, bro, to be honest. But I do know that they are doing stuff on the border now.
No, I know. Yeah, I know they're doing stuff on the border, but it's just I'm curious because that's the the reason why Chicago got the influx they did wasn't because of their sanctuary city status. Well, I guess I can't say it wasn't because of that, but
I would say
it
it was
was.
only because of that, though. Because like, although we do disagree on a lot of that shit, I'm like on some real shit, Damo. I think if you looking at it for what it is, if y'all saying y'all a sanctuary city, well, here y'all go.
You
Go
gotta
ahead.
take them. Yeah, no, that's true. That's why I said I can't say it's not because of that. I can't say
No,
it's not because of that.
no,
Yeah.
the Taz, I get that point, but my whole thing was, he didn't do that to Austin.
Because
And
it's Texas still.
that was it, because it's within his border, so I get it. But
He
I'm
said
just
it's
saying,
Texas.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's
But
still because Austin. But he live in Austin. The governor, like Abbott, live in
exactly,
Governor Hot Wheels, live in Austin.
he does, Double. You right, but I'm just saying they was going back and forth though before he had that bright idea to start, sending them elsewhere to these blue states.
Yeah, I think that was good, a good move politically. I just think if you're gonna stand on sanctuary policy, it's like, all right, bet, well, I send them to
I
you.
get that.
What you
Yeah, I
gonna do?
get that.
You know what I'm saying? But
I can't even.
I
Yeah,
wish Brandon, because this is where Brandon comes in. I wish Brandon would have at least said, "Well, fam, we don't want him," and still go ahead and house him. Still go ahead and do what you're gonna do on the back end, but at least publicly acknowledge that your people don't want him there, and he didn't do that.
Yeah,
Nah,
yeah,
he
I think.
knew that he knew if he said that would trickle down to motherfuckers that he could depend on when it came down to the voting ballot.
Yeah, facts.
So did he capitulate to the machine, or was he just being strategic? In your
If he would
opinion,
have
Dale?
said, this is not a good idea, we are looking at another mayor.
Okay,
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
yeah,
I'm gonna leave it
for
alone,
sure.
man. I'm gonna leave it alone. Just some, it don't be making sense sometimes.
Well, it just depends on who in office. Like I say, a lot of that is about who the president is. Because, like I said, you only hear about sanctuary cities and shit now, but they're still here. You can still get sanctuary in the motherfucking cities. People act like because Trump in office, that shit changed or some shit. But like that shit
But
fixed
see,
is like, no.
Yeah.
that's my point, Taz. That's what I'm asking. I mean, okay, is there still an issue? Now the border, the whole border crossing thing may be a non-factor at this point, but has anything improved within these cities?
Look
But
at
it's not a part of the discussion no
look
more.
at. Well, you can go ahead. Well, it probably not enough time yet, but check the deportations in January and see did it work.
let's take a look. Well, we got 100 days. Let's take a
Yeah,
look
we
at the
need.
divorce.
Yeah, I say. Yeah, we need more than just January. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and then this is peak season right here. We just come. We're probably at the plateau of peak season
Mm-hmm.
across it.
You gonna sacrifice landscaping just based on whether a motherfucker got a ID or not?
Hold on, Dale. Hey, for a minute, that man, that shit was real back. I mean, it impact. It's more than just landscaping. I'm gonna say it like that. That's a lot of
Mm-hmm.
the housing labor force.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
All
rehab.
right. So let's.
The and this is this a buyer's market?
Yeah.
Go
Hold on. So
ahead.
let's look at the numbers. Let's look at the numbers. Let's see. So this dropped at May 15th from Track Reports. So despite deploying innumerable staff from other agencies to assist in enforcement activities, ordering activities, the Department of Homeland Security claims of record arrest and deportations never materialized. This didn't
Mm.
stop the administration from announcing in April 28th press release that its immigrant arrests and deportations had already surpassed the entirety of the fiscal year 2024, and we're just 100 days into his administration. These claims were not simply untrue, but preposterous. Biden's actual fiscal year 2024 record of 272,000 removals was over twice DHS's claimed number of 135,000 removals during his first
Ooh,
100 days. So
that's
by
not
no
good.
means had this administration's claimed record already surpassed the entirety of fiscal 2024. But even if these claims were gross exaggerations, instead of 135,000 removals, the Trump administration's actual number was only around 72,000. Wow.
Wait,
Right.
72,000 per month
Now, but now
Nah,
wait,
72,000
Total.
over the last 100 days.
but wait.
in
So,
3 months?
but I'm not gonna point at the Trump administration. I'm gonna point at you niggas because if
Huh.
that's the case, then they're just capping about the shit. then that means the mainstream media got niggas running around here crying about Trump deporting people.
Huh.
You need to get up here saying that
No,
shit. It is from the media. It ain't the
well, for the
reality.
sake of clarity, right? No, because what you're saying is true. I get what you're saying, but for the sake of clarity, the outrage from the media is about the lack of due process, not the actual removals.
Yeah,
So
the
it's
actual act.
But
yeah. So
nah, but wait,
it's like okay, ICE is running up in the schools,
It
right?
depends on what
It's
side of
more
the
so
media
how
you
they.
talking about.
I agree, but they cloaking it with certain language to make it sound like all illegals better be scared.
Wait, wait,
All is gonna get deported. It's cloaked with certain language to make it sound scary.
wait, Taz, but who when they're doing videos and they deport motherfuckers to doggone super prisons in the whole other countries in South America, bro, or Central America?
Yeah, it's like
I
they
mean,
creating that controversy,
yeah,
guys.
they the
He's
one that's
doing
putting
it.
that out there.
That
That's
y'all
a marketing campaign.
not pushing back against that, but again, I do somewhat agree with sending Venezuelans to Venezuela. I get what you're saying.
Oh no, bro, because well,
The
that's another
Republican argument
discussion.
is we're trying to
It's
deport
different
as many
discussion.
of them as they can. But what we're not
No,
understanding in terms of
We, who is
discussing
we, Will?
voting,
Who is we?
what we're not understanding in
damn.
terms of discussing
Hey,
voting is
stall him out,
there's
man.
an
Stall him out.
underlying sentiment.
No, man, we had a good
All right, I'm gonna go
convo
back on mute.
dialogue. Yeah,
I'm gonna
because
go
bro, you
back on
coming
mute.
in
I'm
here
gonna let
trying to
Taz
hijack the
argue it for me.
convo. No, yeah, do that. Taz dude, he gonna do a much better job, bro. But yeah, that wasn't the media, bro. That was the that was this administration just like rolling out C5s and all the military and handcuff and then they underperforming. They put
So
that shit out
GA,
there.
But
so
look,
GA, my point
Let
is,
me read this. Let
so
me read
GA,
this.
my point is, when a
but your
Democrat
argument just repeat.
presents that, the argument is gonna be, we wanted to deport way more of them. We were
Huh?
stopped.
So
We were
look.
prevented.
So if we look at the actual numbers, right, on arrests, the Trump administration has had a difficult time sustaining its arrest numbers. So after a big push, typically at the end of each month, numbers rose, but then fell back during the following weeks. Because again, how they doing it? They're not doing it right. So they're not able to sustain these
I
arrests.
disagree. Like I slide up through Home Depot in the morning, fam. They ain't out there.
That ain't all
Hmm?
right, nigga. I'm talking about the numbers, nigga.
Now
All right, I
see,
got you.
yeah,
Definitely
no,
not.
no. To his point, yeah, they were scared. They
Definitely
coming back
not.
outside though, Taz. You're
No,
right. You're exactly right. Jokers were
The
scared for a
no,
taco
minute.
trucks is
Around
gone.
2 months ago,
The
around.
but
taco
we
trucks are afraid to come out and serve you lunch.
okay, so after a
A lot of
push
them
at
are
the end of
gone.
April 2025 involving staff detailed from many agencies to increase arrest numbers, the Trump administration currently has arrested each day just 2% more than Biden's average daily rate of arrests. Now, we're not talking about removals, we're just talking about arrests.
Right.
Yeah, but
But
my
the
argument is
average,
this. Like the
mhm.
Republican argument is going to be, we want to deport twice as many. That's always going to be their argument. So when you're dealing with the voter, you have to understand the Democrats are being posed as the people that are preventing this administration from deporting more than Biden, more than
but
Obama.
that's, yeah, but see, that's the thing that makes no sense. How is the Democrats preventing Trump from deporting more than the Democrats? That makes no sense.
But
Let
see,
me
I
And
ask
the
you this. Let
Republicans
me
have the
ask you this to put it
majority.
in perspective.
would argue, but
And
listen,
it's a
though,
really simple
no,
question, Domo.
I would argue the media is creating an environment where that can't happen.
Thank you.
That ain't got nothing
We
to do with
saying that,
Democrats, nigga.
I'm saying this is what determines elections.
But it ain't had nothing to do with Democrats, though.
yeah, misinformation, bro.
Domo,
Misinformation determines it.
Dev, let me ask you this. You think the average voter is digging into the numbers half as much as we've dug into them in the last 10 minutes?
Bro, we know voters are ignorant, bro. Why do you keep going back to this point? We know voters don't pay attention to
Chill out,
shit.
man. Let the rest of the chat is trying to get the numbers, man. Go ahead, Domo.
See, because look, all right. So because even though you have 2% more arrests from Biden fiscal year 2024 than Trump, and up until his 100 days, it's still 1% point less. It's 1% less removals. So he's
Okay.
not so for Biden fiscal year 2024 it was 742 daily removals. Under Trump it's only been 737.
So I get what you're saying in terms of the raw data, right? But at the end of the day, when this is discussed, right, the fact that Trump deported less than Biden, do you think that's going to work in favor of an argument against deporting all of them? Because that's what the Republicans stand on. We want to get rid of all of them, right? So when it comes to the raw
But
data
most
is,
Americans don't look at it like that. Most Americans
I get that.
feel like even if they should clean up the border, most Americans like, it just at the numbers that I'm looking
I
at are
get that.
showing that they prefer that they actually have a path to citizenship. Most Americans are like aren't just get rid of them all.
All right,
They're
Domo,
like
let me
yes,
ask this.
yeah,
Let me ask this. So
hmm
in pointing out, right, that the Republican Party is super pro kicking them out of the country, right? And
right, right.
they haven't even deported as many as the last Democratic administrations, right? Does that
Yeah, we only
strengthen?
100 days in. Like let's be fair though. We only 100 days in.
Oh,
Something
all
like
right.
so
So it might
something within the
turn up.
next. Yeah, like I'm not
Okay.
saying that. Like we got to see if this trends. Like we got to see if this trends. Or yeah, if it trends in this direction.
Do we have any reason to believe that if this administration didn't have the leeway to deport more of them, they wouldn't?
No, they have the
And when I'm
leeway.
asking that, I'm asking, what's the argument that we're making when we're saying they haven't deported as many as the last Democratic administration who was pro sanctuary cities, pro
Well,
Well,
due
I guess
the
the
process?
argument.
argument.
Go ahead, GA.
I'm just saying the argument is that the old system was better than this new system with all the high level production.
Yeah, yeah, like so they were like Democrats have been like routinely have been more effective at
So when we
deportations
say effective and when
than
we say a better
Republicans.
system, we are pro getting them up out of here. Is that what we're
No,
standing on?
And
well, no,
at a rate of 50% left, bro. Yeah, 50, it just said 50% less.
I'm not saying I'm for it. I'm saying I think that when we
I know
argue
what you're
about
saying.
immigration and we say that immigration is a Democrat versus Republican issue, I'm saying I don't think it is. I think Democrats don't give a fuck about immigrants and Republicans don't either.
That's my
I'm
sentiment
saying
right there, Domo.
I'm
They
saying
make money
regardless
off
of the
them.
numbers, I'm saying regardless of the numbers, it's 100% an election issue. It's 100% a Democrat Republican issue. And just because the Republicans didn't deport more of them, that doesn't take away the fact of how they're viewed in this conversation as the ones that want to do more to get them out of here. So now
No,
I
that
think you
I don't
meant
necessarily I don't disagree with that.
no. You misspoke though. It's not that right now they're doing less, but the argument is always doing the system needs reform, and that's what's not being
no, no, no.
addressed.
My argument wasn't on the fact that the Republicans have deported less people. My argument is that the Republican argument is we want to get rid of all of them. We want all handcuffs taken off so we can go crazy. So when we make this argument that the Democrats deported more immigrants while still being pro sanctuary cities,
Bro,
how do we apply?
how much crazy you want to go? You already infringing on people's rights. You're deporting the wrong people. What are you talking about?
That's a hard argument to understand when they're deporting less people.
Well, no, I mean I think well one immigration is a issue when Democrats are president.
Mm.
Like so uh, Republicans can't complain about immigration when like during their administration when they literally have full control of government.
My
Right? We don't have a
argument is
split
that
government.
argument plays right into their hands. Because all they're
It
Huh?
saying
doesn't.
is,
How do you
all
hold on?
they're
How do you
saying
complain
is,
about? Hold on. Let me be clear. How do you complain about immigration and what's happening with immigration when you control the House, the Senate, the White House, and the Supreme Court?
because we're already being pigeonholed and we're violating the Constitution, getting them out of here.
Oh,
We're
N-
trying to
n-
push this agenda.
No,
We're
but how do
Who
already
you
is
blame
we?
that? Hold
violating
on,
the
but how do you
concept.
blame that on
Hold
the
on. Let me
opposing
answer you.
party when you're
Let
in
me answer you.
control? How do you?
Let me answer
Okay,
you. We're already violating the Constitution, trying to push this agenda, right or wrong.
wrong. You're not
Yeah.
violating the Constitution and how you pushing the agenda. You're
Hold
violating.
on. Hold on. Hold on. In the
How you
conversation,
hold on, I
in the
got a phone call.
conversation of immigration, right? We aren't at the point of a constitutional crisis when Donald Trump is sending motherfuckers out of the country and the Supreme Court is saying no, they deserve due process.
Well, that ain't exactly what they said. They said facilitate the return of the guy you deported when the judge asked where he was at and you had him in the air.
So that was a real good way. You did a great job of spinning it, GA.
I
But
just
what I'm
gave the
saying,
facts,
but
bro.
what I'm saying to you is the issue on hand is that we sent these motherfuckers about the country and
We?
we aren't even able to deport enough because we stand on deportation and we can't even do what the Democratic administrations have been doing in terms of getting them out of here.
Well, then you're
I'm
admitting
saying
that the
that
opposition had a
Bro,
better idea and a more effective plan than your plan. If
that's a fair argument. I can respect that argument. They had a better plan. I can respect
we
that
Will.
approach.
argument.
Who is we?
American voters.
oh, you gonna blame this on the voters?
That's crazy,
Bro,
man.
but that's what I'm saying. Most voters like immigration is a good
ALGA, when you
what's the
laugh at that, was immigration not at the core of the last election?
It was. So you saying the people are
So what the
satisfied?
fuck are
That's what
you
I.
laughing at?
You saying the people
but
are
I,
satisfied?
so
Is
hold
that
on. When we say at the core, right? When we say at the core, right? Like I think we there is things that were used as issues like that
And that's what I mean by the
as
core.
wedge issues. No, but see
That's what
what
I
people
mean.
actually like why people actually did or didn't vote wasn't because of immigration. It was not because of immigration. Like
I disagree.
one
I think the
because the
average white swing voter that was anti-immigration voted for Donald. The ones that did vote for the Donald, they voted for him off the strength of immigration, nothing else. I don't think the average
that
intelligent white man thought that tariffs were a good idea. I don't think that most of the other issues, abortion, any of that, was as much of an issue as
wow?
the immigration issue, in my
well here's the
opinion.
thing. Where I see that being flawed is that
Am I
um
bugging Taz? I'm gonna stop if I'm bugging. Am I bugging Taz?
Yeah, you bugging. Cause
I'm
Yeah, I
asking
would.
GQ still.
Taz.
Well,
I
I'm
probably.
telling you. But go
I
ahead,
would.
Taz.
but
No,
well
I said I
immigration
wouldn't.
go ahead Ted.
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I just don't agree. But it's go ahead.
You don't
Yeah,
agree
because
that
that's what I was about to say.
immigration.
Immigration was
You don't agree that immigration was one of the fundamental pillars that was argued in this last election.
You said
Well,
nothing
only
else.
bro.
but
If you look at the polling data, immigration was the top issue for Republicans, not swing voters. For swing voters, the economy played a bigger role. Like again, immigration was a partisan issue.
And I
It
think
wasn't a swing voter issue.
and
and
it
bro, you
also.
sitting here arguing. No, go ahead, bro. No, go ahead, bro.
No, I was gonna say it depends on what you're talking about because not every part of the country has the conversation of immigrants the same way. Some parts of
I'm
the
talking
country
about
aren't.
swing states. I said
Yeah, I was.
specifically swing
Right. It was
states.
the economy, bro. For swing states, it was the economy. For swing states, it was
Well,
the economy, and an issue because the media, of course, ain't gonna stress this for real. But and Israel,
So Domo, here's
Israel
somewhere where
led
I
to
already know you agree. When you're making that point, you're basically saying the
well,
U.S. voter is dumb as hell, and
nah.
oh
I'm
They,
willing to
man,
well,
stop.
disagree.
Well, no, man, stop digging at the U.S. Uninformed voter, man. And let's bring it back home to what you just said.
Aren't you
Instead of
How do
a
we deal with
voter?
politics if we're
Do that
not dealing
include
with the
you?
uninformed voter?
nah.
Do that?
I would say in this election, looking at the data in this election, the economy mattered more. Right. The economy mattered more. Immigration was a top issue for Republicans specifically. It was a partisan top issue. It wasn't a swing voter top issue.
I do think it's an issue
that created the primary schism in the
No, it was the
Democratic Party.
economy. It was the
Bro, you
no,
just
the
yeah,
I think when you're
he,
no.
talking about
Um,
moderate
it
and
wasn't, bro. The
liberal
immigration was
Democrats,
not. No, they did not beef over immigration, bro. They beefed over like literally in the within the Democratic Party. The real beef, right, which led to lower voter turnout, was Israel. It was Israel. I
that
mean,
was
and if
another
you
I
want to,
one.
can't say
Yeah.
I
and if you
agree
want a
with that.
second issue, and if you want a second issue, it was it was Joe Biden's age, and if you want a third issue, it was whether not having an open primary.
I don't know. Boots on the
All of
ground,
them
like I
things.
don't hold on, Domo. Boots on the ground. I don't think most
Joe Biden's
Americans were
hey
that
Joe
concerned with what was going on in Israel. I think the
Yeah,
primary concerns,
Bro.
yeah, that's
I
not
think
true, bro.
I think the
They
primary
literally was about to. Hold on, let me explain to you why.
so hold
They
on,
literally.
let me finish what I'm saying. I think the
Okay,
primary concern was the US economy. And when you're dealing with the US economy, there's different segments. There's the immigration argument of how that's hampering the economy. And then there's the argument of
immigration
Israel
helps the
about
economy,
us.
bro.
And then there's the
Uh,
argument of Israel about us sending out money. But I don't think that like
Okay,
issue
that's
was
yeah.
a
I understand. I
it,
understand that you don't think that, bro. I understand you don't think that. But
so
what the
you
data
disagree.
shows, one, okay, so one, immigration helps the economy, right? Because the immigrants pay taxes.
And whose opinion?
Well, hold on, Willie, because you
Maybe. Say
had
me one.
no. You had conservative farmers said, "No, man,
He
we
literally just asked me whose opinion says that. So are you saying
After
immigrants don't
after
pay
after
taxes?
he said, "I think."
yeah." I mean,
I mean,
I
we
think
all
you're not
think.
using the data. No,
We
no,
all
no,
think.
no, 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 no. You're not approaching it from a data driven perspective, bro.
All right.
Respectfully,
And
you're
Domo been
not.
up
I'm
here read
listening.
numbers for a fucking
I'm
hour,
listening.
yo. What the fuck is you talking about?
I'm just saying, you literally had farmers in Florida and California saying, "No, man, uh, come up, find another way." Because I need these people. And they were literally feeding their workers, willing to sponsor their workers, because that's, if you sit here and deport them like you want to and just get them all up out of here, you're going to fuck up his mode of
Do you
production.
think that vote
Hold on, let me
outweighs
explain
the
this. Let me explain
average
this.
vote
Both
that
issues.
views
Hold on,
sanctuary
let me
cities
read
as a
this.
problem?
Both issues were important, right? Both the economy
You heard
and
me, GA?
immigration were major issues in 2024 election.
Hold on.
Economy,
Before we
however,
move
had a
too
hold on,
far,
bro. No, I'm
GA
reading
just brought
data.
up the
I'm
He
reading
farmers.
reading
data.
I
he
don't
I'm
want to
reading the
reading
move too
data.
numbers.
I'm
far.
reading data. I'm reading data. I'm reading data. Economic concerns, especially inflation, had a broad impact on voters across different demographics and may have influenced overall voting patterns. Immigration had a partisan focus. Immigration was particularly important for Republican voters and those concerned with with border security. Right. So, immigration was a main partisan focus. The economy was found to be important across many demographics. We have to stop conflating what you see on the news and the conversations you see on the news and social media with what's more important. Because as much as they talked about immigration and made it a big deal, it was only one section of of the spectrum that was more focused on immigration, while the economy had a broader focus, broader conversation. Uh,
Coming from
that's why, like, if you
California, where the population of those
So
particular
Domo, let me ask
immigrants
you this:
are the highest.
when people view the immigration issue, they don't view that as an economic issue. Like when they're
immigration is not no, immigration helps the economy. It's
that's
a
not
cultural
you're
issue.
not
Willie,
you're
you
not
was
listening.
tweaking.
You're
No,
not
you're not
listening to what I'm
listening.
saying.
Okay,
You're
go
not
ahead, say it,
listening to
bro.
my question,
Go ahead,
right?
say it.
I know you view it that way as the
No,
Democrat that
the
views the
data.
numbers.
No, the data. I'm looking at as the
What
data.
about
Don't try. Hold on.
what
First of
about
all,
he's
hold on.
reading fucking
No,
information that you don't understand? You keep saying it's his opinion.
Yes, baby.
Pull up some numbers, Will, to make
I'm
your
gonna go
arguments.
upstairs. I'm arguing with
hold
Uncle
on.
Dev. Go upstairs.
Hold on. Look, the economy. Let's look at Pew Research. The economy is the top issue for voters in 2024 election. Right? Percentage of registered voters who say each is very important to their vote. The economy was 81% for all voters. Right? Immigration was 61% for all voters. and you see a bigger gap, right,
Domo,
between
can I ask you a
Democrats.
very simple question?
I'm looking at
Can
this
I
is
ask you
for
a very
all.
simple question?
Yes.
When it comes to Palestine and the bombs that we're sending over there, when it comes to immigration, you don't think the average voter views both of those
I'm
issues
looking at
as
the data.
no, I'm
I'm
at no,
looking.
listen, I
Okay,
understand
I
the
can.
data. I didn't ask the question yet. I
Okay.
understand the
Okay.
data you're looking at. I do. What I'm saying to you is when you segment those two issues, you don't think the average voter attaches those things to economics? You think they really care who wins the war between Palestine or Israel? Or
No,
the
because when
real
they were talking
issue,
Wait,
about
wait, wait, wait,
or the
wait,
economics, they
wait,
were
real
talking
wait,
about.
issue is
Hold
wait,
on,
us
let me
wait.
sending
answer
them
you. Let
funding.
me answer you. Let me answer
Go
you,
ahead.
bro.
But Domo, don't let
It
them
was
move you like that.
inflation.
Chill
It,
out,
Domo,
it
GA.
don't,
Let him
no, no,
answer.
no, 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 don't let them move you like that. Don't let
Chill
them
out,
move
GA.
you
Let him
like
answer.
that. No,
No, no,
that
no, no.
dude
But
went from,
this is easy.
okay,
This is easy though. This is easy because he's
okay.
trying to say, well, don't people conflate immigration and the economy because immigration impacts the economy? No, they were complaining about inflation. They was complaining about the rising cost of goods. That's not because of immigration, bro.
That's
So
fair.
when they were saying that they care
Good
about the
response.
economy, they cared about the rising cost of goods, not whether or
But
not immigrants was making money, bro. And then
but
and
Domo,
again, go ahead,
Huh.
GA.
no, you let them move you off your point, man. That immigration helps the economy, and
Oh yeah.
Taz brought
Yes,
you,
but GA, what
yeah.
I'm
No,
saying
no,
is
no, no,
that's
no,
a
no, 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 no,
high
no, no, no,
level
no, no, no,
view.
no, 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 no. That ain't no high level brew, boy. That shit in place. Taz gave the perfect example, man, by who you
That's not
saw
how the people in
outside at Home
Chicago view
Depot.
immigration.
No, but there's more immigrants in California where the economy has a pretty good barometer in terms of who depends on it, and it's a way more states that depend on California agriculture than Chicago agriculture.
That's a great point, bro. That jokers don't want to acknowledge, and he tried to segue from that. That's all I was saying. And
No, don't worry, we got the stop
I
sticks out
mean,
just in
I
case you
could
run that stop sign.
I could have a conversation about that on
no,
I know
why.
you can, and it's gonna sound dumb as fuck, like all the rest of the points you thought you was
bro.
making.
Yeah, you
My
try to go
boy
from the
trying to get
southern
on my
border to
I ain't gonna lie.
Palestine. But my
And
bad. Go ahead, Domo.
when he said Israel, it wasn't that they were concerned about who won the war. It was about the amount of dollars being allocated and sent over there, just like Ukraine and Russia.
So is
And-
that
But we
not economics?
but we still
Nah,
doing it today. The
Nah.
both
nah,
war.
The money we
Wait,
sending isn't economics. I hear you,
wait.
Kev.
But
Go
it's
no.
ahead.
still going,
Teach.
Willie. It's still
Teach.
going on today. It's still going on today, bro. What has changed?
The money was gonna go over there whether you pay your taxes or not. So no, it's not economic.
And
Any
it ain't
other
stopped.
questions? Any other
We
questions,
And when I
Will,
say we,
regarding
and
civics?
when I say
Yeah.
we as a black man being somewhat invested in the Democratic Party, we gonna get cooked in the midterms.
no, man. Now
You
you being
watch.
too ambiguous with that damn
Bro,
we.
yeah, he's just saying shit, bro. Like he's really just saying shit. Like
I
it's
just
not
said the
Yeah.
Democratic
because at
Party
the
is
end of the
gonna
day,
get cooked.
what's being ignored is like while we're sitting here talking about the people who did vote, the reason why Trump won was because of lower voter turnout. There was not high voter enthusiasm, which plays a role in not just why people get up and vote, but why they wouldn't, right?
And
Like
so
why
you
like
think
people were not good. What's your question?
I think his mic went out. I think I saw a survey in terms of they were polling people in Wisconsin on why they stayed
no, I
home.
was saying, do you think voter turnout is gonna be higher in the midterms? To Domo's
I do.
argument
I
that
do. I do.
Okay, okay,
Yeah, I
we'll
do.
see.
Usually,
Oh
when you're
yeah.
dealing with this type of when you're dealing with this type of unpopularity, yeah,
You got another 20? What we bet it? We bet $20 that Taz gonna cook you in this debate. You got another 20
I put a
bet
20 on
on the
turnout.
midterms?
Yeah, I put it on turnout in the midterms.
On a
I put a
higher
dub.
turnout in the midterms. Bet.
Yeah,
That's a
yeah.
digital handshake.
Digital handshake.
Wait,
Bet.
wait, y'all betting that there's a higher turnout for the next midterm than for the last
This
election?
is his bet. Mind your business, Taz. Let
No,
me
no, no,
get my
no, no, not
money.
the last election. Not the
Let me
last
get
election,
my money,
but the
Taz.
last midterms.
Yeah,
This
Oh, the
last
year.
last.
midterm.
Let me get my money, Taz. Yes, that's his argument.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna win that, but I hear you.
Yeah.
You think we're
Shit,
gonna
yeah.
have a higher turnout in the next midterm?
Done the
Man,
last
listen,
midterm?
people are not sleep, bro. This is not Joe Biden. Everybody want to be making fucking change. Everybody want to be part of change and shit. Nigga, that shit's gonna be lit. It's Trump in office, bro. Everybody's a goddamn pundit.
I'm gonna be
I'm,
honest though, Taz. Like, I think his base is more galvanized than ours.
who is ours?
Galvanized.
The Democrats.
Overall, right?
Wait. Oh man.
You're talking
Midterm numbers, Aaron. Mid. Not election. Mid.
nobody's galvanized to win that. I don't know what you mean.
22 numbers, Aaron.
Your
I hear you,
argument or
Taz.
you looking at bet would mean nobody's galvanized on either side, nigga.
Now, see, I'm with you, Taz. I ain't even heard a message yet.
I don't think it'll be necessary.
Mm.
Will is saying less, and Domo is saying more.
Yeah, they gonna fill them polls up in 26, bro.
Yeah,
I don't think
Jokers
so.
is mad. Oh,
It's your
so
first
so
chance to
all
make federal level since Trump got in office, fam. All these different conversations and shit like that, man. They finna have them polls lit. It
So
might
who
be
are they
higher.
No,
voting for?
that's what the bet is on, Aaron.
So who are they voting for?
and who knows? That's the point, Willie.
Exactly.
Everybody who's running.
Yeah, I think it's 80 congressional seats altogether.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I
Um,
think the Republicans are gonna maintain their spot easily.
Whew.
yeah, I ain't said nothing in a minute, but I gotta say
Hey,
something.
hold on,
I
real
want
quick,
to say.
KT, and you got it. I just gotta check it. I gotta check it down in the chat. Tell me
Nigga,
with a 2% drop, Aaron, dumbass, with a 2% drop, I challenge you to how many voters is that? How many voters? Because you using percentage, and this is probably this is why even statisticians talk about the issue with using percentages because we think because it's a lower percentage, and that means it's an insignificant number. We think because it's a lower percentage, it's an insignificant number.
Them
But
So
damn
that's what we're
give
survivor
talking
me
guide.
about in our bet, to be clear, right? We're talking about a lower percentage.
I mean,
no. I'm not
Dumbo,
talking about nothing with you, nigga. I'm talking about but this nigga talking about well, it
I
was
just
only
want to
two
be clear on
percent.
our bet.
wait a minute. Dumbo, have you read Survivor Guide in the Misinformation Age?
I
He
haven't
said
yet. I
survival.
haven't yet. But I
No,
interrupted KT, so I want KT to make his point.
no. I just and that's a fair point. Go ahead, take KT.
Nah,
Man,
y'all
fuck
good.
KT.
That's why I ain't
Nah, I'm
interrupt
kidding.
them.
No, I'm
KT,
just
be my
saying
guy.
that comeback make me think you read that book, bro. So that's all I was saying.
nigga
Oh,
said he
yeah,
ain't
go ahead. Yeah, no, I
What you
got you.
talking
I got
about,
you.
KT?
Yeah.
better not
Nah,
interrupt.
it's the one
Fuck.
dude who don't vote. I will say. I don't think. I think people tired of politics. I think
Mm.
that's what we all not really like paying attention to. The
Bing
voter
bong.
the voter numbers getting lower because people tired. Like we
Bing
tired of
Nah,
bong.
having these arguments and debates
No,
because
That ain't true. That ain't
listen,
true,
listen.
KT. That's
It
not
is
true, bro.
listen. It
Bing
is because
bong.
while we personally is like listen. It was something y'all was saying earlier to Willie, and y'all was saying about how people look at the economy, like immigration. Y'all right, we understand. We're smart enough to understand how immigration actually works. But you
No, you're
ask
not.
95% of people why do you dislike immigration? Let's say because they're taking all the jobs.
KT
But
understands
Like
that's
why.
not
the
true though.
common man doesn't
But
really
this is what they're
understand.
gonna vote on. This is
No,
what's gonna
but here's the
determine
thing. Here's
whether
the
they
thing.
even
We
go
get
to the polls.
hold on. We get like well, first off, the first where I gotta correct you is the
Thank you,
2020
KT.
election. The 2020 election had the largest turnout since 1900. So we can't say people not showing up, right? And even though the turnout dropped in 2024, you still had some places
Drastically.
where turnout was higher than 2020, right? So
Mhm.
people aren't people. I would say that the younger generation, like, because when we talk about like who's showing up to vote and who's not, right? The younger
Yeah.
generations are actually much more active politically than people give them credit for it, right? So
Mhm.
and that's why I say if Israel played a huge role in on the liberal side because what would have been a new voting base for liberals attacked them. Liberals said that they have a generational beef with the new generation because of their stance on Israel, which undermined voter turnout for a generation of voters who hadn't voted before, right? But they have liberal perspectives, but because the liberal option was committing genocide, they chose to not participate. As opposed to in 2020, when you had a new group of voters that came into voting dealing with Donald Trump, they showed up and said it's not happening, right? And so the issue at hand has more to like literally when we talk about what people care about matters. I think what's happening is
Definitely agree.
more people are getting caught up in because like you said you think most people are smart enough to understand immigration, right? Or did you say the
No,
economy or
no, no,
No, he
immigration?
no.
said
I think most
us.
people
He
don't
didn't
get
say
what immigration
that was the
actually is.
whole point.
Oh,
Most
oh,
people
okay,
aren't.
okay, yeah, I got you.
Most
Yeah,
people
like the
aren't.
common man, they'll say, I dislike immigration because they're taking our jobs. You
That's
know what
it.
I'm saying? Us people
Economics.
who read the book will understand and say, okay, no, it's actually about this. But that's what I'm saying. The common man doesn't get what they won't read the book. Y'all was just saying that y'all selves. Y'all ain't peeped that, but y'all was saying, like, y'all know. Most people not even gonna read into politics. They just agree
Bing
or
bong.
disagree off an emotional
Yeah,
basis.
yeah, I
Mm,
mean, I hear y'all. You know what I'm saying? I already won a debate on the topic, and so yeah, it does absolutely hurt the black community.
But real quick though, I don't
Hold on,
see.
you want to debate on what topic?
On the topic of immigration, and
Hold on. Let Chuku cook.
Oh, get the fuck! You ain't
Chuku,
win no
what's
debate
good,
on that
comrade?
So y'all trying to
shit.
get the pregame. Taz trying to get early practice. You ain't slick.
Real quick though, I
Nah,
don't
Taz already. Oh, my fault. Go ahead.
I don't see any political solutions for black people. I
Oh,
don't.
this bitch ass nigga. Go ahead.
Okay,
Yo,
Man,
chill,
that's
yo,
my
why
man.
Taz
Chill
gotta
out.
be a bitch? Damn,
Chill
bro,
out.
whoa.
but hold up though, hold up. There are
Go
political.
ahead. Make your point, bro.
I'm trying to. There are no political solutions for black people. Voting for Democrats or voting for Republicans is not a collective solution to lift all boats. You see what I'm saying? I think our only solutions are going to come from economics, from skills development, and from strengthening the family dynamics. It's
Now,
voting
Chuku,
for
you have an amazing grasp of the obvious. We all know that. But we're
no,
I
just
know
but
you
dealing with
not talking.
we just dealing
I
with
know
we're
you.
just dealing with what
let
we
him
know.
finish,
We're
Will.
going into
oh,
Let
the
him let him
election.
finish, Will. Let him finish.
in the plan. Okay, so the participation of black people in voting adds a tremendous amount of legitimacy. I'm not saying that black people should not vote, but I'm saying that I hear people talk about politics as if this is some transformational device that is going to change your life. The way I see it is I lean conservative. I vote in terms of what's going to benefit my retirement accounts, what's going to benefit my
Pockets,
stock portfolio, what's going to benefit my economic uh,
household.
my household, so I can leave something to my children and to my family and make sure that we're good. You see what I'm saying? That is it. These people don't. I don't think politicians care about black people. I got to be honest. I think
So
you know.
Chuku,
You see what
saying
I'm saying?
that, right?
Nah,
When
nah,
you
nah, nah,
hold on,
nah,
let me
nah.
ask him something, Dev. Chill. So Chuku, in saying that, right? When you're
Yeah,
dealing with immigration and
yeah.
the war in Gaza specifically, are you
Warren.
more in line with the Democrats or the Republicans? I'm curious being that you said you are comfortable going conservative, I'm
I don't.
asking you as a voter
Yeah.
on those topics, where do you land?
Okay. You said Gaza, and what was the other one?
And immigration.
I don't give a fuck about Gaza. That's number one. And immigration. Okay. Um, well, I think we open borders are incompatible with a welfare state. So I don't. This idea of the Biden's
We got
administration
your answer.
open, having just people come in. I can't. I pay a lot of taxes as it is. I don't want to pay any more taxes to pay for people
We
who
understand
aren't
your
paying. You see what I'm saying? Like I don't. I'm
Sound
not
like a
for.
nigga who getting some money.
No, I'm just.
answer.
I
Not
have.
even just
I
the
got a
average
family.
American.
I got a family to think about. I'm worried about my own sphere. I can't worry about the entire world. I got to worry about my family. You see what I'm saying? So
And when you look at the conversation of immigration, do you view it as a morality conversation or as an economic conversation? Because my argument was we view these things from an economic. So when niggas said that the last election, economics was the overarching thing, I'm saying even in these subcontexts, it's still about economy. Is that the
right.
argument that you're making?
I see it more in terms of personal economics, but what I don't like about uh, the liberal side of this argument is it's all based in virtue signaling. They say things that they want you to get an idea that these people are virtuous and smart, but they really don't care about the people they're virtue signaling about. It's just about
All right, we gotta chill with the
And
straw
this a
man, and
pro-black
nobody makes
nigga.
no
This
claims
nigga with
about
an
who.
Igbo
Bro,
wife.
niggas, like
Wifey
that's what
is
I'm saying. Niggas
Igbo,
is
right?
talking about oh, they think that they're this and they're
Yo,
smart.
Chuku, wifey is
No,
Igbo, right?
it's literally in most civilized nations they have immigration policy. They have refugee
Yeah,
policy.
we
So where
understand that.
people
Don't
where
mind.
people who no, bro, shut up. I'm responding to what he said. That nigga said that the argument one, he said that the argument that Democrats make is that they're good people and they're smart people. No, we have immigration policy that allows for people out of the country that don't live here to come here and apply for citizenship.
well, yeah,
Yeah, and that doesn't
Again,
benefit niggas
and again,
economically.
but see, that's not true, bro. I guarantee you, I bet
I'm
you
saying that's the
$100
way
that I
me,
can hold
Chuku,
on.
and
I
Taz
don't
feel.
care. I don't care because
We
I
know
bet you
you don't
$100.
care. The
Hold on, I bet
Democrats
you a
don't
hundred
care.
dollars. I
That's
bet
why
you a
y'all
hundred
lose.
dollars that I can show you. I bet you $100 that I can show you that immigration actually positively impacts the economy
I'm
more
not
than you can
saying you
show that
can't
it.
make
so,
that argument.
let me
No,
just
I'm saying I can prove it. What do you mean make the argument? I'm saying I can prove it.
I'm
let me ask
saying
I'm not
whether you
talking about
can
making an
prove that
argument.
to me
I'm
or
saying I
not.
have
That has
evidence.
nothing to do with the
I have more evidence.
conversation.
It
Hold on, we're
does
talking
because you
about
just
the
made
voting
a
block.
claim. You made a claim. We're
No,
not talking about the
Domo.
voting block. We're talking
That's
about
what I'm
we're talking
talking
about
about,
the
Domo.
claims that are being made, whether or not they're true.
Nah, I'm not.
When
No, we're
someone
not
says when
talking about
someone
the
says
claims,
immigrants
Domo.
when
okay.
someone
You
says
already
that
agreed that
You're
most
switching my
voters don't know shit.
but here
So we're not
we're not
talking
talking
about the
Are
about
you a
most
claims that are
voter?
voters,
made.
bro.
Do that include you?
Oh yeah, I don't know nothing.
You a
But
voter, though,
listen to
right?
my point though.
But
That's
hold on,
not what we're
why are we still?
arguing.
Why, hold on, but here's the thing. You keep going back to what most voters don't know. But while we're in the process of correcting that misinformation, you just keep bringing up dumb shit.
I'm not even saying the voters are
The
wrong.
reason why, hold on, the reason
I'm
why
not
most
saying
voters don't
Chuku is
know,
wrong.
the reason why I'm
I'm
saying
not
Chuku
saying
is
I
wrong.
don't feel the exact same way.
okay. But let me
Hot nigga, who bro? Don't nobody give a fuck about how you feel,
No,
nigga. Y'all
you
niggas so
don't.
caught up in emotions, nigga. No, I'm talking
Hey,
data. I'm
hey,
talking empirical evidence, nigga.
I
can I
got
can
you.
I ask a can I
Brother.
ask
Oh, real quick,
hey
Price.
okay.
Real quick. 30 in the midterms. There will be 33 Senate seats up, and there will be 64 congressional seats up.
That, that's high stakes right there.
Right.
I'm
Hey,
with you,
So,
Chuku.
wait.
Everything you
Oh,
said,
but
Chuku.
in the house, and look,
Keep
hold
that
on.
shit
What's
up.
crazy in the house, they only have like what a
We're
2 or
just
3
gonna get
seat
shot
majority.
down.
No,
They only got a
hey,
2 or 3 seat majority.
hey, let me ask let me ask an immigration question that we definitely don't talk about enough over here. Do we feel the H-1B1 visas are detrimental or a threat to the community?
Watch this.
The H-1B ones?
I don't see them as
Yes.
Not
person.
necessarily, no.
Of
And why
course not.
not?
Of
Why
course
not?
not.
Why not? Please tell me why.
Because they're not coming in by the hundreds of thousands for H-1 visas. They're not coming in
Because
illegally with H-1 visas.
And they
That's
boost
illegal.
the stock values. They boost stock prices. So
Yeah. So
so they're being sponsored by corporations for high level positions, and we don't even see those positions that they're filling are positions that the people already over here don't have access
It's
to.
Chile and Singapore. It's two
No,
countries.
no.
It's
Here's the thing.
actually
Hold on, here's what y'all missed though, and this is the reason why GA asked. Is because those visas are more responsible for taking high paying, high skilled jobs away from American citizens than it is the niggas that's working at the farms.
But to the original question of
No,
what
no, 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 no,
people
no,
are
no, 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 no,
That
no,
concerned
no, no.
was
about,
We're
the
not about to
original
skirt past
question.
that.
I
Nigga, what
don't.
the fuck are
We
you talking about?
we're not about to skirt past that. If you care, if you're willing to say that an immigrant who trekked over here with a backpack is taking jobs away from black people working on farms and working on construction sites and everything else, but we're willing to ignore that these high-paying American jobs are being specifically pushed to the side and given to immigrants, then your issue isn't with the fact that they're taking jobs.
yeah, that ain't the main
see.
issue.
And
That ain't
I
the main issue
understand
though.
your
It
Oh
ain't just that
my
they're
argument,
taking jobs.
but
God.
that's
Hold
your
on. Now
issue.
it's not. Now
That's
taking
not
jobs isn't
Main
the
how
main
the
issue?
issue.
average voter
No, it's
Now
not the.
taking
is
It's not
jobs
the.
thinking about
isn't the
It's
this.
not
main
the.
issue. These niggas are
It's not the
dumb.
only. It's
Well,
not the
Will,
only
you
issue.
gotta
No,
chill
it's
with
not.
the average vote up,
It's not.
man.
So when
That
the
shit ain't
fuck
gonna,
can
that
I
shit ain't
talk,
fun.
Dev?
What'd
I'ma
you say,
go on
Dev?
When you
mute
start making
until you
sense,
let me
that's
know
when
I
you
Hold
can
can
on.
talk,
talk.
nigga. You
What'd you
ain't
say,
making no
Dev?
motherfucking sense. He
What'd you
just
say
told
about
you that
voting,
the
Dev?
H-1B1 visas are taking more high level, higher paying jobs. So
Come
the
on.
higher paying jobs not important?
there's a
That's
point
what
you're
the
missing.
fuck y'all trying to say?
There's a
Hey
point you're
Dev,
missing
Niggas,
here.
who
niggas
does
finna hear you doing all that,
H1B1?
doing all that
Hold
yelling,
on.
nigga.
Hey
Just
There's
say
Dev.
it
enough.
out
There's
regular.
not
Now hold
enough.
on, hold on.
Tell
Just say
Will
it
to shut
regular.
the fuck up and then I went out to yell.
Hold up.
Hold
There's not
on.
enough qualified
Hey
Help.
Americans
Dev,
that don't go
who
with your
Hey,
does
position.
Will, bro, quit letting this nigga
H1B1
treat you, bro.
who does
Hey,
H1B1
Quit letting
shut
apply
your
him
to,
treat
fucking
you,
Dev?
save a
nigga.
whole ass up, nigga.
Quit letting
Hold
that
on,
nigga
Dev.
treat you. Shut up,
Let me
dumbo,
ask
before I
Dev a
start treating
That's
your
the
question.
whole
main
ass.
nigga come up
Ass
here
man,
saving
he
Bitch
me.
should be
ass
able
up,
to
nigga.
stand on
Don't
his
let
own
him
Shut
fucking
talk to
up.
bed
you
shit,
like that,
but he can't.
Willie.
Your bitch ass
Hold
up,
on.
nigga.
Before
Childless.
Dev
Don't let
drop
him
it,
talk
Nah,
to
nigga,
you
shut
like
up before I
that,
make you spend some
Will.
money
question.
tonight.
Who does
What's
H1B1 apply to?
Man, we ain't finna have basic civics class up in this
Well,
motherfucker.
I can tell you it's a simple answer. Chile and Singapore.
are those immigrants? Stupid. Are they
Yes,
immigrants?
yes, they're immigrants.
Okay,
Yes.
so that's immigrants taking American jobs.
So now
So
let's
you
be
just didn't. You
clear.
made no point at all, bro. You didn't make no point
No,
at
there
all.
is
No
a
point at
Wait a
point.
all.
minute. Well, no,
Hold on.
Willie, no. But your number, that's off, man. Unless you got a new number, that's actually
Cause it ain't.
India.
Yeah, cause it ain't. It's India,
Yeah,
right? I was about to say,
yeah.
yeah,
I
it's
just let him
Asian.
slide
It's
with his dumb ass.
Okay.
Asia.
But go
Well,
ahead, try to make a goddamn argument out of thin air.
I'm gonna shut up, then. Let me shut up.
Nah, no, we need you talking more, GA. We can't be letting this nigga like niggas like Aaron and
No,
Chucky with the
let him dig
family.
his
You
own
gotta
goddamn
talk
rabbit
more.
hole. He down that motherfucker deep enough.
H1B1 applies to
And
Oh,
Aaron
we hear the
agreeing with
nigga
him. He
who
gonna
needs
be
to
down there
talk.
in a
Keep,
minute.
only
keep
for
talking, Chukwa. How you say
citizens
your name,
of
Chukwa?
Singapore
Chukwa?
and Chile.
That nigga, that nigga red,
If
just
you
like you about
look
to
at,
do.
if you
Oh, he
read
got up out
what
of here. Now, you know, I'll stay all
H1B1
night,
is,
man. Fuck with you.
hold on. If you read what H1B1 is, it applies specifically to temporary visas for people from Singapore and Chile. So when Chuku
That's
makes
not
the
the
point,
only play,
or
bro.
whoever
This
made
is
that
crazy.
point, that we're only talking about 100,000 people, it's like when we have the conversation about the Afrikaners coming from South Africa. That's like 50 people. I don't think that that is going to be a linchpin for the average voter. When
That's a
the
straw
average
man.
voter,
That's a
when the
straw man.
average
We're not
voter,
saying we're not talking
hold
about whether
on,
or not it's a
slow
linchpin for the
down,
average
Domo.
voter, bro. That's a straw
Do you,
man. That's
can
not
I
the
ask
that's
you a
not the
question,
argument.
Domo?
I'm
Can
saying
I ask you a
no. Hold on.
question?
That's a
Can I
straw
ask you a
man, bro.
question? When the average voter is talking about immigration, do you think they're talking about Singapore and Chile? Do you think they're talking about Africans? Do you think they're talking about all immigration or specifically that
I'm
border? I'm asking you a question. With everything we've discussed on the panel, with the lack of knowledge of the average voter. When the immigration topic comes up, when someone brings up H1B1, do you think they're applying that to Singapore and Chile?
No, I asked for a specific type of immigration and whether it was a detriment or not, and I don't think I got an answer.
So you mean like refugee states?
I asked about H1B1 visas. They're not refugees. They are
So
sponsored.
H1B1 applies to Singapore and Chile.
That's
They do
incorrect,
not.
Literally,
man.
it's
I don't know
written.
why you keep
No.
Bro,
repeating
you
over
have
and over
no
the fucking
idea
again.
what you're talking
With that
about, my
ass.
nigga. You're literally saying that the only
Go
people who
ahead
can
and
take
agree with
advantage of
him.
those visas are you. Hold on, are you saying that the only people can take that can take advantage of those people are those visas
Do
or those two
anybody
countries?
agree with
That's
him
your
on the
argument.
panel or in the chat?
Hell no, he got that all wrong.
Thank you, Aaron.
I'm
Damn.
saying
Hey,
on
when
a
you look,
percentage.
when you lose
I'm
Aaron, nigga, you've
saying
lost the plot, nigga.
I'm saying on a
When you
percentage
lose Aaron,
level.
you've lost
Hey,
the
you
plot.
might as
I'm
well just
saying on a
go
percentage
take your break,
level.
man.
Go on, take a break, yo.
No,
You try to come up and save me.
All right, I'll
no,
go
what?
on mute since you don't want to hear my
No,
Here's,
argument. I'm gonna just
no.
go
here's the
on mute.
argument.
You don't have to drop
Here's
me.
the argument.
I'll go
I
on
think,
mute.
I
But my
think there is
question
room.
was with that
Man, Paul
specific
trying to talk, man.
H1.
Damn.
So I think
Go
there
ahead.
is room to make the argument on both sides, right? But I'm not really for just open immigration and that ideology. But I do think there's a difference when you start talking about the sponsored ones and whatnot. However, I'ma still say it's impact because people are if black people's issue is getting to the top of those corporations and sometimes they can't get there, it don't help to bring another motherfucker in. You know what I'm saying? The understanding I still have is yes, somebody black could be in that position. So no, I
Agreed.
don't like the idea. I would be against it if you know what I'm saying if I could guarantee somebody black would be there, but that you can never guarantee that. So that's kind of my
Agreed.
underlying theme of all of the immigration policy. How does it impact us for real? Not just on the numbers. I mean, when I go in a place now, I'm seeing these people everywhere, and our people still want jobs. You can't tell me everybody's lazy. You know what I'm saying? So I
Agreed.
know impact, but I can't tell you what that impact completely is.
Okay, and let's kill the average voter noise, right? I'm about to kill this argument right now. What the average voter says they're actually voting for is a lie. When the average voter says that they voting against immigration, they actually voting because they don't fuck with Mexicans. Okay, that's the reality. They say immigration because that's the modern
At
way to
least you
just say
said it.
Mexicans.
Now
That's the
you
modern
said
way
it.
to say Mexicans, right?
And I
When they
wouldn't
say
even that's literally the argument I was making. So I'm not even
But
disagreeing
it's
with it.
irrelevant to the point, though. That's what you're
Okay.
missing. It's irrelevant to the point.
I just
Why? Like
disagree.
we shouldn't center the ways in which American voters disguise their bias through a misunderstanding of these wedge partisan issues,
So here's the
right?
thing,
Don't.
Domo. I don't deal with what should be. I deal with
But the
what
answer
is. And
the
all I'm
impact,
saying is
right?
when American voters view the immigration issue,
Well, oh, no,
they're not
bro, stop,
looking,
stop.
hold
Don't
on.
explain it
All
again.
right.
Don't explain it again, because you're literally about to explain what I just explained, right? We
Nah, I
get it, bro.
wasn't.
No, Will, we get it. Average
But if the
voters. What's up, Taz?
question is,
Go ahead, bro.
like, I'm just saying, if the question is I thought GA was more so asking, like, are we acknowledging the impact, right or wrong, good or bad, of the other immigrants? You know what I'm saying? I thought that was more so the underlying
That was
theme
his
here.
question. Yes, that was
Yeah,
his question.
it was, bro. Thank you for that, bro. Appreciate you.
Yeah, because
It
it's
was
kind of
his
getting
question.
And
away from
so the
I just want
response to
to
that was we're
yeah.
only talking about a couple 100,000 people. Just like when we
That's
talk about the immigrants coming in from
it.
South Africa
It
to
doesn't.
participate in
Hold on,
agriculture
but think about
and
it like this.
farming, we're only talking
They
about
taking
like
jobs,
50 people.
though, Will. Like, I mean, this is
No,
You
where
I agree
ideology.
with you
tweaking.
there, Taz. I agree with you there. But
Then
I'm
why are
trying
you
to have
saying
the
what you saying?
conversation. I'm trying to have the conversation from the mindset of the voter. We were
Why?
originally talking about
Why? No,
politics.
hold on. No, bro.
So
Will.
if we're not having the
If we're willing to say,
conversation,
hold on. If we're
hold
willing
on.
to say that
If we're
the
not having the
mindset of the
conversation
hold
from
on,
the
Will,
space
answer
of the
this question.
voter, how does any
Will,
of it benefit black people?
answer this question. Why? If we
I
both
just asked you a
recognize,
question.
hold on, no, I'm answering 4 or 5 of yours. I need you to answer this one. All right. If we recognize that the average voter comes from either a place of misinformation, malinformation, disinformation, all of that type of shit, why would we start our analysis from there?
Because they are still going to determine the election. Whether they
Okay,
know,
but again, if
whether
we're
they,
having a
hold on,
conversation, hold
whether
on,
they
Will.
know everything ACLU Domo knows or not, they are going to determine U.S.
Okay,
elections.
is
Do
it
you
hold on the
disagree?
conversation? Hold on, but the
Do
comment
you
we're having.
disagree with that?
Hold on, no, I don't disagree with that. But here's the
Okay.
thing: we're not having an election right now. We're actually
But
talking
we were
about the
talking
real.
about the
Hold
midterms.
on, hold on. No, listen. We're talking about the real issues. So if we're having a dialogue
Oh, I
about
got
the
you.
real issues, why would we come from a place of people who don't have a real understanding of those issues?
No, I completely understand your point now. I thought we were talking about the midterms. I thought we were talking about elections and things that might benefit black people. But if
Okay,
we're
but
just talking about right and wrong, oh, you can lead.
no,
Go ahead,
no,
go
no, no,
off.
no, 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 no. We're not talking, bro. That's what I'm saying. We're not just talking about right or wrong. We recognize that there are narratives that dictate elections and narratives that vote that the American voter attach themselves to.
And that's the
But what?
conversation I was having.
Okay, right. But our conversation is that we recognize those narratives, and here is where those narratives fall short in their understanding of X issue.
I
For
got you, Domo.
example,
Regardless of how short that ideology falls, these are the people that are going to determine the election. That's how I was approaching the conversation. But now that I understand the conversation you're trying to have, it's completely different from what I was trying to have. So I'll fall back. I understand what you're saying now. I was talking about elections. I was talking about things that will potentially benefit black people. I was talking about the politicians that will be in place, that will push agendas that will actually affect our lives. But if we
Bruh.
just talking about what
hold on. But here's the
makes,
thing. Here's the thing. I don't know how many. I don't know how many people are watching. Right. But out of X amount of viewers, there's an X amount of voters, and these voters within this conversation have the potential to hear us talk about the real issue and move past the veil
so it makes sense to
and
try
be
to
like,
sway them. I get it.
hold on. And those people may then be able to use what we're talking about as a way to reframe or reshape their voting
Now I
pattern.
get your point.
And so when you're just going back to, oh, but voters it is, but you're getting in the way of them being able to catch on to that game.
Here's
And
what I
get
would say.
informed.
Here's what I would say that comes from the black community, right? Like most of us know Unc. Unc always says a well-organized lie
Bruh.
defeats a disorganized truth every time. Ooh wee. Somebody heard him say that before, right?
Why are you saying that right now, bro?
Yeah,
Because
well,
that's
why is that
politics.
relevant?
Because that's politics.
You interject.
Okay,
You the
okay.
one interjecting all the confusion, bro, with your talking points, Willie. To
So
be
GA,
serious, bro.
my point is, regardless of what's right or wrong, right? Politics
Hey,
is
Willie,
what
you
we're
you starting to become a more well articulated Madon, bro. Like you starting to become Wall
Yeah.
Street Madon, Wall Street Kemet, bro. Like
you could only
you
call me
have the
Madon if you willing to debate me on what we talking about.
No,
I ain't
no,
no
bro. No, no,
motherfucking
no.
Madon.
Wait.
Watch your mouth. I ain't no motherfucking
We
Madon.
okay. Don't get sidetracked.
We're
We
just
just
talking
want
about two different things. And
no.
I can accept that.
We want your
I can accept
opinion.
that.
We want your opinion on HB1 visas. Are they a detriment, just like to immigration, just like the other aspects of it?
Right.
Non-sponsored versus corporate sponsored. Are they a detriment or not, in your opinion? I don't want to hear
So
about Chile because that's wrong.
so I'm cool with that, right? So to whether they're a detriment, as Taz already displayed, yes, they may be preventing other blacks from getting a position. What I'm saying is through these H1
Oh, that must be the universe intervening right there.
Ah, boy, I thought it was my phone.
So y'all,
Nah.
so is the conversation just purely on immigration, or is we gonna put it where it's supposed to be in its proper perspective? Illegal immigration.
Ah, here this dummy go. All right.
What about illegal?
Come
Why why,
on,
why
fuck
do
nigga,
we,
give me your information, fuck nigga. What's up? So is we talking about illegal immigration or regular immigration? Because this H-1B1 visa is legal immigration. I
and
think
so
the
are the guys
sentiment
that
of the country was about illegal immigration.
okay, and how are we doing with that then? So what
Yo, my fault. I
define
had a
legal?
call. My fault.
No. We talking to Aaron now,
Nah,
bro. You
let
lost
that
your
nigga.
turn. So
Yeah,
Aaron,
like yeah, bro. We know. Yeah, yeah. The universe put you on pause, nigga.
so when you say illegal immigration, are you trying to include the people that come here and apply for asylum under the laws of the land? What are you calling illegal?
Yeah, well, I think the problem with a lot of the country was how the asylum was put into place. I think that was a big part of the voting situation.
Who
Bro,
put the
we've
asylum
had
in
asylum. How
place?
do you? How long
Biden,
do you think we've had
Biden did
asylum
it. Hold
policy,
on,
bro?
GA. Let me have
No,
this
no, no,
conversation with GA. Biden
no,
did
no,
that.
no, 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 no,
What do
no,
you mean?
no.
No, the nigga
Wait,
asked me
wait,
a
wait,
question,
wait.
so let
You,
me answer the
hold
nigga
on,
question.
Let
hold
him
on, hold on. So
answer.
clarify. So
Domo,
clarify.
goddamn, let him answer.
So clarify. Are you asylum in the United States because of Joe Biden?
I can't hear you. You gotta re say what you said. You went out. The guys
Wait,
got you.
no, he just saying. Do you think
Okay, okay,
asylum?
my fault. Let me. Are you? Go ahead, GA.
No, I'm just. That's what I'm saying. When do you think asylum came into play?
What do you mean when I think asylum came to play? See, y'all be trying to fuck around with these questions. So again, the asylum that we're speaking on
That's
is what
not a trick
Biden did.
question.
Let me finish, fuck nigga. So
No,
Y'all
nigga.
niggas thinking
will you
asylum is
shut
what
the
the
fuck up?
average voter
Oh
thinks
my
about is
Asylum
y'all
god,
didn't just
niggas
bro.
pop
new.
up in 2024. No. The way that Biden set up the asylum was
Okay, how did
different
he
in
set it up?
2020.
He set it
Oh,
up.
Biden set
How
it
did,
Wait a
up.
how
minute.
did he?
Biden.
Hold on,
pull
watch
it
this,
up.
watch this. How
I
did he
can
set
pull
it
it
up?
up.
Oh,
How did he set it
I
up?
can pull it.
How?
I'll pull it up. I'll pull it
Okay,
up for you right now. Let me pull it up
okay.
right now.
Thank you, thank
Now,
you.
whether he's right
bro,
or wrong, we've gotten to the issue.
he's very
H1B1
wrong.
ain't the issue.
Wait. No. Oh, we're not talking
I'm
about. We're
not
talking
wrong at.
about a.
I'm not wrong at all, my nigga. Tell me where I'm wrong at when you talking about I'm
You
very wrong. Cause
no,
you
because
be very wrong on this motherfucker a lot.
bro,
Bro, just
let
give
me
us
tell
Biden's
you.
immigration
I will.
policy.
I just want him to tell me where I'm wrong at first.
Well, what I'm saying, your premise
No,
is wrong. If you're
Savage, I
gonna, if
wasn't saying
Well,
you're
where my
wrong.
premise at wrong at, Jay?
Savage,
Oh,
I wasn't
GA, my
saying
fault.
you were
wait a
wrong,
minute,
looking at her.
I'm trying to talk to you, Aaron, but motherfuckers
I
keep
know. So tell Domo
interfering.
to shut the fuck up.
That wasn't Domo, that was Willie. You got
I
a
said
It
whole
was
my
Domo.
fault. I
It was
said my
Domo and
fault.
Willie.
Don't
okay. It
involve
Stop
was
me.
both of
asking for
them.
help, you big ass nigga. My fault,
God,
GA. Go ahead.
I'm,
My
I'm
fault,
just
GA.
trying to. I'm just trying to tell you. You got people that have been here under that whole guise of asylum for 30 years called dreamers. That's well beyond. Joe Biden's was not in presidency then. That's some
Yeah, that's
Obama
not what I.
type shit.
That's not what I was talking about. So I'm about to pull it up like I said I was.
No,
Okay, pull
give
it
us
up.
I'm about to
give us
pull it
the
up like I said I
origin.
was. I'm about to
Give,
pull it up like I
give,
said I was.
give us the origin of asylum in our
No, that's
immigration
not what I'm
policy.
giving you. I'm not giving
He's
you the
No,
not
origin of
talking
asylum.
about that.
Okay,
That's the
thank
whole
he
you.
just
And
fucking
used
that's been
problem.
my
asylum.
See,
point.
Hold
you,
on, GA.
GA, you be
Hold
Asylum
on,
trying
is
to
GA.
trick.
not what
Used
the
You
it
be trying to
average
trick with some
American
questions, my
voter
nigga.
votes on.
Hold on, wait. He used it incorrectly. He meant what he really meant was Biden's immigration
Whether he was
policy.
wrong or right, he represents the
Biden's
average
immigration
voter.
policy. So
No,
go ahead and give us Biden's immigration policy.
that's all you wanted to do was give us
No, I'm
and
gonna give you Biden's asylum policy.
What do you? Okay, go ahead.
no, but see, I
Go
asked
ahead.
for America's asylum policy, and that's
Domo,
Can you
do
make
just
you
that?
understand that I'm saying this is what the average voter votes
Would you
on?
stop saying the
Yes,
average
Maybe
voter,
he's
nigga?
right.
Let them
God
talk.
damn,
God
Willie,
yes,
damn.
no,
God
yes. The
damn.
average voter is this dumb. You were right. The average voter is this dumb. Go ahead.
Average voter.
Because outside of that, what's the benefit for us? You may be right on everything you're saying, Domo, but I'm not fighting for them, right? I'm fighting for issues that affect Aaron Savage. And if he says this is my issue, that's the things I gotta cater to if I
Bro,
want
what
to
are you
win these
caping for?
elections.
Help
But
me
this
Wait,
is
understand what
why
you're
you
caping for.
niggas
wait,
lose.
wait,
What are
man,
you
wait, wait,
caping
wait,
for?
wait,
More
wait,
talk on the panel.
wait.
That's what he's taking for. I want to
This
talk as
is,
much as I fucking can.
yeah,
That's
Willie,
your that's your goddamn
you
number one goddamn fucking point.
you be
And it's
taking the
taking
air
Anyway,
out.
hella long. It's taking hella long to talk about a policy that that a nigga said he got a problem with.
Gang, it been dropped in the chat, gang. I'm just about to read it out
Nah,
loud. So shut up.
nigga, then
No,
nobody said
It been,
no.
it been dropped
Explain
in
the
the chat,
policy.
gang. It been
No,
dropped
Go
in the
ahead,
explain
go
the
chat,
ahead,
gang.
read
policy.
it. Go ahead, read it,
Explain the
King.
policy.
Go ahead,
All
read
right,
it.
Explain the policy.
all right. I got you. I
Like the
got you.
Israelites say, read.
You see, dropped in the chat ass niggas. I can't.
Yeah,
You can't be comparing me
drop
to
it.
no
Hold up,
dropped in the
Yeah,
chat
Domo.
you
Let
ass
the
drop it.
niggas.
brother read.
You drop it in the chat.
come on, man, y'all killing the
These
vibe,
dropping
man.
the
Don't do that. Don't do that,
these
man.
dropping
Aaron,
the chat ass niggas, bro.
Time, bro. It's time.
So, the National Immigration Law Center calls on the administration to reverse course and rescind the rule and
Fight. No, my bad. Go ahead.
oh god damn.
Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
Yo, I hate this nigga Taz.
all right, so back again. The National Immigration Law Center calls on the administration to reverse course and rescind this rule and similarity with strict rule issues on May 2023 that together have closed the U.S. border to people in need of protection. While these
Oh my
rules
God,
remain,
he doesn't know what he's reading. Oh, please continue.
You're cutting him
Please,
off. Let him
no,
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 yeah,
please.
finish.
I'm
come
sorry. I'm
on.
sorry.
No,
I'm
be
sorry.
fair, Domo. Come on, be fair,
Yeah.
man.
No. I'm saying continue, please. Read this article. Thank you. Oh my God.
I bet you he
that's
don't
the
say nothing about
hold on,
H1B1
no.
because niggas like us don't give a fuck
That's the
about
wrong
Read
immigration.
the
one. I
article.
was reading the wrong. I was reading the wrong article.
Oh
Yeah,
Let me go
look! I
back. I
shouldn't have
was
stopped there. I
no.
shouldn't have stopped there.
I have three different pages up. I have three different pages up that I'm trying to read from. I read
Oh
from the
my
wrong one.
God. I shouldn't have
If
stopped
you,
him. You're right, GA. I
if
yeah,
should have been
you
fair.
just shut up
yeah.
and let me get this shit out, nigga, you might be able to figure out where I'm going
Hey,
here.
yo, Aaron
Oh
Savage.
my.
It doesn't
Hold
matter to
on.
me whether you're reading the wrong page or not. If you vote for me, what I'm gonna do
Come on,
is
Willie,
acquiesce to
man.
your needs.
Bro,
Oh,
you really you taking the air out of the convo, bro. You really are, man. We trying to have real
hey
dialogue
man.
here.
Hey, GA. And what we just saw was the reason why you the OG and why I need to know to have more patience. I need to know to be more
GA, I'm
patient.
trying to talk about politics.
I should have let him read the whole article, huh, GA? The whole thing.
I
I
think
I
wasn't
so.
gonna
should.
read the
I'm
whole
just trying to
article.
talk about what
I was
will
gonna read the
win
point I was
an
trying to make.
election, GA.
Oh my God.
No, because we want to really. Where did America's immigration policy come from? This
Now
That
we
discussion
see
has
wasn't
been
he.
what I
going. It's been
that's
going
not
on
what
for
I was trying to say.
decades.
That wasn't the
Well,
point. The point was the asylum changes that Biden made. That's what I'm trying to pull up. Give me a second. I'm pulling it up.
okay, bro. We'll continue to
So just say
converse.
I got a problem with sanctuary cities and Biden's policies. Just say that.
Willie, you just talking right now, bro. You're not being coherent, bro.
Let him say it. Hold on, GA. Let's see if he gonna say it.
Ooh, we ain't even talking about that no more.
Oh man. Damn, GA.
No, we're not
My
talking
fault,
about that.
OG. I'm about to display way more patience. That would have been a viral
I'm
moment
gonna
right
go.
there.
Me too. I'm gonna go on mute. Me
I
too.
should have showed
Go
more
on mute with me,
patience.
Domo. I'm gonna go on mute. Watch.
We
I
gonna
ain't doing
see.
shit. Yeah.
When you go on mute, you gotta stay on mute. Shit.
Stop bullying me, Dev. Hey, yo, Taz, chill out. Stop bullying me, Dev. I'm going on mute. I'm asking Brother Domo to
You ain't
do the
gotta say
same
you
and
going
let
on
the
mute.
brother
Just
read
go.
what he said.
Yeah. Shit, we don't need no big
No,
fucking announcement.
yeah, it's really crazy. I don't even know what Aaron going to dig up, man. But I could just remember a time where you had congressmen having to renounce themselves from position because they hired undocumented people to clean their homes and everything. And you know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, so we want to talk about illegal. What's illegal and when did it become illegal? Are we talking about the people in the asylum? When did all this?
Well, see, what he's
Can
doing,
I ask you
GA,
a
is
question,
he's
GA? How does that
hold
benefit
on,
us
Will,
as
hold on,
black
Will, hold on,
people?
Will, hold on, Will, hold on, Will, hold on, Will.
Unless we're talking
What he's
about the
doing,
vote, GA.
what he's
How does
doing
that
is
benefit us as black people?
what he's doing is he's equating illegal with undocumented,
I
and
understand what he's doing, but he's
that's
a
a
black
common
man.
conservative tactic.
Whatever he wants, whatever he stands on, I'm with him. Now I'm asking you, GA, defending the actualities of any immigration policy, right? How does that benefit us as a people? That's
Huh?
my question.
No, you don't get to flip it like that, bro, and try to make me have the answers for you
It
because you
was a
didn't.
simple
No,
question,
it wasn't
GA.
simple. I asked a simple yes or no question, and you convoluted that shit to all kind of stuff.
All right, my fault.
And
My fault.
it's
My
no,
fault. My
no.
fault.
So I'm trying to think. I'm trying to push the conversation forward to get how this shit just gets balled into this damn whole uh ball of yarn that nobody ever addressed the issues. They keep piling shit on top of an antiquated system, and nobody ever addresses the real causes in it. And
But
then
real
people,
quick, in one sentence, GA, my argument is niggas don't give a fuck about H1B1. When we view immigration, we view it as Mexicans coming across the border into sanctuary cities in our state. We don't view Chilean immigrants. We're not talking about Singaporeans. We're not talking about South Africans. None of that shit. When
Willie,
you
do
talking
you?
about
No,
South
no, no, no,
Africa,
no, no,
you're
no, no,
talking
no, no.
about 50 people. What I'm saying
Okay,
is when we, as the black population, view
okay,
immigration, we view it through a certain lens.
okay.
So
So,
let's
bro,
Propaganda,
stop
yes.
trying
wait,
to.
wait, wait,
No, no,
wait.
no,
No, no, no,
it's just
no, no, no.
propaganda. Yeah,
Wait, yeah,
my
hold
fault.
on. Don't. Let
I'm
me
not
handle
even
this.
arguing that,
No, no, no,
Domo.
no, 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 no.
I'm
Let me
not arguing
apologize.
that, Domo.
No, wait, bro. Let me apologize for introducing something that you did not know the answer to.
Ah, shit.
All right, because you keep bringing it up. Let me apologize for that. Let me apologize for you not knowing what a HB1 visa is. So,
Talk
we
that
supposed to
shit,
be here.
G.
No, Taz, I'm trying to be civil, man. We supposed to be here building together, man. So let me just apologize, because
Yeah, we almost
yeah,
there.
yeah.
So you want to talk H1B1? So
No,
you're
I
not
don't,
saying. So
man.
you're saying it doesn't primarily apply to
Bro,
two certain regions. Is
I
that
don't, I
your
don't,
argument?
no, I don't even think you know how far back this even goes, man. I just point out, I just brought it up, and I would expect you to know, since you're a finance guy, the CEO of Microsoft.
Satya and
Okay,
Nadella.
Okay, okay. I didn't want to be petty. I didn't want to be petty. I'm sorry, GA,
okay.
but
All right,
bro,
go ahead, Dobo.
you can't have this conversation because they're not even called H1B1, nigga. That's fucking swine flu, a bird flu. It's H1B visas. H1B, bro.
H1N1.
H1B. I did not want to be petty. I did
Yeah,
not want to be petty.
yeah, that was you
But
right, bro.
I
goddamn,
don't
they
give a
call
fuck if it's
H1B
H1B1.
visas.
Never mind, man. All it is just corporations sponsor who they want to come over.
Right? What we
And
prioritize.
and I'm just saying that you had some farmers that were trying to do that for the migrant workers that come over there and do their thing. They was trying to have their version of that, but they couldn't afford to do it on the scale of a multi-million-dollar or trillion-dollar corporation. That's the
Right.
discussion that was going on. That was this discussion that was going on when this whole new administration dynamic came into play. But we just want to be right and dog each other out, and we don't
Nah,
want to
but
talk about
G,
the
this is
issues that
why I
plague our
asked
community.
you. This is why I asked you when we argue this issue. Is
Nah,
this
he wasn't finished talking, nigga. Let him fucking finish.
now he was finished? We having a
No, he
conversation. Go ahead.
wasn't,
No,
nigga. Said, what the fuck are you talking about?
it's all
Nah,
good,
you
Dad.
finished. Now he gonna
It's
finish because you're not on the panel, so he gonna be guaranteed to finish.
Yeah. So all I was saying, that this stuff just came into play way. It's like 40 years ago, man. It's 2025. This stuff started in the 80s with the call centers. When you used to be mad, you called to get support, and you had these corporations investing in these communities overseas, and they was teaching these people. Now they CEOs. They in the C-suite. And if you look at the dynamics of that, they was abandoning our community at the same time. They was divesting from our communities and going overseas, investing in other communities when you had a fully capable people right here within the U.S. borders. But since you're not here, I hope Aaron got his article up now, and I'll fall back to hear what he got to say.
Nah, that nigga ain't came back yet. That nigga ain't came back yet. And to be honest, GA, this shit ain't even really about I guess for other niggas it might be, but it's like, damn. Like if we gonna have a conversation, at least let's have a conversation from again, as I spoke to the expo at the science expo, the ZIAX. We need to have evidence-based approaches to these things. Fuck all of this. I think, I feel like, I believe.
Yeah.
At
Where is
least
the
Aaron trying
evidence?
to pull up some fucking data. This motherfucker
No,
Aaron
just
ain't about
fucking
to pull up
random.
nothing. Aaron
I,
wasn't
no,
No,
about to
no.
look.
pull up
Wait,
nothing.
Hey,
I
look. I'm
agree.
not going. Look. Let me stand in Willie's spot, but not take that same angle on some weird shit. Like I don't agree with what this nigga was saying. I'm gonna go back to what I was saying earlier. I think this adds to why I believe politics in itself is dying. It's too much mistrust in this system. Factually, we've been in these systems for a very long time, and even though we can't say it's progression, it's not the progression I think anyone wants. You know, we all want much better, and I think that's why people are falling from the politics. So with the
Okay.
and even down to these talks, I do get what y'all everybody's been saying. I've just been sitting back listening, right? I find that nobody in these talks understand that there has to be a middle ground. If we're all in agreement that we understand what it's talking, so that means we understand things on a certain intellectual level that most people may not. And then we also agree that the typical person's stupid. So we don't have to speak stupid, but we do have to kind of figure a way to kind of dumb it down in the sense. Not make it idiotic, but dumb it down. And politics doesn't do that. It just really confuses you with, I hate to agree with Willie. That's why I said I'm gonna take his stance somewhat. The what he was saying about the uncle shit, the best shit is a half lie, whatever. Like that is kind of
No,
what politics seems to be.
that don't
No.
make no
I,
sense,
But
man.
For the
that's
I
what I'm
hate
saying.
that
typical
That's like
phrase, calm down.
that's
Go
like
ahead.
saying just give your kids candy when they want it. Fuck it. They
yeah.
throwing a fit. If you want to calm them
I
down, just give
mean,
them candy. They're gonna
that's
shut
what
up. You're gonna get the
politics seems
desire.
like,
You're
doesn't
gonna
it?
get the desire. But
Nah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Because we
listen,
the presidential
because
election every
every
voters
4
do.
years,
country.
that's
Let me
not all or a majority
No,
of
no, like,
politics.
listen.
y'all
Let me
confuse
just speak.
politics
Let
with
me just speak.
elections.
No, let me just
No,
speak.
wait.
We talking about because I'm elections and stuff. I'm not even getting into that. I mean, I'm not getting into the difference between elections and politics because politicians are the ones who are in the elections. I'm saying that's a part of politicking. So let's
But
not
Right,
there's,
act like, oh, these are,
but when
you
you
know,
hold on,
but
here's why I made that distinction. Though. The
that's
reason
why
why I made that,
politics get
but
tiring.
but see, no, politics is who gets what. Politics is how a resource is distributed. Politics is who gets protection, who gets shelter, who gets power, who gets food. That's what politics is. So when we talk about like what like people not really caring about politics, you're literally saying how power functions where you live, you're no longer invested in because it's confusing.
Hmm.
I
I
can't
mean, we gotta
for
look at it
me,
from the typical standpoint, yeah.
No,
right,
no, no, no. Wait. No,
If we're
go
talking
ahead,
about
bro.
like how we get up here, listen, we get up here all the time talking about how we're going to change our people, but we're only talking about how we see things. That's not going to
Wait,
work. That's why we
wait.
continue to
No, no,
get up here and
no.
have the arguments. We
No,
do have
it's
no,
to
see,
start coming to some
hold
type
on, but
of,
KT,
it's
again,
like,
I'm
and
gonna
that's what
reiterate.
politics does in the conference.
This is gonna be my go-to phrase for the rest of the year. Evidence based.
Mm-hmm.
Evidence
mm,
based. When you
Mm-hmm.
say we are like, oh, we all just come from our no, we don't. There we can me specifically, I can't like me for specifically. I know GA. Dev, niggas is like evidence based. I'm not saying this because I feel this. I'm saying this because research shows people who dedicate their lives to understanding these phenomena are conducting the type of studies to collect data to understand these phenomena. And the
Yeah.
only people who base their position off of how they feel are people who are not in touch with the data. That's
and
why,
that's
for example, if we just talk about the question of immigration in and of itself, Democrats have done more to remove and deport more migrants than the last 3 conservative presidencies.
Facts.
Obama was the deporter in chief.
Mm-hmm.
So when niggas sit up there and say that, oh my God, Democrats are doing all of these things to make sure these immigrants are straight, that is ignoring the data. Joe Biden was responsible for more deportations than Donald Trump was in their first terms. So when we're having the entire conversation from the idea that Democrats are introducing policies to make it to where more migrants come, more immigrants come, so they can take all our jobs and they can take over the country, how do you reconcile that with the fact that they have all of these fucking anti-immigrant policies?
Damo, I'm gonna prove something
I
to
was
you real
trying to
quick.
explain
This
it
is
to
the
you.
problem. I said the problem with politics is it's a half truth and a half lie. You was talking about how it's like data driven, but you being emotional about this. I'm not disagreeing
Oh
with
my
data at
God.
hand. Data at hand is data at hand, right? Long term data is this also, doesn't it? As I said from the beginning, we're still in position where we want much better because we just all majority of people. That's all I'm saying. We're talking from a people like you have to be able to
Yes,
also
hold on, KT, let
learn
me
how
talk
to
from there though. Let me talk from that place. I know I'm
know.
not talking from the standpoint of the average voter. I know this.
No,
And
I'm
that's
not
a
even
good
saying.
thing.
I'm
That is
saying
a
in
good
terms of
conversation to have.
So now we've clarified the
sometimes it isn't
conversation
because that's
isn't
like
about
again for being
economic
teachers.
empowerment.
You do not go to your first grade student and say learn this 12th grade shit.
First
I'm just
graders ain't
saying
They
that
gonna,
what
they
voting.
we've
gonna look at you
established
like a
Wait,
12th grader.
First
We
graders
is
literally
ain't
that
saying
the
niggas
voting.
are stupid.
conversation is not about
We
economic
literally saying
empowerment.
niggas is stupid,
Not
right?
about winning.
So let's not act like whoa, why you talking about first grade? We saying niggas is
Nah.
stupid.
Okay,
No, wait, wait, wait,
when we
wait,
say,
wait, wait,
go
wait,
ahead,
wait,
GA.
wait, wait,
Go
wait,
ahead.
wait, please, because we running a couple stop signs here. So first thing is we can't sit here and just sit here and argue about a system and argue about the status quo and end up saying, well, that's just the way it is. If we really want to experience change and see change, then we have to talk about new ideals and new
No, that's
approaches.
I mean that's kind of that's what we doing. That's what y'all doing. That's what
No,
Nah, I
politics
read
is.
you.
Yeah,
I
and you
fully understand,
stupid.
GA,
KT.
And
GA,
you
That's one
you
of the that's
GA,
one of
fucking
the six
GA.
phrases that
This
people
is
with
my
low IQ say.
overarching point, right? When
Yeah.
we're
no,
talking about these particular topics, right?
God.
If we're even
You gonna
trying to
force
have a
yourself, man.
conversation of how it benefits blacks, we're talking about
you hella
empowerment.
muffled, man.
I'm
But
saying
it doesn't benefit blacks to operate from a place of propaganda. It benefits
Exactly.
blacks to
I don't
have a
know if I'd agree
evidence-based
with that.
approach to understand. Oh my God. I
No,
can't.
seriously, man.
Let me say it
Because
simply though.
but hold
If
on, hold
somebody
on.
doesn't understand
Let me
something,
help
isn't that
Domo understand.
propaganda?
I'm saying
Willie
No,
even
that's
if
not
Let
Chris,
blacks
him
are
propaganda,
let him
bro.
let him
No.
let him
if
go
they
one at a
don't
time. He
No.
can't
understand,
hear you.
if
Oh.
somebody doesn't understand something, wouldn't that be propaganda? Like if
Okay,
you
so
telling
No.
a person,
Wait a minute,
listen,
wait a
No.
minute, KT.
stop. Please stop right there. Stop
No.
right there. No,
I forgot the.
okay. Wait. Come
I'm
on,
not
Damo.
talking about like an actual, I'm
No,
talking
no,
about in
no.
their
Just
eyes.
stop, bro.
Do you
Just
not see
stop.
that person
Wait.
will take that as
No,
propaganda?
no. Stop. Because it's an important point. If you don't understand, then don't combat what's being said. Ask for clarity.
I
Simple.
wish the world was that simple, right? If that was the case, Hitler wouldn't be a thing.
We
But
talk.
that's what
Like
No, we
we're.
got
No,
the
no, no,
That's
internet,
what
you
we're
man.
can lead
advocating
people.
for, though.
Listen, you can
We
lead
got we
That's what
got
people
the
we
in a
internet.
certain
advocating for.
direction because most people are not informed. That's what we keep talking about. Now y'all just
We
disagreeing with that
we
on the basis of
no, we
No.
y'all
got the
trying to make
internet.
y'all
We're
point.
trying to have
Now
an
y'all saying
informed
what you
conversations. Hold on,
Yeah,
see,
that's
disagree
that's what I'm
all.
saying.
but
and
I'm
it's
the
The
one
reason, the
easier
reason,
moving
said
hold
than
on,
goalpost.
done.
KT, the
Like
reason
I'm
why
the
we
one
say this
moving
is
the
a
goalpost.
bad, the reason why we say this is a bad point to make at this moment is because not only do we recognize what you're saying to have some validity to it, we're trying to show what the other side looks like. We're trying to show what it looks like to come from an evidence-based perspective. What does it look like to challenge misinformation with real research and data? That's what
And
we're
Domo,
okay,
doing
while I
right now.
understand
and
all
listen,
of that,
what
And
y'all missing
everything,
is
while
hold
I
on, and
understand
everything
all
you're
of that, what
saying,
I'm telling you is
and
this is
everything,
why the
bro,
Democrats lose.
Willie. Why the hell you
shut up, bro.
get?
That's what I'm
That
saying.
don't
You
win you an
sound
election.
dumb.
You gotta
Like
chill
this is the,
sometime, Will.
hold on, to be honest, this is the everyday. When niggas say, "Oh, the
That
everyday
didn't
voter,"
say
that
that
Willie
Donald
talking
Trump
about,
was the better
he talking
president.
about himself.
That
He
didn't
talking about
get Donald
himself.
Trump elected.
He talking about himself right now.
I'm telling
That's
you,
what
the data
when he
didn't
say
get
that
Donald Trump elected.
most voters get stuck on X. He's talking about him.
Now listen, I don't want to divert because listen, I agree with you also, Damo. I want you to understand it's not that I'm disagreeing. I think we're both in agreement in a certain standpoint. I'm saying the one thing we're not in agreement on, but I am in agreement on is that if we both understand politics than being here. They've been working. People are they've been trying to instill knowledge in people. This shit is not new. Everything we talking ain't new. And I ain't saying we got
But
to make
very
something new because
simply,
nothing's
KT,
new under the
he
sun.
doesn't
But
accept the
what we
fact
stop, Willie,
that what
goddamn,
voters
straight,
Man, you
don't
don't
even be
gotta
know
talking for
stop cutting
is
hours.
what
people off, Will.
determines
Like straight up,
elections.
yo.
What's
Will,
your neck,
Will.
Will? Goddamn.
Damn, everybody's like complaining at you, but cutting them off. Will, I mean, at what point are you gonna start doing this shit?
Now, you the only one complaining, Dev. You the only one
No,
dropping it.
no, I'm in agreement right
I
here. I'm
wait.
in
I
agreement.
try
I
to
back
put into
him.
the conversation like everyone else. I
No,
wait.
No,
wait, no,
yes,
wait. Let
I
me
agree
finish. Let
too.
me finish. Yeah, but let me
Do
finish. Let
you
me
do
finish.
you need any more confirmation, Will?
I don't agree, Will. I don't agree with that shit.
He said,
As the contrarian. Goddamn.
"Come on, man. At least let him get his fucking point out, yo. Go ahead, KT."
No, but yeah, I feel the thing is what we talking about. We gotta, as we always say, we do take the basis and foundation of things that we've seen succeed. Maybe they have failed, but we've seen some things succeed. We need to implement those things in different ways because this just isn't gonna work. I think it'd be a fallacy to sit here and act like, okay, this game we've been playing that hasn't been working, all of a sudden, if we try harder, it's gonna work better. And especially if we get in the black people part, I think the part that's unfair for us is we can never actually beat that game. It's a numbers game in politics. That's what counts, the votes. We just don't
KT,
have
it
those
doesn't
numbers.
work because we don't know how to play the game.
But see that, but hold on, but that's what
Oh
I'm
my.
saying, KT. When you say it's about the votes, quote unquote, then you're talking about elections. Politics is how power functions. Politics is how people get resources. Politics is how people get
And you
opportunities.
gain those through an election,
What?
correct?
Right, right. But
Right.
here's the thing,
So that's
though.
what
Right.
I'm
Bro,
saying. That's why I
Right.
say that we can't
bro,
separate it.
Right.
We can't
bro, you
separate it.
can't.
The
Hold
key
on,
to it
hold
is
on. You
you
can't.
can
But
only
you can't.
gain that power
Hold
after
on.
you're
My
elected.
argument. Hold on. My argument isn't about separating. I'm saying you're equating elections to the nature of politics when elections are just one aspect of it.
We're
No,
So
I'm
you
equating
But
can't
saying
but
say,
that's
elections to
you
politics.
political
I said
hold on, so
power.
hold on, hold on.
politics.
So let
I
me
didn't
finish.
say
Let me finish. Let me
election.
finish.
I
We're
didn't break
equating
it down because I'm just
elections
talking
to
Yo, I
politics.
know.
political power.
Hold on, KT. When you just say politics and you say politics comes down to elections, that's what you
You
said,
did that.
correct?
You're breaking it down
No,
to elections.
you
I
just
never.
hold on. No,
I'm just
nigga.
saying.
Okay, what? So what did you say? So what did you just say when you made a comment about politics? You
I
said
just said you
politics is
couldn't
what?
get that power without the election, and votes
No,
matter.
no.
I'm talking
I'm
about the
talking about
black
before.
No,
people.
No, I'm talking
I
about
said,
before. Bro, I'm talking about when you made a comment, when you was like, politics is just, what were you saying politics was?
I'm saying the lack of
I didn't say
understanding
I didn't
of
he
politics
ask
is
you
talking
that.
nothing.
to
I said
KT,
for
is the
black
reason
Will.
why you
people.
be crying.
I said for black
That's what I
people,
said.
politics are kind of a unfair game because it's numbers. It's a numbers game. You
Right,
need votes.
no,
right.
no, no.
Exactly. Hold on. No, that exact
And
statement.
niggas be
Politics is a
crying over
number.
the elections
Politics
they
is a
lose.
numbers game. Politics is a numbers game. You just need votes. That's that. Please. If,
No, you need
that's
more
what you
than
just said,
votes.
correct? You
You
just
need
said that,
more than
right?
No, I
votes.
didn't say you just need votes. I just
Did
said
you not?
votes, like votes.
Oh my God.
You
Okay.
need more than
I'm
votes.
ready for
I
you,
didn't say
GA too,
just
man.
votes. That's what I'm saying. It's where you add in just vote.
No,
I never said just votes.
no. You said
I just
politics is
said
a
for
numbers
You
black
game.
need to
people,
know how to
it's a
Hold on, repeat
numbers
the
weaponize
game.
the
statement. Hold on,
needs
repeat the
and
statement.
wants
Repeat
of
the.
your
I
Hold on,
just
constituents.
said it.
hold on.
I
Repeat
just
the
said it
statement,
again.
KP.
If you
Repeat the
For
want
statement.
black
to be
people, it is an
effective in
unfair game
politics,
because it is a
you
numbers
need
game.
you
You
It
need
is a
need
numbers
votes.
game. You need votes. Okay, take the just out. My criticism is still the
I didn't
same.
say just. That's what I'm saying. It
No,
was no
I'm
just there.
saying even if you're not lit, bro. You're not listening. I said even if you take that out, the statement you just made, even without saying just, it still equates when you say it's a numbers game. No, it's not. It's bigger than a numbers game. It's
I'm not
bigger than
saying
because
it's just
for
anything though. That's
example,
what I'm saying. You're equating that I'm bringing this
no,
up, and now
I'm
you're
saying
saying that
when
I'm
you
making
no,
it
no, I'm
disallowed.
So
saying
Domo, hold on.
I'm
hold
If
just
I'm
on,
if
bringing these
I'm
points
if
up
I'm
because
able
KT,
to
in
acquiesce that
counteraction to
all
what
KT,
your
you
data
said.
is
I'm
correct,
saying the
how do you get that
characterization.
across to the
The
voter?
characterization that politics is a numbers game. I'm saying that characterization it's reductive.
We
No, it's more
understand
than
that.
a
So I'm
numbers game,
saying if
Domo.
you're
That's
right
what I'm
on
saying. I'm
everything
not
in terms
disagreeing.
of the data,
It's more
Domo,
than a numbers
how do
game.
we
My
I'm
point
how
is
saying
that is
that
a part of
statement
it,
is
and
reductive. I'm saying that so
that's a
so
big
so
part of it, is it not?
okay. So when I say that statement is reductive, do you agree with that?
no.
No, because I didn't
Okay.
make it into just one thing.
Bro, you said again, the characterization of politics as a numbers game ignores
Like as I
the
said, I
nature.
brought that back to even being. I'm only bringing that up in reply to what you
To
said,
bring it up
because
at
you were saying
all.
like
To
it's
bring it up
about
at
power, it's
all.
about
To bring it
power
up
and,
at
and
all.
movement.
I'm
And I
saying
to
was
it's a
saying,
how
but
it
bad.
the thing
It's a
benefits
bad
is,
us.
point.
you got
It's
to
a
be
bad point.
elected to do that,
It's a
and in
bad.
order
It's a
to get
bad
Hold on,
elected,
Domo.
it is
characterization.
not a
Let's bring
numbers
the
game.
conversation back
It's a
to
bad
how in any
characterization,
way it
regardless. I'm saying
Is it?
I'm saying
Do
the way
you
that
not
when you
need the
characterize
numbers
it
to
like
get
that,
elected? That's all I'm saying.
I,
That now for that
I'm
part
Domo,
of
let's
the
bring the
saying that's a
policies and the
bad
process.
Stop
conversation
trying to
back
characterization.
interrupt him,
to how
Will.
it
Can't
will
nobody hear
benefit
you.
us.
Willie, goddamn
How,
boy, you can't.
no, I'm
I'm
saying
not
I'm
talking to
asking.
that
Nah,
nigga,
they
bro.
not having
I'm
that
not talking
convo,
to that
Will.
nigga.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm not talking to that nigga. I'm not even talking to him. That's why I'm just talking to you, KT. I'm saying that a large problem with with the way that we have political discourse is it's largely reductive. Every comment is, oh, politics is, politics is these things, and politics is, it's these, it attempts to reduce the nature and the significance of politics to these small little areas that ignore again its true nature, right? Like the fact of the matter is politics is more than just casting ballots. It's also political engagement. It's also the
Yes,
demands that we make even after an election. It's also the way that we hold people, the way that we hold certain things accountable. It's when we go out and vote for initiatives, right? So like when we vote for ballot measures, when we vote yes or no on funding certain things or adding additional tax, right? Like all of those things, understanding that tax, understanding the impact that it has on you and your family, understanding what they did with the last tax, all of that goes into politics. And so when we attempt to reduce it, like dumb it down, as you say, right? We that's how propaganda is inevitably created. Because my demand on voters, on
I think
people,
that's just
my
not. Listen, I think when you insert that, that's where it gets fucked up. Because listen, you have everything is in a simplified manner already. That's why even though we can get into many levels of
that's the
politics,
problem.
we feel like the legislative, judicial, and executive branch. It's still everything still works in simplified manners for the basic people to understand, because the government itself is about the people. You have to have it in a way where the people understand. The reason why I'm even talking about, I feel politics are losing trust, like especially government, the whole type of thing there, because it's not enough of that. People don't understand what's really going on. I know
We
y'all
end
saying
up
how
fighting
And
for
it's gonna
two
fuck. Hold
hours
on,
on
all
something
that
that
could be
doesn't
true.
benefit
All that
us.
could be true, and it's gonna fuck them in the long run. People, if as long
Wait,
as niggas operate the way that y'all talking about, we're
We end
fucked.
up arguing for two
no, we're
hours
not,
No,
because
about something
as
that
long
listen,
doesn't
as niggas
benefit
have
us.
this
no,
mentality,
listen.
we're fucked.
The
We're
truth
fucked.
of the
There's nothing
matter
we
is,
can
if
do.
we're talking about the truth, is we already know why politics exists, because most people, they're okay with not being told what to do. They're
wait, wait,
process.
wait,
Most people
wait,
are
wait,
okay with
wait,
Hey,
that.
bro,
wait.
They have
Hold
this is
up,
the
accepted that.
hold
That's why.
combination.
up.
That's why they
Listen, and
said
if we
we
can't,
would
and if we
choose
can't move
leaders
past that, and
to
if we
do the
can't move past
things.
that, we're fucked. If we can't move
I
past
mean,
this consistent
that's what I'm saying.
characterization,
So
we're
if we
fucked.
stick in
We're fucked.
politics, that
No,
is
the
that.
Fuck
Democrats
all
are
that.
That's
I'm
what
fucked.
we're
back off the
sticking in a
phone, man. I
position
As
where
gotta
we're
long
get
as
back
saying
we,
on.
like
Liberals are fucked.
we just, cause listen, you we don't have the knowledge or skill itself or anything on most things, right? You go
We
to
don't
a
have
person
to.
you
no,
trust in
bro,
that
no. I'm
position,
tired. These is
and
excuses, bro.
that's how politics work
These are
majorly.
excuses. These are
But
excuses, bro.
it's
These are
not an
terrible
excuse.
excuses. It
So is it
is.
not true?
It
What
is.
is
No,
the
it's not
excuse?
true.
What is
Yes,
not
It's not
okay.
true?
true. It's
Wait,
Hey,
not true.
Dev, can I
yeah,
talk?
what, no, what, I want to tell you why it's not true.
Hey, Dev, let me know when I can talk.
Oh, my
Yeah.
bad.
Well,
Let me know when I
okay.
can crack GA head, man. I got that for you. I was on the phone call.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
shit.
Okay. All right. Yeah,
Yeah,
let
the
me
governor
pause on
gonna go,
that.
Dev.
Hold on, no,
Pause on
time
that.
out, time out.
No,
You
no,
got that
no,
article?
no.
You got that policy?
Yeah, I got the info,
Wait.
man. I got the info
Okay,
for
Okay.
let's
you.
go. Show
Okay.
your
Okay.
screen.
But
Show your
hey,
screen.
wait. Hey, before you go, Aaron, just let me put this out here. For bro, you sound like the mad rapper right now. When you sit there and say politics is simple, yet we can't understand it. That's crazy because it's all
I,
about policy.
I didn't
And
say that.
you literally said that. You said this
No,
thing
I
is
I
didn't. I
wouldn't
simple.
said
even
do
disagree with
we
that.
agree most people are
Okay,
stupid? So
no.
most
Okay,
stupid people can't
I
understand that, and
digress.
that's what
I
I've been talking
withdraw
about.
my
Why
comments,
people in
Aaron.
general.
Aaron, I defer to you, sir. I defer to you because we're not gonna do that.
They was asking for your info, Aaron.
Oh damn, my
Can
fault,
I
my fault, my fault. Walked in the store. All right,
can I
here we
talk
go. Here
now,
we go.
Dev?
No, it's Aaron.
Oh, wait till you
Don't
come
Aaron.
up. Can you go, Aaron?
I got you. I got you.
Just let me
All
know when
right.
I
So,
could go, Dev.
Biden administration took steps to reverse some of Trump-era asylum policies and aim to rebuild the U.S. refugee program while also facing challenges at the border. So, well, while initially continuing Title 42, a public health order used to expel migrants without asylum screenings, the Biden administration began to limit its use, especially for families, expanding across raise the refugee ceiling. Biden significantly increased the annual refugee admission cap, seeking to expand access to resettlement. Launched a private sponsorship this is the big one, that sponsorship program. The administration introduced a new program to allow private individuals and groups to sponsor refugees. What else? Improve USRAP vetting. Biden plans to improve the U.S. Refugees Administration program vetting process to make it more efficient and fair. Increase border security. The number of migrants encountered at the U.S.-Mexico border increased significantly in 2021, presenting a challenge for the administration. Yeah, so basically, he made it easier for asylum seekers. He made it easier for people to seek asylum, not only in our country, but you could seek asylum in your country and come over. I don't know. I said that.
And come over here.
Yeah,
No,
you
no,
really
no,
said
please,
that.
please, please,
No,
please,
no,
please,
no.
stop, stop. Let him finish. Let him
No, you
finish.
always do
Let him
that. You
finish.
always do
No,
that. I
no.
said it wrong.
Let
I
him
said it
finish.
wrong.
No,
I said that
continue,
wrong.
Aaron.
Oh
Yeah,
no, because I'm
continue.
gonna hop. That ain't how I go with it. You always had that. Now, what he did was you could come over here while seeking your asylum. President Trump made your ass stay over in Mexico. You could come over here and get a sponsorship and stay till your case gets pulled up.
Right, so
So
you
he
can
made it
apply
easier
for
for he made it
sponsorship from your
yeah,
home country.
Hold on, no,
your home
please. Let
country.
let him explain. Let him explain. Go ahead, bro.
Please elaborate. Take your time, bro. I was about to get
That was
off.
the
I'm gonna stick around.
that was the
No,
That's it.
elaboration.
That's it.
Yeah,
That was his point.
yeah. That was my
That's
point.
it.
He made it easier. Yes,
Hold on. He
made
made
what?
what easier?
Yeah, what
for asylum
easier?
seek for asylum seekers.
Immigration for asylum
Hold on, no.
seekers.
Stop. Asylum seekers. Now, is asylum seekers illegal immigration or legal immigration?
Legal.
No, it says that
It's legal. No,
it's
hold on.
Hold
Give
legal.
on.
him a
It's
one
legal.
It's
sentence
legal.
answer.
It's
It's
Give him
legal.
a
legal.
You're
one word
dead.
answer. It's
You're
legal
dead.
immigration. What's the
It's
point,
legal.
Domo?
You're dead. You're
But the
dead.
hold on,
He
Damo,
made
the
it
point,
Why is
because
no,
that dead?
Damo,
because
Damo, the
hold on. Let me
problem
say this.
is
Let
the
me
way.
say this, and I promise. Let me
Get
say
it
this,
out,
and I
get it out.
promise
People
you'll be
that
able to
are
go in.
Hold on, Willie,
I
let him get
anti-immigration
it
promise
are
you.
out. Let
When
him
you
get it out.
anti-illegal
came
immigration as
on
well.
here,
You're
when
right.
you
You're
came
right.
on here,
You're right. You're
what
right.
you said is your problem was
You're
with illegal immigration specifically,
you're right. You're right.
and
But
that
the
Joe
thing
Biden
is,
made it easier for
you're right.
illegal immigration.
Oh, you
You're
just
right.
won.
Asylum
You are right.
I
seeking,
got you.
You're right.
asylum seeking with a sponsorship does not make illegal immigration easier.
Right.
It does. It gives it it's a gray area. It's
No,
making
it's
it easy.
no, it's not. You have a sponsor
I'm
that
saying it's
Bro,
literally
only meant for
makes it.
the average
I
Hold
know
on,
that.
at
middle
best,
class
at
and
How
best,
lower
many
even if you're not
class
a
voter.
citizen, you're
Is
documented.
fuck all
You're
them niggas.
documented,
Whether they
Aaron.
did it legal or
You're
I
not
know
illegal.
even
that.
Fuck
considered
all them niggas.
undocumented. Even though
I
you're not
know
a
that.
citizen, you're documented, right?
I,
That means
I'm
that the
right.
issue of while you're here, right? The fear is that while you're here, you'll just run off and disappear and you'll never go to your court case. But when you have a sponsor, right, when you're housed, that means that you have someone to ensure that you go about the process legally.
But
So
Damo,
trust the system.
are we not having problems
Trust
with
the
this
system. No, I
sponsorships?
understand what he's saying, KT. He's
But
right.
I hear what he's
Trust the
saying.
system.
He is
That
right,
ain't
but I'm
KT,
saying,
He's
that's
saying
Aaron.
trust the system.
are we
Hey,
not
that
having
ain't
problems
KT,
with
that's
those
Aaron.
sponsorships?
I'm saying the
Tell
average
tell him why you
voter
mad,
doesn't
son. Tell him
trust
why
the
you mad.
system.
Tell him why you
Clarify that.
mad, son. Tell him why
I'm
you
saying the
mad,
average
son.
voter doesn't trust the system. I'm
Tell him
saying
why you mad, son.
for the average voter on the conversation of immigration, they don't give a fuck whether you got here as an asylum seeker or illegal. Get rid of
Tell him why
all them
you
niggas.
mad, son. Tell him why you mad, Willie. Tell him why you mad.
I'm mad because the motherfucking Democrats keep losing these elections on bullshit that wouldn't benefit me anyway.
Shut up, bro. You voted
They
for him, bro.
losing
You Damo,
elections
you shut up too.
on
You ain't vote. I'm sick of you two niggas. One nigga voted for Trump and one nigga didn't vote. And you niggas got the most shit to talk.
The average voter.
nah.
Wait, come on, bro. Come on.
That
And
don't
look
mean
how
you ain't
petty I'm
talking
being,
stupid
Taz.
shit.
He
I ain't
You
talking
even
that shit
talking
to
picking on
himself.
black
that
people when I say that, Taz.
Hey,
I
hey,
know you
look,
know
hold
that
up,
though.
That
GA.
don't mean I'm
Hey
saying
GA,
I
stupid
know
shit
you
hey
on
know
GA,
that
this
did
though,
you see
bitch.
that?
Taz.
Hey, did you see that patience? You know what I'm saying? Did you see that demure response?
Hey, tell him why you
You know what I'm
mad,
saying?
Nigga,
son.
that's the
Tell
first time
him
you did
that,
it in the last two and a
You know
half
what I'm
hours.
saying?
You get no
bro.
trophy
Yeah,
for
you
shutting
I
the
know?
told
fuck
you,
up for two
I told you
seconds in
you
the
needed to
last
work
2
on
hours.
that, Damo. You got to work on your what is the word I'm looking for? Your diplomacy, nigga. You supposed to be our politician. Can't be in here going
And
crazy on us,
Sadomo,
the average voters.
Wait a
You
Sadomo,
minute.
supposed
let
to
me
be
ask you a
the
question,
Wait a
right?
minute.
politician.
Now you
I
let
Sadomo,
gotta
let
Cass
me
work.
come
ask
in
you a
here and just
question,
shoot a
right?
joker in the face with the scatter gun and don't tell and tell him good
It's
job.
all me. It's always gonna be shots
So
being
look,
thrown.
Domo, my question is being surrounded by a panel of niggas that you know are B first, right? We've spent
I don't
about
know if you
2
beat for
hours.
your beat could be
All
blazing
right,
or
all
what's I
right.
call.
Just pretend like you think I care about black children. Just pretend,
Okay,
right?
okay, okay.
Or or
I
just
act like
take me out of it. What I'm saying
I act.
is you fucking
Yeah.
Democrats spend two
Uh.
hours arguing about
Uh.
some shit that ain't gonna benefit none of us. None of
Uh.
us.
Uh.
No, man, Willie, you come
And
here and
that's
just
why
take
you
the
niggas
air out of
lose.
really good. You take the
That's
air
Okay.
out of
why
good
Donald Trump is
discussions,
the president, is what I'm saying.
and when
Because you
nobody even
niggas
talking
spend
about
time
that.
arguing
So
shit
so
that ain't gonna
so when
benefit
you
nobody on this panel.
right, so when he says Democrats, he's talking about only one office. He's not talking about mayor. He's not talking about his local city council. He's not talking about his tax
Why I'm not?
assessor or
I'm not
anything
talking
that
about
that.
Lightfoot. I'm not talking
Nah,
about
you ain't talking.
sanctuary cities.
Nah,
I'm
you
not
ain't
talking
talking
about
about
sanctuary
sanctuary
cities.
city because
No,
sanctuary cities don't
I'm
come
not
up
talking about
until it's
local
time to vote
government.
for the president. Yeah, sanctuary cities
yeah,
only come up when it's time to vote for president. That's the only
yeah.
time
Them butts,
That's not true,
sanctuary city.
them
Tez.
butts. You keep them
It
off of
is
Tez,
the
you
true,
have
nigga.
people
you them
going to
butts.
their local city council complaining about this shit right
That
now.
was good.
And these
No,
are black
Willie,
people.
no, Willie, you didn't kill some good discussion,
So
man.
you're
Bro
saying
can't
that black people aren't going to their local city council meetings and complaining about this exact same issue? Is that really
they
what y'all are asserting?
no what we're asserting is that
Cool.
it was some good
If that's
talking
what you're
points that
saying, I'll just fall back. You right.
it's some good talking points that came up about sanctuary cities this evening, about local politics this evening, about immigration and different layers of immigration. And bro, you took the oxygen out of a lot of them conversations,
My
man.
point is this, GA. How does any of this shit benefit us? Why sit here and argue about an issue that we don't benefit from? And
Because
this
we
is
we
why the black community in particular has
because we're
started to
trying to
become
no, we're trying to move
all right.
our perspective beyond the regular Fox News, CNN,
I'm saying this ain't
MSNBC
Fox News,
talking
my
points.
nigga. I'm saying this is your local city council meeting in Philly, in New York City, in Chicago. I'm
Man,
saying this is
no, no,
what
no, no, no. You made a good talking
GA.
point about Philly
I'm
that I ain't
saying
even
no
get to
matter
get
how
to.
smart we are,
How many
this
counties
is
in
the
Philly?
issue.
How many
This is
counties in
the
Philly? How many counties are part of the city of Philadelphia, bro?
then nigga asked me some weird shit I don't know. I don't know. You tell me. Because none of that was my point. My point was, right? Let's not, you said Fox News. Like this is strictly a white issue. I'm saying a lot of black voters take issue with the conversation we're having. So arguing this on the behalf of fucking Mexicans, are you niggas high?
Yeah, I'm just
That's
sorry.
what I'm saying.
Thought I got sniped, man. I thought Aaron sniped me again.
Nah, G, that was I should have sniped you that time, man. That never happened again.
That- Willie, you tweaking, bro. You're tweaking, man.
I mean, I've been dropped several times, so I've been trying to make a point, but
But you keep
I,
doing the
I will
same
accept that my
thing.
point can't be made. I accept that,
Okay.
so I'll fall back.
No,
You
okay,
niggas
but
figure it out.
before you fall back, can
You
you
come
tell
in
me?
and make your point, but don't
Hold
nobody
up.
give a fuck
With
about
my
it.
place in
That's
life
the
right
difference.
now, right?
How
Like
many?
you niggas got the loudest voice. All right, figure it out. But
No, how
stop
many?
blaming the boule when y'all playing
God,
fair.
man, now we done moved from the southern border to
Yeah, I know.
Palestine,
My
and now
bad,
we on the
GA.
Boule.
You
I
right.
just well,
I
okay.
crashed out. You right.
How many counties around Philly, man? How many counties are affiliated, associated, or tied to Philly? I don't know, man. I'm a Bama. I had no idea. Be my tour guide.
They not like us.
I mean, but why are you taking it to the outside counties? I'm telling you
I'm
what the
asking
people
how
in that
many
city.
county. No, that's what I'm saying. How many counties? Is that city just one
Listen to what I'm
county?
telling you.
Or
I'm not going outside of Philadelphia. I'm saying the black population in Philadelphia is complaining about this issue. The black population in New York City is complaining about this issue. The black population in Chicago is complaining about this issue.
what's the issue?
The issue is immigration. So while
Okay.
Domo paints a wonderful picture of it and how much we don't know about it, I understand that. That's not going to win you an election, is my point.
Okay. Well, I thought it was
So if
school
we're talking
districts.
about black political power, we have to start thinking about what will win us elections
No,
to
no, no,
push
no.
our agenda.
No, well, stop right there.
Yes,
Who's
sir.
accountable? Wait, who's accountable and who's responsible for this immigration
You
issue
two
in these?
niggas.
Wow.
Nah, I'm fucking with you, G. I'm fucking with you.
Who's accountable? Is it the president? Is it the governor? Is it the damn mayor? Who's accountable? Is it the city council?
You ready for
Because
my
we,
simplest answer, GA?
yeah, no, about an hour and a half
GA.
ago, 2 hours ago, we tried to have a conversation about sanctuary cities, but we kept talking about other shit.
But GA, we had the conversation.
Did we?
To your question of who's accountable, you're gonna see that in the midterm elections. You're gonna see who the people
No, I'm talking about right now,
view.
bro. Right now, because you say this is ground zero, what you're reporting to us,
So
right?
GA, hold on. So I just want to be clear. You do agree that what you want to discuss and the conversation of what's actually happening in politics, two different conversations, right? And I wouldn't even disagree with that.
No,
You agree with me?
no, I agree that I want to hear your point about immigration in them cities that you name and who's responsible.
I'm saying sanctuary cities, right? Overwhelmingly are black cities. Do you disagree? When we're talking about Philly, New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, right?
Yeah, okay, I agree.
Nah, New York City not majority black.
I'm not even saying majority black, but
Well,
Well,
because it's,
it ain't never been considered no black city.
say what you gonna say now.
well, I would disagree because most people would consider New York City a blue state. When you're talking about the
No, no,
chairman
no,
of
no,
the
no. Wait,
Wayne,
no, 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 no,
when
no,
you're
no, no.
This
talking
shit
Stop,
about the
stop.
crazy,
Wait, wait,
chairman
man.
of
wait,
the
wait,
Go
wait,
ahead,
wait,
though.
Wayne,
wait, Willie, stop. You said, are you talking about blue or are you talking about black?
both. I'm saying black is blue. You say black represents red in any way? Is that your
Stop.
argument? To stop me in the point I was making, is your argument that black is represented in red in any way?
Yeah, well, let's talk about the people and leave the political parties out of it. Let's just focus on the people.
We were talking about elections, though. We were talking about
Okay,
politics.
in the election, and there's still people because the
All
people
right.
got
So,
options.
what I'm saying is, in an overwhelming majority, right, when it comes to these sanctuary states, the people who are complaining about it the most,
Cities,
right,
cities,
in
cities,
sanctuary states, right,
cities,
because
cities,
when you have the
cities,
complaints, when you have the
cities.
cities, I agree, my bad, but when the argument is coming outside of the sanctuary city itself, I agree with you, GA. That's a white argument. But when it's coming from inside of these sanctuary cities, this is how black people feel about this issue. So what I'm saying is in the context of politics, right? If you want to win, you have to cater to these people. Black people have been very vocal that for the most part, we aren't just gung ho in support of these sanctuary cities or this open border policy.
And how has that worked out for them?
I mean, niggas lost. I mean,
Who 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 did they
Carmella, what's her name?
who did they voice this to?
What's the black chick name? Well, the Indian chick. What's her name? She lost, so it didn't work out well. It was definitely a very divisive topic.
Walk these niggas
It
off.
was a
Bring
topic that actually steered a lot of black minds away from issues that we should have, which I think Domo would agree with. We should have put at the forefront, right? This immigration topic was very divisive, right? Which took away a certain amount of focus on the things that would actually benefit us, right? This is why I kept repeating. We're debating a topic that in no way benefits us. I think at the end of the day,
Stop, 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 Willie. Is black people mad about the integration in these
yes,
urban centers you just named?
yes,
Okay, so there has to be some benefit if we have a grievance. Can we agree on that?
no.
Why not?
I have a grievance about reparations. I still haven't gotten a
No,
benefit.
no. Okay, we're not talking about
So no.
reparations right now. We're talking about
I'm just saying no. Having a grievance doesn't mean you have a benefit. No.
okay. So you don't have a grievance about what's going on with immigration in the sanctuary cities that
That's
happen
not
to
what I
be urban
said. I
centers.
said we do have a grievance there.
Okay, that's what I asked, bro. You said no. You
Right.
went to reparations. We're talking
No.
about
No. I went to reparations when you said a grievance should somehow equate to progress. I'm
huh?
saying
You got it, Willie. Okay. All right, bro. You win.
we're debating a topic that in no way benefits
No,
us.
we're
So the only thing I would ask you is how does the topic of immigration
not help us.
benefit the
Not,
average black American?
do not help
Help
us.
me understand that, and I'll fall back from my entire argument.
uh,
It,
well,
it,
I really speak on that from because I got my brothers like GQ that they're impacted by that. They're frustrated by that issue, and they're saying that it takes resources from the community that they live in. They take economics from them in the communities that they reside in.
So you do recognize I'm representing that side of the argument.
No, you're not because you're saying it's not a problem.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that to you to try to get to a middle ground.
No,
This
you're flip
entire
flopping, bro. I'm
conversation,
asking you, what's your premise? What's your point? And you keep going back and forth all over the place, man. I'm really about to go, man, because you incoherent at this point, Willie.
I don't think the black community is pro immigration.
I think the
Okay.
average vote. I think the average voter doesn't know what an immigrant is.
And so to that point, when we were talking about the H1BV or whatever the fuck it's called, I don't even think the average voter views the immigration topic from the aspect of asylum seekers.
Average voter.
Yeah,
They're
but
talking
those
about the Mexicans in front of their local Home Depot.
but
Period.
just wait, let's be clear though. H-1B visas are not asylum seekers.
I
They're
get you.
okay.
We could argue that all day. What I'm
No,
saying is,
that's not an argument, bro.
all right, you're
They're
right.
sponsored.
It's not even
Okay,
an argument. You're right. But I'm
okay,
saying no matter what that number is, that's not what the average voter is thinking about when they walk into this conversation, is what I'm saying.
okay, and that's a fair point. But what I'm saying is, when you say stuff like this is a detriment, that is a detriment. You know, are you talking about some dude that's getting
I'm saying
paid?
politically, if I'm trying to harness political power, I want to cater to my constituency. So I'm worried about what my people want. So when GA makes when GQ makes the comments he makes about what's going on locally, it resonates with me. When I
Hmm.
look at the city council in New York City talking about all those immigrants being given free asylum in the New York hotel, right on 38th Street or wherever the fuck it is, right?
Hmm.
That's a black issue.
Right.
So my bigger point is this is how
Okay,
niggas
so wait,
lose.
wait, wait,
My hold
wait.
on, GA. I want to land here. My big point is this how niggas lose elections. Is
So
my
wait a minute.
overarching point.
So now the city council is accountable for this black problem that I thought you said wasn't a problem, or this black issue that wasn't the issue. Now it's the local people. Is where the people should be voicing their concerns.
I
Did I hear
never
you say
said
that?
these things weren't an issue.
Okay.
I respect my people when they say we think this is a problem.
Okay. So
I
is
trust my
it
people.
so should they address it more with the city council or
What I'm saying is in the party that we are tethered to, for lack of a better term,
no
tethered,
party?
right?
What about
Let's hear me
what if
out,
your
hear me
party
out.
no, no, I'm not gonna hear you out. What if your party's not in office?
I'm saying that's the reason you niggas ain't in office. That's my argument.
Okay, but you still got the same situation. What you do now?
Figure out a way to get you niggas out the way. Figure out a way to get you and Domo out the way so we can actually listen to the people and give the people what they want and actually harness
Okay.
the
So
political power that we could potentially have.
so you don't say nothing to the people in office?
Of course you do. I
That,
consider you and
what?
Damo as the people in office. I get dropped from the panel. I'm not in office. I'm running.
Oh my God. Oh man. Okay. See, bro, I be wanting to take you serious, but when you say stuff like that, I can't
Nah,
take you
GA, you in
serious.
office. Don't run from it.
What
You
office
and
I'm
Domo were defending a position.
we having a discussion, bro?
I mean,
No, they was standing
yeah.
on that shit. Get the niggas, bro.
Thank you, Taz.
You
Speak
can't
the
hide. You
fuck
can't
up.
hide. Damo ain't here
Well,
now. You can't hide.
well,
Get that nigga.
I'm still here, Taz. What you got for me, bro? What I'm standing on?
Thank
I'm
you.
asking questions.
Minute. Yeah,
Taz
I'm
punk ass over there letting them drop me, and he agreed with me the whole time.
I'm cheerleading.
Ooh.
No, I don't necessarily agree, but I am cheerleading.
I'll take that. Nah, this ain't our issue. And the Democrats' fundamental problem is the same way niggas sat here and debated about this shit for 2 hours. That's what the Democrats did over a whole presidential campaign. That's what they
See,
did.
Willie, see, there you go. You're hijacking the conversation that we trying to move forward, talking about what happened and some shoulda, woulda, coulda shit.
So you're saying where to go from here? That's the question
Wow.
I'm asking.
Yes, sir.
Go
That's
Knicks.
I'm saying, and watch your mouth, Dev. That's fucked up. You ain't even have to throw that at me. I'm saying, fuck them immigrants. I'm saying, let's focus on the things that benefit us. Certain topics cause division in a political party. For us as black men, this ain't worth even having a conversation over.
But
If
you
you
spend
say
just
fuck
as
them,
much
I
time
say
arguing
fuck
if
them.
was Kamala was black or not.
Now, I
Y'all
give you that
argued over
argument.
over how many people she threw in jail
So you
by
know what would be
keeping
my
their kids
response to that,
home
Dev?
from school.
So you know
That's
what would
what
be
y'all
my
argued
response to
about.
that, Dev? If niggas didn't view her and Biden as the immigration czars, motherfuckers wouldn't even have gone as hard on that
Wait,
topic. I will agree. I think
God damn, man.
no, I'm just saying I will agree. I think niggas were just looking to disagree with the Democratic push in the last
No,
election.
no, no, bro. Let's go back to what you just said. You said fuck them immigrants. Now we just admitted that we got some brothers in communities that that shit is important to them, and you saying, man, fuck them immigrants. Come on and get with this.
Yes, I'm
So,
saying that.
okay,
I'm saying the brothers that's important to
no,
us
no,
saying the same thing as me.
no, no, they're not. No, they're not. They was very vocal about this shit. They said, I'm
You
tired of
not
these
saying that?
motherfuckers.
KT didn't
Now,
just come up here and say that. When you
now
go
I
to your
don't.
local city council meeting, they aren't saying that.
Nope. I'm talking about
No, they
what you
definitely
just
are.
said. No,
So
I'm
let me
just talking
give you
about
an
what.
example. So let me give you an
God.
example, GA.
No,
In
Will,
Philly,
I'm gonna go, bro. I'm gonna go
hold
because
on,
you done
GA.
talked about
In
Philly,
Philly,
and I actually,
Yeah, because you're gonna be trying to
yeah,
put some New York shit on them, and most black people don't
yeah,
live in New York City.
and, you know, you be filibustering and you be tap
who
dancing
brought
all
up
over
New
the
York
motherfucking
City?
place, man. What?
I
Talk
wanted to
about
give you a
Philly.
specific example from
Okay,
Philadelphia.
okay. As long as you gonna entertain my questions honestly.
All right, what was the question?
No, state your claim.
So what I'm saying is in Philadelphia, that was a claim by the black community. We have been complaining that these schools need more funding, that they need to be rebuilt. What happened in Philly specifically is those schools in black communities, they were closed and reopened, right? As not only immigrant schooling, but it was also housing in that same building that they shut down. That if I lived in Philly, my babies would have been going to that school. That's the black issue. Now, I will say this. I
No, no,
will
no.
say
Stop.
this.
No, no, no. Don't run
All
that
right,
stop
good.
sign. You
Good.
brought up Philly. Let's talk about this. So we talking about school districts, right? Hello?
I was talking about an individual school, but
No, no.
yeah, we can say district.
Okay. Well, the
We can say
school is in the
district.
district. Okay, let's
We can
talk
say
about the
district.
school. Let's talk about the school and the district is in. The school got closed in the district, and
Right.
then then it got opened back up. So what they told the Negroes that they ain't had no money to run the school, and then they opened
Correct.
it back up for the immigrants.
Correct.
So that's why you mad.
Correct.
Okay, continue.
But you never blame the president for that though.
Yeah.
I blame everybody.
No, you didn't.
No, 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 no.
You
Why
damn sure
you
did. You ain't blame the governor.
I think
I
no,
know
I
you
think
didn't
a
blame the
lot of
senator.
wait,
voters
wait.
blame
No,
Biden for that.
wait, no, no, no. Wait, Biden?
This is
And you
called political crash
He said
outs.
the president. Did he not say the
wait.
president, GA?
Yeah,
You acting
yeah,
like
but
I'm crazy. He said the
okay, who?
president, right?
Okay,
No,
but
we ain't gotta
Willie,
act like it.
no,
You
no.
you're showing that you are crazy as fuck.
Yeah, yeah, you tweaking right now, Willie, because who's the superintendent of this district that where the school got closed?
Drop the link for the FBA brother in the chat.
Pin the link up.
Willie, did you hear me?
I posted. I think I still got it.
No, I just asked their
I,
name, bro. Who's the superintendent?
I
Who's the
don't
mayor?
fucking know. I hate
Oh,
when you niggas do this.
oh, but you mad. But
Do
you
you
mad
know?
though.
Do you know?
Bro, no,
You
I
was
don't
in the
know,
So
man.
district.
why ask
Did
me a
you vote?
question
Did
you
you
don't know
vote
the
for the
answer
school
to?
superintendent?
Hold
That
on.
shit ain't
Why
got
ask me? Hold on.
Mm.
Why ask me a question you don't know the answer
Because
to?
you made a reference to Philly, in which you
you
used to live
made the
in.
reference. You made the argument, man. I advocate for
I
motherfucking
spoke on what I
Mississippi.
know. I didn't involve the superintendent. So that wasn't a part of my argument.
So
But
you have an issue with the school, but you don't involve the school superintendent.
I blame everyone. Get rid of
who's on
all of them.
the, who's on the school board?
Get rid of all of them.
You
Whoever's
say
This
there.
is called reckless politics,
What
everybody.
I'm saying is though,
Listen to this motherfucker.
what I'm saying is,
wait. You said your kids could.
hold on, GA.
Okay.
What y'all aren't realizing is this was a direct effect of Biden's sanctuary city policy.
The
See, y'all are
school
denying
closing.
that. Y'all are denying that and act like the superintendent made this
That
call.
school in Philly closed because of what Biden did for sanctuary city policy.
Wait a minute, bro. So you missed the whole part when bro corrected me and said sanctuary cities came involved when at a time when the U.S. started accepting refugees. and you want to put that on Joe Biden. You missed that, right?
I'm saying that's not my argument,
Can
bro.
you admit to one goddamn
Uh,
shit you said fucked up?
okay. Well, I
Or you
gotta
just
go,
gonna go the
man.
whole fucking night just fucking
Yeah.
in denial?
Anything because you are so immensely immersed in the world, anything you disagree with, I was wrong about. You
I just
finished?
asked. I
Nope.
asked the no.
Unless
I
you're
asked.
gonna teach
That's
something,
even
Dev.
worse than what you
Unless you're gonna
doing.
present something outside of just disagreeing with me.
No.
I
No.
Okay.
was
No. No.
wrong.
No. Wait.
If
Wait.
you
Is that?
say I was wrong,
Wait.
Presentations
Wait.
Dev,
have
I
been
was
already
wrong.
stated.
Willie, was that
You've
for?
you've been read data from national statistics a whole fucking time, and no matter what was read,
And
you
the
always
data
found
said
some way
what?
to.
And the data said what?
The data
Wait,
said that
Remind me where I was wrong.
bro.
no, there is not enough time in the live stream to do that. Yeah, I'm not gonna go back over every single
I know you
goddamn
not.
point.
Because you
See,
had no
Willie,
point.
Willie, you being the agent of chaos right
You
now,
just want to
man.
challenge me.
I
You
don't.
had
I
no
don't need
point.
no motherfucking point. You the one fucking sounding and looking all reckless and shit.
Wait, Taz. Taz, are you still there or did you step
Well,
away?
listen, on that point, you're right, Dev. And good luck. I wish the rest of the
I don't need
world
no
well.
damn luck, nigga.
Our babies need
Uh,
luck.
Yeah, I think this is not going. Oh, okay. I think I remember, dude. CNG
n-
215.
no,
Yeah,
our babies need us not to be on no bullshit, Willie. They don't need no
CNG.
luck.
yeah. What's up with you?
Yeah, yeah. You good? You good, Q?
Peanut butter souffle coming in at 27.6. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. No, I'm just struggling. I'm struggling to see what's the point. Like I hear where the brother coming from. That I think he's
Yeah, you
saying
gonna
that.
wreck your brain trying to
I can
make
answer
some
him.
logic out of that
If
shit.
he talking about me, I can answer him.
I
Go
know
ahead,
you
bro.
can answer him. You're gonna be even more fucked up.
Are you saying that focusing? Are you saying that focusing on immigration is a distraction? We should give our undivided attention to other things. Is that because I'm struggling to see what's the argument that's being made?
Yes. I
Oh
am
well,
saying that voting, I'm saying that in terms of our political involvement, right?
yeah,
Focusing on this issue of immigration has caused somewhat of a wedge in the black political thought.
I can
And I'm
understand
just
that.
saying,
Niggas ain't
even if the other side is right, how does it benefit us?
I see where you're coming from. I see
That's
where you're
all I'm
coming from.
saying.
And in the long run too, I think a more pressing concern. A
ideology.
more pressing concern is that we're losing our political power in general. Our political power is significantly going down. It's 50 million of us, but a lot of us don't even vote in general.
So you
So our
came on
political
here to try me, but you agree with everything I'm saying. I'm
Oh
messing
my
with you, bro.
He
God.
I'm
didn't say
messing
with
with you, bro.
everything, nigga.
No, I'm
Shit.
messing with you,
Put
bro.
that goddamn muzzle back on your. I've just posted in the chat. Nearly 90 million registered voters sat home last November
Why?
because they thought that the electoral process would allow who they thought that it was going to win
That's
anyway.
what you think?
That's the number one reason. There
That's
were
what you
plenty of
think.
reasons, but that came in number
Ask
one.
me why I didn't vote.
nice. I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
Ask me why I didn't vote.
I think we did already.
Right.
Yeah, so I
Niggas
think the
saying,
more pressing issue is that we got to get people out there to vote in general. We got to get our voting numbers back up. You know, to push the issues that we find important to us.
so let me ask you this when you say that, brother. Do you think
Yeah.
prioritizing, going back and forth about the immigrant issue is going to galvanize the black voter?
Galvanized.
Um, I
Chill
think
out,
people can do
Taz.
more than two things at once. I think we can focus on multiple issues. I mean, we're kind of already doing that,
All
right?
right,
You got the food
let me drill
numbers.
my question down even
Okay,
more,
right.
since I don't think you answered it directly. What will galvanize the black voter?
Oh, what would galvanize the black vote?
Tariq Nasheed.
Hey, yo, Taz. Go to sleep,
These
nigga.
nuts.
Yeah, reparations. You throw reparations out there, that would galvanize like a motherfucker. To be honest with you,
Nigga said Tariq Nasheed. Yo, I hate this nigga, man.
yeah, I think certain buzzwords and stuff like that. Because we already seen how much they spend on advertising, right? Advertising. I think Roland Martin covered how much was spent on advertising to the black community, millions upon
he
millions of dollars.
he
You know
he a
what I
whole
mean?
ass nigga too. But let me ask you
Yeah,
this. All
I don't really necessarily agree with Roland on pretty much about
right.
anything. But I mean, a broken clock can be right 2 times a day, right? And he is right about that. Millions of dollars was spent in
That's fair.
advertising to try to galvanize the black community. You know, I think Kamala Harris had the highest, what was it, record-breaking and donations in history. Over what was it? Over 200 million. Correct me if I'm
That in,
wrong.
but that increases every year. Like the value of the
Oh,
dollar
okay.
changes, and that number's gonna change consistently every year. I promise you. In the next election, they're gonna say the contributions were even higher. So that's just something that's gonna happen. But when we're talking about black political power, right? Do you
Okay.
think that this issue of immigration helped to streamline the black vote or
Streamline.
cause division?
Um, I honestly don't know. I don't want to be disingenuous here
No,
and
that's
say
fair.
something that I don't know. You know, honestly, don't know.
I mean, if
Could
you
probably
listen for the
did,
last
maybe
2
did,
hours,
probably a little bit
it
of both.
definitely
You know,
caused some division.
cause division. What do you mean division amongst who? People who are more concerned, left leaning and right leaning.
I'm saying niggas like myself who say, all right, these niggas lead the Democratic Party, right? They're not pushing for my issue. So I have no reason to waste my gas and go vote.
I see where you're coming from. So, what is your solution to the issue that you believe is a major issue? Is keeping us fragmented. This immigration topic is
He
keeping
don't have no fucking solution.
That nigga don't know.
No, he does. Am I
No,
allowed to present
Bro,
one?
Willie have no clue.
Shut your goofy ass up. You
Right.
vote for the white man, nigga. This
It's
not even
bad.
your conversation.
No,
No,
seriously though.
I voted for the right. I voted for the right man, nigga.
Hey, yo, Taz, tell this
Seriously
nigga
though, when
this
it
ain't
comes
even
to
his
immigration,
conversation.
though, what solution could you possibly have? I mean, we are literally on the outside of that conversation. So, what viable solution could we as voters present for uh,
If the
immigration?
Democratic Party valued the black vote, right? You know as well as I do, Taz, you don't even have to solve our problems. Just act like you going in our direction.
They been doing that.
When there's a clear fork in the road that's saying pro-immigration is going this way and the needs of the black community that aren't being met is going that way, if you even pretend like you going in that direction, you already know, Taz, we rolling with you.
Right,
Good
but
luck with that.
that's because when you juxtapose it to the other option, it's the better option. I mean, you can't make it sound like we just doing it just
But
because
you
it's
can't convince niggas.
No, niggas is smart, bro. Niggas ain't on that dumb wagon no more, Willie.
well. No, I'm saying that the Republicans don't have to try to cater to you at all. In fact, they can be completely opposite of you and still benefit from you sometimes.
I agree 100%. What I'm saying
Mm,
is where the
damn.
We just
Democrats put the
moving that
nail in their
yeah,
coffin.
moving past that way.
But what I'm
But
saying, Taz, is where the
both is
Democrats put the nail in their own coffin is when they go full force in a direction that we've made clear we don't support.
but they
Because
do
they hate you,
more.
bro. You haven't figured that out yet. They don't
But
like
when
you, Willie.
Shut
but we
the
can't
Oh,
fuck
my
up.
bad.
they
My
do
bad,
offer
Taz.
more,
My
though.
bad, Taz.
They do offer more than Republicans, though. I'm just saying we got to be honest
Yeah,
about that fact. They
so
do
Taz,
offer
let me
more.
ask you this. To your point that
I
the
would agree with
Republicans
that.
can still benefit from you without you participating and voting for them at all. to your point, would you say that the ones who vote the couch, a vote for the couch is a vote for the Republicans, like Roland Martin would say? Would you agree with that? Is that just like,
No,
is that what you're trying to say? Like
And
for
I'll
no,
answer that as being the
I
couch
don't.
vote.
I don't believe that. I don't believe in that. I
Why
don't
would you
believe
It's
even
not.
mention Roland Martin, bro?
It's not. I can say that unequivocally as the couch vote, as the nigga that didn't vote. No, I wasn't voting for the Republican Party. I was voting against the Democratic Party so that they see the value in what happens when you miss my objectives.
And what happened with that?
But I'm
Go
saying
find out in the
if
midterms,
you put 1 point on the board for the couch,
goofy
do
nigga.
you think then that 1 point could go on the board for a Republican, for a guy who's not voting for the couch, who's voting Republican? Do you know what I mean? Or do you
Nah,
think
I
that's
bro.
just
mean,
bullshit?
You listen to
I mean,
Roland Martin, bro. Come on,
people on
man.
the couch that
I'm
will
just
vote.
but
saying
you
a lot
could
of
view
people.
the
That doesn't mean
third party vote the same way.
You know
But
what I
just for
mean?
a
I'm
second,
just asking.
I don't
I
think
listen to a lot of people. I'm
I
just
don't think you
asking.
can measure who doesn't vote because people aren't voting on both sides. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So you can measure who isn't voting and how that would determine an outcome of an election.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can't quantify it
yeah,
that way. I get what you're
because
saying.
the
Yeah, I'm
Chinese
just
Chinese
asking.
people
I'm not
don't
saying
vote
I
like
agree
that.
with it.
And
Yeah.
if I'm being honest, 99.9% of the time I voted on party lines. I literally, before it became electronic, I clicked them buttons down all the way down to Democratic, click, 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 for judge, everything. Click, 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 click.
Yeah, we know. We know.
So once you lose that, you lose your base.
Mm.
They ain't worried about goofy niggas like Madon because
Bro,
they're not even really,
They know you a
they're
bro. They
not
know
really
you
even a political
Yeah,
base.
they know you're a
Goofy
willful
niggas like
slave.
Madon is just
They know
lost.
they know you're a willful slave, and just like you said, you're gonna go down and check all the boxes because your ass been spoon fed that
But
democratic
Madon, I'm saying
nonsense.
they depend on me more than you. They know you goofy, right?
Nigga, please, nigga.
I'm saying they depend on me.
Yeah, I
Bro,
got
they're
it.
I
not dependent
determine
on
their
you, bro.
election.
Trust me, they're not dependent on you, Willie.
All right.
You don't even touch the radar, bro. You don't even pop up on the radar.
And you think you do as a pro-Trump black advocate
Nigga, I am the
with your
radar.
goofy
That's
ass.
different. I am the radar, nigga. I'm the nigga
You
that's
ain't no
detecting shit.
fucking
I'm
radar.
detecting it. I'm doing the goddamn detect. I'm the
You a
radar.
goddamn welcome mat.
I'm the
You the nigga
goddamn
that they wipe their
radar,
shoes
nigga.
on. You
Yeah,
are a
I'm gonna be
please.
honest
welcome
with
mat.
you. I think that
Bro, bro,
You
you
don't
just told us your
determine
whole
any
life
election.
story. You the welcome man, bro.
Madon,
You the one who just told
Madon,
us,
listen,
oh yeah, you
you
lose your
don't
base.
determine
You
an
the one who
election.
just told us,
CNG trying to get in
you
there.
said, hold on, bro. You just said they lost the base, meaning they lost you. So you the one who been been the carpet out here, my nigga. Walking
Go,
all
go
over.
ahead,
You walking
CNG.
all over.
yeah. So no, I mean, um, and it's okay to. We gotta understand too, man. It's okay to agree to disagree. We don't always have to agree with everything and still have
I
like a
agree.
civil conversation,
I
But
agree.
I think that let me see if I can remember. I lost
I
my
don't
train
think
of
you
thought.
know Brother Madon though. He's a goofy. But go ahead, make your point. I'm listening.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
he go
I think we can.
Walmart Willie, but go ahead.
Yeah, I think we can kind of focus. Right, let me say this. I think they gave during C19 um when the Democrats was running the show, they gave the Asian community the C19 Asian economic $30 million Asian
Package.
economic
I
pact because
remember.
the businesses was taking a blow. We know that they gave the Afghans $4.5 billion. Native Americans received $40 billion and more land. We know I think there was $463,000 in the Trump Mexican in cages debacle. Um, we know how much they sent to Ukraine. So what I'm saying is, and none of these groups vote
Benefit
vote
us.
as nearly in the turn out as nearly as the black community does. I think we need to focus more on local politics in our communities. Like I'm in the city of Philadelphia right now, and we need to focus more on local and then put a lot of our focus into group economics and networking with each other, building with each other. I know there was a brother who owned like a lumber mill company, and he said his biggest hurdle is that other brothers who owned lumber companies didn't want to. He had to link up with white folks because
Let
they
me
didn't
ask you, as a black man from Philly that knows your city, do you
God
think
damn, man. You gonna let him fucking finish, yo?
I was done. It's all right. I was done.
Nah,
everybody
you ain't
tells you
gotta
that,
cut your
Dev?
shit. You wasn't done
Everybody
talking.
tells you that, but you
No,
still got
everybody
to
don't have to
interrupt.
tell me that, nigga. Shit, I don't need nobody permission to drop your ass down. Nah,
We
did you
know
have
that.
something to say?
We know that. That's the easy resolution. We know
That,
that, Dev.
that was pretty much it. But you
Go,
guys
go ahead. Before you
politics.
start crying,
So can I ask my question now, Dev?
I was trying to hear his point about his associate with actually somebody that's on the ground. He was talking about a business owner, but you seem to miss that fucking point.
Yeah, he was just stating that he had a lumber mill company. His biggest hurdle is that trying to build and build with other black men who own the lumber companies. He said that there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. We have an issue linking up together. So unfortunately, he had to link up with a white dude who had a lumber company.
Yeah,
And
he didn't have the time to wait out and try to network with other black lumber company owners.
yeah, you know, so I think that's the thing too. I think we should focus more on because what my point is, the point I'm making is these other groups have received some type of compensation for whatever struggle that they're going through, and their turnout for the Democratic Party is not like the turnout like the Black American community. It's just not. Black Americans turn out for the Democrats very very heavy, and these other communities were able to get compensated with less, with less turnout. And so I think we should focus more on in our local in our communities what we can, and group economics, coming together. I know I support this sister. She has her own water business, um and whoever we can support and build with them, and so that's my thing, group economics and just coming together. If you know somebody who has this business, put them out there, promote them, put them on your channel, whatever
Good
we
luck
can
with
do
that.
to help one, you know what I mean.
Good luck with that. The thing about it, man, they know majority of black people are willful slaves. Black people will lead themselves to the slaughter. This Democratic Party nonsense been pumped in the souls and the mind and the spirit of black people for almost 400 years.
And listen to
Seems
this
like to me.
stupid motherfucker.
So we
You
got
do know they
willful
Dev
was
gonna
slaves.
crash
Republicans
on
Hold
first,
me
on, let
if
me
right?
I
finish, bro.
talk.
Oh yeah, bro.
So you gonna let this stupid
When I start
motherfucker
talking,
talk.
see, hey,
Because you be
so
saying
so
stupid shit. Don't
no,
nobody
nigga,
be wanting to hear it.
sit your, go back to
I've
sleep,
been
nigga.
on
Like
mute.
you already
You
look like
still
you're
saying
sleeping on a
shit.
pillow on your fucking avatar. But let me say this,
Madonna, what the fuck are you talking about? Do you see yourself?
bro. Why every time I start
That's
talking,
what the
your bitch
fuck.
ass gotta wake up out of nowhere?
Oh, wash your bitch
Because you a
ass.
fucking goofball and
You know what
everything
I'm
you
saying?
stand on
When I
has
You
start
saying
nothing to do
talking,
fucking
with this
stupid shit.
every
conversation.
time I start talking, the whole cake ass niggas
Cause
gotta come
listen
out of
to what we
nowhere.
You
talking
don't
about.
stand on
You were the
anything
whole
the
cake
rest of the
nigga,
black men on
Madonna.
this panel
I was
stand
just
on.
pointing out you talking about they been Democrats for 400 years. They was Republicans first, you dumbass nigga.
Bro,
That's all I'm saying.
I was exaggerating the years, bro.
I know.
Goddamn.
Let's be
That's why I said
honest.
you
Don't
niggas were
exaggerate.
so triggered. You get so triggered, bro. Y'all, in the words of Big
When
Psych,
the nigga
what
lie,
in the
we
word,
supposed to be
Yeah,
happy when
because shit
niggas
is
say
that
stupid shit?
serious. Yeah, I do
You
get
sound
hey,
triggered.
stupid.
bro, in
Shit
the
is
words
that
of Big
serious.
Psych,
Why you
in the
think shit
words
is
of
a game?
bro, in the words of Big Psych, where
Why
you
you
bitch
running
niggas
around
coming
beating
from?
on Donald Trump
In the
thinking
words
shit is
of
a
Big
game?
Psych, bro, in the words
Yeah, I
of Big
do take
Psych,
it that serious.
I listen to this bitch ass nigga. In the words of Big Psych, where you bitch niggas coming?
The same place you finna go, nigga. Shit, in the goddamn hole. Let me see how long you can stay down there. That dumbass shit. This niggas ain't shit. Goddamn. Speech talk. Yeah. Try to strike that from the record, CNG. You just talking coon. You gonna
Yo,
pretend
that,
that he gonna pretend he ain't black or
mm, yeah, that's my only thing. I think that we should focus on.
Yeah, I'm not about to focus on no group economics with no niggas though, but that shit over with.
I see. I see.
Yeah, that shit over.
So,
I
so,
don't.
but then what do you
You're
think of
saying, what are you saying? With the black community and nobody else, or include them in your group economics, or is it considered group economics if you don't separate one from the other? Is it one? Is it one or the other? Because I don't know any group that says I'm going to only focus with one or the other.
No, 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 no. You absolutely don't put an embargo on yourself from other groups. That's not the thing. But I'm out here in Philadelphia, and we out here we're around I say around 67% black in this
Yeah,
city, and
huge Pan African
but
representation. Yeah,
we have a heavy Hispanic population in our communities of Dominicans and Puerto Ricans and stuff like that. And a lot of the places that we go to, a lot of the businesses in our communities, you see it's like a lot of Dominicans working with one another, a lot of bodegas and stuff like that. Even the Congreso, the Congreso, which is like when you have like when you're falling on hard times, you need help or whatever and stuff like that. There's times that I would go there to Congreso with friends and stuff like that, and they would focus more on the Hispanics. So if you were like black, they would kind of effective immediately let you know like this is for Hispanic people who's falling on hard times. You need help finding a job, or you get what I'm saying. I just noticed there's a
hmm
lot of a sense of community versus what we got going on. We come together. We for a good bit of things. We do galvanize here and there. It depends on what it is. But I think we need to galvanize our economics as well, just like other things, like Mexicans and Koreans, the Korean nail shops, and the Arabs. The Arabs got the gas stations. You know what I mean? Or am I?
I'm just saying on a political level, we get herded into focusing on other people's issues that don't benefit us.
I agree with that. I think they said that
As a
immigration
as
hurt
a
Black
black
Americans the
voter,
most statistically.
we've been geared towards having to save everyone else. It's the black voter that get the gays what they want. It's the black voter that gets the illegal immigrant what they want. And I'm
Mm.
saying we need to focus all that energy on ourselves.
Right.
no, you using them as a
Well,
scapegoat.
a perfect example would be the Congressional Black Caucus. The Congressional Black Caucus has agendas for people of color, midgets, humpbacks, wizards, unicorns, you name it. But when you look at the Hispanic caucus got agenda primarily for them. You know,
Pinpoint. It's very finite. It's very direct.
yeah. Now you may see one
And
or two
ours is
things here
very
and there,
broad.
but for the most part, they kind of put a heavy focus on themselves. I'm not saying that.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying maybe we should start to put a heavy focus on ourselves as well as other groups. Even when you look at the Asian caucus, they focus more primarily on, I believe, Pacific Islanders and etc. The Asiatics. So
So we are in no way disagreeing, my brother. I'm echoing the sentiment you have.
okay.
But when you play the tape back, you focus more on entertainment than politics.
I think we should all follow Jay Morrison and join his church.
Can
He
you
another.
read the
I think.
chat on the screen, Q?
I'm moving to Africa.
No, 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 no. The to the right,
Oh
the new
yeah,
feature.
I left it up there. Yeah, it's lame.
Oh, okay.
I think there
This
needs to be harsh
conversation was
penalties.
insightful.
Yeah, I think there needs
Man,
to be harsh penalties for brothers like guys like Jay Morrison too, because I think that's part of the problem why we don't want to back each other with certain businesses and support each other because you had people like I think it was what's his name? Pharaoh something, young Pharaoh. You had dudes like that who was taking money from the community for I think a daycare, and then he took more. I think he took like another $90,000 when he was going through a YouTube thing or something like that. And then you have the polites, and I think that kind of pushes people away from kind of like wanting to do things and work and build with each other. You know, I mean, you got scammers in every community, but you know what I mean.
Not in the Latino community.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there needs to be. Did anything ever happen to Jay Morrison for what he did? Like, is he facing any time or anything? I haven't been keeping up with it.
You ain't gonna disagree with that? You don't think it's those scammers in the Mexican community? You think they're just good
Who,
people?
me?
Yeah.
I'm not in the community. I don't like to speak on things I have no information. I'm not versed on. I mean, I imagine, of course, right? You can find with millions of people, you can find about every possibility
Oh, so you
of
want
variables and
those
factors.
people that can find everything wrong with black people in the Congressional Black Caucus and all of that, and you'll praise the Hispanic Latino caucus, but you don't know shit about them.
I know, I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about that. When it comes to scammers, I know about because I listen to Roland Martin. I listen to other couple people who speak about it, who speak about the Hispanic caucus. So no, I don't want to get into anything I really don't know too much about when it comes to scamming. But I imagine there are scammers.
Right.
I'm not trying to say anything bad. And, also, I would like to say I'm not trying to. I love our people, man. I'm not trying to say anything like just all negative about her. You know.
Well, right. But I'm saying though, but if you know the negatives of our people, I would think that you should know the negatives of others too. Like not so because it sounds at times
No,
like
not part of those communities. I don't put no focus on their communities. Not like that.
But maybe you should, because your focus on our community seems to be somewhat negative. If all you can do is look around and find the bad.
Nah, he ain't say nothing just all bad. He just said the call. That's a fact. We don't focus on ourselves. I think that's the main thing he was getting at. I don't think that's bad. That's true. We always say ourselves.
That's a
We invite
negative
everybody
thing,
to
though.
the cookout.
That's a negative.
I mean, but it's not like it's a bad in terms of like he trying to make it seem like that's just the truthful statement. We invite
But all
everybody to
right,
the
even
cookout.
if I can accept it as that, when he presented their
Nah, we don't
community,
invite
it
everybody.
was about them having a pinpoint direction. It was about them being united in causes
Mm-hmm.
and things of that nature.
Yeah.
Well, Taz has a point. Taz has a point. I could put some focus on learning a little bit more about other communities as well. But I know all the positives about not all the positives, but I know a lot of positives about our community. Just like the sisters out there in Alabama who solved the 2,000-year-old Pythagorean theorem
Yeah,
that nobody likes to
Pythagorean.
talk about. The brother who made the invention of turning what is it, air into water out there in Flint.
Mm-hmm.
I know the positive, but I try to look at the where we lack at so that we can try to like patch those holes up. It's like a big glass with water on the other side of it, and the glass is cracked and water is seeping through. Like I know where there's not cracks at, so I'm trying to focus on where the cracks at so we can patch those. You get what I'm saying? Patch those areas up.
But when you're using the Congressional Black Caucus as an example, I'm saying if we just know the other side of that to juxtapose the argument with, more than just in a simple surface level shit. That's all. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really looking.
I know exactly what you mean, and you're right. You're right. You do have a point. I do need to learn a little bit more about what they got going. I actually agree with you.
For sure, and I appreciate that, my brother. What I don't appreciate is people in the chat room, but I'll ignore them for now.
Nah, plenty of Hispanic and Latinos scam other Latinos, especially those coming across the border. So we have plenty of material if you want to get a list of Hispanic or Latino scammers. Dominican Republic. I mean, we can look to how the
Let me ask you this.
cartel has influenced their presence in several Mexican communities by taking over police departments, taking over governments, shutting down schools. Uh, that list is
Man, we
way
know the
longer than
cartel
Black
exists.
Scammer.
Don't nobody. We know the cartel exists. We don't need no explanation.
So then
I
Yeah.
let me
mean,
ask
we can go out to
you, so let me ask
California
you this.
and get into some of them agriculture fields.
But
Yeah, let me ask you. Mainly, is it devastating? I
Yeah,
want to ask you, and Taz too, and anybody else who wants to. Let me ask you this: if we know that the cartel exists, and we know in the Native American community about the Winnipeg gangs, we know about Al Qaeda and things like that. Why is there such a hyper focus on black issues or black criminality opposed to that would make me believe that because it a lot of people would believe that our issues are bigger like we just said with the scamming, right? The
yeah,
scammers in our community. I will believe I actually would believe that the issue of scamming is a lot bigger in our community than it is in other communities when I'm not educated on the scamming in the other communities. Why do you guys think there's such a push to hyper magnify if black folks sneeze, everybody's running over to see what color the boogers are. There's 194 plus nations from Sri Lankans, Cambodians, Aborigines, different ethnic groups, but there's like a hyper focus on anything that black folks do wrong. Why do you think it just goes back to the history here? Well,
Our
global
melanin.
anti-blackness or
It's because of our melanin.
facts.
mm, I
I
see.
go. I really think it's what you're saying though. Go back to the history of this just like no matter how much we want to sit here and be like, oh, progression is being made. Like people ain't like that no more. I ain't saying it's not like lesser people, but listen, if it's a pick a choice thing, right or wrong, white person probably gonna agree with some other white people. You know what I'm saying? Because you a nigga. Like, and that's just inherently them. That's why they always like. That's why they don't even understand shit. Be like when they be like, "Oh, what's up, my dude?" Like they be doing that weird shit where they try to act all different with us. You know what I'm saying? They don't get that it's offensive because
But
they
they've been
just like,
pushing negativity about blacks since the 1920s. You can hear it on the radios, you can see it in their newspapers since the 1920s. You would imagine in 2025, with all the knowledge that all groups have available to us, that this wouldn't even be a thing anymore. Like, why
I'm
is this
that's
even
saying,
cap.
I'm
continuing to
saying
You
this
go?
want to know what?
won't be an issue in 10 years, but as of right now, we still have a level of political power. But what
Okay.
these
That's a hot damn
politicians
lie,
know,
man. Listen, the
but what these
stupid thing is for us to
politicians
look at
know
it in the
is
reverse,
our
man. Why do
political
we have so
base.
much history that proves this is what they did for thousands and thousands of years, and all of a sudden we say like, oh, 100 years went by. You think they gonna change? Why? They haven't for literal thousands. Why are we acting like all of a sudden like, oh, you would think because this book's here,
No, so
like
that
people.
wasn't my argument. My
Not
argument
you.
was
I'm saying the way
my
he's saying,
argument
like
was
in
that the
terms of
black community
we're
still
being.
does have a political power base, right? But I'm saying in 10
What the fuck
years,
are you talking about? Ain't nobody. We kind of off the politic point, really. Goddamn. You gotta bring it back to somewhere we ain't even at. Let that
I
shit
was
go. Fuck
answering
it.
his question. And I felt like his question when he said, why do other people? I felt like it was based kind of in politics.
Others.
And so my answer to
But
that would be,
I
and so
was
my answer to that would be, we ain't even got to worry about that shit in 10 years.
Can you
But as
real
for
quick,
right now,
where on the caucus site does it say anything about? Because I'm on a site. It seemed pretty focused on black people.
who?
This is the Black Caucus website. I don't really see them focus
Oh,
on anybody but black people.
yeah, the black caucus is going to quickly become a fossil. But in the meantime, the only reason why they're a talking point is because the black community still does have a level of political power. The issue that we're having is our political power is spread out amongst so many issues
And the worst part is most of those issues don't benefit us at all. And that's where we
I'm just saying, but
squander.
when we saying those issues, this is a tracker to for them to quantify how the issues are affecting Black people. These are the policies that Trump put in office. Fact sheet available.
And when we vote for our candidates, we vote.
I'm just
Not
saying, you
even
see, I'm just saying, look, it says impact on Black Americans. Every one of these is directly addressing the impact on Black Americans.
No, but when you I followed some individuals like Yvette Carnell, and Tone Talks. They pulled up instances where the Congressional Black Caucus has also put a focus on people of color, kind of thing.
She too, don't you?
I mean, she's a. I'm just saying. Did you go on their website and verify what she said?
This nigga keep throwing Tariq in the conversation.
No, I didn't actually. Just looked at the data that she pulled up that she had on the screen, and she pointed out. I don't know what site she had it at, but
I'm just
I
saying,
mean,
like,
if you're saying that that the Congressional Black Caucus focused solely on Black issues, then I stand corrected.
I'm not saying. I'm just looking to see. I didn't say anything. I was just when you said that.
I get where you're coming from. I get where
I just went on their website. You know what I'm saying?
Yvette Carnell has no power when it comes to Black political power, the Black caucus, and their agendas. She's just a subtext and all the other things that the Black political power is spread out across. And we're spread out across a bunch of issues that don't benefit us.
Can you name some of them issues if you don't?
Immigration.
Like, what do you mean? Spread out. Like what issues?
Immigration, the gay community.
Oh, I see.
Like it could be a few more things,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
I'll
No,
be
those are
abundantly clear. It's the issues that the Democratic Party is based in. And being that
what do
we
you
have
think we
no
should
other
focus more on?
home outside of the Democratic Party, we unfortunately are caught up in their politics. And it's the fact that we
No,
don't.
no, that's not true.
And I know
Cause
everything I say is wrong.
you well, that part is you're just repeating talking points what you heard on mainstream media.
I
So,
don't watch.
uh,
I don't watch mainstream
well,
media.
that's where you
I
got
be
it
on
from.
here with
What?
you.
What? Yeah, yeah. Most of the people that you
Right.
hear it from YouTube, they get the shit from
No. I be on
mainstream
here with
media.
you.
So
I don't hear no
let me actually
mainstream
give
media.
you a Democratic policy issue that Black folks have benefited from as of late. The
Okay.
Affordable Health Care Act.
I didn't even know that.
Oh yeah, plenty of people that weren't even qualified, couldn't afford it,
Should have said
uh,
DEI in place of
was
that.
naive. But the fact of the matter is, there's way more Black people that
That's not
benefited.
something that benefited us directly.
Yes, it did directly, nigga. Way more of that than motherfuckers complaining about rainbow shit on immigration, which rarely affected them.
That's
Go ahead.
crazy how you downplaying this gay shit, bro. Like it make me wonder why niggas act like they're not doing this shit.
Nah, I'm not playing. I'm not downplaying no gay shit. I'm just
Thank
saying y'all
you.
niggas is making it seem
Thank
like
you.
rainbow motherfuckers ain't Black. So once they
Yeah,
become rainbow, they ain't Black no more.
I would argue they're not. I would love to debate that because they argue that.
Madonna's still
looked it
Black.
up on
I don't give a
ChatGPT.
fuck about what he's talking about. I don't
I'm
give
just
a
saying,
fuck
Dev, I'm a
about
little
what the gay
confused. Is it a
community is
rainbow
talking
or
about
black?
either.
When you put it on ChatGPT, it says the gay community represents 7% of the American population. When you pull it up on ChatGPT, it says that the gay community represents 7%. Do you think
So
that's
how's that
significant enough to?
how is that getting in the way of the majority of Black people?
I'll wait till y'all fucking done.
Because you
Or y'all
start arguing for them.
sitting up here with y'all
I ain't
fucking
start
rainbow.
arguing for a nigga. I gave you a benefit that benefited most Black people, which was the Affordable Health Care Act. He brought up goddamn fucking gay shit. I ain't bring it up.
Well, both of y'all both mentioned it, so I want y'all to understand that. Like even just yesterday, I went through 20 stories in the past 2 weeks of schools across this country still trying to decide what they're gonna do. You got people putting in lawsuits because motherfucking boys are pulling out their cameras in girls' fucking locker rooms, but those boys are no longer boys, right? They're the new boys. Okay, so you got all these issues going on across the country in these schools, and nobody's talking about it. Well, nobody black is. It's all white people at these meetings. All white people going back and forth about this shit. As if our kids ain't in them schools with this shit being forced on them, dog. This shit is being pushed onto the children. I don't know how you can ignore that as the fucking problem.
Thank you.
Well, you know, to add to that, Taz, to add to that, I want to say something too, man. And y'all probably not going to agree with me, but that's all right. We don't have to agree with everything. When people speak on the black community, they speak as if the black community is completely autonomous. And that's a disingenuous argument because we don't
No, it's
police
not.
ourselves.
Not
We're
when it comes to
integrated.
certain topics. No, it's not. When it comes to the overarching issues of the black community, yes, we are fairly autonomous. Yes, there's Madon, but there's the other 99.9% of us who are all in line on certain issues.
Well, I mean in terms of like Uh, I I recently heard that in California they're passing some type of bill that say for instance like with trauma, and we already know that if you hit your kids, if discipline, and if you hit your kids, you could go to jail. In a lot of places you could go to jail. CPS will come out, they will take your kids. But they're starting to pass certain legislation that would make it where, like, say if it, for instance, you told your black child to go stand in the corner. You know, and you're on timeout. You did something wrong. Go stand in the corner. If they can prove that that caused trauma to that child, they can still take your child away from you. And there's like you can fight it in court, but there's like really nothing that you can do. That's what I mean. Like sovereignty, where we're governed by another nation, not in all aspects. I agree with you there, not in all aspects, but we're still a nation within a nation. Do you get what I'm saying? And we
Yeah,
have
that's
proximity. We
Semi-autonomy.
have proximity to a culture. We have to pick up some of the ways of that culture, whatever they got going on. Being in proximity with them, we got that going on as well. You know what I'm saying? So if they want to push an agenda, if they want to push something, there's no way it's not going to have an influence on our community as well. Is what I'm trying to say.
right. But the
Unless
down,
you would like to push back on that a little bit, I'm okay. We can
my,
always agree to disagree.
my only issue is the downplaying of it. Of course, it presents issues in our community, but when we can't even deal with the issues that it presents, that's a problem, right? But like I
Yes,
said,
I agree.
it'll take a while before, you know what I'm saying, before our community starts the real conversations around. It's sad because like I said, I'm literally watching white folks defend their children, saying, "Don't turn our children into gay motherfuckers. Stop forcing this shit onto our kids." But black folks
I
won't say
seen a
that shit.
video about that too, where the white father, his 12-year-old child, they was getting sex change. They was getting ready to do a surgery. I forget what the name of the surgery is called. Yeah, the father was crying his heart out, crying his heart out. Don't do this to my son. Don't do. I think we could all pull it up too if I can recall exactly. Well, it was a white dude, and he was like, "Don't do this," and they took his son, and he literally had like no say so, no rights. They took his son, and they got the operation done. You know, his son being 12 years old, you don't want your son to get that type of surgery. You know what I mean?
I mean, but
Something
see,
that I don't know if you can come back from that
all
when
that
you
shit,
get when the child is 18, you know?
that's what I'm saying. All that shit is still in the news because it's a state issue. So Donald Trump gets elected, and a lot of people think that has something to do with the overall issue. It really don't, because these are state issues, and a lot of this shit happening in schools. So, like I said, as it continues to happen, it just makes me wonder. You know what I mean? Like, because there's a concerted effort for people to suppress the conversation by implying someone's wrong for bringing it up. No, maybe your fucking son is gay. And maybe that's why you don't want me talking about it. Maybe you got a fucking gay baby daddy, and you don't want me talking about it because that bitch ass nigga was in the closet. And maybe it hurts because I'm talking about them. No, they need to be fucking talked about. This is happening all around you, and you're playing dumb. And so if black people want to keep playing dumb, sure. But I ain't gonna play dumb with you.
Yeah, I also watched the court case as well. When the LGBT came out and they were pushing for something to be passed, where if your child is 12 years old or older and they're at school and they say that they identify as a different gender, and you tell that child no, it can be considered as child abuse, and they can take
Yes.
they can come and take your
And that's the
children.
thing that the black community is
In that case, I
uncomfortable
think we can actually
opposing.
pull that up as well.
Most black men aren't comfortable going hard on that issue. Why? Because our
Oh,
political base will crucify us for it.
Oh, it's crazy.
yeah.
But let me. I mean,
That's the
I'm here.
fact.
Look, I love your
Nah, I don't
perspective.
agree.
I
I'm here
know
to
you
look.
don't agree with nothing I say. You don't even
I
have
think
to,
that Democrat machine
But
is
with
Mm-mm.
ChatGPT, and we know
but it's still a
ChatGPT
fact.
ain't always right. ChatGPT ain't always right. But with 7%, ChatGPT say the gay population is 7%. Is that significant to even pose an issue? But like,
Fuck
really, and
no.
I'm not being disingenuous or sarcastic. I'm genuinely asking you
But
guys. Do
look
you think
how big of an issue it is.
I mean, shit, I could show you what's being
No,
done on
we. I mean, there's only so much that we have to point out that's wrong. But in order to at least gain some traction, there has to be something in place to either reverse it or spin it around. Because some of the same people that are opposed to some of the rainbow policies now voted for some of these policies back in 2012 and 2014 when they were on the table.
Yep, that's
but
right.
that's my point. That goes back to
But I
my
could
point
be
too.
wrong. I don't even think that was your point, my brother. When you said 7%, you're saying we're acquiescing to something that isn't really an issue for our community. And a big part of the reason why is our politics, what we're attached to, right? The Republican Party isn't attached to this inclusivity, right? So it looks attractive to stupid niggas like Madon that want to stand on something. And for a guy like myself who would be anti those things, now I'm on the outs with our political base. And this is why you won't find a black group that's involved in politics in any way confronting those issues.
Mm.
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to say. That's kind of my. It goes back to my
I
one
know.
point. No. I meant my
I
one
agree
point
with you the
about
whole
local.
time, good brother.
Yeah. The
I
local
know.
politics. I'm talking about the local politics. The reason why that got passed and that the LGBT was in that courtroom getting that done is because there was no what do you call it? There was no pushback. There was no group voting against him. There was just like literally in California there was just no pushback. There was no, and so it got passed.
I'm saying
You
for
know, so
many of us, this is the fundamental issue with black politics. There literally is no room for us to be critical of these things that actually take away from the base of what we should be using to push our issues. We end up getting caught up in their shit we don't even agree with.
so
Yeah,
but I'm gonna
lack
throw
of
you guys some
agenda,
numbers.
lack of being specific on an agenda. So name the top issue that you think the black community
It's
should
not
be.
about a lack of an agenda, it's about
Mhm.
no base to push your agenda.
More empty rhetoric. So the more you yell and be heard without actually laying out what you would like to see done, then you're gonna get the results that you get.
And what
Like I
results do
said,
you think you're going to get in the Democratic Party?
but when it comes to that conversation, though, fam, what people got to realize is I'm not talking about um, your ex, right? I'm not talking about your little brother, right? That bitch ass nigga that you defended, right? I'm talking about teaching this shit to kids with impressionable minds, right? So I get it. Like a lot of people immediately shift to their little faggot ass cousin or some shit. No, fam, I'm talking about teaching children this shit.
The F
And
bomb,
so
Taz. You know the F bomb. Describe your
my
use other ways of.
I'm sorry, bro, but it's annoying
My
watching
two
people
mommies.
to not get the point. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy how everybody plays and pretends like we're for the kids, but I'm literally showing you and telling you what they're doing to these kids in regard to their sexuality and their gender. And motherfucker, like, I don't know why that's important to black people. Yeah, I bet you don't.
Yeah.
You want to be like your
Yeah.
little brother.
My two
Yeah. And you
mommies.
know what?
Here, read this in the first grade. My two mommies. Yeah.
To add to that point, Taz, to add to that point, I get what you're saying. While ChatGPT may say it's 7%, that's not all the way accurate numbers because some people are in the closet. And I don't have anything against what a person is doing, but I do agree with Taz about trying to influence impressionable young minds. And that's out of pocket. You know, do what you do. What you do in your bedroom is what you got going on. But
But
keep
it's
our
more about the
children out of
political
this.
push behind these things.
If
It's more about the
if
political base.
started doing that on their own, okay, like I could see that, but bro, we can
Because
literally see.
it's on Blue's Clues. I looked
It's
at Blue's
more
Clues
about the
the other day.
political base that they have to launch these ideas. And unfortunately, we're caught up on the side that represents everything, inclusion. And we
Yeah,
kind of get
progressives can be too far progressive. I seen it on Blue's Clues. They had drag queens on Blue's Clues, and if you don't catch your children sitting down, watching that in front, if you don't catch it, you just won't catch it. Well, you can all YouTube it now. Drag queens on Blue's Clues. Yep, and the babies are sitting in front of. They doing something like that with Sesame Street too. So
So ask your chat GPT how many high school students identify as LGBTQ.
I think it's at
Ask
14% now.
like it's interesting when y'all say 7%. I wonder what antiquated stats you using. Like 7% is like
Minimal.
2006 before Obama got elected. Like, cause the last time I saw it, fam, it was a quarter of high school students
Right.
identified as one of those letters.
And they use
25.
those numbers, to tout their
I just
position.
looked at it. I just looked at it right now, Tash. You're right on the money. 25%.
25%. Right.
25%.
Which I don't know how you did. Did you already know that? Did you already knew
Of
that data? You just wanted me to look it
course
up anyway.
I did. Of course I did. Because again, when people are saying this shit, they're pretending to care about what's going on with these kids in these schools. Right? It's easy to come on over the side. Man, let me stop, fam. Let me stop.
Nah,
Shout
go
out to
ahead,
my
cook. Cook,
bruh.
nigga.
Niggas know what time it is with me, bro. I start acting crazy, bro. Real. Niggas got it, bro. I'm just trying to make my point, but it ain't just that's not empty rhetoric. Our children are being taught this shit. It's being normalized through children, through the youth. So if 25% are identifying as one of those letters, where that fucking 7% shit coming from?
That's the old
I think
numbers.
I think
Like
that's
when I
the
went to high school,
overall.
it was the
It said overall
7%
in
club.
America,
That was the gay
7%.
club, right? They used to go on the numbers at the time. So when I was in high school, yeah, they was the 7% club. Now that number is 25. And we got to look at how we got there. And politics played a large part in that. So niggas be
So
excusing
so
shit.
what we gonna do? We're gonna say that kids don't know anything about the rainbow community until they get to public education, or are they bringing that shit from their goddamn parents?
Man, I don't know.
It goes
I'm
back to what
saying
I was saying about proximity. Our proximity to this community.
Those
We're,
kids are
we're
going into a school environment where they're told everything's okay.
yeah,
And
I'm
it
only
opens up
blaming
and it opens them up to be okay with it.
Will,
if
slow
we
down, bro.
had more sovereignty and autonomy to kind of have our own schools, our own thing. If we were a little bit more homogenous, because we're not. I feel like we're the least homogenous group on the planet. But China is vastly homogenous. They can kind of in China it's banned over there. You can't even put that on the. You can look it up. It's banned over all that stuff over there is banned. On
They
you
ignore
will
that
see it on
shit. And it ain't
and
like
Yeah,
they
bro.
don't have a gay
in
community. They
Ghana.
ignore that shit.
Ghana just put a ban, and I think Biden wanted to put sanctions on Ghana. Was it Ghana or Uganda? I could correct me if I'm wrong. It's one of the two, Ghana or Uganda.
I
They
think
put
it
a
was
ban on
Uganda.
LGBT over there. You can get time. You can get
Yeah, I
time
think
if
it.
they
Yeah.
catch you over there. If the doctor knows that you're like HIV positive and they suspect it's from that type of behavior, and the doctor doesn't report it, he can get time. That's ridiculous. That's a little bit too severe. But who am I to tell them what to do
So
with
to
their
your
kids?
point, I
That's
ain't
they.
saying we got to do all that, but I'm saying prioritizing what they claim is 25%, which I don't even buy into. I'm saying
No, it could be. It
they're
could
not my
be.
priority.
That could
It
be.
could
That
be
could be the
anything.
number. I'm
Whether it is
saying
or whether
though.
it ain't. I'm
Well,
just saying I don't
I'm
agree
saying
with the
it came
number.
from the house. So if it came from the house, then
It starts from the house.
If
other
it came
children
from
are
the
going to
house,
be
it's the
exposed.
truth.
No.
If
So
so,
let
then
me
what
say
the
If
it
we
fuck
like
are you
this.
saying?
go ahead.
There's no teachings of you that being heterosexual is okay. It's not taught that marrying a woman is okay. Like most people do, like most women end up marrying a man. There's nothing that says that's okay. Everything says to be alternative is
I
okay.
I gotta stop you though, Taz. There is a political party pushing that there's two genders.
But in
There is
terms of what's put,
someone pushing that.
my nigga, I'm talking about what's being
Because that
pushed in
falls
school.
back, even though we're not completely autonomous, that falls back on us.
Like y'all,
We can start teaching that heterosexuality is okay.
fuck. Like we talking about in schools. What's being taught in American schools? Like, do
And
we
I'm saying
understand
if
that
you
Uh,
heterosexuality is only taught through like reproduction, but it's not. You're not given a blueprint to navigate through life in relationships with the opposite sex. They're
I agree.
giving you that
yeah. Where
same.
is sex education now?
It's teaching that everything is okay.
You saying they're
It's
not
But
teaching
teaching
to be
the
understanding. It's
pregnancy and
teaching to be
embryo
inclusive.
like we was
They've added on the other part of
It's
it.
added.
teaching to be inclusive.
Okay, I get it. Yeah,
I had a
I
kid
mean,
that just graduated
I
high
said
school.
they
I
took
can
that
tell
out.
you,
Oh my god. Go ahead, bro.
my fault,
well,
but
well, let-
it's teaching now to be inclusive. That's what these schools are teaching. That's a fact.
let me start by saying too, I'm in no way trying to vagina or penis police anybody. What you do is your business. But what I will say is what you do with my children is my business. So with that being said, I found interesting that the other day I was on a panel. I was on a Dominican panel defending Black Americans because they was over there cooking Black Americans
Fucking
something fierce.
Dominicans, I know it.
So I was on there defending my the love that I have for my people, just like any other group would do. And they were talking about homosexuality and the LGBT community. Well, now I can't.
They put that shit
They,
on
they
us.
say they say it was two therapists. They say they're psychologists. One was Latina and one was a black man. I don't have any proof that they are. That's just what they say. So I had a conversation with them, and we were talking about the same thing that we're talking about right now. And the Latina psychologist and the black male psychologist both said, even though they were on different sides of the field when it came to LGBTQ, what they both agreed on is that over 90%, which I found really interesting, over 90% of all the people that came to them that identified as LGBTQ were touched or molested in some way when they were younger. And I found that very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. Like that's a whole different topic, bro. I'm just saying in terms of what's being taught in
Well, this
schools.
conversation, man, gay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, I don't know what's gay about talking about.
So, but then Taz, let me ask you, how do you go about that? Like, do you know what we need to do to change the influence in these schools? What do we do? How do we, because that's part of the curriculum now,
We
right?
need to take a stance against the political
Even,
party
even
that's
therapists are
pushing
saying
this
that
shit.
their clients can identify as multiple. Psychologists are actually saying this. They're saying that people can identify as multiple. You know what I mean?
But
I mean,
that's not what gets it in your schools.
oh my
It's a
God.
political push that gets it in your schools.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that stupid ass fuck ass shit. Right? It ain't no fucking political push. It's
What do you think it is, bro?
being outside the goddamn school beating the motherfucking doors down. Like, why the fuck are you teaching my kids this shit? But that's not happening.
Mm,
Parents are not interested because that shit is a fucking lucrative babysitting gig for these motherfucking teachers at this point. Motherfuckers ain't trying to get shit done in no school. They trying to make sure that their kids gonna be at school so they can sit their ass on TikTok all fucking day. So they don't give a fuck about what they teaching at school and they ain't finna challenge it.
yeah,
I
I
would
see.
I would argue that they're afraid to challenge it.
Black fatigue.
I would argue they're afraid to challenge it.
This ain't black fatigue, brother. I'm telling you, bro. This is something that the white folks telling you the same shit.
To that, I'm
So
glad
when
he
I
said
break it down to politics,
I'm glad you said you're afraid to challenge it because then I would ask why you afraid to challenge it. And we all know why you're afraid to challenge it because that white man gonna arrest your ass. If you go out there and start stomping and beating on the doors, and that's what I'm saying, our proximity, like we can't even police our own communities to you get what I'm saying?
we can.
We're forced to consume a lot of what we're next to from our neighbors.
I agree with that.
Wait, why are people going to jail? What happened?
I said he said we're afraid to challenge it. When he was speaking to you, Taz, he said we're scared to challenge it. And I asked him, why are we scared to challenge it? And because we all know that white man we go out there beating on the doors and stomping and having protests, that white man gonna arrest us and take us to jail.
But,
And it goes back to our point, we're forced to consume a lot of what our neighbors are doing. We live with them.
like, so no, you don't like they have meetings, there's open meetings for this stuff. Like you don't have to do anything wild or absurd. Like there are
Okay.
open forums for you to have the conversation.
So you're saying we just gotta be participate in that more.
Well, yeah, I mean, if people care, I mean, if people don't, want a whole bunch of rainbow kids running around, but I mean,
So is this saying that most of us don't care? I'm playing devil's advocate here. Is that saying that most of us don't care about this issue then?
yeah,
Since we're not seeing that on a large scale, what you just said, us participating in these forums?
yeah, that's exactly
I
what I'm
feel.
saying.
I feel where you're coming from. That makes a
But
lot of
see,
sense.
I
You know
would
what though,
disagree
Taz?
with that.
I would say, and
My argument is that
there's
politics
a lot of there was a
steamrolled it.
lot of females that were co-signing that fruitcake shit.
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
on the other side of the conversation too. That shit is heavily co-signed by females. Ladies, I'm just being real, y'all. You know, that's my man.
That's the first two people who co-signed it in the chat was women. Like the rolling eyes emojis and all that shit. That's why I say
Yeah,
it's your brothers.
I love the women too, bro. I love the women. That ain't no shot to do. I
I ain't
love the
trying to
women.
bend bang. I'm just saying, like, you know what I'm saying?
No, it is though. I mean, it is what it
My
is.
argument is politics can steamroll that shit to the point where
Mm,
I do believe we have parents speaking out about that shit. Like there are Instagram videos where parents go to these city council meetings, these school board meetings, but we have a political element that is pushing this shit.
pushing us out pushing the concerned parents out of the way hard. The ones who do care, which is probably a small percentage, I would imagine.
I wouldn't even
Maybe like
say
a
that.
quarter. You think
I
it's
wouldn't
more
say
than
a small percentage.
25% of
Part of
us
the
who are concerned
conversation.
about this?
I think a
This is what
lot
happens
of
when y'all talk about the
parents, I think a
Democrats.
lot of parents aren't comfortable pushing certain things in public, but
Mm,
they push certain things at home, right?
yeah,
But they're in fear of going to that city council meeting, expressing how they feel, and then having a whole agenda turn on them.
yeah.
So I
Public ridicule.
wouldn't. Yeah, I think this is one of those issues that for me I think is fundamentally political. When you look at how a group that even if we gave them 25%.
I'm saying it's parenting. Like, if you see this shit happening at your school and you're not dealing with it, you're okay with it. Now, if we expand that to the greater conversations, I'm saying that we've seen enough years of people saying they don't agree with what the schools teach and that the schools program and whatnot. And that's many black people you would have a conversation with that wouldn't agree that the schools program kids. So why the fuck do we act like it ain't happening the way it is exactly happening? Like, we
I
know
get
this
that.
shit.
I agree with the back end. I agree with the back end of what you said, Taz, but I gotta push back on what you said about parenting because it's just like cancer, right? With the 5G, like cancer is like literally everywhere. Like they say even drinking coffee and eating tomatoes can cause cancer. It's literally like no way to avoid it. It's everywhere. So you can parent your children so much, but when they go out into that world, they're still going to be influenced by their peers and
I
society and the media. So how do you combat that? You know, but I agree with the back end what you said.
Well, if you got a classroom with 20 children and you taught them all this shit, that's all they're going to talk about. They'll have an
Yeah.
agreement and understanding of that, right? It's not like the one child that's coming to school against it, that's for it and that's okay with it, is going into a classroom full of children that ain't seeing it or is learning the opposite. No, they all hearing the same thing that is cool.
So I'm saying
The
even in terms,
normalization. I think it's the normalization that's
I'm saying
the most
even in
dramatic
terms
part
of it
about it.
being
Like, 'cause,
presented, even in
yeah,
terms of it being presented in the school, you don't agree that that's a political problem? Because let's
No,
be real, politics has pushed to put that in front of our kids.
Well,
no, it
it came
hasn't.
heavy during Obama's run, right? Am I right or am I wrong? I mean, I
Man,
don't.
this is
Or is
personal
that
agenda.
propaganda?
I'm not going to put it on Obama, but I am saying it's an agenda.
Like, these
Mm.
people was around long before Obama,
I'm
fam.
putting
This shit
Obama.
that they
I'm
doing
putting.
now,
Yeah,
I'm
they've been
putting
I'd
trying to
Obama.
agree
do
with
this.
that, Taz.
they
They've
say
been
I'm,
trying to
LBJ was like
fam. They've been trying to do this shit since the '70s. Is all I'm saying. So to be able to do it now with no pushback, it's kind of crazy to see it now. It's like a whole different reaction and response to it. And
But I think though, Chad, we championed Obama, championed their movement, and we championed Obama.
yeah, y'all did. Man.
they definitely was his biggest constituents.
I can't join with you on that weed right there, bro.
I'm just saying we as our people, you know what I'm saying? I ain't never vote, so you know what I mean, I ain't in none of this shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm just listening. I ain't got nothing to do with it. But
but I'm just saying at the end of the day, it's a political
Get up out
issue.
of there. You get up out of there now. You sound like you was pulling up with Barack in the passenger seat or something.
oh nah,
Yeah,
Q brother, there
Yeah,
is a
I think
spickner,
it's more than just a
a
political
male
issue.
spickner has never voted in the country. We'll make that be in a male spickner has never voted in the country.
Yeah, I think it's more than just political, though. I think
Not
it's
lying.
all. I think it's all encompassing. I think it can be more. There's a bunch of cogs turning. It's multifaceted. There's a bunch of cogs turning all at once, right? There's many factors playing it, not just political, religious, uh, agricultural, food, all
No, I'm
kinds
just
of
saying
things.
though, but Obama's
What do you?
legacy is what's being unwritten right now. Like that's those changes in the fucking equity and DEI, and all those initiatives that everybody had to follow and shit that got bankrolled and the change of the words. I'm just, you know what I mean? It is what it is, but that's his cabinet shit.
Yeah, we got to also consider too social engineering. We are at war. I know people because you don't see the boots on the ground, guerrilla warfare tactics. There ain't guns everywhere, but we are at war. For the minds of our children. You know,
Different
I
type of
know.
wars. Yeah, I agree.
yeah, but
Yeah,
that's
but
what I'm
y'all gotta take we have vote or die, bro. You know what I'm saying? Diddy was running around throwing
Yeah.
baby oil
Yeah,
on
but
niggas,
that
telling
shit
niggas
had
to vote,
baby
vote or
oil on it.
die, nigga. I'm gonna drown you in baby oil.
And this is when it becomes political, Q.
and they said I'm gonna try you, baby. Oh, that's funny.
So I'm a-
hey yo, hey yo, this nigga wildin'. He did say that.
You know what I mean?
Crazy.
so like Taz said, we got to get involved with these forums and stomp the yard more. to protect the minds of our children. Let our children be able to make the decisions that they want to make and not be influenced by this, you know?
So now you convince your local school to be against the school board. How do you follow through on that?
Make your own school, man. Stand on your square, man. Fuck that school shit. Fuck that government shit. Make your own shit, man. My bad. Let me shut the fuck up.
You know, no, you're right. I was my nephew is homeschooled, and I seen that. I was just listening in. I was in the kitchen. I was listening. It was on the computer, on the laptop, and they were talking about give all your pronouns, he, they, she. And I was like, what's going? And they was pushing a lot of that in there. You know, what do you identify? They asked all the children, what do you identify
In
as?
their
And
homeschool program?
the one boy, the
Hold
one
on,
boy
that was
said, I
hold on,
identify as she. Oh, go ahead.
that was inside of their homeschool program.
Uh, no. He was being homeschooled. He's homeschooled, and they were just having a class. And I just so happened to listen in.
Oh, you
It
gotta
was
put them on the
it was
Zyx, man. We don't do that, man.
history.
We don't do that at Zyx, man. We don't do that at Zyx, man. We got a program for black kids only, and we got a program for school for black kids only, man. Right over here, man.
No, no, he was asking you, is that what he's being taught?
That's crazy.
Uh, yeah, I guess so. I guess so. I was just
Crazy.
listening in. It
Oh,
was a
okay.
history class about Columbus and the
Oh, okay.
founding fathers and all that. But in the beginning of the class, they all mentioned their programs
That's crazy.
pronouns. I'm sorry,
That's crazy.
pronouns.
That's
And
crazy.
one of the
You don't,
children
you don't
was saying,
introduce your
identify.
pronoun. What part of language is that? Wayne? We gotta start. You gotta sit right. I'm sorry. Is this English? I'm sorry. Where do you introduce your pronouns? What formal setting has ever included introducing pronouns? You introduce your name. My name
Yeah,
is Michael. My name is David. Let me introduce myself. My name is, fucking moron.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, but in the conversation of terms, yeah, that's introduced in English
and
reading.
I'm telling
That's
you
when they
that.
have the kids reading My Two Moms and shit like that.
No,
But
but if he's in social studies and they introduce in the class with that, that's crazy.
what I'm
yeah.
saying
And then
is,
one of the kids made a joke because he identified as she, her, and the teacher was like, "No, you can't identify as that." He was because I guess the student was against it, and so he was trolling them. And he was like, "You said I can identify however I want, you know." And I found that was something.
That's sad. That was a waste
yeah,
of teaching
people
time.
done took L's, man, because they ain't said the right gender and whatnot to one of these confused ass kids. And so, you know what I'm saying? I ain't like, I'm not gonna side with that shit, bro. A person shouldn't lose their job because your confused ass son want to be called a girl. Nigga, no, I don't agree with that.
I would agree that it does cause confusion. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I would agree it does cause them confusion. Just like a lot of they saying now a lot of biracials suffer identity crisis,
Not
confusion.
Obama.
The mulatto problem.
Not Obama.
So you not
Nigga,
Now,
Obama.
I just put the link in the chat. The U.S. Supreme Court refused to hear the lawsuit against Middleborough, Massachusetts middle school. One student had a T-shirt that said "There's only two genders," and the school said that was offensive.
Yeah, he up out of there. That's crazy, bro.
We need. I'd say society's evolving, humanity's evolving. So this retardation shit, some of this shit you just got to
Just like
watch.
the brother said, just like the brother said earlier about people are scared to speak out in public, and I mentioned the public ridicule. I mean, speaking out, you possibly could lose everything just on speaking out too. I guess you got to be brave enough to take all them shots and them blows that's gonna come.
lose your job, your kid gets expelled. Like
Not if you're the
that's
best at what you do. If you're the best auto mechanic in your town and you publicly don't like gays and you have the best prices, they're still gonna get their fucking brakes fixed with you.
I
Fact,
don't know. I don't
facts. Yeah,
know.
yeah. They can't
That's a
afford
fact.
to lose you. They can't afford to replace you. You're irreplaceable.
Be the best, and then opinions don't matter. Niggas don't give a fuck about Kobe Bryant's opinion, right? Everybody put Kobe Bryant opinion to the side. Mamba.
Yeah, but the argument that we're making is like it's so hard, man. It's like swimming against the current. It's like stopping influence from penetrating the minds of our children. Like how that's a lot, bro, because it's everywhere. Not just the LGBT. There's other
It's
influences
not.
as
If we
well.
get up, I mean, humanity's you gonna get children gonna be influenced, but I mean, if we a bunch of men on the panel and shit. Like, what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, we doing shit. A lot of these conversations change. Like, you can control your environment, whether small or large. Your influence is your influence. Like,
Yeah, but what
At
happens,
the end
Q?
of the day, it
I think
always
that's
starts
Q
at home.
talking. But what happens, Q, when you're teaching your son a certain thing a certain way? I just seen not too long ago the Hebrew Israelites. They have certain teachings and stuff like that, and their children, one Hebrew Israelite family children, like they don't eat pork. And their children got taken away because they don't eat pork. They said the children were malnutrition
on
and
TV, bro. That's what you saw on Instagram, bro. Ain't nobody kids getting taken away because they don't eat pork.
yeah,
But now with the
yeah.
topic we're talking about, like
Taken away by who?
even if you teach your kids at home, like if they
Okay.
grab the table, you tell them, yo, grab the back, and they like pause, and they get that can have them in the principal's office. You get what I'm saying? Like if they say that shit in class, that's the real issue.
That's what y'all get. Like, I'm like, don't put my collar hat on. Y'all put y'all kids in these white folks schools. What the fuck y'all expect? Play by the rules and shut up.
Homogenized,
90%
You mad?
pasteurized.
BWI.
You in a public school and you mad because your kid got to follow public school rules.
I
See,
know out here in Philly, we just push for the Crown Act, so black folks can wear their own hair in these businesses and schools and stuff. Out here in Philly, we're really like pro black out here in Philly, hardcore. Like,
So are you implying that people are able to send their kids to other schools, Q?
Yes.
See, I think that's the issue. Like, people are taking the easy route, going through the public school system, but I'm saying they're not complaining. They don't care.
Complaining. I gotta bring that formula up.
or they don't
Complaining is
care
tied
enough.
to education. You know what I mean? And what you got going on and shit. You know, so I think there's a lot of those other variables that go into it. So it's like, it is a lot of variables that go into it. Your
Nah,
public
but here's
school,
where it gets
like
even
there's a
crazier though.
category of parents. So like, no, and there's good parents who have kids in public school, but there's a total different parent who's put their kid in private schools or homeschools, and it's like looking for that
And let's not
level
be
of.
disingenuous too. A lot of black folks don't know all the black schools. Like, I think we need a big platform too with a list, because I know there's a list of black businesses that there's websites for that. But we did a website where there's a list of black schools that if you don't, you can kind of opt out of a lot of different things and put your child. A lot of just don't know.
Yeah, but it's
To be
hard
honest,
in
they
that
don't know
black
where.
school environment. Because I was
Do
going to
you
make
know?
the
You know we have a
conversation
school over
even
here.
crazier.
We have a school. Do you know we have a school, the Zionist Institute for Black students only?
Yeah, I know
All right.
about. Yeah,
Let's make sure.
and that's
I know
beautiful
my
too.
Now
marketing
you
is not
fuck
the
with the
best.
panel.
I know my marketing is not the best, so I had to see because I was going to take
And I
accountability.
tip my hat to you too, sir. That's incredible.
Now, I
That's
wouldn't even. I
that's
know
beautiful.
my marketing. I ain't the best with marketing, so I gotta take accountability.
But now back to the conversation
The
though.
fact that you
You can
placed the
put your
first
kid
stone
in
is
one
just
public school.
amazing.
You can put your kid in one public school that's reading My Two Moms, and the other public school could be pushing hard body. Like there's only two genders. So that's where it gets even weirder. And for me, that's where politics comes into play.
It's a war,
They're
bro.
they're
You know
they're
what
acting
I'm saying?
like pushing
All
heterosexual.
schools ain't teaching the same things.
Like if it's
They're
a
they're
war,
acting
and
like
like
pushing
if it's a war,
heterosexual
and you're looking at people that
sexualism is
don't,
like Nazism.
I get that.
Like if
I
you
don't.
push back on LGBT, you're basically considered a Nazi.
Yeah, but then you also got the other side of it, where
Depending where
like
you are.
what. Nah, like what Taz is saying, you got parents that can't afford to do this situation. They doing whatever they got to do, and the kid is hearing some gay shit out of one class. The rest of the class, they still learning math, they still using computers, they still getting exposed to this other shit. So it's like, if that's where you at in your space, you got to give and take. If not,
I'm saying there are public schools, but you ain't got to worry about that shit. You know that this school stands on, we're teaching there are two genders, but we're
you
also
can't.
going to
There's no
say our
public
pledge of
school that there's
allegiance in the
no public
morning.
school. There's no damn near public school until Trump that could stand on that.
And let me ask
Well,
y'all too. Let me ask
Like
y'all too.
that was against the
until Trump.
non-discriminatory clause that Obama created, the non-discriminatory clause. That's part of the reason for years I don't say school. I
This is
don't
where it
adhere to
gets
the Obama
political.
non-discriminatory clause.
But let me
Institute.
ask
Now I
y'all
get
too,
it.
as black men. Let me ask y'all real fast, as black men. When your child comes home and your child says to you, "Yo, my teacher, daddy, my teacher said that I might be a girl." What do you do in that instance as black men? For advice for the people in the chat and whoever might see this video in the future. What do
Now
you do
I'm
as
gonna be
black men?
so
What do
real
you
Well,
say?
you
about it.
got kids. You got
I'm
kids.
I'm gonna be so real about it. The
Yeah, yeah,
hardest
I got
part
two
you'll
girls. I
have to
got all
deal
girls.
with,
Mine's are
right,
grown.
as the type of black men that we are, is that your child will get sent to the principal's office for standing on the shit that you teach him at home.
Yeah,
This is where it gets difficult, right? Like you can teach your child everything right, and he can take that shit to school with him. And what can end up happening from that is now the little nigga's in trouble. No, you
But
can't
I'm just
say
saying,
that.
like, this
You
ain't.
have to be inclusive.
Is this a
yeah,
priority?
I'm saying it is.
I'm saying if your little man, if you don't also
But what?
teach them,
What's the
you can't
priority in
say
your saying
everything in
that?
front of everybody, that little nigga will end up in the principal's office for standing on the principles that you've taught him.
there
So
you go.
why do you have them in? Why would you have your kid in a place where your principles don't align with?
That's true. And it goes back
Like,
to
you
That's
know
what
what
you
I'm
said
saying?
valid.
Like,
earlier,
why would you do
That's
that?
valid.
Putting them in a school like that.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's
Because that
Now,
in a way
now,
What's
that's
the
good.
Q,
price?
this
What's
That's
the
is
good.
price you're
something
willing
for
to pay
me I
for
can
it?
accept because I would have the option to put my kids in different places. But when I look at my community, every parent doesn't have that option.
That's
Some
true
parents
too.
is just trying to
so. What are
figure it
you
out
doing
on a
about
day
it?
to day.
Again, what are you doing about it? Like, it comes to what are we doing about it?
That's valid.
So, but do
Right.
we
Well,
have
that's
something
why.
like that? A website where we can see all the black schools? Do we? Because I don't know too much about that. I'm not.
So
Do we
here's the
have
thing.
something like that, like a forum or?
That sound like a job opening.
On a
That sound
public
like
school level, you're not going to be able to find black schools. You have to literally dig and look at the population and say, oh, this is a black school.
I probably would
It's
agree
not going to
with
be
you if we was back in the
marketed.
'90s. Yeah, if we was back in the '80s and '90s, I probably would agree with you.
It's not going to be marketed as a black school. When you look at the population, you can say, oh, okay, this school is primary black kids. You can look at
Yeah,
the teachers and say, all right, there's black teachers in
making
this
it
school.
even more difficult to find.
I agree with that.
Yeah, you
I
know,
agree with you. It ain't easy.
I'm
damn
just saying,
man,
if it's that much of a priority, action should be taken.
it
You know what I
really
mean?
is. The way that Taz broke it down, it really is, man. What they're trying to do, like I said, it's on Blue's Clues. Like we could pull, you could type it on Blue's Clues right now. Drag Queen, Blue's Clues.
Hey, I want to point out too. I've been
But let
marinating,
me.
but I gotta
But
say,
also,
look, I think
real, hold before you do that, did your parents let you watch Eddie Murphy Raw when you was a kid?
Raw.
Not mine. Not mine. I had to take my
Exactly.
little ass to bed.
Yeah, but that's why I keep bringing up my two moms because now the
that's
parent
in
isn't there
elementary
to
school.
intervene. That's
Mhm.
introduced to them in the
Hey, nah,
schooling
look though,
environment.
I gotta say
Mhm.
too, real
Bro, I'm
quick.
just saying, if you mad at my two moms versus the 40 years of not having any black history or culturally responsive curriculum in your career, like, I mean, which one is more of an issue? My two moms or not seeing any black in the curriculum?
So I'm
The
gonna be
It'll be
decision
honest,
my
is
right?
hard.
I'm gonna be honest.
two
What's
And then
more
with
of an
the
moms.
issue for me
CRT
is
thing
my two
too.
moms because
It'll be
Hmm?
my
I
two
can
moms.
reinforce everything black my child needs to know.
All right, go
It's
ahead, Ty.
crazy. Like, it's the issue is my two moms. That's my whole point. You don't get any of these things that we've talked about for years. We have never even gone to advocate for better lessons for the children at this level. So now you skip over the fact that they never did any of this shit. And now you just watch them incorporate some new shit instead of incorporating the shit that you wanted them to incorporate 20 years ago, which they never did.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, that's white folks. That's white folks doing more white folk shit.
Yeah, but when they were challenged on those textbooks, they changed them back. They took out this humane form of slavery and whatnot that they tried to put in textbooks. When challenged at the public education level, they've always lost. But we stopped challenging this shit.
I mean, that goes back to that the way some people, like, I hear the way people articulate politics. Like, I don't know. I don't see it that way. I maybe it's a little bit more religious and old school, but it's like that's our shit. That's on us. You know what I mean? Like, especially now. You know what I'm saying? It's like let's publish some books. And I think that's what inspired a lot of people to create black media, you know, because they saw what was going on.
There's so much shit going on, man. Like all the children, like their whole world is. I'm in my 40s, so my generation is a little bit different, but their whole world is on the internet, bro. So it's like I listened to one dude, this white dude. He said, "Oh, that's what it was. Adam, no jumper. Adam something." He said that, and you know, I get it, but he said he blocks everything from his daughter. She ain't allowed to have no tablet. She ain't had to have no cell phone, no access to the internet. He said he blocked. I don't know how old that is.
Him and his wife do porn. That's why he blocked.
A porn star. Like, what do we? Why are we quoting the federal agent whose wife is?
Well, because the same thing could be applied to a lot of us. Maybe we might have to be that severe. Take because some children at 9 years old, they got 8 years old, they got cell phones and all that, and we got to start being more strict.
I mean, just do other shit. Like, what else are y'all doing?
Yeah, it's the plan of action. So if you don't like this, then this should at least steer you away from what you don't like. And if they don't like that, find out what is beneficial to the child. That's it. So if you don't like rainbow shit, put STEM shit in front of them. And then the rainbow shit can be soaked up by either other groups or people that don't have anything to do with STEM or engineering.
Yeah,
but
I mean, that's just one solution. I'm trying to get away from I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. And then that's all they're hearing. So once they get done hearing I don't like this, they're gonna still push the shit.
Here's what I'm saying though. I could put all the provisions I want on my child's phone, on my child's tablet, or I can take the tablet from them, right? All they got to do is go to school for that one kid that doesn't have those parental provisions, and now they're on X videos. Now they're on all that
what?
weird shit.
It goes to two. The principles and the values that you instill in your children. Really, it seems like what Taz was saying is a lot of influence. The principles and the values that you put in your children have to be strong enough to put up a barrier from that outside influence. That when they hear that or they look at a billboard and see two men doing whatever, because it's everywhere, or on the side of a bus driving past, when they're in the car on a road trip.
But why I'm saying it's a political thing is,
it'll be a shield against the
but why
outside
I'm saying
influence.
it's a political thing is, let's say you're successful at putting all those principles in your kid. Him going to school and standing on that can have him in the principal's office,
And
can
don't put
have
them in
him
the school.
potentially getting suspended. And that's
Don't
where
put
the
them in the
politics
school.
of it all comes in for me.
I mean, but that's just saying, like, don't put
They
them
can
in the
label him
school.
a nuisance in the classroom. I'm sorry, Kel. I didn't mean to cut you off, brother. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, don't put them in the school. It's really not like.
I just showed you what the Supreme Court thought about what you said.
Because they don't name them as black schools. You got, like the brother said, you got to go by the population size of that school. How much of that school is black folks in there, you know? It's hard to find those schools. So is like you don't want to put them in a 90% PWI, anything like that. But then like trying to find one in your area. That's what I was saying. Maybe like tools and resources or websites that we could start like putting together so that we can find these types of schools. You know, because like you said, they don't call them black schools. You know.
Look, my answer is satellite locations.
Yeah.
And online. You know what I'm saying? You want to help? You qualified? Let's help. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Next.
And you know what? I'm gonna start pushing that too to any parents or family members that I know. I'm gonna start pushing them to you to them. You know what I mean? Who are looking for an alternative, who don't want to be a part of what they got going with these pronouns there. I'm gonna start pushing that to them. That's what we got to do. So basically, spread awareness too. You know, each one teach one, spread raise awareness, consciousness on this.
Hey, and I've been waiting though. But yo, look, I gotta point out, I don't think the problem just basically gay people either. I think it's a little bit more intricate. I think it's the everything else, the other letters a lot of times. Cause it's really the trans people and like the drags for me. Like it's
You felt like Dave Chappelle.
word, word, because listen to me, gay people like gay people, like dudes that like dudes, that's weird. Whatever do you, but they tend to be on some more regular shit. But them drags and shit be the freaky ones. And them be the ones pushing for this shit, like more than anything. Like,
yeah.
And even down to that, I think listen, I don't think a child to be confused about a man being with a man. Now, a child seeing a man that literally has fake boobs in a butt job, and he's a child, and this looks like a woman, he coming up, like, that's where I
That's where
fear
the
for what
child
my
says, just
child.
like me. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, I know, but a child won't, because, like, let's be very frank, they getting better with the technology per day. Like, I'm saying, it's some getawayable shit. For some of them, like, the shit looks, you gotta take hard stairs. Us as adults sometimes. And, like, as a child, I wonder what the technology would be in 10 years for them motherfuckers. And that's where I fear, if anything, with my kids more than anything, because I don't think my child would be confused by dude kissing dude. Nigga gonna be like, yeah, that nigga weird.
Yeah, I don't know why you like started getting all descriptive with the individual letters. This is all one community that benefits together as one. So there's no need to go into intricate details about each individual letter. They're operating as a community. So when we point over at other communities and how other communities benefit and community this and community that, they're a community.
That'd be a lot of that'd be a lot. That'd be like talking like niggas. You know what I'm saying? We all niggas, we agree. Us up here on this panel don't even have the same ideology. But we all benefit
But
off
I
to the
actually agree
same
with
off
that,
certain
though.
things.
At the end of the day, they're a community. They're all trying to push a very similar agenda. I do agree with that.
No, that's like, okay, so we all trying to really push rap music as it is.
Yeah, I don't care if they do push the agenda. My only concern is pushing their agenda on children. You know what I mean? Do what y'all do. If that's what they
No, I
want to
don't
do,
even think pushing the agenda,
Yo,
because
but
I
hold
agree
on.
with you, right?
So what Taz I know is going to show, this is a white group who's pushing a white agenda, which goes along with white shit.
I don't know how y'all missed the beginning of that. Yeah.
It's you know what I'm saying? This isn't a black agenda. There's not a group of black people pushing, like, you know what I'm saying? They're in the mix of it, and we're caught up in the mix because we're in a white country that pushes
that's what I was
white
saying
shit.
earlier.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
Like,
what I was
this
saying earlier. Our
there's a
proximity.
plethora of white shit that's being promoted in this country, and it's just.
And I don't hate white people.
I don't know, Q.
I don't hate white people. I
we
love
can't
my
ignore
people.
that it's taking the effect. Like, it's
AOQ, I
already
love my
taking the
people
effect.
too, but a lot of us are
Sambo,
pushing that shit too.
bro, Sambo
Not
is
even Sambo. Like, we
coonism.
talk about Atlanta,
Bro,
that's a black mecca, and we know that's also a place where it's a lot of them. You feel me? Like,
And that can be traced back to San Francisco.
They
I
said
can
that
agree.
certain parts of
I'm
Atlanta
not
is being
arguing with you.
gentrified now, though. Is that true? Because I don't live there. I'm out
Yeah,
in
that's
Philly.
also true. It's definitely getting gentrified the fuck out. But that's neither here nor there. You feel me? I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
I'm saying it's already been it's already a problem enough where Miami, places where there are large black communities, there also are large gay communities. Like,
Yeah,
so
and
even
it's
though we're not
nasty.
pushing
Bro,
it,
what are y'all like, son? It's there, but it's at the same time, like, what are y'all doing? You know what I'm
oh
saying? We
no, me,
can't
I
like
I
it's
know
homeschool
what
my
I'm gonna
kids,
do.
so
I know what I'm gonna
I'm
do.
not
I'm
even,
gonna push
no,
your
listen,
school as an
I
alternative. But
homeschool
like
my
Taz
kids.
said, it's heavy in the school, so I know what I'm finna do.
I'm not. I already homeschool my kids, so I'm not really. I'm just arguing from the standpoint of, like, I understand what he's saying. Like, it is something that we see as adults. The future will proceed. If we can't stop it, it'll proceed to become more accepted. It
no, but
become more normal.
that's the if y'all are seeing white folks push a white agenda, and the only thing you're doing is protecting yours. You know what I mean? Like, I homeschool. I started my program with homeschooling. I could have been just like y'all and said, look, man, I'm just focused on my kids. But that's not an answer. Then they get on the platform and then still complain about the situation. Like, well, I homeschool my kids. What about them niggas in public school? Well, I homeschool my kids. We sound like weaklings.
I'll take that to a certain extent.
Yeah, because the collective is being affected.
Now, 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 I could say another
Wouldn't you
part of the
say that we're
problem.
heavily individualistic though? We're not like a tribal kind of collective. In some instances, yes, we can galvanize and kind of, but for the most part, we think very individualistic and versus other groups compared to other groups.
But then we pose the issues from a generalized perspective.
Yes, I agree. Yes.
And we can approach the issues from a generalized perspective. I get like what Taz is saying. That's why I said, like, look, like, I know for like there's parents who homeschool, and that's why I said there's different. I know there's different groups. I fall in between it because it's like parents who homeschool typically have an ideological view or something behind them, and
Yeah.
so it's a very secluded kind of perspective that they have with their children. So it's very not individualized. It's unless you're part of a community, it's not. You know what I mean? You're
Homeschool,
not gonna be.
the dude said in the chat, homeschool is kind of it's like, I would argue it is slightly more difficult than just sending your child off to public school because you got to be more involved in homeschool.
For sure,
From what
but
I've seen.
I feel you gotta make that sacrifice, and that's why I said I feel cute what he's saying with that, because like that's the thing I do feel like if we look, I wasn't gonna complain about it. Like, I've been talking the same shit we talking up here now. I've been saying that shit years ago, and that's why I said, like, all right, man, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. They give you the curriculum. To be honest with you, it's more you can make if you want to, but if we being very blunt, like, you can literally go to your school board and just ask them, like, what's the curriculum that they'll get for this school year. They'll literally give you a paper that'll give you day by day work, like, not a paper, but like,
That's not. That's what I'm saying. It's not addressing it. Like, not to put I'm like, my shit black, and it's not even black enough.
yeah, nah, that's what I said.
Like,
If you, I'm
I
just
mean, and it's
saying,
not just it's how do we doing for us? If we're saying the curriculum, like Taz, when I said that, to me, the curriculum is I see what they're putting in, but the amount of shit that's not in there already, to me, is a huge issue. And I get it, like they was fighting against it, but they can't fight against you making your own program and creating your own curriculum.
And nah, that's why I just want to point out. That's why I was saying you can add your own shit, because but I was just pointing that out for him, just saying, like, it ain't really as hard as people make it seem. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if you want a ground basis, they give you that. Now that's on you if you want to. You know what I'm saying? But even then, you can literally, like, we are in the day and age of Google, man. You can literally Google, like, black curriculum. Like, it'll give you a whole subject. This what we're gonna stick on today. You know what I'm saying? Boom. It ain't really hard. Like, you just throw that shit in. You
Because
read it yourself. Make sure
something's
it's some
definitely
verifiable
going on.
shit.
Yeah, something's
My
definitely going on where you can be watching on TikTok or YouTube a Neil Tyson Degrassi video and hearing somebody make an outrageous argument and be like, your argument is idiotic, and get banned from the chat and everything for like 24 hours or whatever. But at the same time, simultaneously, there's videos of people getting reassignment surgeries and showing their penis in a glass jar in the video. I was talking to my wife about that. I was like, man, they banned me for calling some dude an idiot talking about Neil Tyson. And I was like, but they got this channel up right here. This dude showing his whole
Don't say it
reassignment
again. Don't say
people.
that. It's cool. Don't say it again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah. And she said, well, she said, babe, that's because it's educational. It's for educational. I'm like, that's nasty work.
Nah, TikTok a problem on the separate, but it's still in the vein though. TikTok itself is a problem. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you look at Chinese, like the Chinese version of TikTok, because it's a like Chinese version, they don't really have shit like that up on there.
Oh, I
They
see that.
got
I have
like,
a VPN, the virtual
yeah, it's like
private.
educational shit, and
Yeah,
like
and they show
they're
all their
targeting our
children as
kids with
aquamarine
certain
biologists.
things here.
Yeah, they show all their children as aquamarine biologists and all that. But on our end, we got the
Wild
working on
shit.
cop
It's
cars.
fucking wild west. Let's be honest. Like you'll see anything on there, any fucking thing on TikTok. Like I don't have it on any of my phones. I don't allow that shit. You know what I'm saying? But I be seeing like my peoples have it, they kids have it. I'm just like I don't understand how y'all even entertain that shit. But yeah, nah.
But what it
But
tells
see,
you is that
for
propaganda
me,
is
where it really
contagious.
becomes a problem is like if us as men on this panel right now, we teach our kids the right things, right? And send them out into that public school environment, they can literally get in trouble for what we've
No,
taught them to stand on.
So
And
don't
for
send them.
me,
All right,
no.
that's
that's
the
what we've been saying.
fundamental
Look,
problem for
I'm
Willie,
me.
glad my
don't send
like
them
I'm
to the
seeing these
school.
Go ahead.
comment section shit, bro. I'm glad my kids grown ain't gotta go to school with y'all gay ass kids. Straight up. Act like it's cool for these motherfuckers to turn your kids gay, and then you gonna sit your weak ass up there and say, yeah, it's cool. I mean, one day a gay motherfucker might have to hire your kid. No, that's some gay shit. And you
Yeah,
in
nah,
that
that ain't cool.
why? Hop
That
out,
ain't
nigga.
cool.
I'm not cool with that shit. Y'all
That
niggas
ain't
play
cool.
with the gay. And then you try to gaslight a nigga with a whole wife beside it. You niggas that try to gaslight it. Like, I wish you gay ass niggas would keep saying. Some of you niggas better shut the fuck up. Because when it comes to these kids and y'all keep pretending you love these black kids, well, the motherfucker gonna die of AIDS because he was a fucking a man. Nigga, now how much you love him? You motherfuckers love data. You love stats so much. Well, the stats say these little black boys dying because they fucking boys.
Yeah.
Lame ass niggas. Cornball
Yeah.
motherfuckers. But you niggas
Yeah,
don't really care about them boys like that. You niggas just be yapping and pretending because this is an umbrella where fuck niggas can hide under and pretend. Better shut the fuck up playing with niggas like me.
No,
Because
but what I'm saying, nah, but Taz, listen to
Will,
what
you
I'm
gotta
saying.
chill, man.
What I'm
Will,
saying
you
is
can't keep
where it
complaining
becomes
and saying in
problematic.
trouble.
Where it becomes problematic is when you send your child to where your
Didn't you say
tax
that
base
already?
is.
Motherfuckers don't give a fuck about getting in
Never mind.
trouble, man.
Go ahead,
But I'm
speak what
saying
you want.
though, you can't be worried about
I
getting in
make your point.
trouble.
Make your point.
But I'm saying though, you can't be worried about getting in trouble if it's your damn child.
yeah, yeah. But like Taz was saying, we gotta understand too, and that I come to the realization
Hold
is
on.
that
What the
yeah,
fuck are you talking about? I can't be worried about if my child gets in trouble for standing on the principles that I taught him.
Right. And then if you know for a fact, based on case law, that they not gonna change the policy because of your ass, then you gotta do something different, Will.
I'm saying that's the fucking problem. I'm saying why should I
Oh,
have to I'm
Jesus.
saying why should I have to alienate what my tax base pays for
You cherry
rather
picking
than
white folks.
change the issue?
You cherry picking white folks right now. That's what you're doing. You cherry picking white folks shit. You don't want all the gay. You want to be able to go in a golf cart, live in the HOA area with them, have colder ice, but you don't want their gay shit.
No.
right.
All I want
That's what no
is
no.
for
I'm just
my
saying that's what
all
y'all
I want
saying.
is for my son to be able to come in there and say,
That's why
my
the
father
Republicans
taught
sound
me
better.
that. Hold on.
The
All I want is for
Republicans
my
let you
son
move
to be
around with the
able to
golf
come in there
cart.
and say, my father taught me this and not have to face reprisal for it.
So what
That's
about
my
I? So
point.
what about I? So you go to a white school and then you tell them that your son is now in there on some pro black shit. What happens then?
I mean, if you want me to be honest, from my experience, the pro black shit they don't give a fuck about. They think that kid is cool. They're
Nah,
not
then you
worried
ain't
about the
saying
pro-black shit.
then
They're pushing the
your pro
homo
black
agenda
your
more
pro black is
so.
not the same. Your pro
Listen
black
to
is
what
not
I'm
the
saying.
same.
More so than fighting you, Q Butter. More so than fighting Ziax and everything we stand on. They're more worried about pushing this agenda. So my kid could come
Hell
in there with
no,
all the
bro.
dreadlocks he want. My kid could come in there as pro-black as he want. That's not a problem.
Yeah,
What I'm
but see,
saying becomes the
hold
problem
on,
is when
hold
my
on.
kid stands
I
on the
don't know
fact
what kind
that
of pro black
the
your
shit
child is
y'all
coming
trying
in
to
there saying.
teach us.
When they come, if your child comes in and says, "Why is there so many white people in this book? Why are there no references to Black history? Why? How come we don't discuss the contributions of Black people to this
You gonna
country?"
think I'm bullshitting, Q? I teach my kid to ask them questions.
I guarantee your son's not asking those
I
questions,
promise you, I teach my child to
but
ask
he's
them
not asking
questions.
those
But
questions.
hold on, Q. Hold on, Q. But from going to Bronx Science, I learned how you have to ask them questions in the right
Uh,
environment.
how you have to ask those
Yeah,
questions?
yeah.
I'm just saying that you are how you have to ask them questions, ass nigga. That's code switching for white folks.
I mean, it could be viewed that way. I can understand how you view it that way. But let
Yeah,
me
but
ask you this, Q
I want to
Butter.
say this. 'Cause I don't want to. I
But
don't
let
want
me
to lose
ask
my
you this,
point.
Q Butter. Would you tell a black child in New York City not to go to Bronx Science?
Would I tell a black child not to go to Bronx Science? It depends on their parents. Like, I don't give a fuck about my kids going to Bronx Science.
Right. So knowing my child has me as a parent, knowing my parents gave me the name Kainde, right? This is my first name, an African name, right? And how I was raised. Me going into that environment, the only issue was I wasn't totally prepared. So I wanted to go in there with my black fist up. You get what I'm saying? Like you're saying. Now, having gone through those experiences, I know how to teach my child how to push that line, right? But have them respect it. So it's just
For
all
Bronx
about
Science, are you working in science?
me now, nah,
Have you ever worked in science?
nah,
So that school failed you.
nah. Because I guarantee you, still to this day, when I go apply for certain jobs, some places, if it's someone from New York that's hiring, oh, you went to science? Yeah, nah, it still works
Are
for
you in
me.
the science fields?
It doesn't matter. What I'm
It does
saying is,
because that's an
listen to what I'm
issue that
saying.
no
Even in
because
the
the
field
public
of
school
finance I
because
work
for
in, right?
40 years
That school, listen to what I'm
the
saying.
public
That
school has
school
not
Kwame
changed.
Ture
No, the
went
public
to,
school has not changed the
listen to
differences
what
and
I'm saying,
disparities.
Q.
Listen to what you just said. You said you went to Bronx Science. If y'all don't
Right,
know, Bronx Science is one of the top schools in New York City.
right.
Like, just so y'all know that. This school does not produce or has changed the disparities within the scientific community found for Black people. It's a failure, just like the public school has failed to
So the
address
fact that it
the
produced
educational
Kwame
disparities.
Ture, you would still classify it as a failure for the black community? The fact
Yes,
that it
Kwame
produced
Ture was
me.
not produced by that school. He
It
went to that
absolutely,
school.
he's a graduate of Bronx Science.
It didn't produce him, though. It
He's a
was part of his
graduate though.
experience. And
So
after he
now
got
we're
there,
having a different argument. Now your
because you
argument
changed the
is that,
goalpost.
hold
Because
on.
you brought up
Now your
Kwame
argument is
Ture.
that school
No, no,
doesn't
no, no. Your
determine.
argument, no, no. You changed the goalpost by bringing up Kwame Ture, and I told you, at the end of the day, that's what it is. The reality is, it did not produce you being a scientific a person, and we have a shortage of Black people in the scientific fields.
But
We
here's
need
my
more Black.
point though.
We
Even in
need
the
more Black
field of
doctors.
finance,
I'm just
what I'm
stating.
saying,
What is a
listen,
more
listen,
issue?
Q.
What is an issue? Because you talk no, no, because you talked about the two girl books for a long time, and I'm saying that the real issue is the fact that they're not teaching or pushing Black children into science. Even if they go to the Black top schools, they still not getting pushed into these programs. And you are an example of that.
Nah, that's not really true. I just chose to go in a different route.
Because they
Bronx
did not
Science,
prepare you
hold on.
for that.
Bronx Science still lined me up to be in the MITES program, right? You know, MITES is the introductory program for kids that want to go to MIT. I still got an introduction to that program through going to this school. So I would never tell a black kid not to go to this top white, as some people would classify it, school. Still to this day, when I'm applying for jobs, oh, you went to Bronx Science?
But
It's
again, you
respected.
said well, again, top white school. You're cherry picking white. That's what I said. You cherry picking white.
I'm just
That's not
throwing
black
that.
power. It's not,
Listen to what I'm saying, Q.
that's not black nationalism. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's not what what you standing in
So
between the
this was the
lines.
question,
You want
right?
white folks to
Is
just do
going to
you just
Bronx
want to
Science.
you just want to
Hold
do
on, Q. Let me ask
you
you a
just white
question.
folks to do just certain
Is
amount of white
going
folk
to
shit.
Bronx Science in opposition with black nationalism?
Yes.
I disagree.
Yes.
I wholly disagree. And that's why I
Does it
brought up
align?
Kwame
If it
Ture.
doesn't align
That's why I
with
brought
black
up Kwame Ture.
and okay, that's beautiful. If it doesn't align with black nationalism, then it's not for black nationalism.
You
Now,
think they were
let me
teaching in
finish.
Bronx
A
Science
black
black
nationalist,
nationalism in the
a
60s?
black nationalist can benefit from institutions, but if the institution is not built for the purposes of being a black nationalist institution, it is not a black nationalist institution.
And
Nor
I
should a
agree with
black,
that.
let me finish. Nor should a black nationalist be looking to said institution to be a black nationalist
That's where
institution.
I disagree, right?
So you're gonna go.
Because
So
let me
you
ask
and
you
this is
this.
where
Let me
black
ask you this,
folks.
Q.
This is where
Let me
black
ask you this,
folks,
Q.
because black folks like to go to white player areas and try to
Hold on,
see
Q.
black.
Let me
You want
ask
to
you
see
this.
black in the American flag. You
In
want to
the
see black in
50s,
America. You want to see black in them HOAs. You're not gonna see it, and that's why you're mad, because you want to see a space in a white area that's not the type of white that you don't want to deal with,
no,
that you
I
don't
am
align
that
with.
space in these areas. I
No,
am
because
that
it's not.
space.
No, because you
I
don't
am
want
the
all of
black
the white.
person I want to see in those areas.
No, you're not. I'm not talking about what you want to see. I'm talking about white. You want a certain type of white.
I mean, that wasn't the argument that I was making, because if I'm
He
being
almost
completely
slipped.
hold on, if I'm being completely honest, the type of white in Bronx Science is the best type of white if your kid has
Best
to be
type of
around
what?
white. If your kid is around white, that's the white you want him to be around, right?
Oh, jeez.
Like, it's a very liberal. You
You
gotta
know you done
understand.
fucked up,
Bronx
right?
Like
Science
you
isn't.
can't have one without the other, bro.
Hold
You
on.
can't want
Let me
this
make my
at
point.
the
That's
same time
extra
expect
nasty
this
work.
not
Let me
to
make
happen.
my point, and in making my point, I get to use one of the greatest figures in Black Pan Africanism. I
This
get to
motherfucker
use
said best
Stokely
type of white.
Carmichael, right? He is a graduate of my school. Now, if you think they were teaching him more pro-black in the 50s when he went to that high school than when I was going there, I took Afro Am in high school, right? So all I'm saying is these programs aren't opposed to black nationalism. It's what the child gets when he comes home.
Let me ask, what do you think black nationalism means? How could
It
a
means
white institution be in congruence or for black nationalism? You
Bro,
break
you
that down.
sound that nigga sound crazy.
You
I
know
just
you
think
done
we have
fucked up,
different
right?
definitions.
I'm gonna be up all night thinking about the best type of white. Go ahead
Cause
though,
nah,
Will.
let's I so I get the criticism of me, right? But if I'm talking about black nationalism, it means nothing. Because there is no black nation. Now what?
Nah, bro,
Again,
Now what?
this is why I know you're not teaching your
Mm-mm-mm.
No,
child
I'm playing
black.
devil's advocate. Don't do that
It's
to
not
me.
you
You know I'm
because
playing devil's advocate. But I'm
all
I'm
saying,
right.
if
not.
y'all are gonna say that me going to the top school in New York City, right, is anti-black nationalism, right? I
It
can
has nothing
challenge
to
that.
do. Understand, that has nothing to do with black nationalism. That is a great experience for you. And long as you have the right upbringing, you're gonna take from that and bring it back to the black community.
So then how do
Working at
we
the post
evaluate the
office.
fact
Oh,
that
look, there's
Kwame
thousands of black
Ture
people that
came
work
out
at
of
the
that
post
school?
office. There's thousands of black people who work at the post office.
You know why you're not able to name no other person that came out of that school that's pushing black power?
Because he was the only one.
Hmm.
Yeah, it was only 5 of us that went to that school.
But that's not the bulk of his experience.
I'm not saying that. But what I'm
Nor does
saying
he
is,
attribute it to what any black
no,
nationalist
I'm not
conversations.
attribute. Listen to what I'm saying, Q. I'm not
But can you
attributing
quote
it.
him
Hold
attributing
on.
that
I'm not
school to black
attributing.
nationalism?
Listen, I'm not attributing who he became to going to that school.
So
What I'm
why
saying
reference it?
is, him becoming who he was isn't in opposition to having attended the best school in New York City. Are we telling our kids not to go to Harvard? Is that the plan?
Where do
Because
you
if that's
get
the plan, I
the
can't agree
you
with that.
know what gaslighting means?
You goddamn right. You telling our kids not to go to hybrid, nigga. What the fuck you
I'm not
thought?
even saying. I'm not saying we. No, look. I'm not even discussing that. I'm just like I said. If it's
But
not an
let's discuss
institution for
that
black
though.
nationalism,
Are
if
we
it's not an
standing on that,
no, you
right?
got to
Can you talk
understand.
about black nationalism
Understand.
Hold on.
though?
If it's not
If
an
Bronx
institution
Science
for
is
black
against
nationalism,
black
no, you got no.
nationalism,
You got
are
to
we
listen,
saying
bro.
on the
No, you
collegiate
got to
level,
listen
our
because
kids
you are
shouldn't go to
looking
Ivy
for
League?
black shit out of white folks. You're looking for black shit out of white folks.
That's
White
not what I was
people
saying at
are
all.
gay. White people have openly been
Nigga
gay
said
for
white
a
people
long
are
time.
gay.
Are we? Am I wrong? Is that their
Nah,
culture
you
been
ain't
with the gay
lying.
shit?
Nah, you ain't lying.
So,
That was funny.
some of these complaints I don't really understand. Black people being close to white people doing white people shit. So if you see black people doing white people shit in white people institutions and you're surprised, I'm confused.
So here's the thing. I have no complaints as a young black man about my experience
So
at that
why
school.
are you complaining about a white school reading a white gay book to their white constituents at the school?
Because if my tax dollar is
Don't mean
funding this,
shit.
hold on, you
Don't
asked me
mean
a question.
shit.
Can I answer, Q? Let me answer. If my tax base, if our dollars are going into this school, we should be able to at least determine what's taught in that school. And if we can't determine that, my child should at least be able to go in there with everything that I've taught him and benefit from whatever this school has to offer.
I
Do
get where you're
you
coming
do you
from, bro,
think
but
do you think the white parent is going to approve of you suggesting that Malcolm X is a positive figure to the black community in the history books?
Yes.
Okay, so that's where that's where
Nah,
you
hold on,
have a
hold on, hold on, hold
confliction.
on, hold on.
No, I
But
don't have a
this hold up,
confliction.
hold up.
Yes,
That's
you
a
do.
fact in Bronx Science.
Hold
Go
on, hold on.
ahead.
This tax argument, you know what I'm saying, can get real on the books real quick, bro. Your house is what, 200,000? What state you live in? What city? How much you paying a year in taxes? 2,000, 3,000?
Shit. I don't even fucking know. My shit's like
Round it
400.
off. Yeah.
My shit like
Times
400, but
40.
I don't know how
That's
much I
five
pay in
bands.
taxes.
You know what
Five
I'm saying?
bands,
So
Q.
pick a
Yeah.
number and then what percentage is going to the schools? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we really saying? Like, that shit sounds crazy. You know what I'm saying? Let me get real quick with the numbers. Like, so
Q,
you said
I
you
don't
put up,
care if it's a
no, I'm
nickel.
saying you put up $2,700. That's what you're saying? $2,700. Now do the math on your child's
I'm saying I
education.
don't care
It's
if it's a
$100
nickel.
an hour. It's $100 an hour, regardless of what they teach your kid. 8 hours a day. You just ran through your bread in 1 week. Your conversation's over in a week. You don't get to talk about what your kid's learning based off of your tax argument in a week. Just
yeah, but
understand that.
And
Because
that's where
that's
I
what the principals
disagree.
don't do to a lot of y'all parents when y'all be like, wait. Understand, this is what you put in 1 week worth of payment. Not the books, not the water, not the milk, not the
So
electricity.
now when the school is 35% me and my child, now what are we kicking
We're
in?
30%. That's what? How could you be 30% of the school's budget? How?
I'm talking about the black kids in this school.
The
I'm
black
saying
kids
if
in the
we
school, if this 35% of the students are black, and
right,
y'all live in the same community, and you're
right.
a black man in that community with an issue, why don't you stand up as a black man and make a school for those 35% black kids?
That I will always respect that argument. And that's not the argument that I'm making. I always say yes. Everything you're doing is the best thing we can do for our babies. That's why I try my best
Fuck
to
what
help
I'm doing. You
support.
can do your own.
But no, listen to what I'm just being honest, Q, right? All black parents aren't able to do that. I do have a certain level of empathy for the parents who I could take that criticism because I could go do that.
Did you
There are
care
a
about
ton of
that? Hold on, let
parents
me
who
ask you that.
can't go
Let me ask
do
you that.
that.
Did you care about that when you got that $400,000 house?
About about what?
Them black folks that couldn't afford it. Because you could have got a $60,000 house and put
Um,
$360,000 into helping other people
um,
afford it.
to be if you want me to be completely honest,
Hmm.
when I was looking at the neighborhood, when it comes to schools, I was particularly looking at the value of those schools, the grades, the graduation rates, and this is one of the best counties in terms of the public schools that they have to offer.
So, and would you agree that the black people that you're discussing mostly can't afford that county that you're talking about?
But when I was talking about the 35%,
I'm just
I'm talking
asking.
about, hold on. When I was talking about the
Those
35%,
35%.
I was talking about the
Out of that
people in my,
35%, what
yeah, out of
percentage of
that
those?
35%, yeah, they could all afford it
All right, so why don't you make your own
because they
school?
live
Yeah,
in the county.
you have 400. You have 35 people, 35 kids, or 35%. If that's 100 kids, maybe that's 50 homes, $400,000 each. You do the math.
Hmm.
Y'all chose to spend your money to be around white people, to live around white people, instead of
Agreed.
investing into your own. That's what Mexicans see. Y'all niggas want to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
around white
can I
people.
jump in real fast, brother? I'm
But
about to
even in
drop down.
investing in my own community where
You
there are
didn't. You
black
moved
people,
to a white
how can I
community
not classify this as a black community? I'm here.
because you didn't. You didn't do that. You moved to a white
We're
neighborhood.
here.
You
Mecklenburg
moved
County.
there. You moved to a white neighborhood. You said you picked the best one. I'm sure the best one was not in the black neighborhood.
That's what Steph Curry went to.
It's not a white neighborhood, though. It's not a white neighborhood.
Is it predominantly black?
If I'm being completely honest,
Mhm.
if I'm being honest, the neighborhood that my home is in is predominantly Indian, right? And even at his school, right, Indians, I want to say, are 20% of the school. So what I'm saying is this is a very mixed community. It's a weird basket of things. But what I'm
It's
saying
not
is
a
if
black
my tax
community.
dollars
That's the whole.
and
You
the
see
other
the whole
black
part.
and the other black families, hold on. I'm saying if the other black families who live in this community, right, are sending their kids to these schools, why shouldn't we get everything we deserve or strictly our tax dollar?
That's not how it works. That's what the contract says.
In a
If you
perfect
chose to
world,
go
in
to
a
you
perfect
can,
world,
the
that would be
Constitution tells you you can do your own shit. You chose to go to public
it's
school,
not
bro. Like
reality.
you
Now, I
can't.
wouldn't
It's
disagree with you that that's not
like you
how it
chose to
works.
jump in the
I agree
ocean.
with
Now
that.
you mad at the sharks. Like that's just
It's
weird.
just
You know
not
what I'm saying?
reality.
Like that's
Real fast, because I'm about to drop down real fast. Like what Taz was saying, I agree with Taz wholeheartedly. I
That
think,
make me mad, though. What I'm saying is the things that I teach my child, I have a right to be angry that that's
yeah,
problematic when I send him to the school that my tax is paying for. I have the right to have that issue. I don't give a
yes,
fuck where I
yes, you
live.
do, yes, you do. But hold on, let me say this real fast, real fast. Let me say this. The Rodney, and it's going to sound a little off topic because I've been trying to say it way back, maybe about 5 minutes ago. The Rodney Hinton situation is to me very admirable because the brother felt like you took one of mine, I'm gonna take one of yours. And like Taz was saying, the reality is a lot of black men are defeated and scared, and that's just the reality. Our community, we have to be willing to make sacrifices. So, like you said earlier, you said, "Well, what happens when I send my children? I install morals and principles into my child, and they go to the school and they get sent to the principal's
And then they
office
get
and
in
all this."
trouble for the things I
Yeah,
teach
yeah,
them,
I
right?
understand that, brother. I understand that. You, as a black man, as a man, you have one job to protect and to provide for your children, right? And so you have to stand in proxy for them, no matter what trades, arrows get thrown and slung at your way. And then, after you gave your all, and you can't stand no more, you have to be willing to make a sacrifice. Well, you know what? They
I
did
agree
everything
with
they
that.
could to shut me and my child down. Now I gotta make a sacrifice. I might have to move somewhere else.
Now it's
We
time to
have to
move.
start making sacrifices that
And
we
I
don't
haven't hit
necessarily
that
want to
point
make.
yet. I agree with you.
Because in a perfect world, I get what you're saying. Why don't
tell
our
her Willie
tax
that
dollars,
ice
if
too
we're paying
cold.
tax dollars,
That ice too cold, Willie.
if we're paying tax dollars, why can't we get the
Now them
benefits
kids
of
just
what we're contributing
graduate
to
more. It
into
don't
the
have nothing to do
community?
with they ICE. All these kids
Yeah,
go to college.
why can't we get the benefits of what we're paying for in our tax dollars into this community? It just don't work. Unfortunately, it just don't work that way. And we have to
I
make
get that.
sacrifices. Unfortunately, this is where we at. Sacrifices that a lot of men with the Rodney Hinton. I heard a black man come on a live stream, and they said that Rodney Hinton was out of pocket. If they asked him, what would you have done if the cops took the life of your child and you seen it? They lied and said your child turned around and pointed a gun. There was no gun.
I'm
There
crashing.
was no gun.
But what they got
Everything
to
was
do with the school,
fabricated.
though?
What would that's what I want to land this real quick. And he said, "What would you have done?" And the dude said, because the family's talking about a payout. He said, "I would have took the payout." And they said, "So you would have taken?" He said, "What's the point of me going after the cops? And then I'm in jail or whatever, and all my children suffer behind. I'd have just took the payout." You know, I think a lot of people are just not willing to make certain sacrifices for their children, man. When it comes to certain situations,
Nah, that's not where I stand on that.
I'm not saying you.
Like I definitely
I'm not
support the
saying
brother
I'm
for what
not
he
saying that's
did.
you, brother. I'm saying that's what
Like when
has
we
to be
talking
done.
about revolutionary, when we talking about action, that brother took action.
We have to start making.
So
I'm
I
not talking
get your
about
point
taking
that once
someone's
you,
life in every instance. I'm talking about in a lot of instances, there's sacrifices we don't want to. Even with the schools, you have to find a black school. If you feel like you're not being heard, you paying tax, and you're not being heard, you have to. Unfortunately, you might have to move. That's a sacrifice that we have to make.
but here's
And a
what I'm
lot of people
saying.
in reality
Here's what
just
I'm
don't want to
saying
make
is the
them.
balance. But people, what I'm saying is the balance, right? Q
The
talked to
ice.
my son, right? So they talked about the raspberry, whatever the fuck. I don't even know about that shit, but you remember Q, right?
Uh-huh.
This is what he's being exposed to in this environment. Coming from the schools I came from, I wasn't exposed to these things. He's still in middle school. He's already being exposed to the STEM things that we want to build in our community through ZIACs, right? I was instantly able to put him in access, in proximity to all these things by putting him in this school. I'm saying for a lot of parents, that's a juggle that we have to figure out. But to say that, to put those kids in that school is anti-black nationalism, anti-black first, nah, I can't agree with that.
You know, you switched the verbiage, right?
With what?
I said it has nothing to do with, and you made it anti. Two different
No, I
statements.
asked you specifically anti.
But I just want to. I know. I just want you to. You heard it that way, but you never responded to what was said.
Okay. Because when we were talking about Bronx science, you were basically saying that my argument was about it not being beneficial to black nationalism.
It
And
has
so when
nothing
I'm
to
talking
do.
about Bronx
I'm just saying
science,
it
I'm
has
talking about
nothing.
Kwame
It has.
Ture.
But I'm
I'm
saying
talking
it has
about me.
nothing to do with black nationalism.
And that's where I kind of disagree. I
And that's
think
why I
this,
said, how could that be? That's why I asked you, how could that be? How could Bronx High School be a part of black nationalism?
You should be
because
able to lay an
because
example
and,
out.
and I'm gonna answer that. Whatever was instilled in Kwame Ture, I have to assume was instilled in him at home. Just like with me, going to that 30% white school, 33% Asian school, right? I still knew who I was and what I needed to do in life from home. So I'm able to be that buffer for my child. The things that he doesn't get from school, I reinforce that when he comes home. But the reality is, he has the opportunity to be in all types of STEM programs that we talk about. He has the
What does
opportunity to
Bronx
be on
High
a
School?
robotics team.
What does Bronx High School have to do with black nationalism?
It can, being the top school in New York City, it can help elevate the child to a level where if his blackness is supplemented at home, he can go out in the world and do great things for us.
So it has nothing to do with black nationalism.
Nah, it definitely does.
So
Every
how
No,
does it
nigga,
have?
you factored
hold
in the
on,
parents.
Q, every nigga I ever
No, no,
hired
understand. Do
was
you
under the
understand? You're
premise of black
no,
nationalism.
no, you're not. That's your
Every
point.
nigga I
Did
ever
you learn?
hired.
All right, so I'm saying. So you learned those principles at Bronx Science.
No, I learned them at
So
home.
okay.
Damn, you
So
said
do
no.
you see? And you again. So what black
Yeah, I said
nationalist
no.
principles? What black nationalist principles did you learn at
I'm
Bronx
not gonna
Science?
learn those
That,
at that
that
school.
that's
Because
what he
it's not
asked you.
about. Because it's not about black nationalism.
So wait. You think most black children that go to public school are learning anything about black nationalism?
No,
Anything.
because I just said because
Even in the black community.
they're not institutions that are based off of that. So why
So,
would you go there looking for that?
so this is what we're dealing with, right? So now my choice is either put him in a Mecklenburg County school, like Dev said, or put him in a school in one of the best tax bases that you can find.
Nobody's even discussing that. All I said was you're looking for principles that
I'm
white
not looking
people,
for that from school though.
you're looking for principles for white people to exude that you like.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm
That's
saying
exactly
is,
what you're saying.
no, this is what I'm saying, Q. I'm saying
No,
I'll give
because
him everything he needs to
this
know.
has nothing to do
Hold
with
on,
what you're
Q,
giving him
listen.
to know. It has nothing to do with that because you be drifting, bro. You got to stay on topic.
No, I am on
No,
topic,
no,
Q.
you're not
Listen to what I'm
because you
saying.
said
He
that.
said you
No,
on
I'm not
topic.
listening to that because the topic was you stating that you had an issue with what they're talking about in the schools, gay kids.
That's not what
Yeah,
my issue was. You didn't hear me.
that's what you. That's how it started.
My issue was simple, and I said it a million times. My child can get in trouble when he goes into these schools with the things I teach him at home. That's my issue.
And that's
Not
because
what
you're
they
teaching
teach.
them stuff. So then you shouldn't be sending them to those places.
And I'm not gonna argue that. I can
You
totally
just
understand that
did.
argument. But the sacrifice is putting him in a school that has allegiances with universities and has all these great programs where these kids can go study at UNC and this, that, and the third, right? For me, I felt like I could navigate parenting my child through that and still instilling in him that blackness that was instilled in me and you.
That ain't got nothing to do with the
It
fact that
does.
it
Because
has
it
nothing to
doesn't
do.
end at school,
It
Q.
does not have nothing to do with black nationalism.
I disagree.
You haven't stated one way in which it does.
I did. I said going to these schools, right, on an academic level can
That's academics.
instantly.
I said it has nothing to do with that.
So
So
academics
cool.
doesn't have anything to do with black nationalism?
Academics is academics. Black nationalism is black nationalism. If you want to go to an institution that's an academic school that's centered on black nationalism, you're going to get a different type of platform and pedagogical approach to information.
No, I get that point. But I just disagree that the two can't coincide and don't coincide.
Nobody, you see, you make arguments, and then as that based off of how you perceive the person's understanding versus just stating like
No, I'm
what's
just
said to you.
standing on what I stand on. I'm saying you don't sacrifice your blackness
That has
by
nothing to
going
do
to a
with the
top
talking
school.
point. That has nothing to do with it. Like you see how you're talking about now, you're talking about sacrificing blackness. That wasn't the talking point. You keep
But that
changing the
was
verbiage.
but hold on. When we go
That's why they say the verb.
when we
Now
go
we're talking
back to
about
what I
sacrificing.
originally said, listen, when we go back to what I originally said,
That you had
my
a problem
issue
with them
wasn't
reading
about
gay stuff in
my
school.
issue wasn't about them teaching gay stuff. My issue is when they teach the gay stuff, which I haven't had to deal with, right? But if they did, my child is gonna say something about that because of what he's taught at home. And then that becomes problematic for him.
But
That's
it's a
my issue.
hypothetical that you haven't even went through.
It's not even a hypothetical, though.
But
I've
what
gone
your
through it.
child did go through
I haven't gone
is
through
not
it
learning,
with regard to
or
homosexuality.
having no. What your child is going through is not going to an institution that's centered on blackness.
The fundamentals. Remember your favorite word?
That's what I was saying earlier. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm saying the overwhelming majority of our children don't. Even if they
we're
go
not
to a.
discussing them. We're discussing you.
So I'm saying if I have to evaluate the trade offs, him going to a school with a great academic program and
Great.
me supplementing the blackness at home,
You
yeah, I'm
can pay for
comfortable with
private
that.
teachers. You can pay for private teachers.
I don't know, man. Like motherfuckers make, homeschooling sound a lot easier than when I looked at it, it appeared to be. But maybe I was wrong.
I got
You
my
ain't got to be the
website
one to do it.
literally has instructions for homeschooling. I got videos on instructions on homeschooling.
You
Like you
ain't
know
got to
how to
sit there over his shoulder and shit.
mad videos on how to do it,
You
how to
in
create a
Brooklyn, my
curriculum.
nigga.
My shit
You
is
in
online.
Brooklyn. If
My
I
shit is
was in New
online.
York, oh, I didn't know that. I'd have you doing that
Nah,
on the side.
that's what I'm saying. You don't have to be over their shoulder. It's not
But even
hold your
I don't
hand
know.
and do it.
Yeah, our shit is online. How you think Damo teaches? How you think GA teaches? Brother Eric teach. I mean, Brother E. I don't know, yeah, whatever.
Good. I mean, that's the easiest way to do it. He can't make an impact just by having a small
Nah, but I don't
dwelling
think
with
I
20 or
don't
But I'm
think
thirty
not
our
saying that
kids.
for
kids
my
going
space.
to certain institutions sacrifices anything because where does that end? Do we not want
The
our babies to be in
sacrificing,
Ivy League schools?
the
Ivy
reinforcing,
League.
reinforcing. to
Ivy
me
League. Yes.
Hmm.
reinforcing.
Hold
It
on,
to
Q.
me is
So
a
answer the
major
question,
cultural.
Dev. Should
No,
I
no,
not
no,
Yeah.
no, no,
want
no,
my
no, no, no,
kids to
no,
go
no,
to
no,
an
no, no.
Ivy League school, Dev?
Let Q finish.
Reinforcing black principles is a community issue because we have black people who go to these institutions and do not come back blacked out, and they lead into lives that do not contribute to the black plight.
That's a fact. That wasn't me. And that's not going to be my babies. So that's my argument, right? Going to these institutions doesn't sacrifice who they can become, what they need to learn. In fact, we do need our kids competing in these spaces and being successful. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing my kid go to an Ivy League school. I wouldn't mind seeing my kid at Princeton. And I don't think that's going to sacrifice his blackness.
It had not, you keep saying sacrifice. Nobody's even discussing sacrifice.
So that's why I keep asking the question, would my child going to an Ivy League be problematic in terms of black nationalism and where he stands?
It has nothing to do with it.
But I'm asking the question, can the two exist
Why? It has
mutually?
nothing to do with each other. You got dudes that went to what was Saddam Hussein was educated in Harvard, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, Osama bin Laden was educated in what Ivy League school? You know what I'm saying? Wasn't Idi Amin educated in what fucking school is he?
All
How many
right then.
people?
So they can come out
But
of one of those schools revolutionary as hell.
no, it has nothing to do with the other. You're just here to take the information and go.
All right, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Can academics and the teaching of the principles of Pan-Africanism and black nationalism, can those be separated and a child get those key components from different areas? Get the academic portion from over there and get the Pan-African foundation from me at home. Can that be separated?
It already is. That's what it is.
All right. And is that a bad thing?
If we're talking about if you're gonna generalize the issues but personalize your approach, it's confusing. And it's at this point, it's a waste of conversation in the community. We sound like a bunch of derelict black men.
But now, wait, going back to my original point, Q, my issue as a parent was, right? Even if I don't agree with what you're teaching in the school, even if I'm confident that I've taught my child how to move, what's acceptable and what's not, when I teach my child those things, when the other side is presented to him and he pushes back, that can be problematic for our kids. And that's what I'm saying is the problem.
But that's if your child only has an issue with the gay shit in the school system, then they're completely far away from being a black nationalist or
Even the
being
white shit.
then they shouldn't be there. Like you know what I'm saying? Like that's like either the trade-off, you still have an ideological trade-off. Like I don't stress that on people, but it's we tread it's tricky waters, and that's why we have to build institutions, and we got to reinforce institutions because at the end of the day, like the trade-off is there, but if you don't have things to back that trade-off up, you just become like renegade mercenaries.
So it's way worse for the black parent who sends their kids to the schools me and you went to.
I don't think worse in this era is not the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Like the libraries have mad rooms now with computers inside of it. You got Zooms, you got YMCAs, you got groups. Like, you know what I'm saying? You got
Come on, my
there's so
nigga.
many different.
Boys and girls are still boys and girls. You know that.
No, I'm saying that there's tons of things that you can do for your child. You know what I mean? So I can't, you know what I mean? Like, and I'm not even throwing my institute in the conversation. I'm just saying there's ways of doing it. So it's at the end of the day. And then from a community side, there's ways of doing it. And if we don't, then we're gonna be having this conversation again in 50 years, which is horrible for me.
I
I
don't
don't want that.
disagree with that. I don't disagree with that.
So that sacrifice that y'all was talking about, it got to be made. and it got to be understood why it's being made. Because if not, then we're gonna be complaining about people doing whatever gay issues they have. Oh, we in these schools, they pushing this stuff. Is like, bro, like, the Democratic Party is the better party for black folks at this time. Either take it or like it, create your own, or do your own shit. You know what I mean? Figure it out.
Cause the gay shit, to be honest, like with my sons, like them motherfuckers will say pause before I do, as quick as I say it in here. You get what I'm saying? So that part, just kind of in how we interact with the things I've taught them, that's not an issue for me. The issue then becomes when he goes to the school zone that I'm paying for, right? How they treat him because of what I've taught him. That then becomes my issue. Now, I understand your response to that is just don't have him in those schools. But I think that does limit us in terms of saying, well, the best schools and the best institutions just aren't going to do what we want done for our kids.
The
What's
best school,
being limited?
the best school perception is
Best.
different. It's quantifiably different now.
What we being
I don't
limited
really
of,
think so,
Will?
though. I
Like
think
this,
if
this is
we're
think about
talking
it,
about
there's a
this on
whole
a
era that's
national
against. This
level,
is there's a whole era against college certificate
that's
errors.
true too.
Technological era. Like this, quantifying it now is very challenging. Social media millionaires, real estate millionaires that never went to school. Like it's a real, yeah.
Well, fuck it, then I fucked up, but I did it with the
No, I
best
ain't saying you
intention.
fucked up. I'm not saying. I'm just saying we we gotta be mindful when we cherry picking white people shit.
I mean, I was just trying
I
to
mean, you
highlight.
saying it. You saying it right now. You saying fuck creating and developing institutions and systems that benefit black children. You're saying hell, it's easier just to go to already established white institutions,
At the
specifically
moment,
Ivy League.
it is.
I mean, if the
That's
data,
crazy, man.
like there's people that went to and I'm not saying don't wherever you get your kid in these schools, do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not speaking on that. I'm just saying don't go there looking for this type of stuff and
No, I get that.
that's and be mindful of how you complain about white institutions. It's
That
a
was
white
my whole
institution.
point, though. The whole black nationalism portion, the whole Pan-African portion, I don't expect that school to fulfill that. That's why it's so important that I sit them down and hit a timestamp on conversations we have right on this panel and let my boys listen to that. And then we talk about it. I
At the
have to
same time,
supplement
we
that at home.
can't expect white institutions to teach black history or show a compassion to the contributions that black people had in this country. And I think that is more detrimental than white people doing gay shit. Look at what happened for the last 40 years. Black people do not know their contributions to the country. Black people do not know their history in the country. Black people think they're abos. Financially, black people are illiterate.
But I do though, Q. I know about Lewis Latimer. I know about
You do.
these.
You
But
do.
Yeah.
what I'm saying
You.
is, it's
No,
because it was
understand. You
supplemented at
do.
home.
Yes, you do. But that's not the purpose of school. School is supposed to also help with that. And it's not doing that. It's not
I can agree
producing
with
these
that.
numbers. So you might have an individual way of doing it for yourself or your child. But if y'all are going to say these group things,
But
then
the
we got to have
schools
a
are
group
still
discussion.
failing his needs. I can get that. As
You
a
know what I'm
black
saying? So
man, what I want to see him become. I can agree with that.
I can't quantify the gay shit more than the curriculum. Because that has a historical effect on black people's success in this country. The last 40 years. When we say prison to school pipeline, what are we talking about?
I don't really think we're talking about curriculum when we talk about school to prison pipeline.
That's all about
Well, no, I
curriculum.
take that back because maybe we are. If we aren't teaching the kids things they identify with and really want to dive into, then yeah, so I take that back. Yeah.
So when integration happened, we just covered a book that covered
how the kids got integrated, but the teachers and the principals didn't.
I guess it's hard for me being a pre-internet baby, right? Because I was always taught to get into these institutions, compete with them, and stay black. And so now we have a different agenda now, which I do respect. But at the same time, we can't say that acquiescing to the agenda that was set in front of me is a failure. Nah, like our kids getting into those schools, like that can be beneficial. Now, if they become something different, then in my opinion, the parent failed.
But if we
Most of
talking
the
about,
black
if we talking community wise, that has not contributed to the black community.
I can agree with that.
And if we look at the HBCUs, we got to look at how do they contribute to black nationalism and how do they stand on it.
I mean, they produce all our black doctors.
The large majority of our black doctors are there from them. Yes.
So do we not view that as a benefit? It's
Yes, of
not
course we do.
perfect. Right. All right. All right.
But then we got to look at all the other parts that come with it.
I
And
agree.
again, that alignment with being a white institution, you can't take that part out of it. So you're looking for HBCUs not to be on the gay shit too. Not to be on the, like, if you want, like, the HBUs are rainbow campuses.
Yeah.
So the same issues you had with the Democratic Party, you're gonna have that at the HBCUs.
alumni.
And this is when I kept repeating that a lot of the problems that we have with the issues we have with the school system are political. These are things that are pushed by the Democratic Party.
No, this is cultural lifestyle that black people exhibit in a white country because it's white shit. So we do this type of shit.
Nah,
I
This is
we
don't.
that was
I
don't,
don't. I
my
don't
nigga.
see how you
Even
can
if I gave
separate.
them 25%, what about the other 75%? We don't subscribe to that.
who
When we're talking about black kids, when we're talking about gay black kids, the new number is 25% in high school, right? What I'm saying is there's still the other 75%
of what?
Who?
of black children
That's what.
that are in these schools that don't subscribe to that bullshit.
But the 100% are not subscribing to black nationalist perspectives.
True.
That's an issue.
I get
When
that.
you got little kids in India graduating saying death to Pakistan right now. Pakistani kids saying, I know how to do my algebra, I know how to do my calculus, death to India, I know how to do my calculus.
That's a
That's
fact.
power.
That's a fact.
Black kids bragging about going to white
But now
institutions
wait, they're
while walking
attaining
around on
that power
TikTok.
right here. Cause look, when I take my kids to Kumon, they're surrounded by Indian kids who are still being taught that, oh, I learned calculus to fight the Bangladesh. But they're right here in these same communities, right? Still pushing their personal agendas, but benefiting from everything that the school systems that they pay into have to offer.
Yeah, but they have a community and they got their own objectives. We
Yeah,
don't.
my kid got his home though. But I do get what you're
Like, they're
saying.
not to say it like that. We got to look at it. Their Bronx high school graduates built factories and created change for their community.
So
Our
did a
Bronx
few of our black
graduates,
ones. So did a few of our black ones. My man who played on my
not from
team,
us.
Jamal Bailey, he's literally a senator in the Bronx right now. That's what my high school produced.
Yeah, but that's
Kwame
not
Torre,
like, now. I would have gave
me.
you the Kwame Ture on that one. I thought you would. I would have went back with Kwame Ture on that card. Like, I would have went back on that one. The senator, that's not nationalism.
Nah, but my man is doing things in his community. He is
But I
doing
wouldn't
things
even
to
put that on the
benefit the
school though.
Bronx.
That's the community part. Kwame Ture comes from a community of people that embraced that and taught that to him. That part about it, and the community recognizes that the need for education. And of course, yes, we're going to be sending our kids to other schools that don't align with our ideology, but you need to go to get that education. And we're going to reinforce it because you got a community of people that support it.
Right. I'm with you. I'm not totally disagreeing. I'm with you. Yeah, I mean, but
Where do you think the black teachers in black schools prior to integration got their advanced education from? You think they went to HBCU?
what period of time are we talking about?
From
I mean,
Reconstruction, from
initially
Reconstruction,
they were definitely
from
going to
Reconstruct.
PWIs.
You asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it. From Reconstruction through Civil Rights.
Initially, they were definitely going to PWIs. Many of us.
You see the difference though? They didn't stay in PWI communities though. They came back to their black communities,
I
to
don't
their
have an
black
issue with that.
schools.
I don't have an issue with that. I'd agree with that.
It may not be a PWI, but it's still a SWI, still a white institution. Yeah, facts. SWI.
You know what becomes crazy with that PWI argument? It's like every school that's not an HBCU is typically classified as a PWI. But a lot of these schools have huge black populations. And a lot of these
Maybe
black kids that graduate from these schools go on to do great things. Now,
Great.
to Dev's point, do they all come back home and invest in their community? No. So that is the
them
overarching
niggas is
problem.
moving with that ice is cold, baby. Tell them, Willie.
Here you go with the bullshit. See?
Tell them they moving with that ice is cold, baby. I'm going to that white neighborhood, baby. Me and my 35%, we moving on up to the white
No,
side.
we don't want to be in that low tax bracket.
Somewhere near the sky.
Come on, we can't fuck. Don't worry about me. Know what I mean? But we can't do that to black parents that want to offer their children the best. Even if
Best.
they're making mistakes in the way they move,
Nah.
their intentions are good by putting their kids in these schools, in these areas that have great graduation rates, that have some of the best STEM programs that you push. You heard my son talk about what he's doing in robotics. I don't have a Ziax here. So to the parent here, what is the best agenda? Do I keep him in a school in Mecklenburg, like Dev said, or for Sugar Creek somewhere? Or do I bring him out here to the Lake Norman area and some of the best public schools you can find?
This
It's a
I
delicate
If
think
we
we
was
balance.
talked.
if this is prior to integration, you have an argument. But I mean, we in 2025 now.
I do want to. You can help us, do our Saturday program, the supplemental education. That's another that's another part to it where like you go to them schools, but you still got your something like how the religious
That
people
is
do
the
it.
fix. That is the key component. Supplement me trying to teach them this shit at home and have something to offer him on Saturdays. I agree with you. That's how we reach them all. So I don't disagree with that point.
You know, whatever, however we can, whatever we got to,
But my thing
whatever
is,
we
when we
can,
make this
however we can.
argument, I'm always going to question, so where does it end? Like, if the goal is to give them the best education we can, do we not want them to go to uh, Ivy League schools? Do we not want them to be at Dartmouth, Harvard, all these great schools?
I don't. In today's era, like for networking capabilities, it's very specific to me. You go to those schools to get into the network so you can get into the positions in those
Exactly.
jobs. You know what I mean? Like
Exactly.
that's, but at the same, depending on what skill set you have, the exponential growth is different now. Cause like what you can do, like D&D say computer science majors is low.
So when your kids, so hold on, when your kids leave Ziax, you wouldn't push them to go to Yale?
Um
You wouldn't push them to go to MIT? When we're talking about
yes,
engineering and STEM, If they can maintain who they are, all the blackness you spent all them years putting into them, and then go
This
conquer.
I have two different. There's multiple angles at it.
I'm
Like being
listening.
honest, like like the HBCUs have a really nice network and ecosystem. So I respect the HBCUs for that. Where like you're around black and your education still has that background to it, like that part that you can lean on culturally. We lose a lot of black to these educational institutions. Like the black drainage is real.
Yeah, but let's be
Um,
real. A lot of our black kids going to those HBCUs and come out with an Afro Am degree. And how marketable is
no,
that
if
when
you're
they?
going, I'm saying if you're both going, if you're doing the same degree, you know what I mean? Like the networking capabilities is what's going to be the biggest part. But again, the skill set in today's era is still exponential. You know what I mean? So it's like I have that I said that in the video, you know what I mean? It depends on like um like it depends on your skill sets and where you start and how you start.
It's a delicate balance.
Cause you can't, like your son could literally, I met a parent, right? I remember I met his parent who was going mad hard on the kid who, it was crazy. And I had to tell him, like, I was like, this is crazy. So the son who didn't graduate high school, who got his GED, created a van business. The whole family's living off this van business. The son who graduated college is the one, the mother who's putting all the, the rave around.
And
He
he
don't
make
got a job yet.
$50,000 a year. I get it.
Son got 15 vans, 25 workers, contracts with the city. And I'm like,
The family doesn't see the pride in that.
and I'm like, yo, this is crazy. So you know what I mean? Like there's certain, and then you got to know where your background is at. Like you can't, I can't, I don't know what your family's background is. I don't know where you got to. And I know some people have a space where they want to be at and where they see themselves at. And that's where they want their children to start from, and all of that's mixed into the conversation. And it's like, I try to tread lightly with that with children, because some parents see I'm not telling nobody to see the sun and moon for their children. You know what I mean? I cannot be
What
real
you
though.
mean by that?
You want the sun, moon, and stars for your child. You know what I
So
mean?
you
We've
got to
seen
see
that.
it.
But I've also seen the other side of it where it's like, I don't want to say it's not being real. It's just being grounded
I
with
get
where
your
you
point.
are at. You know what I mean? Because like the 4 years of pursuit breaks kids. And there's a
Yeah.
lot of students who end up going to school for 6 years for pursuing a 4-year degree and end up with $100,000 worth of debt.
Shit broke me. I'm one of them little niggas. I definitely get your point.
You know what I mean? So like now if you take that 6 years in school, $100,000 in debt, and then making money in your 7th year, you're doing hopefully 90,000 for 8 years, 10 years. Now that person versus a 17-year-old who, and I was just talking to somebody who was taking on CTE jobs, and I was like, they was like, yeah, you don't want them being a bus driver. But I'm like, if you take a 17-year-old and have them working as a bus driver and they're in school, they're doing 80,000 a year, 90,000 a year. And if you go hard in New York, you're doing 150,000 a year, 820,000 a year with overtime in certain positions. And you're doing that at 18 years old. You know what I mean? 80,000 at 18 years old in a family who's making, 60,000 a year. You got some families barely doing 30,000 a year. And they want their child to be the next LeBron James and go to a 4-year school. And I tread lightly in this conversation. It's really, and I'm in a CTE major. And so it's in New York City is pushing CTE because it's like the time it takes to make money and the time it takes to accumulate debt.
Shit.
Them shits is no joke. Like debt
Yeah.
is exponential.
Yeah.
It don't play. Education is exponential. It doesn't play. the time it takes to get an education is a short period, or it could be drastic, and it all of these variables play. I tell my students, I'm like, yo, bro, I tell the parents 16 to 17, like students in my program, I don't want you in my program 17 to 18. Like, you need to be in college. Even if you go to a community college at 17 years old and you graduate with a 2-year degree at 19, you're going to be making thousands of dollars with the right degree.
That's a fact.
Radiology, carpet, any cosmet, any decent CTE or a certificate-based degree, nursing, construction management, real estate management, you're doing 70, 80,000 a year easy, and your family living at home with your parents. 3 years doing that. That's how you easy got 100,000 stacked up. You're investing for your first 2 years of bread. You're gonna hit 500,000 by 25.
The key is the debt part.
You know what I'm saying? So it's managing the debt. And like I seen a lot of, and it's crazy. You know what I seen this more? I seen this more with Caribbean people. Because I saw a lot of Caribbean and foreigners come to the country who were taxi drivers, straight hustlers. And all they wanted their kids was lawyers, doctors, and they put them through school and their kids failed at it.
Yeah.
And now they mad at their kids and they're like, yo, I put you through school to be a doctor. And it's like, bro, like, you should have made that nigga a cab driver like you. You put him through school off for driving fucking cab. Imagine if you'd had 10 of them shits like the Dominican niggas did. Them niggas didn't go to college. Them niggas made 10 fucking cab. They made BB. I watched BB make $1 million, bro.
1 million.
Bro, these Dominican, and they try to compete with Uber. Like, bro, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's still math. Look at you quantify the 400,000 you spent on your house. Just using you as an example, not to say anybody hypothetically to move into an area with a good school, and the interest that's on the house, the time it takes off to pay off the house, 15 years, 20 years, $400,000 house, you want to pay in 600,000. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where that ends up. So you're $600,000 in debt based off of your child getting a degree that quantifies that against that 600,000. And
now he's at zero.
Versus you living in a $60,000 house that you paid off in 3 years. He goes to a 2-year college. Now he's making 90,000, and that same 400,000, you borrowed that and you invested that extra 300,000 into another business. And you know, like, Willie, you from New York? Are we watching the immigrants do this? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not pulling this out of my hair. It's like I'm just, and I'm listening. I'm watching Brandon in the chat. I'm watching certain people. Like, yo, I'm listening. I'm like, there's no one direction, but it's like there needs to be a direction that's like economically, like, we got to be very serious, because right now the future's not going to play. There's how many black folks living in houses that's 6,500 square feet, 2,600 square feet. You know what I mean? 300,000, 400,000 in debt.
You know, it's funny. My son does his first year in Asheville, right? So because we in state, like, I think it's like 20,000 a year if you're out of state. But because we were in state, it was like 8-9 grand. So I'm like, all right, just do it. Like, stay at it. He did the first year. The nigga was like, yo, I'm about to leave and go get my associates so I could pursue this career goal. I'm like, nah, my nigga, don't do that. Yo, look, I got you. I'm going to pay for it. But he was like, nah, Dad, this will be the wave. And it's going to cost me way less. And I could get to getting the job way sooner. Being that he had that plan, I said, all right, fuck it. I ain't going to stop you from doing that. I wanted him to do the whole 4 years. Yo, right now, that nigga's making more than I was making when I moved to North Carolina. He ain't got no babies. So,
Yo, bro, it's not
I get the point.
And then think about how many black folks moved to
And
those
PPQ,
HOA.
I done taught the little nigga so well, I didn't even direct him in that angle. I literally tried to stop him from leaving the 4 year, but I trusted his decision. And we always had that agreement that, all right, if need be, you'll go back and get the 4-year degree. He off to the races now, my nigga. That nigga, and it wasn't even something I agreed with, but he was right. So yeah, I get your point. And I do think our little niggas, they do get that as well. So they're starting, if you've trained them right, they're looking at the world from that angle. So yeah, you ain't lying.
That's why the big schools, like I get it, Harvard, it's cool, but I'm watching these foreigners run through. You seeing them be doctors, but them foreigners started off as a fucking nurse's aide. Then they went up to a fucking a motherfucking
Physician
anesthesiologist.
assistant.
Then they
Yeah.
went up, and 2 years later, now they're motherfucking surgeon assistant. 2 years later, now they're fucking head surgeon, blah, blah, blah. 3 years later, now they're a surgeon. They started with a 2-year degree,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and they didn't stop making money the whole way through. They look, I know a little too many foreigners that like, now, but that also we also know the ones they with the shits. They went to the top Ivy League schools, and I see that as like, I don't know. I don't want to say it like that, but if you're trying to become a president, you're trying to be in certain areas,
Mm-hmm.
like you want to network with those Kamala Harris's and shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just think that's a implicit biased example because, like I said, her father's lineage is straight from the highest caste system over there in India. So she always had something to fall back on.
Yeah, but I do think though that when our money is invested in these tax bases, they do owe it to our children to give them what we're paying for.
But
And
again, what
so
y'all paying for, you got to think about how many people align with what you're saying. If there's that many people, the Constitution tells you go do your own shit, B.
mm,
That's the Constitution. We brag about every other constitutional right, but on this one, we like, no, 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 no. I want you to do the way I want you to do it. I don't look at white folks like that. And it took a while to learn that. Like, nah, you don't look at nothing where white folk, no institution as black nothing. You are to take from those institutions. That is your job as a black nationalist, Pan-African, black. You take from white institutions.
thank you. So that was my
But you don't.
argument.
No, your argument was that it was different. You was
Take from,
Benefits.
take from. Go
No,
there,
you were talking.
get
No,
the
you were saying
education they're
receive
offering,
it and keep
get
it
everything they're offering you academically,
and
take
keep
that
it.
shit and bring it back to the plan. And the
But that's
plan is
anywhere.
to
If
have
you
you,
working in the motherfucking garbage department, it's the same shit. It don't matter what any institution you got to be in that black for black.
we're on the same page. But to your point though, yeah, like I did kind of have to, I will say I was naive to what my little man now, like the middle baby, what he got to go through being a B1 baby in a school that's not a black school. Like it ain't the easiest for them.
This era, I don't think it's gonna make sense to certain kids. Like it's too logical. Like it didn't make sense to me. That's one of my backline of things I had with my pops. I'm like, why you just saying why you put me? I did mad dumb shit. I was influenced. I was mad shit. Like, I could have died in public school. Like, like this era different. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I could legitimately could have not made it home many, many, many days. Like many days. I could
You
have
know
just
what
not.
always fucked me up, Q? The year before, like I did 8th grade twice, right? Because I just wasn't going to school. I was on some bullshit, but I kill a test. You know what I mean? So my second time in 8th grade, they had me take the specialized high school test. I'm not thinking about none of these fucking schools. I'm going to Brandeis in my mind. That's where all the bitches is going. I'm going to the dice. You from the town. You already know what it is, right? I kill this test, and now the entire junior high school 43 changed from me being a problematic kid to now I'm the pride and joy of District 5. And this is what our kids can do. And they kind of forced me through that Bronx Science door. I did not want to go there. But by my junior year, I appreciated where I was and I knew what I had to do from there.
Oh
But yeah,
nah, yeah, they're gonna get an experience. Like that's why I'm not gonna. It's just don't. What is that? Just don't go there looking for black shit, and then also cherry picking white people shit.
now see, it's funny. My son won't have that experience, but Bronx Science is liberal whites at the helm teaching this shit. You know what I mean? So yeah, I had Afro Am in fucking in high school. You know what I mean? Like they were offering black things. Like the fact that Kwame Ture went to that school, that's something Bronx Science prides itself on. So, they pushed that on the black kids. So there was an element of that there. You know what I
See, that's
mean?
post. That's post, but that's still only gonna go so far.
I agree with that.
Yeah, look how far you had to keep going back. Shit, you talking about 2 generations.
Ain't no fucking 2 generations. I ain't that old.
I'm talking about Stokely Carmichael.
Uh-oh. But I was talking about when I went there, you know what I mean? They was pushing Stokely on us like this is what the black kids from our school are expected to accomplish and become, and you know, because it's a super liberal school. You ain't gonna find none of the MAGA bullshit in there. Like,
Yeah, but now that turned into the co-opting of the co-opting. You know that liberal is the same complaints y'all making. It's the liberals that put all of the weird shit in the schools.
through that, and we even had it back then. Back then, it was the 10% club. That's where all the fruity niggas went after school, and they all hung out at the 10% club. Now, when I hear that number, like 25% of high school kids, them niggas was the 10% club. That shit crazy. Yeah, this parenting shit ain't easy. And I did learn that more or less through my middle son that, cause my oldest, like, he made it easy on me. I ain't even gonna lie. But my middle son, he deals with a bit more of that, I'm the black kid over here type shit. But when he get home, I tighten him up. I remind him of the goal, what you gotta accomplish. And he wake up in the morning and go do it all again. But academically, he's killing them crackers. That's why they fuck with him. But that ain't even, that's like my criticism with black parents, that's not just the school, right? So even if you got a bad school, you can't blame it on just that. Nah, this little nigga's in Kumon. Like I keep him in shit that keeps him academically inclined, like on a regular basis. And when I take him to them Kumon programs, I don't see none of us, man. That should be breaking my heart. Cause Kumon ain't that fucking expensive. So we make a lot of excuses and not a lot of investment. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna lie though, man. Nigga, I fuck with you. Like, it was dope to see every time you let the little nigga talk. Like, he was like, oh yeah, yo, my bad. And I wanted to tell y'all, like, me and my son, this little nigga looking at you like, yo, dad, let me cook, man. That shit was dope to watch though, my nigga. Like, you doing a very, very dope thing, my nigga. Well,
Yeah, it's got to be more of that though.
What's his name? Jalil?
Hmm.
Yeah, every time that nigga Q kept interrupting and shit, the nigga like, all right, go ahead, dad. Nah, I just wanted to tell y'all, like, when we first started this, I sure dope. I ran the phone upstairs to wifey and shit. I was like, see, you think I be bullshitting all night talking to these niggas and shit. Look what my nigga doing. She was like, oh, for real? Nah, that's dope. Sure, man, that homeschooling shit do not look easy.
Everybody be doing it if it was.
Facts. Young God. Nigga, we can't hear you. Scrabble God, what's good? Oh, you on the phone. So I done put my kids in the wrong community, Dev.
You want them to be on some all lives matter shit.
Nah, you know my little niggas ain't on that shit. The fuck? They be sitting here next to me listening to yo black ass half the time. You think they on some all lives matter shit, nigga? I come in the crib, they be like, are you on the podcast with Q Butter?
Podcasts.
I be like, yeah, nigga, you finish your homework? Get the fuck out of here. Go do something. You're on the podcast with Q Butter, aren't you?
Peace, peace. Can you hear me now?
Young God.
Peace. What's going on with you?
Stay out the motherfucking streets, man.
I gotta say, I know what you mean, but you can't live your life in fear.
Yeah, but
You know,
because you a divine soul, because you divinity, don't think that that divinity just gonna keep you safe. Like you gotta protect that shit too. Like
right? You're right.
I gotta move different because I'm a god. You know what I mean?
You're right. You're absolutely right about that. You're right.
Nah, but you're a young nigga. You coming up well, man. You'll figure it out.
Hmm.
Well, peace and love, everybody. Thanks for having me on again.
How you doing?
Peace, queen.
I just have a question for y'all. So what y'all think about grants? I mean, should we believe in these government grants?
Believe?
Oh, you gotta be on here when Dr. Mo here, sis.
When you say believe, do you
Well,
think like there's any like validity to them? Like, is
yes,
something
yes,
even?
exactly.
We have to capitalize on them. And that's what we don't do enough. There's a lot of opportunity in that space. We just don't really focus on capitalizing on it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've heard that, but everything's about like how you. I know one thing when it comes to grants and all, it's how you fill out. It's how you fill out the paperwork. How you fill it out. Of course, you got to be legit too for me. So, but it's language and how you fill it out, and I've never filled out any paperwork seeking or asking for any grant money, but I be always hearing that there's hella money out there that goes un what's the word? It goes unclaimed. So but yeah, I never really did no research on it though.
Mhm.
Yeah, Dr. Mo know all that stuff though, sis. Dr. Mo, like, she the grand queen.
Okay. Okay.
Why you ask? She was thinking about looking at something in that space.
Well, I always hear, like, and I see as well, especially white people, they be getting these grants, nonprofit organization grants, and they just like work off of that. They just triple their money just off of grants. And I didn't know whether, because it has to be approved. So I don't know whether are they approving colored people, black people, as much as they are a white person.
Man,
I'm looking it up right now. I'm about to see if there's any data are Black
in
Americans discriminated
in
against
my
in this.
opinion, like, when you look at the breakdown of the money, it's probably not going to be equal. But for black people trying to do things for their community, for the children, like, yeah, it's a lot of it's money out there.
Yeah, we featured a black girl up in Connecticut last year who received $11.2 million
Damn.
in grants for her development in a ninth grade STEM project, which was part of a air filtration system.
Black funding denied. Where are we 2 years later?
On government grants, wow.
National Committee for Responsive Philanthropy. Black funding denied. That's why I love this. That's what I say. A lot of stuff. It ain't hard finding. If you want to, if you want to know something, if you want to look up, Google can definitely put you in the right.
Yeah, I wouldn't deny that we probably get denied a fair portion, but
Mm.
that doesn't discount the fact that there's money out there for us.
Yeah, it doesn't. But I mean, when you say "but," that negates everything that like we can say. Hey man, we like you at the job, buddy, but we gotta let you go. So you saying you like me and my work is not. It's really. It's meaningless. It's meaningless to tell me I'm a good worker if you're gonna fire me. but no, I was just emphasizing that "but" word. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that at the end of the day, there's a disparity, and
But
there's
the
disparate
fact that
impact.
but the
With
fact that we have a lot of ingenuity and the money is out there, yeah, I would definitely say go get it.
yo, definitely. I'm not saying not to apply for what's the kibbles and bits that's allotted, but
Like I said, kibbles and bits. Nah, but even on a private level, like if we're talking about business banking and shit like that, I used to always tell my homies, no matter what idea they had, I used to always tell them, yo, niggas think they gotta stack their bread and yo, I'm gonna come into the game with this much money and that's how I'm gonna start this business. You stack your money, but nah, spending people money before you spend your own. And that's because they know the amount of the stuff we talk about, they know as well, but they want to capitalize off of it. So yeah, how much you need? All right, I can get 7%. Bet. They'll give you that money.
I didn't know black women make up 13% of women in the U.S. They make up 20% of the women fatally shot by police and 28% of unarmed killings. I didn't know them numbers when it come to black women. I knew black men. We was the leading. subjects and deaths when it comes to police interactions, but I didn't know the data when it comes to black women. So
So what part of the grants you was talking about?
you said what part of the grant?
No, I was talking to Demi. She was asking about should we believe in grants.
Oh yeah, like I mean, there's like they claim like on government, is it government grants? Oh no, grants.gov, something like that. They have like a flexible amount of like opportunities for grants, but like you said, we have to get approved of them. So if they deny, some people say just put white on the application and see what you see and see what it comes up as. But
I wouldn't even
um
say that, especially when you're talking about government grants. Nah, go
No.
with the minority opportunity. Yeah,
mhm.
I'm black.
That's
Matter
true
of
though. I
fact,
look
I'm a black lesbian. If you want to lie about something,
at
sis,
research grants.
go in there and tell them you're a black lesbian, sis. See if you don't get approved then.
Oh wow.
You ain't even think about that. You was ready to go whole white. You said, wait a minute.
I'm pretty sure it was an LGQT whatever. I'm
You
pretty
know it.
sure they're in there. Got some stuff for themselves. I'm pretty sure.
Yep, yep.
Excuse
It's summertime, so all types of developments is going on right now as we speak. Like in the morning, the crew is going to be turning the switches on at 6 o'clock from a $68 million grant for a brand new technical college. Walking distance from where I am right now. Grant, no payback.
Federal Appeals Court holds that nonprofit foundations race-based grant giving contest likely violates federal law.
And it's a lot of corporate money out there too. Like it's a
Mm.
lot of opportunities where companies are looking to say, oh, we've given this back to the community. You just got to find the right people to email and write to.
The court held that limiting grant eligibility to black applicants likely was an unlawful act of discrimination, even if. So I got some legalese. I got the judicial system reinforcing anti-black discrimination when it comes to grants. Yeah, man. And you wonder why you always worry about black people? Because across every spectrum, every field, yeah. You worry about everybody else and worry about this and that and Palestine and spread yourself thin. Just care about
Yeah,
everybody. Take up
yeah.
everybody's plate. No, would you say something?
No, I'm saying we got to fight the powers that be. I mean, we have to you know, fight the powers that be.
I would say that because some people find it hard to fathom or to conceptualize why, or it's like selfish. Literally means to act in your own best, to act in one's own best interest. There's nothing wrong with acting in your own best interest. Sometimes you got to be selfish. Like this whole altruistic, being ultra altruistic is to our detriment when it comes, especially when it comes to non-black people.
Yeah,
So,
I agree. I agree.
but yeah. You can't be selfish in
So
certain stuff. That's for sure.
so let me see what the top 10 Black entrepreneur grants that are available or that were available. Let's see. The food business owners and agriculturists and wait a minute. Feed the Souls Restaurant Business Development Grant. And that is offered by the Restaurant Business Development Grant. Farm to Community Food Hubs Grant. That's a West Coast grant.
Excuse me.
The Honeycomb Credit Breakthrough Grant. That's a $10,000 grant. Lenovo Small Business AI Grant. 25 bands from 10,000 to 25,000.
So here come they get free housing and all. Let me stop.
The Nike X Jordan Black Community Commitment Grant. 10 bands. Wells Fargo Grant. Impact Grant. Administration for Community Living Grant. The Joseph Beam, I can't read the rest of that grant. Charter Growth Grant for Young Education Models, Ideas, and Projects. Public Charter Schools Grant. National Education Association Grant. Minority Research Grant. The Wish Local Empowerment Grant. The National Black Business Pitch Grant. That's 10,000. The Muse Accelerator Grant for beauty and creative businesses like painting, photography, artistry, and crafts. That's 50 bands. Creative Capital Award Grant between 15 and 50 bands. Yes. NAACP Power Shift Entrepreneur Grant. The Black Ambition Prize Grant. The National Trust for Historic Preservation for African American Cultural Heritage Action Fund Grant.
In particular, white principal investigators are consistently funded at higher rates than non-white PIs.
The African American Civil Rights Grant. I think that's part of the grants that my school was actually funded off of. the director of my school received the National Civil Rights Award in Minnesota back in 2011.
Mhm. You probably can fill those grants applications online. I'm pretty sure they're making very.
Yeah, it depends on what you want to do.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
So you gotta have people like Dr. Mo on your team because these devils they make it hard for you. Make it harder for you.
I wonder what happens to the money that's not, you know, I'm pretty sure not everyone fills out the grants, but I wonder what happens to the money that they don't spend on grants. I'm pretty sure. I don't know the probability of how much, how many, people apply for the grants, but I know they have a deadline. Correct? Don't you have a? They have a deadline.
Yeah, some of them have rolling.
Mhm. Oh, his mic went on.
Mhm.
Yeah, some of them have a deadline. Some have like a revolving deadline. Most have a physical time where if it expires in April, they'll start another cycle in June or July. So it's not like, oh, if you don't get it, you'll never ever get a chance to apply for it ever again. No, it's not like that. So I'm finna put a link in the chat.
Yeah. Great.
So that's just a snapshot. But like we were saying earlier, we can highlight and express and point out what's wrong, what's being done, what's being said, what's being pushed through, or we can try to go ahead and develop, network, build, find alternative methods to fight against what's happening and build at the same time. Well, it don't do anybody any good to point out the criticisms and hope that whoever we are complaining against are going to just change their mind and have a different mindset and do things morally and fair and however we want.
Mm, I agree. Well, my grandmother was telling me that it's the time for transfer of wealth. I guess that's from a, I don't know. I guess what she's hoping on. A lot of black older women and men. From the 1900s. They, you know, that's what they feel in their heart. So she said, now's the time for the great transfer. To us. We just have to be opportunist about it. So we won't miss it. Just saying.
You mean like from generation to generation, or is that what you mean as far as like the transfer of wealth, passing down of wealth?
Yeah, basically, yeah. It's like they're crumbling. The government is really crumbling. They really is falling down. And how does she say it? They're like under judgment and stuff like that. And it's going to be us. It's going to be up to us as a black people to, basically catch the falling beast. I mean, we have to be ready, you know, for us to succeed even more. Yeah.
And you would agree, like we would need tools, right? We would need, like skill sets to
Yes.
make
Yes.
that. All right. Cool. Yeah.
Definitely.
Say no more then.
Something that you love to do that you can make be creative. You got to be creative. Got to be creative. But you also got to love it at the same time. You know what I'm saying? So it's your own talents, really. It's really working with your own gifts and talents.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to discover them. You know what I'm saying? You have to discover them.
Doing some more research, and I found that there's further, uh, there's a financial aid discrepancy between blacks and whites as well. When it comes to getting loan money, grants. So it's
Exactly.
further you
Exactly.
dig deeper, it's even bigger than it's bigger than like seeking funding for your nonprofit, or grant money for whatever endeavor or whatever, because it's all contextual. But as far
Hmm.
as this context, receiving financial aid awards, it's yeah. um, so a new report from the U.S. Department of Education finds that in the 2019-2020 academic year, immediately before the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, 71.5% of all undergraduate college students received some type of financial aid. Nearly 64% received grants, and 36% took out loans. For black students, 80.6% received some sort of financial aid compared to 70 of white students, nearly 74% of black students received grants compared to 61% of white students. Nearly 49% of black students took out loans compared to 38.2% of whites. And we can also speak on, the this is also talking about, the wage gap as to why, blacks in America are more prone and more susceptible to having to take out loans due to, you know, let me say my brain. When I say
No,
due
right.
to, my brain just, I had that woo. When I say
Right.
due to, a list of trauma, just a
Mm-hmm.
list of trauma, just
I
you
bet
know,
so.
that's a poor. That's a trying to find the way that I'm articulating. It's a very haste summation of the trials and tribulations that we find ourselves in pertaining to
Mm-hmm.
the uh, wealth gap, because I'm thinking about, as far as like, even though this article is not talking about the wealth gap per se, but I'm thinking about, as far as like, the percentile, the high percentile of blacks having to, like I said, take out loans, in the lower percentile of whites not having to be subjected to take out loans because of the monopoly game.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
yeah, pardon me, I get the I get the going on one. I get the going on one.
No, that's
Um,
good. I mean, yeah, articulate it. Yeah,
Thank you.
I agree. It's the truth.
Um, so okay, so nearly 49% of black students took out loans compared to 38.2% of whites. Just over 24% of black undergraduate students received grants from the educational institution that they attended, compared to more than 30% of whites. Blacks were more. Let me read that again. Let me read that again. Just over 24% of black undergraduate students received grants from the educational institution that they attended,
Mm-hmm.
compared to more than 30% of white students. Blacks were more likely than whites to receive grants from the federal government by a large margin of 59.960% for blacks and 32.6% for whites. And we can, pardon me, so blacks, yeah, of course we're going to be more likely, because that's going to speak to, the silent elephant in the room, which is, like I said, the just the constant financial under siegement, just as far as, yeah, just pardon me, my mind
No, I mean
is
it's basic control. They basically got a hand in our
it's like attack, under
yes
siege.
attack. Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we're constantly under attack and sabotage in this country, and that's what we have to remember. Nobody has
Yes,
sabotaged like black people have when it comes to business,
exactly.
housing, you know, health, yeah, just like, yeah. So it's layer upon layer. So,
Yes,
pardon.
it is. It is.
So blacks also were more likely than whites to receive grants from the state government, but was the difference was far smaller than at the federal level. Hmm. Okay. So blacks also were more likely than whites to receive grants from the state government, but the difference was far smaller than at the. I wonder why. I wonder why is it smaller at the federal level. And this article is very curt. CURT.
So
Very.
there must be state grants and federal grants, possibly. Is that what?
Yeah, but I wonder because I'm thinking on like a reparations, because even though some people don't subscribe to the federal government being the top overseer as it pertains to controlling,
Mm-hmm.
regulating, and and even coming in during Reconstruction and so-called
Mm-hmm.
regulating that. So that shows you the power of the federal government. But basically, what I'm trying to say is because I don't want to my mind get the bouncing everywhere when it comes to our plight. But but
That's okay.
so I find it basically, and this article doesn't break that down. And I hate certain articles that highlight it highlights the parallels, but it doesn't. It doesn't
Mhm.
elaborate on that. It just says it.
Right. It's
Now
just
I
yeah.
have to figure out for myself or do further research on why the dollar margin is different in the state and the federal when it comes to black people and white people. See what I'm
Okay,
saying?
what's the excuse? Yeah.
Yeah. So 'cause that makes me think this. But no, what did you propose as to why you feel like the state
No, I,
putting more money?
when you said at a federal level, when you said at a federal level, I'm assuming there's probably like state grants as well and federal grants. So
Well, just to like blacks also will just clarity is always
yeah, go
key.
ahead,
Just
continue.
for me and for no, I'm gonna reread what I just. Blacks also were more likely than whites to receive grants from the state government. Period. But the difference was far smaller than at the federal level. At the level, so we're receiving
More grants at a state level.
yeah, we're receiving a minutia amount of funds from the federal level than the state, based off just that small little, just that little synopsis or yeah.
hmm But it's
So
so funny because I thought the state gets their money from the federal, but I guess it's like an in-house type of thing that's running, the yeah.
mhm. Okay, so pardon me. The average federal grant given to blacks was 4,300 compared to 4,100 for whites. The average grant from the institution they attended for whites was 1,200 more than the average grant given to blacks. The average loan amounts were 22,600 for black students and 25,900 for whites. Hmm.
Mm, wow. Wow. That's crazy.
Pardon me. I'm just
No, no, it's fine. But I'm just saying that's how they worded
So
that.
you just talking about student loans for college. You're not talking about for like businesses or starting a project in your community grants.
Oh no, this is racial differences in financial aid awards. So like state,
Yeah, financial aid for college, right?
yeah, yep, for college
All right.
between the state and the federal government. Mhm. So lastly, at the graduate level, whites were slightly more likely than blacks to receive grants, but the average grant to whites was 1,900 more than the average grant to blacks. Nearly 11% of white graduates were graduate assistants compared to 7.6% of black graduate students. More than 60% of black graduate students took out loans compared to 41% of whites. Hmm. Yeah, that's it though. Like I said, it's short though, short, and that's
Wow.
I'm giving on that.
That's sad.
This is from the Journal of Blacks in Higher Education. So, okay, published 2005. Okay, I mean, yeah, 2025. Because I just scroll to the bottom and read the bottom of the article that, as far as the
Hmm
pub- publishing and all that. So, mhm. So it's JHB is dedicated to the conscientious investigation of the status and prospects for African American in higher education. Okay. Mhm. Okay. Yeah. Hmm. Yep. Mm-mm-mm. focus driven initiatives specifically aimed.
So yeah, we rolling dices when it comes to applying for grants, basically. Because, but
But
should we still try?
yeah, and they're not nobody's not. I mean, that's we're not read,
Mm-hmm.
reading the information to say not to,
Mm-hmm.
initiate or take initiative. It's like another, what's the word I want to say? Another harsh reality of
Yes. Yes.
blockage,
Yes. Yeah. Blockage. Yeah.
the systemic and institutional blockage. But you definitely, I mean, still keep trying. What they say with Davies. That's why I sound like that's why I sound like real music. It's a quote. He said, Davies
Mm-hmm.
randomly got a new album out. It's called The Final Call. And it's he said a winner. He said a winner is just a. I don't want to misquote it, but hold on, I gotta find it because I don't want to. I'm gonna mute my, but I gotta
Okay.
find it. I got the album, but I'm gonna go to the song
Mm-hmm.
because I got it right.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, because I
You
don't
can
want.
paraphrase it. You can
Yeah,
paraphrase
because it pertains to specifically trying,
it.
and I used to be
Okay.
kind of like opposed to saying trying, like, because like imagine telling your son, oh, I tried to come to your, or somebody you care for, oh, I tried to. Try is like
Right. Like a
it
maybe.
it's unsexful. I mean, it's literally the epitome of of an unsuccessful, you know,
Mm-hmm.
I tried to
Right.
do this, I tried, so but them when I heard it in music, the way they said it, okay, it made me change my perspective on my perspective. Yeah, change my perspective on just the verbiage alone, or just that singular term, trying. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so
Yeah, I get tired of hearing that. Look, I just did it. I get tired of hearing that people saying that they tired. It's a shame. But yeah, no, really, yeah, the trying, yeah, it's just not good enough. Yeah, yeah.
So we're gonna read off the grants that black entrepreneurs see.
Hell
That
yeah,
list out. Is that list out?
hell yeah.
you think
Because he's looking for something. Hmm.
No, he was reading student loans. People that's going to college. So
Gotcha.
that's. I
Gotcha.
thought
So
you were
he,
asking. I thought you were asking grants. Period. Not
oh
just
yeah,
for
yeah,
students.
that too. Yeah, that too. Yeah. Hell yeah. Because I see, like, let me say, rich white folks. They be buying subdivisions with grant money. I'm like, golly, how the hell? But the key thing is they just put it for like development, agriculture. They put it on the agriculture development, or residential development in rural areas, and they just like they just know how to do it. They just know how to achieve that. But like he said, it's basic discrimination in the long run. But yeah,
so.
but yeah,
What he said was, he said a winner is just a loser who tried one more time. So yep, a
oh
winner is
wow,
just a winner is just a loser who tried one more time. So I was like,
mm,
okay, all right.
that's powerful. Okay.
Yeah. In other words, you keep it's perpetual though. It's not a because a lot of people when you feel that something is you just vacate. You completely vacate the domain that you was striving in. So it's the
Hmm.
perpetuality of trying. Mhm.
Yeah, most stuff. I'm curious to see what Dev what the did you find something about more loans because like I said, there's very you know there's just so many. It's like unbelievable. It's like unbelievable, unbelievable.
Oh yeah, and I wasn't reading that to like discourage. Yeah, just because that was a different context. That's education, college. You know, even though I still found information data to support that. By the federal
Hmm.
the circuit that by the 11th circuit federal court found anti-black bias in grants, but that's not to it's not to we're not uh conveying that information to be like discouraging. It's to
Oh no, not at all, not at all. It's
not
just
to
a reality. Yeah, it's
because
a
again,
reality.
Bruiser who tried one more time.
Definitely.
I like real music.
Definitely, and it all worked out. Yeah, definitely. I receive it. You know.
Man, definitely. Yeah, got to keep trying, keep and keep going. It's definitely possible. Anything's possible.
Yeah, definitely pass that on, Aaron. Shout out to the $5 super chat. Uh, he mentioned the one about a lady in Washington D.C. and it's a brother out in uh, Stockton, California, Fresno, California. One of the two is Northern California. Both of them have buildings, large campuses, geared towards Afrocentric studies. But I don't think neither one of them have online services, and that's the difference. But at least they didn't in 2022. Yeah, but keep us posted on that.
They get I thought about like not thought about, but I feel like I don't know. Just I don't know. I don't know. Like not I don't know, but I like a just like a there's not. Thinking about not so much as far as like a not we need like a actual factual
Hmm.
actual like a news network or but the thing is I don't want to highlight like suffrage or
Right, definitely. You don't want. Yeah, definitely. That turns. Yeah.
but I mean yeah, I understand but it's not, like you'd be surprised like we don't like as far as like black people, like we're not like we don't know like not that I'm trying to say we don't know a lot, but I'm talking about pertaining to like what's going on with us, like like anything outside of us, we have a we're more in tune, So basically, what I'm trying to say is like. But on the flip side of that, we want to know about. We want there's this innate thirst to to wanting to know about the culture, history, etc. So I'm not speaking like you don't know nothing. They don't know about commercial or
Mm-hmm.
mainstream type of things. Nah, I'm not saying that. But ultimately, what I'm conveying is that like I don't see like outside of YouTube, of course, but and it's crazy you said that because YouTube actually has the most like people traffic per month.
Right. You can start your own commentary or something like that.
I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about like outside of YouTube,
Okay, are you talking about like a
like
national
I'm
type
talking
of?
about
Okay.
the Black Philadelphia, like a newspaper or not even just a
Oh.
newspaper, but like some type of
Mm-hmm.
digitized black news media type of like medium, that highlights information, pertaining to black people, but not just like I said, not just gloom and you go on there, you just see nothing but just, you know. But what I'm saying, the flip side is that reality check is needed though when it comes to, but just basically my mind is sifting through just so many different, aspects of how that could go as far as like
Yeah, you're
being
being creative. Yeah.
highlighting, science, technology, engineering, math, but also highlighting just I'm trying to find the name of this black this black website I used to go to all the time, but it would highlight more so like social justice issues that was going on with black people. And I need to find the name of this site, but I used to go to it all the time. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna find it. But yeah, just because I'm a social justice type of guy. Like I'm big on the fighting the system, fighting the man,
Exactly.
and knowing the Constitution. Knowing your rights. And just social just social justice. The history of social justice in America pertaining to black people. So definitely, I'm definitely
Definitely.
all that.
I wish I could see black bankers, like a bank that's like a black,
A
like
black bank. Well,
a
they say
black
there's a
bank.
black bank. It's called One United. Um,
Mm.
One United Bank. There is some black banks though. There is. I ain't gonna say they say. There is like
I
on
mean,
the
black owned, black
yeah
run.
yeah
Wow.
merger. The two black banks just merged. I want to say I gotta look them up right now, but it was like I want to say the largest merger. What's that? The black banks that merged. Black banks that merged.
It's definitely black private equity out there though. Like motherfuckers just looking for a return on their investment that's willing to invest in other black corporations. That money's there.
Okay, yeah. So the largest merger in history, which I knew was just recently, was between black-owned banks occurred in 2021 when First City Bank of Washington D.C. and Broadway Federal Bank of Los Angeles merged. Yeah. hmm
Damn.
So yeah.
From east to the west. Damn.
hmm
Oh.
So yeah. So yeah, but it's still like it's still very
A subsidiary.
mhm.
It's under another bank.
No.
Yes, yes, yes.
Is it a subsidiary? You talking about as far as like because the
Yep.
BBOC and People's merged with Founders National Bank of Commerce and Family Savings Bank in Los Angeles and changed the name to One United, creating the nation's largest black-owned bank. So when you say a subsidiary,
I mean, I'm not
Yeah,
one to.
put
I'm not one to
put the
burst his
name of the
bubble.
bank in the text so he can see it, so he
Okay.
know what you're talking about.
Nah,
'Cause,
I know what he talking about.
well, you wouldn't have never said that it wasn't a black owned bank, because he was reading how with two banks merged. That just went down. That's not nothing that went down a long time ago.
And I know Founders, and I know One United.
This article, right?
And so when you look into them a little bit more, it
They using
is.
white money.
Well, I ain't saying white money. I'm just saying when we talk about a black-owned bank, and I'm not even saying I have a problem with that bank, right? But they are going through other national banks.
The concrete that the bank owned was by a white company. What you trying to say, man? We need to give our youth at least an equal amount of things that are detrimental to the black that we can point out that we criticize.
Well,
We
nah,
need
I
to
ain't saying it's
offset
detrimental.
that.
That's not my
So
argument.
here's my argument, since we arguing at 2 o'clock in the morning. Every time you point out something that's discriminatory or you think that's wrong about black people, we need to counter that and offset it with something that is positive
Positive. I
or
agree.
achievement. And I'm curious to see how long the lists are,
So I mean, with this
or who.
conversation about the black banks, I'm not
Yeah,
saying
And
it's a negative thing, but I'm saying when you peel the onion back, they are literally subsidiaries of other
you're
banks.
you're right about One United, but remember what I said though initially. I'm talking about First City Bank in
Founders.
Washington and Broadway Federal Bank in Los Angeles are merging to form the largest black-led bank. Them One United, you're right. That it's like a conglomerate of You're right, but these people right here, the pair have made more than 1 billion in combined assets under management. The banks also have approximately 850 million in total depository institutional assets as of as of June 30th, 2020.
Yeah, and
So
that's what's up. I'm not even saying in
this isn't,
terms
yeah.
of
So this
First
is
United like that's a
actually
negative that it isn't a fully all black bank, but I'm just
this bank is though.
providing a little extra portion of the information to say let's not fool ourselves in some of the
well,
things
how
we
can
talk
somebody
about
be
because
fooled?
that'll be the first thing that will get thrown back out like, oh, it was never really a black bank. No, I still do
Why
consider it a
would
black
somebody say
bank
that? Why would somebody say that?
because it's a subsidiary. It's
Of
attached
And
to a
what?
lot. It's
check
attached to a larger bank.
yeah,
Subsidiary of what? Of who? What's the
Of
name
a
of
larger bank.
of the
I
parent?
can't.
What's the name of the parent?
I'll look it up.
yeah, you gotta be quick on the
Yeah,
draw,
I
you know.
can't.
You
I
gotta be
couldn't
quick.
call it right off the head, but it's something I looked into in the past. But even being a subsidiary, I'm not saying that's a negative thing. I'm saying let's get to the bag, however we're gonna get to it. But let's just have the honest conversations about what we're doing and what these different institutions are. That's it. I ain't even saying there's nothing wrong with being a subsidiary. As long as we get into the bag and it's a us thing.
They have bi-coastal headquarters and will continue to serve and expand. Yeah, this is the language. As part of this historic merger, we are demonstrating that thriving urban neighborhoods are viable markets that require a dedicated focus, long-term commitment, and critical access to capital. You know, like implying that come on now, it's money in the hood now. Don't get it messed. Everybody making money off us, but we might as well make some money off us. Shoot. Require dedicated focus. Real. Hmm. I wonder. I'm gonna do some more research on this bank though. Like as far as like, I'm gonna do more research and figure out does he got any kids? Like who? It's like who gonna man? Because you know, it's- it's that- hmm. Black owned and black led banks have been caught in a difficult cycle. They tend not to have enough money to lend to help the communities build wealth. This leads to a resulting dearth of wealth building opportunities, which diminishes the money available to flow into the banks. Black owned and led banks are still key lenders for black borrowers. Mm, are still key
Yeah.
lenders. Mm,
Like when you look at, black hedge fund owners, I think black hedge fund like top asset managers are about like if I remember, it's like around 10% of hedge fund managers are black, but they represent like more than $250 billion of assets under management.
mm.
So
Interesting.
yeah, look at black shit. One of them is, I think it's like Harlem Capital or like Harlem Hedge Fund or something like that, Harlem Financial, but it's a black owned hedge fund company. And they've got like a nice amount of money under assets, under management. And honestly, like me, if I could, that would be some shit I would really enjoy doing, like to be what, a hedge fund manager, and I just get everybody bread, and I just really like invest this shit hard and try to, with all this money that I got, I could play mad different markets and different financial instruments, and the goal is to make everybody some money. And in the hedge fund world, like if you making 20%, like you're not doing bad for your clients at all.
Mm.
And with that game, the more you got to invest, the more opportunity you have.
Yeah, depending on what you're investing in. Remember the risk is always associated with it too. But yeah, I know what you mean though.
Absolutely. That's why when you're picking the hedge fund to invest in, one of the main issues is like who's really the fund manager? Who's the dude on the top that's really deciding the investment strategies and the investment plans?
Mm.
And that's what motherfuckers go off of. That's why not BlackRock. What's your man shit name? Man, it's gonna kill me.
What's that cracker name? That Ed Bloom, Edward Blum.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Where what's your Berkshire Hathaway. That's
Buffett.
yeah,
Okay.
and Buffett about to step down.
Mm.
But yeah, Burke B's like their B shares was like 130,000 a share at one point. That's that real private jet money. Cause all a hedge fund manager might want, give me 2-3%. And I take a percent of the profit as well. So if you put 100 million with me, I'm gonna take 2% of that. And then if I make you 20%, I might take another 5% of the 20%.
Mm.
But for the nigga investing that bread, he made money. He didn't lose money. Yeah, I mean, and for the fund manager, 7%. Shit. Cause that was the game when I first got into finance, like in my first job. I mean, stockbroker, we used to make 5%. We
Yeah, the
get
percentage,
2.5 on the buy, 2.5 on the sell.
yeah, them percentages as a whole. Dealing with them lawyers really taught me that okay, yeah, man, you shoot 40% of you feel me, 10 million. You know, it's just when you talking percentages. When somebody say, "Give me 1% of a billion," you know, like that's a lot of money, bro. Like we're talking about percentages in the totality of the of the or yeah, what you about to recoup. That's a lot of
Mhm.
bread. Like when you dealing with percentages and you dealing with, I need 5% of that 50,000, or 100,000. Like it's just yeah.
I used to I used to call them crackers like Young Deity, Wall Street Willie with Zions Capital. How are you? Nigga be like, who? Well, Wall Street Willie, Zions Capital. We're one of the oldest private investment firms here in the US. And what we do, we manage assets for high net worth executives and attorneys worldwide. Now, what I wanted to do is get you my credentials, my information, but more importantly, I'd like to come back to you the next time I have a phenomenal investment in the market that I'm bringing my existing clientele. Now, if it makes sense, I'll show you how to get involved. And if not, you know, we
That's the
can
white
simply part we can simply part ways. But you have to agree, young deity, if I could bring you a great opportunity, that's something you'd be interested in, correct?
sure. Why not, Bob?
All right, so I'm gonna give you my information, boom, 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 I'm gonna holla at you. Boom. Hang up the phone. Now you officially a lead. You're what I call a lead. Now I'm gonna let the lead sit because I'm not gonna be thirsty. I'm gonna let it sit for maybe a good 2 weeks. You know what I mean? Then I'm gonna call you back. Hi, deity. Wall Street Willie, calling from Ziax Capital. How have you been?
I'm great, buddy. How you doing?
Good, good. I'm doing well. Now, the last time we spoke, I told you I'd only come back to you when I had a phenomenal opportunity in the market that I was bringing my existing clientele. If you've got 5 minutes for me, grab a pen and I want to walk you through this investment. And
Oh,
then I
this
hit him with the stop. You know what I mean?
scam number. You get that number on your phone, the number that says it's a that's that scam voice.
Mm, 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 mm,
That's
mm.
that send me 200. I'll send you 2,000 scam.
But see, that's the thing, right? So on the first call, you would have really told me, nah, nigga, I'm good. And then I gotta hit you with a rebuttal real quick. Like, with all due respect, like I know the markets. I'm assuming you're primarily invested in mutual funds, making what, 7, 8% over a year? I'm telling you, for a small portion of your assets, if you'll trust me, I can make you 30 to 40% within 3 months.
Nonsense.
Them white folk like that shit. They like, word, all right, nigga, call me back. And that's why I let it sit for like 2 weeks. So they forget that when I call them back, oh shit, yeah, I do remember who this is. Nah, not right now. Yo, look, man, this stock is going up. It's gonna be out of the ballpark tomorrow. Give me 5 minutes. They give me 5 minutes, and I drop my shit. I tell them, why this company is gonna be up 30% in the next 3 months. They reporting earnings tomorrow, whatever the fuck I'm selling them on. Then once you get them, I mean, start them at anywhere from 10 to 20.
Hmm.
If I make you 20% on that 10,000 you send me, so now that 10,000 is 12. Now I'm hitting you with, is anyone who's working with you showing you that kind of returns? Nah, niggas ain't showing me 13,000. I mean, a little fucking 30%. Nah, niggas ain't showing me that. All right. So this is what I have my clients going into now, and give me more responsibility. And I'm not gonna let you down. Yo, you get them motherfuckers be having long bread, like the niggas who I really look up to call. Once you get them at 100,000, now if if this account, if he let this money sit with me, right? and I make him a little bit of money here and there. Every time I trade this account at 100,000, 2.5 on the buy, 2.5 on the sale. If I trade him once a month, that's $5,000.
So he in the streets.
You know what I'm saying?
Street lingo, no. Yeah, that's. What's your profession? What you do, Willie? You a broker or something?
I'm still in finance. I ain't a broker no more. I let my licenses expire because I got into other shit in
Mm-hmm.
banking. But yeah, that was, I ain't gonna lie, I used to love that shit, my nigga. Like when I was on my broker shit, that was like my first job in finance. Yeah, that shit was wild.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, fi, he ain't talk nowhere near like that shit. He switched that shit up real goddamn fucking Irish. Are y'all able to name the richest billionaire that's not related to entertainment in the United States?
I forgot the brother's
Jeff
name.
Bezos, I
I know
guess.
he married to no. He talking about the black. He talking about the
Black.
black. He's married to
Yeah.
a black woman. He's in tech. I don't recall his name. It's not Robert Smith. I know that it was him, but it's not him. No. He's married to a white woman, so it ain't him. But I know the brother. I don't recall his name though. But I know he married to a black. He married to a sister though. I know that. So let me see. Look him up. David Stewart. I need to start. I need to start remembering his name. Howard. I need to start. How can I? Okay. So David Stewart. David Stewart. All right. Cool. What's black man in America? Yeah, 11.4 billion. He's a founder and chairman of Worldwide Technology and IT service company. So yeah, see this the black man. You need to try to. Yeah, I need to be trying to get up under the tutelage of black man. Teach me, black. For real, shoot, man. Protect this black man. They better not come with no tax evasion. I don't want to hear no tax evasion. Even though Taz presented a compelling case about Robert E. Smith and how that was planned and stuff, and that kind of broke my little, that broke my heart, man. I thought the brother was, even though I don't know, man. I don't know. I just still feel like that, because his tax evasion that came after he made that endowment, or basically when he completely absolved those
To
black alumni men, congregation of black men. um yeah, I kind of it kind of, and then like I said, he spoke out about reparations. That's the part that missed that. That's the only part that kind of got me like, where I'm kind of like,
he spoke against it.
spoke no for it. The billionaire
Oh, okay.
Robert Smith spoke for it, said we deserve it. You feel me? So I respect that he didn't have this hijack bougie mentality. You feel me? Like, no, niggas, pull yourself up. I did it. That speaks to, that's insight into his psyche, into his, yeah, he married a white
Hmm.
woman, but that's still insight to his psycho, into
Oh
his
shit. Nah,
psychosis.
you tried to slide that past real quick.
You said what? No. That's no. I'm saying, but that's the thing. We can highlight that. Yeah, but that's what kind of I still. Yeah, I fought him for that, but I still try to find the good in the black man. You feel me? Like, and the
I
good was
respect that.
the school thing. Even though, like I said, people feel that. But that component right there is the main component that where I'm still on the side, because, like I said, when he spoke out against reparations, then he became, the feds came and came with the tax evading, and yeah, and you can understand about the article, but I just know how this government is, man. I don't know, and he took a plea. I understand all that, yeah, but I still feel like something's just not up with that. You feel me? That's just how I feel, as my paranoia as a black man in America. You feel me? That I am entitled to. You feel me? So, but Yeah, so yeah, he spoke speaking in favor for the underclass. You feel me? So you gotta respect that, man.
What's up with it, Miss Chocolate?
It is important though for them niggas to, keep their shit clean because it is a lot of bullshit that goes on in that industry. You know what I mean?
Oh, you talking about the tech? Then
Not
again,
even
it's like,
tech, just investing in private equity and shit
yeah,
like that.
but we also know black people are also scrutinized. It's just all these white men
Scrutinize more.
fake
I
and
agree.
got accounts over here. Man, I don't want to hear that about this black man. I don't know, man. Man, that man's a billionaire. He's still a billionaire. He didn't make it. He didn't his he didn't make a financial he didn't make a financial cataclysmic blunder. Feel me, to where he's not a billionaire no more.
He's
So
not Bernie Madoff. He
you
wasn't
feel me?
robbing
Yeah,
people
he's
either.
not
I
a
get it.
fraud. You feel me? To where you're a fraud. You became a billionaire because you're a fraud. No, it's some little financial mishap he made, and they hopped on his ass. Yeah, he talking about reparations and he doing all this allocation and paying off debt for black men. They ain't got to worry about. Come on, man. Yeah, I'm still. Yeah, I believe that still, man. I don't know. That's just me. Shit, black men too. At that, black men. You feel me? So, but yeah, man. So ain't no programs for
This why when motherfuckers say that we not doing things in certain spaces, I'm like, nah, we are. But it's hard to make that argument if I gotta try to use the nigga that got a white wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit get crazy.
because it's a debt. That's why I'm entitled not to. I not that I feel. I know. It's a knowing that it's a debt that needs to be recouped. You feel me? So it's not a sentiment of entitlement. It's a historical calamity that ignited like wildfire and it destroyed black people in so many ways. But let me stop before I get the brain get the
Niggas,
percolating and
niggas let me run the Ziax hedge
they
fund.
ain't gonna put that. They ain't gonna put the microphone. They ain't gonna put the microphone in front of my face. Yeah, because they know. Hey, no, leave. Don't go to him. Go to him. Yeah, he gonna. I'm that Negro. They gonna take.
Yeah, as it should be.
Go to
Yeah.
him. Yeah, man. Where you from, Miss Lady? Like as far as like in the States, East Coast,
Yeah, I'm in Virginia.
Virginia. Okay.
Yeah, East Coast. Yeah, I'm like 20 minutes from DC, so it's the DMV area.
Okay.
DC, Maryland,
Alexandria.
Virginia. Basically, yeah.
I
I'm
know where
like
you
10
at.
minutes from there.
You
Yeah.
born and raised over there or you
Yeah,
moved there?
born and raised up in Virginia. Yeah.
That's what's up. You remember H2O?
H2O.
You heard
I
me.
remember who?
H2O.
Is that like a? I mean, I know it's water, but
Nah, that used to be my spot in DC.
well, no. Oh, okay, yeah. I don't. They changed clubs owners so fast. It's like I
Yeah.
can't keep up with it no more. This is still there.
I think last I heard it had a different name,
Oh, okay,
but I think the spot is still there.
okay. But yeah, yeah,
I used to love DC.
yeah. It's crazy. District of Columbia. But you know, everything is. Well, I don't want to talk about that. That's off. That's off subject. Don't worry about it.
What about DC
Yeah.
and PG County?
Oh yeah, PG. Yeah. Prince George's. Yeah. Palmer Park. Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
And you like the go-go music then? You know the go-go.
I rock with the go go.
Okay.
But DC was something like I'm from Harlem. You know what I mean?
Oh really?
And yeah, like growing up, Harlem's all black, but like DC, as I got older, it was a different kind of black. Like DC was the city I really enjoyed. Like it was my people out there.
Yeah. You only see your people. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
man.
That's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. You didn't see no Indian, no Spanish. It's
Mhm.
only black people.
Word
Only black people.
everywhere.
The
The
black
good
hole. Yeah.
neighborhoods and the bad neighborhoods. It was all us.
Mhm. No, what I was gonna say is that I still don't understand how they got acid. You can buy acid or LSD in DC and mushrooms. It's like what the. I was like, Virginia doesn't even do that. Maryland don't even do that. Only DC. I'm like, wow. I'm like, when they got that new woman mayor, the mayor, she changed a lot of things. She changed it. It was just odd, you know. I don't know whether that was trying, you know, I didn't know their intent, their agenda on that. I mean, is it to make us you know, is it to help us or not, you know.
It's funny because that whole area, like even PG County, like DC, and even your area, like that Alexandria area,
Mhm.
it's just interesting to watch how black politics plays out in those areas.
Right.
It's not always what you would expect to see. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Definitely. Definitely.
This one moved by fast.
Definitely.
This one flew by. This year is flying by. Like time is flying.
Like
Man.
Diddy, everybody was going in. I know you heard of Westmore, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I got a bone to pick with him too. Yeah.
So now the thing is though, when you really look at the politics of Maryland as a whole, and he's the governor. It's not like he's the mayor of Baltimore. You know what I'm saying? Like he's got a whole state he's got to deal with, and the politics of Maryland gets kind of crazy.
But with that, I'm glad you brought that up. I should bring up that article from the AP talking about him, and it's highlighting too how there was an overwhelming majority as it pertains to that particular bill that he vetoed. So that dispels the notion that
He had to do it.
you can't
Yeah,
only get nothing done for black folks. You can't
I
just
get it.
ask nothing for only black folks. That bill it was an overwhelming majority. People voted in favor for reparations for so that's something that was aimed that was only for black people. So that shows us the whole notion that we can't only focus on nothing. We can't only get nothing passed for us. Yes, we can. That's a clear example right there. If you look at the numbers, and it was an overwhelming majority. I put the article up, but yeah, man, I don't like how he's talking about there's been an advancement of black politicians. That's talking about you're talking about you. You ain't talking about systemic racism. You ain't talking about redlining. You ain't talking about nothing to benefit the black people in Baltimore. You feel me? And all the historical anti-blackness that's that percolates within that realm. So it's he's talking about, like I said, the
But
advancement
Diddy,
of
here's the deal.
politicians.
To
But we're
really
talking about reparations though.
understand,
Why are you
to
talking about
re-
the advancement of politicians and we're talking about reparations, brother? Like,
no, but listen to
come
what I'm
on, brother.
saying. To
When you
really
can
understand
really,
the
I'm a
position
critical
he's
analyzer.
in,
Go ahead. Yeah.
to really understand the position he's in, you got to know who Michael Steele is.
Okay.
So Michael Steele was the first black head of the Republican Party. He's
Mm-hmm.
the head of the RNC, right? And Michael Steele is a complicated black individual. I don't really know if I love him or hate him,
Hmm.
but that's when I'm talking about how their politics is very interesting. Yeah, that's kind of the lineage he comes from.
So
You
how
know
you
what I
feel
Go,
mean?
about? I
go,
mean,
ahead, go ahead and pull up the Westmore article, Diddy,
I
and
will.
then get down to the majority of the Senate with the black woman senator. What's her name?
Who?
Maryland.
Talking about Crockett.
No, she's from Texas.
Let me see. Mm,
Beginning with an A.
yes, article from AP News. Okay, let me see. Mm, 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 mm. So, what's your take on it, though, Willie? What's your take on it? Are you like, well, he's right, or do you agree with that? I mean, with his approach to and they need to override him though, because they need to, but the black Congress, they ain't gonna do that though. The
Oh,
black Senate, they ain't gonna. The article is also talking about how due to the overwhelming majority that concurred with the bill to go through, they can actually override what's the word? Yeah, overrides the time. If I'm not
yeah,
mistaken,
but she
yeah, but they
not
ain't gonna do
pushing
that
that
though. They
line
ain't gonna
though.
do that though. They ain't gonna push that. That's what I'm saying. That's
Yeah,
why I see. I don't even respect that now, because
it's
it's all politics.
it does start with an A. Ah, damn, that's gonna fuck me up. I know who you talking about because it's a younger black chick that's the senator in Maryland. Damn. Uh,
It's
yeah,
up
but
there.
they're not gonna push the line on that. Brooks. What is it? Also Brooks?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's the sister that's the other. I mean, it's the whole Senate, their whole Senate
Wow.
like position, it's all Democratic, but it's also Brooks and I think like Van Halen or some wild shit like that. It's a white boy and sis.
And we understand, and I understand, but I understand we got coons, but like we don't think it's like this is some type of strategic. It's the reason why they don't like really like elect or put people that's really from the soil in these positions, that really have a connection to the community and brought up like that. I don't think that's by happenstance though. That it's but yeah, he's supposed to be running for president. He's denying it allegedly. So he want to look good to his potential white yeah, white delegation.
We can't even put that on him though, because
Huh?
it's his
Huh?
potential black delegation too. Like when you look at Maryland, there's Baltimore, but then there's Silver Springs. And Silver Springs is where you're gonna find some of the wealthiest black people you'll ever have the pleasure of meeting. You get what I'm saying? So to
So
say
what's the one single richest black county in the entire United States?
I'm not sure of. I would say in Maryland is definitely Silver Springs.
Prince George.
No, hell no, not no PG.
Yeah,
You said Prince George's. Oh wow.
I would think Silver Springs.
you got the numbers on it.
I got the article. I got the AP article up there. You told me to pull it up.
Yeah, run. You can run that article too.
I got it up. It's up.
I wonder it's because that military base.
No, you talking about Fort Detrick,
Yeah. Well, no. Well, there's another
Arlington.
one. No, not well. No, not Arlington. There was another one in Laura. Oh gosh. Oh, actually, I think it's the Air Force, isn't it?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Okay. Okay.
Uh, yeah. So what did he say about his reasons for vetoing the bill?
So the governor also noted in his veto letter that black politicians have risen to the highest levels of government in the state in recent years. For example, the U.S. Senator Angela also Brooks is the state's first black U.S. senator. Maryland also has a black attorney general, a black state house, and like my mind. Why are you talking about the success of black politicians, and we're talking about reparations for for a whole class of people, for a whole segment of people? Like this is something that is like it's like it just throws me, it befuddles my mind, you know. And then it says right here, like lingo, the language. So
Yeah, we gonna get into the slave owners. Maryland had about 200,000 slaves. I think on the last roster, as far as the registry. When we're talking about slavery, Maryland doesn't really come up, but they had some of the wealthiest slave owners compared to South Carolina and some of the other traditional states.
hmm.
Said Moses is from Baltimore. Like Harriet Tubman, she from that area.
Yeah,
But now you got to realize though, the reality is a lot of his constituency that's actually against that bill, it is black people. I know it sounds crazy, but a lot of them are
Look,
making their political decisions based on their tax bracket, not necessarily based
so
on B1. You know what I'm
the
saying?
yeah, the caucus released a statement Friday night expressing the deep disappointment in the governor's veto at a time when the White House and Congress are actively targeting black communities, dismantling diversity initiatives, and and using harmful coded language. Governor Moore had a chance to show the country and the world that here in Maryland we boldly and courageously recognize our painful history. Is he a part of our history though? And the urgent need to address it. And the caucus said in the statement, instead, the state's first black governor chose to block this historic legislation that would have moved the state toward directly repairing the harm of enslavement. The measure passed the measure passed with strong support in the General Assembly, which is controlled by Democrats. The House voted 101 to 36 for the bill, and the Senate approved it 32 to 13. Both chambers approved the measure with margins large enough to override a veto. If, like I said, motherfuckers don't, or do you understand? Are you read? Can you read? Nigga, yeah, I know how to understand reading. Duh. Reading is what I do. Fuck you mean? Nigga, this is what I do on a daily basis. This is elementary there, Watson. The hell? So basically, yeah. So like I said, they can veto it, but they ain't gonna do that. Why are y'all expressing disappointment? Take that disappointment, take that unsuccessful y'all tried, and turn it into a success by overriding the governor, because you have it based off the sheer numbers. So both chambers approved the measure with margins large enough to override it veto. If all members who voted for the bill decided to vote to override the governor's veto. So if all members who voted for the bill decided to, but they ain't gonna do that though. because they already expressed disappointment and contrition, you know. But why are you sorry? Or not sorry because they said disappointment. So they didn't say sorry. That was me. The legislature ended its 90-day session last month, and it would not take up veto overrides until lawmakers gather again, whether next year's regularly scheduled 90-day session in January or a special session this year, if one were to be called. So, so it's not taking up veto overrides until they gather again. Yeah. So, but yeah, y'all. So, like I said, people may have a different perspective on it. So, like he said, so Moore, a Democrat who was the state's first black governor and the only black governor currently serving, wrote in his veto letter that he applauded legislatures. He applauded legislature's work on the bill. Okay, so take your applauding, take your praising into signature. But in light of the many important studies that have taken place on this issue over nearly 3 decades, now is the time to focus on the work itself. Narrowing the racial wealth gap, expanding homeownership, uplifting entrepreneurs of color, and closing the foundational disparities that lead to inequity from food insecurity to education. More role. So yeah. But yep.
Shit, that sucks. Mm.
I wonder if so. Black folks got
No,
it.
they got the override. They just gonna reconvene in January.
Hopefully they do.
It ain't dead. That's not a dead bill.
Oh, okay,
It's
right.
going back.
Right.
Hopefully. Ain't no hope. I ain't no hope on nothing. Well, like I said, overwhelming majority. So this notion that black folks can't get, we either can't get nothing done. We either can't only get nothing done for black folks. We got to include everybody. Everybody got to be included in this. But that clearly tells you, that clearly that dispels the notion that we can't have nothing that only that is that is tailored around us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Oh, we're gonna get quiet now. We're gonna get quiet.
I mean, it's awful. I mean, I feel it. I mean, I feel it now, and I'm trying to overcome it. But God, it's pressure, pressure.
No, we always been in the pressure. Baby. Yeah.
That's good news. Okay.
When have black folks not been under pressure in the United States?
Never, never. Actually, you mentioned Baltimore. Baltimore, people forget about Baltimore. You
Oh,
know
rolls
that
up, man.
port. Hmm.
Not bad. No, I'm just thinking about the
Just the
ecosystem.
crime is.
The environment, just in general. He just totally disregarded, the people. That's the main. And talk about the advancement. That's what I'm saying. Think about it. Talking about the advancement, black highlighting that. You want to throw that in there a note. Oh, I'm gonna veto it, but I'm gonna put this note. Oh, we've had success with black politicians. That's black faces and not faces. That's faces type talk.
Yeah, so we shouldn't even have to go. We shouldn't have to go through that extra that extra stuff. As far as overriding, have to wait to January. It's just delaying everything.
Why applaud the bill but not support it with your signature? Applauding something is man. If you're applauding does not pivot to a definitive signature, then You can just omit that, leave that out. Don't be applaud. No, don't be applaud you. Don't applaud me. Cause now I feel like he's fake. It's like it's fake support. But
Yeah, basically.
yeah,
So do y'all think black people need one leader in order to progress, or can they develop based on their network and community environment?
I don't. I wouldn't do the one leader thing.
a decentralized or a central.
Definitely.
Yeah, just make it to center around one person. Um, I think that's historically that's always been problematic. One person, and that's it. No,
Or even one organization. I mean, for example,
yeah, yeah.
NAACP. I mean, what? That's
And it's
crazy.
crazy because I'm glad you actually brought up the NAACP. NAACP actually was created right after the Springfield. It was a Springfield riot. It was when white folks burned down black communities in Springfield, Illinois. Um, that's when the NAACP was created. The next year, that it was 19. Let me see. I want to make sure I get the date right. I always get the date. 1908 or 1900. Let me see. So let me see. I don't want to get it. My mind get that's how my mind. See, you said Springfield, and my mind it just automatically shoots to a social political dilemma for for black people. Um, okay. Yeah, so this was 1908. Yeah, 1908, and yeah, dozens of black homes, businesses was burned to the ground, causing property damage of over 150,000. So I'm pretty sure that's today. That's millions upon millions dollars. Got to be. Um,
What was the reason why they did this?
this was arbitrary. Yeah, I want. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Okay.
yeah. So Springfield Massacre, traditionally called the Springfield Race Riot of 1908, was committed against African Americans by a mob of 5,000 white people in Springfield, Illinois, between August 14th and 16th through. So it's a 2 day span. 1908, African Americans were killed in their homes when businesses was burned to the ground, as described by BlackPass.org. So some Springfield blacks fall back in self-defense. For real, they shot back when fired upon. And the first victim of the lynch mob, Scott Burton, used his shotgun in an attempt to save his life and home. The second victim lynched was an 84-year-old cobbler named William Dogan, whose reputation had been tainted in the eyes of the mob by the fact that he had been married to a white woman for over 30 years. When the carnage felony ended, 6 black people were shot and killed. 2 were lynched, and hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of property destroyed. About 2,000 black people were driven out of the city of Springfield as a result of the riot. God damn. This event, this was important. You brought up NAACP. This is what spawned. This was what's created the NAACP. This event was one of the no, because I'm gonna find an article where I said this, where another article where it said this was the soul. This was what created the NAACP. This right here, and this event was one of the catalyst for the formation of the NAACP, as described in this NPR story, uncovering and commemorating Springfield's 1908 race riot. Um, so also Springfield riot stands as a prototype for the many smaller riots that left communities all white between 1890 and 1940. The prototype. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, it would make sense that that would be the spawning. That would would be the what institute NAACP. It's the prototype for the smaller riots that left communities all white between 1890 and 1940, most of which had never been written about by any historian. Indeed, the Springfield riot itself spawned a host of imitators. White shouted, "Give 'em Springfield" during attacks on African Americans. The Illinois State Register reported at Auburn, Dyer, Verdon, Gurdon, Pawnee, Spalding, Buffalo, Riverton, Panna, Edinburgh, Taylorville, Pleasant Plains, and a score of other places in central Illinois. A Negro is an unwelcome visitor and is soon informed he must not remain. That's why I say Illinois, the Midwest, has the most. They have the most sundown towns. The South get a bad rap. The
Oh
Midwest,
yeah.
woo, boy, that Midwest is bad, boy. Yeah. So yeah, man. So Buffalo, a little town 12 miles east of Springfield, became all white on August 17th, 1908, 2 days after the National Guard ended the Springfield riot. Not to be outdone by Springfield, whites in Buffalo posted the following ultimatum at the train station: all niggers are warned out of town by Monday, 12 m sharp. Buffalo sharpshooters. So, yeah, man. Yep. So, yeah. My bad. You brought up the NAACP. NAACP. Hmm. Hmm. Now they only help black folks like that. Now they only help you. You elite. You in some type of elite status. Mm.
Mm. Wow. So were they able to rebuild everything that we lost, or
No, they were driven out. They were driven out. Thousands were
so?
driven out.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Black people were driven.
Um, that's yeah. So, oh man, they did that shit on purpose. It must have been a tactic.
Ooh, you're angry.
Like Black Wall Street. We never rebuilded that.
Oh no, it was no, it was rebuilt.
It was,
Yeah,
and
rebuilt with, yeah, it was rebuilt with aid and things of that nature. But the fact of the matter was, it was rebuilt, but integration it didn't last. It didn't subsist too long because integration came.
Mhm, mhm.
You know, you know, good old integration. White ice. White ice is colder. Let me stop. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's just. I don't know. Ooh, it's overwhelming at times.
Definitely because it's I don't know what I don't know. Well, I guess we're putting on the back burner everything. That's what's happening now, but it's still happening. It's just in a different style, I guess. Or it's the same,
Oh yeah,
same
it's,
problem.
I mean, oh yeah, eminent domain. It's yeah, it's a lot of it's a lot of modern day treachery going on.
Definitely.
White treachery. A lot of modern day like, eminent domain laws used to
Oh.
seize black property, and for
Mhm.
the city. I mean, and use certain like to deem your property inhabitable. Certain it's just this rigged system. Yeah. So yeah, man, it's not enough. It seems like it's honestly. It seems like I'm starting to think like, yeah, man, it's not enough. Yeah, it's not. We ain't got enough people making no noise, man. It's man, I'm starting to think like have a mindset of like, yeah, certain like the negative aspects of the culture gets highlighted. It gets ultra highlighted. And things that need to be focused on like history and STEM and just because. Pardon me, I'm trying to get
No,
my
that's okay.
mind is racing right now, and
Um, no, go ahead, continue.
uh,
Dave, Dev. There's people in the backstage. They said to let them up.
in the back of the back,
Oh, okay. Well, one of them ain't gonna come up though, but I appreciate it.
in the back of the lag.
Bobby.
I'll be right black. You got it. The floor is all
Oh
yours,
I
brother.
God.
just I just woke up.
What's up with it?
What up with it, Dale? What's up with it, Demi?
Hey,
Deity,
Bobby.
Q Butter. Come on, my young brother, young Malcolm. Give me the good word for the night, Reverend. Reverend do good. Reverend Black Panther.
Hey, they doing a rally on the one of them South Carolina HBCUs. I think it's not Fisk, but it's the other one. I think.
What they rally behind?
Some kid got one kid got they got a union at their school. They let them set up on school, but it was some incident that happened with a student though. But this is being supported by the alumni.
And you said it's in South Carolina?
Yeah. Let's see. I know Fisk is one of them, and then Dr. Lamb went to the other one. They didn't let the South be radical back in when I was coming up. It was all Dr. King territory. But we trying to demonstrate black power in the street, get a young kid something to at least inspire off of instead of listening to the we can't do nothing speech, or we not never going to do anything. That's what the white man been telling black folks for decades, before, during, and after slavery.
What, that niggas want to go do nothing?
Yeah.
That's a cold That's a cold mental game. Play on a nigga after he just built everything, ain't it?
Mhm.
Tell him be lazy. What's the Italian guy keep saying? Let him up for he a troll.
Yeah, he gonna be on. They gotta wait. He gotta wait till the daytime or something. I don't feel like dealing with that. Let's see. Oh yeah, on that political quiz the other night, they found out that they were social liberals. So
Yeah,
they
I
was
had seen that.
they was
I
trying
kind
to recover
of
from
figured
that.
that's what it is. But they
Yeah,
trying to what they thought they were gonna be communists or just liberals.
they ain't know what they were.
Man, half these niggas lied in them answers anyway. Them niggas wouldn't do that shit, Dev. I was the only one being honest, man. Them niggas sitting up there trying to be PC.
Yeah, they was running for
I get
office.
I get to Aaron though. He was being honest too. I believe
Yeah,
him.
yeah. I think he was kind of genuine in his response.
Yeah, it just seemed like it was like you say, they were running for office. They want to appease everybody. You know. But social liberals sound about right. You know what I'm saying? I wish it was more conservative up in there. Cause I kind of do lean more
But we
towards
get back into
conservative ideology.
culture values though.
Huh?
But we would have had to get back into putting cultural values over government ideology.
Right. Which is why I don't know what I picked. Was it culture or was it corporation? Like you said. I think it
Yeah,
was corporate.
y'all went back and forth so many goddamn times. I kind
Yeah,
of lost
I lost track
because
too.
you made the argument for both sides.
Right. I think ultimately I lay with I stuck to the side of the government though. Especially when it comes between the government and the corporation. If we have to separate them. Yeah, I'm like choosing the lesser of two evils, I guess. Right.
So in the midterms, it's going to be 33 seats up for grabs and 64 congressional seats in the House. Yeah.
Republicans say they ain't playing with y'all niggas. They coming for the whole kit and caboodle, huh?
Yeah, I didn't get the breakdown on the swing states. So.
I'm trying to think. Swing state outlook for midterms. What's been up with you, Demi? Everything been good?
Yeah, surviving. Surviving. Yeah, Bobby.
I know that's right.
Hell yeah. Let me see in the chat. I can shake it. Mike say I can shake it up. The hell?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it's kind of tough to call these swing states right now. You feel me, Dev? Because it's so much up in the air with Trump, you know, and his approval rating and stuff like that. I had to wait till all that shit come in before I even have a clear outlook on how it possibly could look. Because everybody talking points is like completely biased. It's either you all the way against this nigga or you all the way for him. You know,
No middle ground.
man, it's far and few in between where you find people who just speak about the job he's doing just unbiasedly, whether if it's glowing things or hey, like okay, he did this, but this happened and that. Like it's rare. I find it, but it's rare. It's either hey, Trump just saved the dog, and then he just did the tariffs, and now we ain't got to pay for the eggs. Is gonna be this, and in 2 months, gas gonna be 50 cents versus y'all like you hear me, Dave? Like just that versus the motherfuckers that's like he's the Antichrist. Just he trying to run for a third term. He an enemy of the state. Like nigga, I don't know what's happening.
Arthur was on here last night. You was up?
Yep, I was up here.
Oh, okay.
That
Yeah,
nigga was losing his mind.
He definitely on that third term shit, boy.
Motherfuckers really believe like this nigga just go say fuck the Constitution and what America stand for. I'm gonna do what I want to do.
He's planning to change it per the people. It's the people who's going to want it.
Man, nigga want civil war if he moving ahead with that shit. And I ain't heard Trump say it in no other way but jokingly. But that nigga Trump, he finesse so good and talk to his fan base, which is the diehard MAGA crowd and all of that. They so delusional with they judgment of him. He just can't do no wrong, and that's where the danger lie. I ain't one of them people that's just like, oh, Trump is evil, but at some point it's like, bro, we gotta like critique this thing honestly. And on the other end, I'm not one of them people that's so wrapped up in fear to where I'm like, he gonna be a president for a third term. He gonna cause World War III. Like, man, I've been on ever since '82, man. I done heard that shit at least 10 times.
World War III.
Man, Dev, do you hear me?
Yeah.
I done heard that in my life at least 10 times, and I'm younger than you, so I know you probably done heard it way more.
Before you came out, yeah.
Like,
They can't wait to get that shot. That's what Desert Storm was supposed to be.
Come on now, World War III. Oh, this the big one. They finna go over there, fuck with Saddam. Then Russia goes, yeah. Every 4 years, it's finna be World War III or some apocalypse. They said the government was finna end when Bill Clinton signed after. They said, nigga, this the end of the free world as we know it. America will never be the same. Mexicans gonna take over in 10 years. This gonna be Mexico. The cartels gonna be. I remember all that talk back when I was in high school.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm not that I don't
there was a bunch of movies that came out.
What you mean?
All them goddamn Sylvester Stallone motherfucking movies. Terminator. Yeah.
End of the world, Skynet ass shit. Yeah.
Then with End of Days, 28. Yeah, all that.
Yeah. Some of All Fears, where they had warheads all in America blowing it up. Like a Red Dawn, the Russians then came over and it took over American City. All type of shit going on there.
Yeah, man.
But one thing for certain, none of that matched reality. I don't claim to know the most about the political sphere. I just know right now it's a lot of propaganda being spewed on both sides. You don't really see it like a full intellectual honesty about what's actually happened, whether if it's good or bad. So I don't know I'll be honest with you, I don't know what's true. Even when it comes to the tariffs, like you hear one side like this, like, man, it's finna destroy the economy. The other side say, well, No, because actually the companies are gonna pay the difference on the tariffs, and the prices ain't gonna rise and get passed back to the American public, and then the other side say nope, it ain't gonna be like. But it seemed like it ain't. It's nobody that's gonna just look at it and say, well, no, here's actually what's gonna happen with the tariffs. You know what I'm saying? You are gonna see price increase, but it's gonna be like this, and the corporation will take some brunt of the loss, but then they ain't really being honest with it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
But isn't part of the tariffs was the goal is buy American. That's what he said
Correct.
is buy American. So is that bad?
No, I don't think it's bad. I just think it needs to be somebody that have non-biased about what's going on to be like an overseer of it. You know what I mean? Because I don't like, and not overseer of actually what Trump doing, but just like to give somebody like me, the layman, a better understanding of how it's gonna break down. Because from my position, where I'm hearing about tariffs, it's either completely skewed one way or the other way. It's either demonized or it's the best thing that we could ever did, and I'm like, well, it can't be both. It got to be like y'all got to give me some truth with it. It can't just be just the end of America with the tariffs, or then on the other end, like no, this everybody gonna be a millionaire in a couple years, and eggs gonna be free. Just watch. Like I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, right.
You heard they're gonna stop printing the U.S. penny.
Yeah, then they gonna come out and tell us it costs 3 cents to make a penny. I say y'all dumb as fuck for keep doing that shit. You hear me? Why would they come out and tell us it costs 3 cents to make a penny?
Is it because of copper?
It don't matter what it's called. It literally, yeah, it's the process. It's probably the machines. It's probably the people they gotta pay to sit there and do that shit.
I think it's mint.
Yeah, it's a mint.
Yeah, in my answer.
Yeah, but like at the point where them pennies got to the cost of one penny literally take 2 or 3 pennies to make. Y'all should have been stopped doing that shit.
So y'all seen the 41 penny I got? I found a 59. I think it was over the weekend.
For real?
Yeah.
You better hold on to it. Put it in the vault somewhere.
Yeah, man.
50 years from now, you gonna be your family be the only motherfuckers with coins still.
You can look up rare rare coins and stuff like that and see what's
I used to do that when I was a kid. I had 1908, I think it was 1918. I had some like some 70-year-old pennies when I was a kid, man. Fucked all that shit off. Stamps, postage stamps. I was into that shit.
Worth some money now.
That's a good
hobby.
Yeah.
$2 bills, all that.
Yeah, I still got my $2 bills though.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Certain old dollars, like way from like 870s or something, dollars that were made in the 70s and the 60s.
Yeah, anything before 1972, got a little bit more value to it.
I remember here in St. Louis when they first started coming with like the Metrolink and the rail system. Before them Susan B. Anthony gold dollar coins, start going in circulation. The gold dollar coin was Sacagawea.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, my step pops got a bunch of them. He was like, "You gonna be worth something one day, huh?" And they got a drawer full of them Sacagawea dollar coins.
Sacagawea, Sacagawea.
Uh-huh.
I know what you mean though, but I ain't one of them people to be. You didn't say it
Tomato. You don't know how them people was pronouncing that shit. And they weren't even saying it in English. So say it in the language they said it in.
right.
Yeah, it was like
Right.
I think I might have one of those too.
Yeah.
Those short work week this week is gonna be the weekend in a hot second.
Right about that.
Yeah, it's already Wednesday. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Memorial Day.
Yeah, it was cloudy the whole weekend around here.
Cloudy, gloomy. I don't lie. I hate when it's gloomy like that.
Yeah. We
Shit, I
about
bet you do out there. I
Huh?
love that shit.
to,
I like a nice little rainy day. Hell yeah. But you get it a lot, so I see why you don't like it. But I love that shit.
I love that shit. You love that? Or you love it just a gloomy, dark, no sun, desolate type of.
I mean, that's your perspective. Uh-huh. What you call gloom, I could look at as tranquility.
Peace.
Yeah, peace, silence, cleansing.
Hmm.
See how quickly perspective just changed all of that? Yeah. I like when the lights get dimmed down a little bit. Yeah, that motherfucking rain get to coming, little thunder. Man, wake me up tomorrow. I'll sleep through all of that.
Yeah. Oh, rain. Oh yeah, that's my thing. I sleep. I got like therapeutic. Yeah, that's what I do for. That actually helped me sleep. Playing a little rain noises. What? Oh, I'd be out. I'd be out like a lighthouse.
Mhm.
A lighthouse ain't, a lighthouse ain't out, but stay on. But yeah. Yeah. Hmm.
Damn,
yeah, they ain't finna make no Harriet Tubman $20 bill.
they ain't gonna make a Harry Tubman penny. They could have threw out on a penny before they stopped making them bitches. They ain't gonna do that. Yeah. I hate to say it to you, Booker T, but you won't be seeing no Negroes on that money no time soon. Hmm.
Is that right?
Yeah, I don't see it. Not on them common use bill. One through 100. Yeah, you might not see no Negroes on that. They'll make up a $3 bill. Throw a nigga on that before they give us one of them. I don't even think they lied about the Harriet Tubman $20 bill. I just think that was an idea that was being floated around. I don't think nothing ever was confirmed or denied. It was just like, hey, you know what'd be cool? If Harriet going to 20, and them folks heard that and said, yeah, that actually might be cool, and nobody ever looked into it again. Oh, just set me all the way completely up. Check this out. Everything I just said, I take back. Harriet Tubman will be on the $20 bill by 2030. Hey, damn, look at that. There you go, did he?
What's the report on that date?
It says the U.S. Treasury is in the process of redesigning the $20 bill to feature Harriet Tubman replacing Andrew Jackson. The Treasury Department announced in 2016 that Tubman would appear on the bill, and the redesign is scheduled for completion by December 31st, 2030, with a possible 2-year extension if needed.
They're always prolonging stuff. Like we got the time.
Do they have which photo they're gonna use?
I don't know. I guess it's gonna be on the. It's just go. It look like it's gonna be that iconic picture of her with like the scarf on her head, I guess.
Not the rebel.
That's on the back of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the back of it, it's gonna be like, I think they're gonna try to put something like with her leading people through the Underground Railroad and shit. Allegedly. Don't give me the don't give me the telling no lies up here. It's crazy. I was just finna get ready to say that, Knicks. I said they announced that shit in 2014 and gave themselves a 16-year window to get it done. So that by 2030, when everything is digital, they like, yeah, they got them little little novelty 20s and don't nobody. 2030 is people even gonna be still using paper money, man. Like, I think by 2030, they gonna take all the presidents off the money. They just gonna put anybody on them. Lil Wayne might be on the bill next.
Oh man, god damn.
I'm gonna have Wayne on the dollar bill, Harriet Tubman on the 20, Michael Jordan on the $5 bill. Tyler Perry gonna be the $100 bill.
Oh no, I was gonna say Michael Jackson $100 bill. Probably don't count, huh? Because he's entertainment.
Yeah, he was too white. He was too white. And they don't know what picture of Mike they gonna use, so they just go past that.
Man, that Jordan, that logo is synonymous, man.
You got that Jordan logo?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be synonymous when they slap it on that $5 bill.
Jordan. Boy, I'm not a fan.
You say someone positioned the U.S. Census to put FBA as a separate category in 2030.
Boy,
what do I think about it?
Category?
They did a.
I'm gonna tell you what I think about it. I think a lot of niggas get on these panels and talk about shit like the census, and then in real life, when that paper show up to their house, they throw that shit right in the garbage. There, who in who in the history of your life, granny, auntie, or anybody else, have you seen sit down and fill out that entire census and let the government know who in the house, ethnicities, ages, gender, grade level completion? Who went through that process?
It's voluntary, yeah.
Census always been voluntary.
Yeah, but they come knock at your door faithfully.
Yeah, it's
No, they knocked him out though last year. And I told
yeah.
them folks, yeah, y'all gotta come back.
Mm-hmm.
I
They
don't feel
knocked
like
him
no.
out. It's like November 2020, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They sent one time it was a lady, and then the second time it was a lady and a dude. Boy, I was like, damn, well, he's gonna get in this motherfucker. Y'all got to send the National Guard. I was like,
Listen,
damn.
I feel you, Booker T, when you say reparations, but the reason why reparations has always been a tricky conversation here in America is because based on the policies that we all live under, certain certain things can't be passed unless they include everybody. And by that I mean shit for niggas can't be passed unless it include everybody. So let's just get that clear. If reparations were to come to fruition, you would not need to designate yourself FBA, because literally it wouldn't even just be a foundational thing. It would be anybody who was enslaved or can prove enslavement through bloodline or anything else. And that's a lot of people in America. Wouldn't the census help clarify those who are eligible? No. Hell no. Because a census is just that. A census ain't that. That's just like a census clarifying who eligible for food stamps. Half the motherfuckers in the hood ain't never filled out no census, but they still go down there and get their food stamps. So, like that, the food stamp is a separate entity for tracking statistics. So, I would assume that if a reparation bill or anything got passed, whatever paperwork or legislation or documentation come with that would be completely separate from a census. Census won't help with that at all. I know what you mean, Booker T. You could check the box. You could say you foundational Black American, and when it comes time for reparation, you still got to go your ass down there and fill out a whole different set of paperwork and prove that shit all over again.
That's why you gotta do,
He gonna want Tariq to do it.
your family
Say,
tree.
say he gonna give his Social Security to Tariq and say, "Hey, you go down there
Yeah.
and get it, man."
So where is the line in terms of the government gonna do the right thing, or the government is always lying and corrupt? This is where a lot the legal system, the government, the legislator, the senator, the policymakers. I don't know. It seems like it flip flops depending on what the topic is, and usually the legal system normally gets the benefit of the doubt.
True. Special criteria.
Special.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Y'all would not want special criteria.
Huh? Special criteria.
Hmm.
Oh, a special criteria for.
Reparations.
It would have to be a criteria as far as who would as far as the when it comes to the children, of let me see. Yeah. I'm here to recruit. We here to we the hell like we didn't quote unquote people like you didn't build America. Well, yeah, that's true. But I come from the stock that did though. So if we want to go there, technically, I did not build it, but my ancestors built it, and I didn't. We didn't get paid, and I'm an extension of them. So what that mean? Shit, need
Mm.
that about you, man. Shit.
But how would you give out the money? How would you determine who eligible or not? Did
I mean, I wouldn't want to like. I don't have my own. I could tell you what the scholars say. You feel me, or what the because I don't want to make
give
it
it
to
to
where
me. Give me the scholarly thing.
the scholar says what was the information I gotta find that. Oh, it's right here. So basically, that's actually important right there. I'm glad you actually brought that up because not everybody in America actually identifies as black or African American. So, but believe it or not, that looks like they're that we may objectively say they're black, but they don't identify as it. Let me see, crazy, right? But, let me see. Where's that at? Where's that chapter at? Children. Children. Okay. I know what chapter.
Right, because Mexicans are considered white.
Yes, who identifies. They play the two card Manti though. People of color. They play,
Ethiopians too.
play the two. Okay, so the children of slavery, genealogical research, and the establishment of eligibility for reparations. The English established their colony at Jamestown in 1618, introducing slavery. And pardon me, the English established their colony at Jamestown in 1618, introducing slavery in 1619 with the purchase of 20 and odd individuals taken from a Portuguese ship called the Sa Juan Baptista by the captain of the treasurer sailing under Dutch authority. Slavery for an estimated 10 million Africans continued across all 13 colonies and in many states until it officially ended for non incarcerated individuals with the passage of the 13th Amendment in 1865. This breakdown right here. It took a bloody civil war to finally end slavery for at least 3.8 million individuals. Today, more than 40.8 million people identify as Black or African American, according to the 2016 U.S. Census. This book was written in 2020. Book was written in 2000. Just to say, book was written in 2020, 2022, or no? Yeah, 2023. My bad. Yeah, because they're talking about it's my bad. Yeah, 2023. Yeah, 2023. All right, boom. So, yeah, according today, more than 40.8 million people identify as Black or African American, according to the 2016 U.S. Census. However, not everyone with African ancestry has a forebearer who was enslaved in the United States by the end of the Civil War. Nor does everyone with an African ancestry identify as Black or African American. Since the majority of individuals who fit this,
Wait,
huh?
that's
You
a
repeat it?
cold caveat that they put in on there.
Ain't it though?
Wait, so they saying your people had to stay a slave up until Sip Deb.
But
What if
wait,
my folks got out of there with Harriet?
but
What
you
if
gotta
my
wait.
folks worked and paid themselves free before the Civil War?
Yeah, let me finish. Let me finish it
Okay,
so I
go
can put
ahead.
it in.
Go ahead.
Finish your comment. So today more than 40.8 million people identify as Black or African American, according to the 2016 U.S. Census. However, not everyone with African ancestry has a forebearer who was enslaved in the United States by the end of the Civil War. Nor does everyone with an African ancestry identify as Black or African American. Since the majority of individuals who fit this description arrived after the passage of the Civil Rights Act of the 1960s, they are excluded from the scope of this chapter. So you see, you get it now as far as the clarity has been demystified as far as who's excluded, who's not excluded based off
I
of.
don't get it.
So
What is it? Read that one more time so I
okay.
can
Okay, yeah.
understand.
So since the majority of individuals who fit this description arrived after the passage of the Civil Rights Act of the 1960s, they are excluded from the scope of this chapter. You see what I'm saying? Uh, so
What is that saying?
so basically, hold on. So bam. Okay, so who was enslaved? Okay, so basically, so not everyone with African ancestry has a. So basically, not everybody in America that's Black has an African ancestry that was a forebearer. You feel me? Who was enslaved in the United States. So you see what I'm saying? So that one that element right
It
there,
don't say that though.
huh?
It said enslaved in the United States during the end of the Civil War.
I'm breaking it down though, bro. You see what I'm saying? I'm just breaking it down. How you saying as far as like you know, not everyone.
Put up the words, Diddy. We're gonna have to look at what you were talking about.
You said put up the words.
Yeah, just trying to make sure we got the
Yeah,
because
cause
you had stopped and then you had started back.
Cause how you reading it, and I ain't trying to be confused. It sounds like they're saying that if your people weren't slaves up until the end of the Civil War, you're not eligible because you was free. Like, you feel me, Dev? It basically saying like if your people got their freedom before the end of the Civil War, you ain't like you was free.
No, he's not saying. No, he's not saying that. He's highlighting how he's highlighting
Read
the
that
census.
specific part
Okay,
again, so
okay.
I can
Yeah,
be confused.
post it up before you read it again. Where you reading from?
I'm
He
reading
reading from a
from
book. Yeah, he got an
yeah,
actual book.
actual
Not
book.
a
Oh,
hard copy.
Project.
yeah. Put that part up that you had read though. I'm trying to get the dates.
The dates on the census, or you trying to get? You said the dates of what exactly?
What you just read.
The dates on the dates.
Like you said, up to the Civil War, or I don't know
No,
what you said.
y'all hear in Civil War, and that's
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Post it up so we can
doing
read with you. Yeah.
today. More than 40.8 million people identify as Black or African American, according to the
Mm.
2016 U.S. Census. However, not everyone with African ancestry has a forebearer who was enslaved in the United States.
Keep reading.
By the end of
Mm.
the Civil War, nor does pardon me, not everyone with an African ancestry has a forebear who was enslaved in the United States by the end of the Civil War.
That's
Okay.
right. So that's
You know,
what. Hold on, that got to be understood. What's being said in that sentence, though.
1865.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A lot of niggas died in 1865. So I'm saying that's a rap song, but I'm saying if I'm reading that, because a lot of this shit get left up into interpretation. You feel me, Dev? A judge could look over that and be like, well, it's saying that actually, Bobby Knight, your family paid for their freedom in 1859. So technically, you wouldn't be eligible for reparations because your people weren't enslaved up until the Civil War. That's what it sounds like they're saying.
It's not, brother. So look. Right after that, since the majority of individuals who fit this description arrived after the majority of people who fit this description, he said they arrived after the Civil Rights Act of 1960s. They are excluded because they are not a part of the Civil War. They didn't stem from that stock. They came after the passing of the Civil Rights Act of the 1960s. So they wouldn't qualify for chattel slavery, Jim Crow, Reconstruction. No, they was not here for sharecropping. You see what I'm saying? They was not here for none of that. They came after the passage of the Civil Rights Act. And that's true because a lot of immigration, outside of the first influx of immigration came from white folks. You feel me? They was the first people to come over here in mass. You feel me? And but basically, So the 1960s. So if you came,
what's the name of that book?
You said what's the name of the book?
Mm-hmm.
It's called the Black Reparations Project. It's a handbook for racial justice.
The Black Liberationist Project.
No, the Black Reparations Project.
Okay, Black Reparations Project.
Yeah, and it's called the Handbook for Racial Justice. It's written by Dr. William A. Darity. He's a professor at Duke University. Yeah. No, Duke is a Duke or Georgetown. Let me see. Make sure I get it right. I get it. It's Duke. It's Duke. It's Duke. Yeah, it's Duke. Yeah, it's Duke. So he had a PWI cooking. He had a PWI cooking that black sauce. He cooking, keeping it black at it. I just realized that he's at a, because I thought it was Georgetown, but no, he's at Duke cooking. But you said what page, though, brother?
Yeah, what you like?
This is called The Children of Slavery. Genealogical research in the establishment. So he's talking about what established you, what makes you. You know what I'm saying? And then
it's called the Black Liberations Project,
no,
a handbook, a Black Reparation Project, a handbook for racial justice.
Yep.
I'm looking at it, and you say, okay, so you at part 9, the children of slavery.
Yep.
Okay, let me go find that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, part 9, children of slavery.
You see, it's talking about.
He's stopping at 1865.
That's what it sounds like, and I don't want to say that's what he's doing, but it do kind of sound. I know you're saying he ain't saying that, but
he's not saying that though. He's not. He's saying anybody literally following that. He says, like literally, like I said, literally following that. He says, since the majority of individuals who fit the description arrived after the passage of the Civil Rights Act, they're excluded. Like, I mean, they don't qualify for
right for what?
They're not considered a children of the slavery. Why are we disconnecting from what I'm saying? It's so basic.
No, I'm saying
qualify for reparations. If you came after the passage of the civil rights, your ass don't qualify. Oh well.
Came from where though?
You ain't the children of slavery.
No. I'm saying who is he saying came from where? Where are you supposed to come from after the Civil War?
Oh yeah, see, yeah, y'all are y'all misconstruing everything. Y'all are the way it's not. Y'all misconstruing everything.
No, what you're saying is no. What you're saying is if somebody is descendant after 1865 don't count. So is he saying? Is he saying if the slave was born or in slavery before the Civil War and they had a child, them descendants don't count?
No. You said hold on, say that again. Say that again, please. Say that again one more time.
Yeah, I mean you reading the book. I'm saying you making the distinction in terms of 1865.
No,
So
you took
you
one
saying
element of the
you
whole
saying
chapter, though. You took one element of that chapter, and you can't take one
no?
and
That's what I was. That's what I was trying to say.
I read.
There, slavery was abolished, so ain't nobody arriving.
Uh-huh.
So that's why I was trying to find out where is the separation at? Because the family lineage is going to go back to the people that was enslaved before 1865. So Bobby sound like he got a online copy of it. I'm gonna let him.
You want me to share it?
Like clearly,
He got it up, yeah.
not
Let me see
everybody
if
with
I
African ancestry
Then
has
we,
a
then we can go together, yeah.
blow it up.
And that's true. Not everybody over here that's black has ancestry that's connected to chattel slavery.
Okay, here we go. Oh.
You want to disconnect that damn chat anyway.
Okay, today more than 40.8 million people
That's the biggest you
identified.
can go.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to
The zoom it.
zoom, like
Control.
make it the whole
Yeah,
page.
yeah. Control plus.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. This mug game. All right, here we go.
Chapter's called Children of Slavery.
I'm right here.
You see it on the screen, did?
Yep.
Is he in the same place you at?
Yep.
All right.
Okay, today more than 40.8 people identify as black or African American according to the 2016 census. However, not everyone with African ancestry has a forebearer who was enslaved in the United States by the end of the Civil War. Nor does everybody identify as black or African American. Now I understand what you're saying. It says since the majority of individuals who fit this description arrived after the passage of the Civil Rights Act. So they speaking on black people who might have came from Africa, like when you start getting, black people immigrating in from, other places around the world. They saying that the majority of those people who fit that description come from that. This where it get tricky at, because it says for the purposes of reparations for American slavery, an individual must be a direct descendant to a person who was enslaved in the United States. Through these ties, a claimant can meet the lineage criterion for eligibility for black reparations for slavery. The claimant must establish a direct lineal descent from a qualifying ancestor. A qualifying ancestor is a man, woman, or a child who was forced into enslavement within the jurisdiction of the United States of America during the period of July 1st, 1776 to the passage of the 13th Amendment to the Constitution and the passage of the Treaty of 1866. This is where the shit get tricky.
It's like it's
Wait, you giving them a 90-year window?
Yeah, that you see that shit there. I'm like, wait a minute.
As far as outlining either through the parent or because he says a direct lineage to the parent or the father, right? It's either or, correct? As far
But hold on, Diddy, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like in the case of somebody like myself, right?
Mm-hmm.
I honestly, in all reality, might only be able to prove this through family word of mouth. You feel me, Dev? Like the only way I can attest to slavery is that my granny lived, her mother lived, and her grandmother lived. You see what I'm saying? So when I was when my great grandmother died when I was probably like 11. So I know my great grandmother. My great grandmother know her granny, who was definitely a slave. You see what I'm saying? They were still in that, but
Yeah.
when you talk about them, my great granny, like from what I learned in the family, like they really didn't even have paperwork like that, let alone family photo albums or ways to document and track this. You feel me? So it's like it's still kind of a trick bag, because if America come out today and say we just set aside
Whatever it is.
100 trillion for the reparation fund, right? Now motherfuckers, all you got to do is come down here with your shit, prove that you who is who you, and you get your check. How many people can, like, niggas is gonna be on a search for the rest of their life for some documents, man? Yeah, but are you crazy?
Why you think
Niggas is
this?
gonna be in a Library of Congress trying to get shit.
Come on,
That's nasty, man.
look, using census records to connect generations, using other federal records to connect generations.
Federal.
There's many using wills,
Death
using
certificates.
rolls, using other family trees to connect generations. Individuals, there's many using church and cemetery records to connect generations. There's many. Don't think that they want you to think that there ain't no record or no archive. Come on, man. Like,
no.
So this when the government ain't gonna lie. They're gonna use good judgment, and they're gonna tell the truth in this argument.
I'm
Go
not
ahead, bro.
arguing with you, Diddy. That
yeah.
I
I'm
don't
not
like that
arguing that.
90-year window. Yeah, he got a
I don't like the
that's a
90-year
narrow.
window,
Man, that's
and I don't
nasty
like
work.
all the paperwork that you gotta have, especially if I gotta prove my lineage to some slaves. I don't think no niggas should. I don't think nobody should have to prove their lineage to slaves.
Come on, man. Any-
Mm-mm.
See,
I
this is
think
what
if you're a black person in America and you can trace your lineage before the Civil Rights Act, like how he was trying to throw that out there, if you could trace your lineage back to the 40s, that's good enough. Anybody who black in America and they had families here in the 40s, yeah, 9 times out of 10, your people, you know what I'm saying, they go back to that thing. And I'm not so hung up on if a few Africans and Jamaicans and Haitians get some reparation change in the process. You feel me, Dev? Because I'm like, yeah,
Yeah, it ain't
because I'm
coming
like,
out of my pocket.
right,
Yeah,
it ain't coming from me. So I don't give a fuck what Africans or Jamaicans hop on a reparation train. Long as ain't no white folks hopping up on it like they did with the Indians. Yeah, I ain't trying to put all them stipulations to keep, you know, other people from their paper, you know, allegedly.
So what's the first U.S. census? What date is that?
The first US census, let's see.
I'm not entitled to think that everything deserves an answer.
1790.
And they put the right names on the slaves.
Ah, man.
Qualifying the targeted ancestor.
The 1931 census was completely destroyed.
Whole manual.
That's why I like. Hey, and I'm not saying that this dude didn't do his scholarly research, but I'm saying in a lot of no, he did. But in a lot of these, you
We
know,
need more
scholar,
people like him.
huh?
I said we need more. He's But I want to say Doc, he's 70. I want to say close. He we need people fresh, young.
No, we do.
Yeah,
And I'm not mad at the outline he tried to lay. It's just a couple things that I would tweak as far as like the time periods and the documentation, because I feel like in a lot of this conversation, it's too nuanced around what black people are eligible. You see what I'm saying? Versus let's just make it to where white people can't get it. That's how I feel about it.
I know I can find because if I found my granddad and he come back as a sharecropper and he's on a sharecropper in Mississippi. So if I take his dad and I go, it's like it's not like people think it's some like just hard. It's not hard, bro. It's bro. Trust me. It's
listen, what I'm telling you, Diddy. I've been building my family tree for the past 12 years. It's hard. We don't have documentation like that. Me and my wife been building our family trees together and separately, trying to find. You see what I'm saying? Trying to just put it together here and here in the gaps and all that. That shit is not easy, dude. It's shit to where it's just it's gaps. It's it's gaps in places to where it's like people don't even know where to begin and end. You see what I mean? Them folks then died. That paper trail, a lot of paper trails died with niggas great granny because she knew what church that shit was held in. This person knew where, and then the church, like then a lot of people go back, like when you said with them church, man, them churches burned down. Why you think them white folks is going through burning shit up like that? Man, they burnt niggas whole history up with a lot of that shit. The birth records and all that shit gone. If you did have a birth record. You know what I mean? Like you ain't even dealing with the niggas that's like my mother. My mama didn't get a birth certificate till she was in like her senior year of high school, dog. My mama was born in Mississippi on an ironing board in the house. You feel me?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people in my family before that was born under them circumstances. Like in my granddaddy's side of the family, they owned a lot of land in like the 30s and before that in the 20s. So like if you was born on that land, they wasn't quick to like go down and register the baby with the state and all that. You see what I'm saying? So it's like that shit was family documents, and if something happened to it, that's just it. What up with it, Blue?
Yeah, wasn't no problem. Yeah, my grandmama still alive today. She was born before Social Security numbers was out. It's only a handful of them motherfuckers still out.
You see what I'm saying? A lot of them, they just didn't. That like, I don't know if it was a plan or not, did he? But a lot of our older generations, I could speak for mine, they just didn't have that documentation like that. Whether they didn't feel it was useful or just didn't think about it. Like motherfuckers wasn't keeping up with that shit like that, or wasn't or doing it at all, if anything.
So he's just giving gang. I said, look. So using dogs, roads, cars to connect generations. Many African Americans have heard stories about American Indian ancestry. By working backward through one's lineage, the researcher may discover connections to American Indians, individuals who are accepted as eligible for membership in the 5 civilized tribes: Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Creek, and Seminole, are included in Dawes Rolls, also known as the Final Rolls. African Americans were also associated with the 5 civilized tribes as enslaved people, in a practice that began in the late 1700s and intensified in the early 1800s. Members of the 5 tribes used enslaved black women, men, and children as domestic and agricultural laborers. The Dawes Freedom Rolls were created to document the connections and lineage of these. The rolls contain more than 101,000 names from 1898 to 1914, primarily from 1899 to 1996. They can be searched to discover the The enrollee name, sex, ostensible blood quantum, census card number. The census card may provide additional genealogical information and may also contain references to earlier rolls, such as the 1880 Cherokee census. A census card was generally accompanied by an application jacket. The jacket sometimes contained valuable supporting documentation such as birth and death affidavits, marriage licenses, and other correspondence. Just breaking down using church and cemetery records, just giving you multiple, segments of ways to trace your lineage. Like even using DNA to connect generations. It is very possible to connect generations using DNA evidence. However, it is no substitute for a well documented family tree. Telling you how DNA is no substitute for a well documented. This is my great papa. This is my great great granny. The picture of them right there. We got this obituary. Ain't that DNA don't beat no goddamn primary.
I agree with you, Diddy. Listen, I never disagree with you on that. The only contention that I'm making is that most, if not all, black people that come from the majority of black people that come from slavery and any other situation, the likewise, like we're coming out of that with a lack of paperwork and documentation. Like I just seen Viasa put in the chat, like think about the niggas that Harriet Tubman freed, or outside of that just ran for their freedom. They definitely want fit like you a fugitive. You probably didn't change your whole name and everything.
I was gonna stay silent, y'all. Peace, everybody.
You feel me? Did he
But
like
even with the dolls rolls, do you know how many was denied their application?
I ain't even get into that part. Like
let's say
$5 Indian.
let's say me and you, Bobby, we go up there and we got the exact same name via slavery. We both Bobby Choctaw.
Yeah, exactly.
Because of that, they might accept yours and then deny mine.
Because they
something
say
that
it's
simple.
forgery. Yeah, simple shit. Yep.
Or you tie in Negroes was running away or left after slavery and didn't know about the Dogs Commission. You get there too late, guess what? Application denied.
Yep.
You get where I'm going? So there is various nuances that they are trying to explain to you, deity, that would make this extremely complicated for
I don't want to hear that.
individuals.
That's pessimism, though. I don't want to hear that. I'm keeping on.
You don't want to hear nothing. You just
Oh,
want to hear what you want to hear.
Do
You
it, man.
king
We
of
can't locate
confirmation
We ain't
bias.
saying not do it,
we can't
did
get no reparations. I don't use I can't.
Don't
Nobody
crash,
deity.
don't
Nobody
crash,
said
don't
that.
crash, deity.
Hell, come on, what I can't do.
Nobody deity.
Hear
There
that
goes
shit
the
about what
problem
I
that
can't
we
do. I
tried
can't
to
do
make
this.
you
Oh,
address.
we
Your
can't do this,
confirmation
man. It's
bias.
a struggle.
Not one
It's
person up here. Not
boss.
one person
Hear that
up here, and I'm not gonna scream and holler over you.
Shit.
Not one person over here said reparations is impossible. Not one person says it's not worth pursuing. What we're trying to tell you is there's outliners to this that would make it very difficult for certain individuals to get. So basically what you're saying, as long as you can get yours, fuck
No, I'm
everybody
not
else.
saying that. What I'm saying
Then
is that
shut
this
up and
chapter
listen for a
is
second.
dedicated to
Then
the
shut
children of
up and
slavery,
listen
and
for
it's
a
showing you
second.
how you
That's
can
the whole point of
pinpoint.
people doing the
That's what it
study.
is.
You
Don't
didn't do
take the
these
little
studies.
aspect of my chapter and try to
Let him
attack
advise.
that.
I know,
The
Bobby.
whole
I
goddamn
know.
chapter on children of slavery. People always want to come up here just trying to, nigga, you wrong. You wrong. Listen, the whole
Yo, who hit that button?
go get the book and read it, then tell me I'm wrong. They don't even got the book. The fuck?
I'm
How do you
reading the
know
book.
what you got?
Who up here said you was wrong,
I was right about it.
Who up here said you was wrong?
Misconstruing shit.
Nobody said you was wrong. I just downloaded.
Talking about,
Who up here said you was wrong, Diddy?
nah, bro. I'm just tired of
I'm trying to find out.
Who said you was
combativeness.
wrong?
Niggas always want to push back on shit. Nigga, that's a
But
scholar.
who said you was wrong? Who said you was wrong?
If you don't like, go write the book and
No,
do better.
who said you was wrong?
Who knows the history?
It ain't but six of us on the panel. It ain't but five of us on the panel. Who said you was wrong?
Crazy to me, bro. Like,
who said you was wrong though?
See, that's what my old lady do. She do all that fucking yelling, and then when she done, and I be like, "Now, what was you saying?" And she sit there and look just
No,
like how
I know.
you
I'm just
fucking did.
it's a futile. It's futile, man.
No, he did.
It's futile.
Dev asking you exactly what I just said. Who said you was wrong?
The energy.
Oh shit!
The energy. The pushback. Yeah,
Nah, nobody
it's
pushing back.
glaring.
No, nobody, bro. But
Yes, it
are you
is, bro. You
listening?
can
But
say
wait,
that
wait, wait, wait,
like
wait.
it is.
Time out.
It
Now,
is.
if I listen to what you just said, did you even listen to my pushback, or did it
Yes.
just irritate?
Talking about
Okay,
the
what did I say?
scarcity and how black people are coming out of
Hey,
enslavement and
you
how
crazy?
we
Don't
don't have
press
like
the
the
pause
paperwork.
button on
We
nobody.
don't have the paperwork to locate us. I don't want to hear that shit. That's a whole book telling you how how there's many aspects how you can pinpoint your goddamn lineage.
Wait,
What the
but I'm
fuck?
trying.
Like, it's
Wait,
more than one. And you're
you
taking
not.
that one aspect and you're drilling it and harping on it. And
Hold
there's
on, Bobby.
multiple
Hold on,
goddamn
Bobby.
aspects in that one chapter.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What the fuck are you like? What
Hold
the
on,
I don't
hold on,
understand it, bro.
Bobby.
I don't understand it at all.
We
I don't
know you don't
understand that, bro.
understand it. That's why we're trying to explain something to you. You
No,
mentioned the
no,
Dawes
no,
Commission.
no. I mean, I don't
Do
understand.
you,
Go ahead.
Deity, you got to unplug your ears and actually want to learn an expanded conversation. Nobody's pushing back against you. If you listened, you would understand we actually trying to throw you some alley oops. Right now, as we speak, there is countless black people who know they family members existed during the times of the Dawes Commission, and yet they cannot get recognized because it is very difficult to prove these things. Then I tried to just give you an example. So, what do we do about these people who can't prove their lineage, deity? You had all this push and all this energy towards immigrants and making sure they don't get it. What about the ones who qualify?
Wait,
What about
because
the ones who
Truth, let the truth
qualify
come out.
but
Let
they
them
can't
talk.
prove
Yeah.
it?
and real quick, Diddy, and the reason that's why I gave, like when you said about your grandfather, that's why I gave my anecdotal experience, because unlike your family, my family can't, like, we don't have those records. You see what I'm saying? Only thing we have is the verbal tradition, the thing that was passed down from my granny, from her granny, and so on and so forth. That, like, this is how my family knows who everybody is. Like, that's literally why I've been running around, like, speaking to as many elders as I can before they pass, so I can create the family tree. But I'm saying, outside of me doing that, and doing, like, how, like, that's me verifying that these people exist. A lot of the people that I was writing down in the family tree, them niggas ain't even got birth certificates, bro. They don't, like, some of the people in my family technically did, like, if in a sense of America, they never existed. You feel me, Vi? So them folks born and died without never having paperwork.
Bobby, what do we do about the filibusters? They hear
Mm.
slavery's coming to an end. You know what? Don't grandma got that place down in Mexico or
There you go.
Guatemala or